Please like and share the video, and follow the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Chapter 1769, Bed with the Big Guys. Su Lang, how about this? We provide enough materials. If you don't promote your weapon within a stick of incense, then you have to sign a contract with the Spirit of 10,000 Domains and join our Ship of 10,000 Domains team. Yi Heguang stepped forward to Su Lang and asked with a smile, how about it, dare you gamble? As soon as this statement came out, everyone looked at Su Lang. If Su Lang didn't dare to agree, he would just show his stuff. Why not dare? Su Lang raised his eyebrows. He said that the time spent on sticking incense was longer. He could actually be promoted to weapons in an instant. It is good. Yi Heguang patted his thigh. What materials do you need? Report it. I'm out too. Zhu Shan stepped forward, staring at Su Lang closely. Count me in. I have saved a lot of materials over the years. Hao Xingren also said blankly, I should have all the materials you need. That's great. Thank you seniors for your support. Su Lang laughed loudly, and then began to report the materials he needed. I first need enough godless souls, and then the sky-screaming extremely cold jade, the reincarnation pyroxene. Su Lang had collected a lot of materials needed for the evolution of Yutian sword, only a dozen kinds and enough godless souls, quickly. Su Lang reported all the materials he needed. Moreover, Yutian sword was promoted from Wudu to Ludu, so the required materials were basically at these two levels. Without God's soul, I have 600 shares here, and I have rounded up the extremely cold jade of the sky. Yi Heguang arrogantly took out 500 copies of Godless Soul and a large number of Tianxiao extremely cold jade. I have 500 copies of Godless Souls, and some reincarnation pyroxene. Zhu Shan also produced a lot of materials. I'm relatively poor, so I can only produce these. I give out 1,000 Godless Souls. I have 10,000 tons of Profound Demon Heaven Yujin, you can use it. Although Hao Xingren was unsmiling, he was the most local tyrant among the three and threw out a lot of materials directly. I can give 10,000 pieces of heart-destroying jade. The old bean holding a mace also took out materials from the universe of life. I also give out a little, 300 copies of Godless Soul. Wow, you are too stingy, I will make 200 copies. Man, did you make a mistake? I have 300 copies more than you. I haven't finished talking yet. 200 copies of Godless Soul plus 100 Divine Demon Supreme Rock, it's time to take care of the newcomer. Quote. The other big guys also actively provided materials. In their opinion, Su Lang's winning side is too small, and he is almost destined to sign a contract to join the Ship of 10,000 Domains. So everyone regarded Su Lang as a quasi-newcomer, and they all produced some materials, quickly. Su Lang got enough materials. One of the most treasured is a full 50,000 copies of Godless Souls. Then the various materials counted in units of 10,000 are all godless materials. But these materials are not too much in the eyes of the big guys. In fact, it is too small to be used to promote the Judo Godless Soldier. Little friend Su Lang, the materials you requested are not only of low grade, but also not many in quantity. Old Do frowned and said, are you sure you can use these materials to promote a Judo Godless Soldier to Quasi-Taichu? I already collected some materials. Thank you seniors for sponsoring, I am now ready to promote my weapon. Su Lang bowed his hands to the big guys, and immediately condensed a cauldron with colorful burning heaven. Colorful burning heaven and wonderful flames are different fires. The big guys present were all well-informed people, and basically all of them went to the 4 major continents of the boundless world to perform missions. Therefore, someone immediately recognized the identity of colorful burning heaven Miaoyan. That's a strange fire. It's a cosmic fire, but I have never seen it before. This strange fire is completely different from the strange fire I have seen before. It seems to be a compound type of strange fire. This little friend Su Lang has a strange body. Could it be that he fell from the boundless world to the exile? Definitely, except for Infinity Realm, it is almost impossible for a strange fire to appear elsewhere. Chapter 1770. What, this is a promotion. Quote. The big guys talked a lot, and a trace of vigilance appeared in their hearts. Because of the 4 continents of the boundless world, 2 of them have been completely occupied by the forces of Emperor Yuanmingzhou, that is, the Tianmi and Tianing continents. The remaining Heavenly Jade continent and Heavenly Mian continent were also eroded miserably. If Su Lang comes from the boundless world, then the identity aspect needs more attention. Of course, the big guys are just a little wary. Anyway, after waiting for the meeting, Su Lang will have to go through inspection by the supervisory commissioner, and if there is a problem, it will definitely be exposed. Everyone cast aside their thoughts and looked at Su Lang. At this time, Su Lang, let's start. Yi Hegwang stepped forward to set up an incense burner with a very ordinary sandalwood incense burning slowly. Sandalwood burns a bit faster. It can be seen that the fellow Yi and Guang also hoped that Su Lang would join the Arc of 10,000 Regions, and even took out the incense that burns faster on his face. When Zhu Shan and other quasi-prime elders saw this scene, they concluded that Su Lang was defeated. However, Su Lang is completely worthwhile. No matter how fast your incense burns, you can't burn it all in an instant. System: keep current characteristics, evolve Yudian Sword. Throwing the Yudian Sword into the colorful burning heaven wonderful flame cauldron, Su Lang gave orders directly, regardless of the shock of the world. Ding. Consumes no asterisk soul 5,000, quasi no asterisk soul 100,000. Godless grade material Tianxiao extremely cold jade 112000, heart destructing Mingyu 76,868, mysterious devil Tianyujin 82,568, Feng Vein Yulin bone 81,112, reincarnation vein pyroxene 99,998. The Yutian sword has evolved into a Ludu godless soldier. The system prompts that the voice has just dropped. An incomparably vast quasi-primordial aura suddenly spread from the colorful burning heaven magical flame cauldron. This breath is so majestic and fierce. Even a group of quasi-prime lords who have experienced many battles felt a trace of coolness. It was the feeling that their lives were threatened. And this breath dazzled everyone present. What? This is promoted. How is this possible? That sword has just been thrown into the cauldron. Impossible. Such unthinkable things are completely impossible. Fake. Could it be that little friend Su Lang can really recast or promote the weapon in an instant? Quote. Zhu Shan and other quasi-prime elders were dumbfounded and let out an uproar. Yi Hegwang's eyes burst even more, and his eyeballs are about to fall off. His incense hasn't even burnt the incense head now. Even Hao Xingren, who has always been serious and unsmiling, has his mouth open, his face full of disbelief and shock. No, this is absolutely impossible. Su Lang, you must have taken out a quasi-primary weapon again to replace the previous sword. The quasi-Taichu boss who claimed to be good at refining tools before was full of disbelief and suspiciousness. Hey, anxious, you're anxious. Don't worry, senior, will I make it clear if I show it to you? The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched, and soon the Yudian sword was taken out of the colorful burning heavens. Suddenly, the sharp quasi-prime aura became stronger. Those 20 or so Judo Supreme Emperors even felt cold and fearful in their hearts. Really the sword before, that sword is right, he really promoted it to the quasi-primary level. The key is that it only took a moment. I kind of believe that Su Lang said that he recast the 9-dragon coffin in an instant. This method is incredible, but it happened under my nose. It's against the sky. Taoist Su Lang's method of refining weapons that is different from ordinary people is really against the sky. He said that his refining attainments have reached the primordial level, I believe it. Quote. All the quasi-prime lords talked in shock, and the whole space was in an uproar. The so-called seeing is believing. At this time, seeing Su Lang personally demonstrate the terror means of promoting weapons, the suspicion in his heart immediately dissipated. Now you seniors believe it. My previous promise is still valid. If you need a refining tool, you can give me materials. I will try my best. Su Lang smiled happily. Please, as soon as possible, I want to leave here for the boundless universe. This statement came out. All the quasi-beginners were immediately ready to move. The spirit of 10,000 realms can indeed be exchanged for powerful weapons, and the weapons of the quasi-primordial era can also be exchanged. But the price required is too great, and they simply cannot raise enough contributions. So you can only exchange for the materials yourself, and then spend a lot of time slowly refining, or ask others to do it. Chapter 1771. Su Lang, the heaven-defying crafter. But at this time, in front of them, there was a heaven-defying craftsman who could instantly promote weapons. This is simply a great opportunity for no amount of contributions. Friend Su Lang, I want to be promoted to weapons, this is the material I prepared. Yi Hegwang was the first to run to Su Lang and took out a storage item. Besides, this little care is not enough, you hurry up. Yi Heguang, let go. Obviously I am closer to Taoist Su Lang. Friend Su Lang, I want to refine a brand new weapon. This is the material I have prepared. Zhu Shan rushed over to squeeze Yi Heguang away, then took out his own materials and stuffed them to Su Lang. Little friend Su Lang, this armor and this spear have fought with me for countless years, and there has been a lot of damage. I would like to ask you to help me fix them. This is the materials I collected and a little bit of insignificant reward. Hao Xingren also came to Su Lang, took out 2 scarred Zuntai Junior weapons, and solemnly handed them to Su Lang. Because no one on the ship of 10,000 domains could repair the quasi-primary weapons, the damage of these 2 weapons became more and more serious. Maybe in a great war, these 2 weapons will collapse and the spirit will fall. Hao Xingren looked anxious in his eyes, really didn't want the 2 old comrades in arms to leave him. The other quasi-prime elders also rushed up with excitement, even the elder who had some refinement skills was excited. This tycoon who knows how to refine tools has completely understood that his refinement attainments are almost countless steps behind Su Lang, the kind that can't be jealous of jealousy, there is only admiration. Everyone, don't worry, everyone is the guardian who silently pays for the boundless universe, and I will not reject anyone. Su Lang looked around at everyone and solemnly gave a promise, now I will repair the weapons for this senior, please wait a moment. While talking, Su Lang received from Hao Xingren's hands 2 quasi-primordial godless soldiers and space rings containing materials and rewards. The armor is the same, and the spear is the same, and they are both badly damaged. Even its power has been reduced to the level of Judo, and even the breath of Judo is fluctuating, and I don't know when it will be completely broken. These 2 weapons are already at the quasi-primary level. If you evolve, the materials are not enough, you can only repair it with enhanced functions. Su Lang first put the space ring into the storage space, poured out the materials, and then threw the spear into the colorful burning heaven Miaoyan, and used the enhanced function. Suddenly, a large amount of materials in the storage space disappeared, and a burst of blue energy poured into the spear. Suddenly, the broken spear was quickly repaired, and it was restored to a brand new state in an instant. Well, this weapon has been repaired. Su Lang took out the spear and threw it directly to Hao Xingren, then put the armor into the colorful burning heaven Miaoyan and repaired it in the same way. It's really repaired. Not only is it repaired, but the power is even stronger than in its heyday. Friend Su Lang, thank you so much. Without you, my spear will never be able to regain the glory. Hao Xingren didn't have the usual seriousness at all, his face flushed with excitement. Stop, I'm talking like a cure for impotence. Su Lang stretched out his hand speechlessly and pressed down on Hao Xingren. Aha, sorry. Hao Xingren scratched the back of his head awkwardly. This made Yi Heguang and the others stunned. In their impression, Hao Xingren showed such an expression for the first time. Then everyone came to Hao Xingren to look at his spear. Everyone knew the basics and knew that Hao Xingren's weapon was seriously damaged, and it was almost impossible to repair it. But at this time, it was really repaired, and it was even more powerful. Suddenly, everyone exclaimed, and their eyes gathered on Su Lang again. Chapter 1772, The big guys are so excited. At this time, no, the armor is also repaired. Su Lang took out the armor that had just been thrown into the colorful burning sky for a second and handed it to Hao Xingren. Haha, the armor is also repaired. And it's also better than the heyday. Friend Su Lang, Dane doesn't say thank you. If you have anything you want me to do, I will definitely do it without saying a word. Hao Xingren looked at his brand new armor, his voice trembling with excitement. Spears and armor spirits also appeared, and thanked Su Lang for giving a big gift. Okay, I remember what you said. Su Lang nodded slightly, and then smiled at Yi Heguang. Next, let's help Senior get promoted. Su Lang is still very grateful to Yi Heguang, the quasi-primary boss who first spoke to him and explained the arc of 10,000 domains. Although this guy is doing tricks on burning incense, his heart is good. Haha, look forward to it. Seriously Su Lang, since you came here, I feel like I'm many years younger. I haven't felt this feeling of anticipation, passion for a long time. Yi Heguang said with excitement, his eyes were still gleaming, and the vicissitudes of his body seemed to have weakened a lot. Don't be so excited, I can't stand it. Su Lang walked 2 steps away with some caution, afraid that the empty fellow Yi Heguang would not have other pictures. Immediately after, he threw Yi Heguang's weapon, a small flying knife, into colorful burning heaven Miaoyan. This time, Su Lang uses the evolution function to upgrade the level of the flying knife to the quasi-primary level with specified materials. Moreover, the materials given by Yi Heguang have not been used up at all, at least a small part is left. This is the advantage of the one-key refining function. Refining weapons is not only of higher quality, but also less material. No, your Tianwu celestial sword, promote you to the quasi-primary level. Su Lang handed the flying knife to Yi Heguang, whose eyes were bright like light bulbs. Quasi-primary weapons, the treasure he dreamed of. In the past, he didn't know how much material was consumed to promote this flying knife, how many times he failed, and all ended in failure without exception. But now, it is. In Su Lang's hands, it was an instant. It's really late to meet each other. Yi Heguang looked at Su Lang with emotion, as if he wanted to go up and give him a hug. Do not come. I want to refine weapons for Senior Zhu Shan. Su Lang glanced at Yi Heguang vigilantly, and then took out some of the materials Zhu Shan had prepared. With his primordial refinement skills, almost from the characteristics of various materials, the level and effect of the weapon to be refined can be inferred. Therefore, it is safe and sound to refine a quasi-2 junior weapon with the materials that Su Lang took out. System, start the one-key mixer function. Su Lang threw countless materials directly into the magic flame cauldron, refining with designated materials. There is no soldier in the beginning. Zhu Shan and others stared at the tripod motionlessly. The method that Su Lang used before was either to promote weapons or repair weapons. But this time is different, this is a refining weapon from scratch. Can the incredible Taoist Su Lang create incredible miracles so easily? Just as everyone was holding their breath, waiting for the result. Boom! A brand new quasi-primordial aura burst out and enveloped the audience. Immediately after, a bright red light flashed, turning into a leather whip with a black handle and a red body. Just looking at it, it was very exciting. This is my weapon. Great. Su Lang, you are really great. Zhu Shan stepped forward to catch the weapon and smiled like a flower. Buzzing, let me go, I'm looking for the master. The whiplash spirit suddenly ran out and called, and couldn't wait to fly towards Su Lang. Let's go back. I am your creator, but your real master is Zhu Shan. Su Lang waved his hand and drove him back. Remember, if she does not leave, you will not give up. Yes, Bullwhip Spirit agreed and officially recognized Zhu Shan as the master. Chapter 1773. Revenge cannot be less, give more, haha, it's refined. It's really refined. Taoist Su Lang is the first refining tool, invincible in the world. Senior Zhu Shan is really blessed. One more quasi-primary weapon was added at once, envy. Envy you, why don't you take out all your inventory and hand it over to Taoist Su Lang, so that you can give birth if you keep it? Yes, the rewards can't be less, just give them more. Quote. The other quasi-prime elders were also excited, and they rushed towards Su Lang. Such a prosperous scene, even in the perfect heyday of Infinity Realm, is almost impossible to see. Please line up, please don't jump in line just relying on your own strength. Talk about civilization, talk about quality, line up well, I won't train for him if you don't line up. Su Lang saw that nearly 200 big bosses were rushing towards him at the same time like a flood, his expression suddenly changed and he shouted. It is estimated that there are not many people in this world who can talk to nearly 200 quasi-prime elders at the same time like him. The key is that the big guys are very obedient. When everyone heard this, they all slowed down angrily, and then lined up one by one. Look, this talks more about civilization. Of course, even in this ship of 10,000 domains, the strength is respected, the weak will take the initiative to retreat to the back and let the strong stand in the front. Su Lang will not take care of this voluntary behavior. After Zhu Shan, the fourth person who asked for Su Lang's refining device was Lao Do, a thin old man with a mace. Friend Su Lang, my mace is not sensible, I will apologize to you for him. Lao Do was very flattering and nodded and bowed to Su Lang. He was so humble that he didn't seem to be a quasi-primary boss. Master Su Lang, I have no eyes and offended you, please forgive me. The spirit of the mace was also very acquainted and ran out to apologize. The begging little appearance was almost the same as the little beggar. Haha, it's forgivable. After all, everyone didn't know my ability before. A smile was drawn at the corner of Su Lang's mouth. Does senior want to refine some weapon or upgrade this mace? You can't be called a senior. Friend Su Lang will call me Leodu from now on. Old Do smiled happily. I just want to upgrade this mace. He has been with me for a lifetime, and he has killed many of Yuan Mingzhou's subordinates, so he is reluctant to change it. It is good. Su Lang agreed neatly. Give me the materials, and I will help you upgrade immediately. Thank you, Taoist Su Lang. Lao Do was grateful to bend over to Su Lang. Then, he handed over his years of savings to Su Lang, and waited expectantly. Su Lang didn't let him wait long. Throw the materials and mace into the colorful Fenshin Miaoyan, and take them out in the next second. The brand new mace exudes a breath of quasi-primary level, and even the quasi-primary warrior is stagnant. Thanks to Master Su Lang for his reinvention. Mace Qi Ling also bowed and thanked Su Lang. Gratitude. You are welcome. Su Lang smiled slightly, and then shouted at the big guys behind, next, next. Come on. There was a quasi-primordial boss who came to Su Lang. The quasi-prime elders from behind also took a step forward, crowded and posted, and they didn't know which ***** took advantage. Time passed slowly. In fact, it will only take 10 minutes. Su Lang has done all the weapons or armors of nearly 200 bosses. Almost only a few breaths were spent on each refining device, and most of the time for these few breaths was spent on communication. At this moment, every member of the Wanyu ship got his most dreamed weapon. And these weapons, all of them are quasi-primary. Even the 20-something Supreme Emperor of the Judo level has obtained the quasi-primary weapon. Tianla, Taoist Su Lang's refining methods are really horrible. More than 200 quasi-primary weapons were all refined before one stick of incense was in time. Yes, with more than 200 quasi-primary weapons, the strength of our Wanyu ship has doubled. Chapter 1774. The big guys are rich people, ha ha ha. Originally, I didn't have much confidence in the next mission, but now I look at it. The next mission is just going to play. Yes, but we can't get too proud of ourselves, and we have a long way to go to resist Emperor Yuan Mingzhou. If you want to do good things, you must sharpen your tools. With Su Lang Taoist friend, our hopes have greatly increased. This time I want to thank Taoist Su Lang a lot. Quote. 201 big brothers guarded Su Lang, chatting in excitement. Su Lang is also very happy. Because all the big guys are rich people, they pay more than one. Compared with the remuneration of these 201 big bosses, Zan Taiching gave them nothing more than mosquito legs. Hey, the humane will channel is still there, the refining tool is finished, it's time to refine the pill. By the way, the exercises can also be used in a wave, alchemy first. Su Lang was so excited that he earned more treasures today than before all combined. At this time, friend Su Lang, you have such a good knowledge of refining tools, and there will be no materials for you to use when you go to the boundless universe. The quasi-primary elder who was good at refining tools came to Su Lang and sighed with regret. Yes, friend Su Lang, you stay in the boat of 10,000 domains. Yi Heguang also said in a hurry, we must quickly do the task to change materials, and show you that heaven-defying weapon refining method. Yes, that's the truth. The rest of the people booed and asked Su Lang to stay. I knock. What's wrong with you? I just want to leave me here for you to refine tools. Why did you tell me to use the methods of refinement, a group of old people who don't cultivate? Su Lang pointed at a group of quasi-prime elders, and said with a dubious smile. Suddenly, all the big guys laughed together. Su Lang, you are too smart. But, you still neglected a little bit. Yi Heguang suddenly smiled thiefly, before we made a bet with you. We only said that if you lose, you will join the ship of 10,000 realms, but we didn't say what you can do if you win. Exactly. It's straightforward to say what happened when you lost, and you didn't say what happened when you won. Taoist Su Lang, you can't go. Zhu Shan also slapped his thigh fiercely, and his chest trembled fiercely. When Lao Do and other quasi-prime elders heard this, they all agreed. That's it, I know you don't want me to leave the boat of 10,000 domains. But I really don't want to stay here. That is a restriction on me. I hope you can understand. Su Lang looked at a group of cheeky and shrugged helplessly. Everyone, stop making trouble. In fact, many of me want to leave the boat of 10,000 domains and go to live in the boundless universe freely. The so-called don't do to others what you don't want, we shouldn't force Taoist Su Lang. Hao Xingren stood up to speak, everyone closed their mouths, obviously his prestige was very high. Paused. Hao Xingren looked around the crowd and continued to speak. Friend Su Lang has refined so many weapons for us, he has already proven his position and intentions. Even if you don't need a supervisor, I know that Taoist Su Lang is absolutely impossible to have any problems. Furthermore, Taoist Su Lang is able to cultivate such a terrifying refining skills. I am afraid that the tenacity of his mind is stronger than mine. The people of Yuanmingzhou Emperor want to confuse Taoist Su Lang. It is wishful thinking, so I am relieved to let Taoist Su Lang return to the boundless universe. Having said this, Yi Heguang and others kept nodding, agreeing with Hao Xingren's point of view. Actually, I am still a little worried about the safety of Taoist Su Lang. How many Taichu and quasi-Taichu there are still under Emperor Yuanmingzhou? We have done so many tasks, but we haven't figured it out yet. Zhu Shang went on to say, what if Taoist Su Lang encounters one or two of them and is in danger? This statement came out, everyone nodded one after another, the worry on their faces could not be concealed. At this time, Su Lang spoke, please don't worry about the safety of you, seniors. With a relaxed smile on Su Lang's face, I have so many ways to escape from my life. It was hard to kill me in the beginning. Chapter 1775, I will help you refine the pill. Hear this. Everyone was shocked. What means can make a supreme emperor escape in the hands of the great lords of the beginning? Doesn't exist, but in view of Su Lang's inexplicable heaven-defying grade weapon refining method, everyone kept silent, suppressing the stormy waves in their hearts, and Su Lang asked with a smile, I master the coffin of 9 dragons. When encountering danger, I should be able to return to this boat of 10,000 domains to avoid danger. This, we don't know either. The 9-dragon coffin is one of the core components of the Wanyu ship. Normally speaking, we return from the boundless universe to the ship of 10,000 domains, relying on the power of the ship of 10,000 domains. Of course, as the core component of the transmission across time and space, the 9 dragons coffin certainly plays a vital role. It's just that we have never encountered such a situation, so we dare not jump to conclusions. Hao Xingren groaned and said his thoughts. Yeah, it's not certain. However, if you master the 9-dragon coffin, it should be possible to reach the place of exile from the boundless universe through the gate of exile, and then call out the coffin of 9 dragons to reach the boat of 10,000 domains. Although there is no channel of humane will, the coffin of 9 dragons already possesses the spirit. As long as it anchors the place of exile, it should be possible to pick up people. Zhu Shan also showed his thoughts and said his thoughts. To open the door of exile, you need to use lost Xuanwu materials. Yi Heguang frowned slightly, but as far as I know, the turbulent lost Xuanwu in the place of exile has become extinct. Friend Su Lang, Lao Do sighed, if you leave, we will probably not be able to see each other again. I really can't bear it. Haha, since I can come back through the gate of exile, I should be able to come back once in a while. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched, because I have some materials for lost Xuanwu, it is completely feasible to refine the gate of exile, and he also has the Wanwa Promise Nirvana Sutra. After this exercise is completed, the blood of the lost Xuanwu may be drawn. Then, Su Lang could use his own flesh and blood to recultivate the lost Xuanwu clan. Of course, the Wanwa Wuji Nirvana Sutra is only a godless level of exercises. It is not certain whether the lost basalt bloodline with time rules can be extracted. But the problem should not be big. If it really can't be extracted, then strengthen it. The power of the strengthened technique is greatly increased, and the blood of the lost basalt can be drawn. Taoist Su Lang unexpectedly has lost Xuanwu materials. That's great, you have to come back often. Yes, yeah, all our materials exist for you, just waiting for you to come back. Quote. The quasi-prime elders all smiled after hearing Su Lang's words. It is good. Su Lang smiled and patted his chest. No problem, I promise to come back often. That, Hao Xingren looked at Su Lang, do you want to leave now? The atmosphere suddenly became a little dull. The big guys were silent for a while. But at this moment, I didn't say it, I want to help you refine the pill. Su Lang grinned with a big smile, forgot to say, my alchemy attainments are as good as the refining skills. This statement came out, the already relatively quiet space instantly becomes silent, the kind that can be heard by dropping a curl. Immediately after, 201 big men gradually widened their eyes and opened their mouths, revealing a dumbfounded and unbelievable expression. There are even more horror sounds from their open mouths. What? Taoist Su Lang, you can still refine alchemy. And as good as the refining skills. No, you are already incredible just by refining skills. If alchemy can be so powerful, all alchemists under that day will not live. Taoist Su Lang is really joking, ha 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 ha. Quote. The crowd made a thunderous discussion, listening to his words, obviously did not believe it. Yes, Su Lang's refinement skills have crushed their worldviews, making them a little doubtful of the world and themselves. Now let's do it again in another way. Believe it or not, don't listen or listen. Chapter 1776. Blow the boat of 10,000 domains will burst, I really didn't lie to you. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched. By the way, I will still refining formations, and the attainments of refining formations are similar to those of refining tools. This statement came out, everyone suddenly didn't believe it. Friend Su Lang, stop blowing. That's right, we already admire you for being so powerful. Ha ha ha, it's impossible to think about it to reach that incredible realm at the same time as the refining tool and alchemy refining array. Ahem, if Taoist Su Lang really refines alchemy and formation can be as powerful as refining tools, I will eat this big rock and then pull it out. Quote. The big guys expressed their disbelief and told Su Lang to stop blowing it, and then the boat of 10,000 domains would burst. What I said is true. Well, it's the same sentence, hearing is false, seeing is believing. Su Lang stretched out his hands helplessly, if this is the case, let you see my alchemy methods first. Talking, Su Lang took out a lot of godless pill of perfect quality. Instant time, all kinds of colorful and brilliant pills surround Su Lang's side, as if forming a deep star field. The noisy bosses instantly dumbfounded, their bloodshot eyeballs suddenly bulged, staring at the pills in disbelief. Even Hao Xingren, the most stable and stable, stood there dumbfounded, as if turned into a big wooden stake. In the silent space, it seemed that I remembered the smashing sound of the crowd. Gradually, several discussions sporadically appeared in the huge space. This is the perfect quality Supreme Emperor Dan. Yes, my eyes should probably not be broken. Does anyone know how many pills are there? I am so dazzled that I can't count them anymore. I think, Taoist Su Lang did not lie to us, his alchemy attainments are really, this is terrifying. Quote. The discussion became louder and louder and more, and finally became full of people, like a vegetable market. At this time, Su Lang added fuel to the fire and started the alchemy demonstration directly. He snapped his fingers to call out the colorful burning heaven, turning it into a circular cauldron. Then he took out a large amount of alchemy materials into the pill furnace, and in the next moment he took out a perfect quality Supreme Emperor pill from the pill furnace. And it's the kind that just came out, the fresh one. Anyone who has a little knowledge of the elixir Tao can tell that the pill is definitely just refined and has not yet been used to protect against loss of power. Taoist Su Lang has refined the pill. Now I have to believe it if I don't believe it. Compared with Taoist Su Lang, I have learned alchemy from dogs all my life. No, you are wrong, you can't compare with Taoist Su Lang at all, you are not qualified. Although your words make me sad, but I know this is true, so I don't hate you anymore. I just want to know how Taoist Su Lang did all this, cultivation base, refining tools, alchemy, and formation. I know, Taoist Su Lang is actually a super genius. If it hadn't been delayed by alchemy Tao and formation Tao, he would definitely have become too basic power at this time. Yes, right, but Taoist Su Lang's alchemy refining array has reached the limit of the universe, and now he can't be delayed, he will soon be able to break through to the primordial level. Quote. When the big men were horrified, they whispered and analyzed again, and then the truth came out accidentally. Indeed, Su Lang can definitely break through to the early stage in a short time. Don't 1 or 2 years, don't 7 or 8 months, just a short time to break through. What a bunch of old elves. Now everyone who believes in me will line up to make alchemy, and those with alchemy and formation classics will lend me a look, and you will be returned after reading. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched, and he shouted like he was setting up a street stall. Quickly, Taoist Su Lang is going to make alchemy, rush. Line up, you bastard. Do you know if you talk about civilization, or do you know about quality? Everyone line up obediently, and neatly prepare the pill that you want to refine and the reward for Taoist Su Lang. If there are alchemy Tao and formation Tao books, quickly get them out. Why do you keep them? Use them to hypnotize yourself when you have insomnia. Chapter 1777. Refining Alchemy with Wind and Fire. Quote. The big guys are rushing to Su Lang. Then he thought and consciously lined up the line. The quasi-prime primordial elders were as good as a good student. Quickly, the first alchemist, Yi Heguang, handed over the pill medicine and materials he wanted to refine, as well as dozens of pill Taoist jade slips. Oh, 7 lives refining soul without God pill, simple. Su Lang glanced at the pill and immediately mastered this kind of pill that he had never seen before. Immediately after, he threw the material into the pill furnace made by the colorful burning heaven Miaoyan, and then used the system to refine it into a pill. 5 in a batch, take 4, keep 1. It's not that Su Lang is too dark, it's all because it's so weird to make 5 pills from a furnace of materials, because that's just a few extras. Now, there is no pill for the 7 life refining soul. Su Lang handed the pill to Yi Heguang, and asked with a smile, you often go to fight, and refine more healing pill. It's finished, perfect quality. Yi Guangxiang didn't hear Su Lang's words, holding the 7 lives refining soul Wuxian pill in his hands and whispering in excitement, he couldn't even straighten his tongue. Hurry up, you can't go crazy after the exercises. Zhu Shan, who was behind, slapped Yi Heguang's head with an impatient look on his face. Hey, yes, Yi and Guang were not angry, and handed the other medicine materials to Su Lang, quickly. Su Lang helped Yi Heguang refine more than a dozen kinds of pills. 1 for each furnace, and 2 occasionally. Lida Yi and Guang could not breathe. Zhu Shan and others behind were even more anxious, their eyes flushed, and they wanted to grab Yi and Guang and throw them aside. Finished. Have you taken out all the alchemy materials without God level? Okay, let's go. Oh no, wait, you have to refine the formation, take out the materials for the formation, come out quickly. Su Lang saw that Yi and Guang couldn't produce the alchemy materials, so he let him go, but then remembered that he had just collected some Array Dao classics. I quickly went over the Array Dao classics and learned all the arrays inside. Not to mention, there are really a lot of godless formations. Things like the large vacuum distorted array of Liyang, the large twisted array of Kangyu Lone Star, and the large twisted array of dragons and phoenix flying together can gather the power of distortion. As long as the energy is sufficient, one formation can reach a supreme emperor. At this time, Yi Heguang had already shaken out all the array materials in a daze. Pile up the refining materials the size of a planet, put them in an emperor-level space ring, and then hand them to Su Lang. In the arc of 10,000 domains, there are still some people who know how to refine tools and alchemy, so there is a place for consumption of alchemy materials and tools. However, there are no talents who know how to form the Tao, and the highest level of the big guy's formation is quasi-godless, and it is impossible to refine a godless level formation. Therefore, everyone, including Yi and Guang, has stored countless array materials that are not available. Fortunately, these Array Dao materials met Su Lang, otherwise they wouldn't want to shine for the rest of their lives. Hey, I'll help you realize your value. Su Lang immediately began to use those materials to refine the portable array disc. The refining process is the same as the alchemy refining device, using colorful burning sky magic flames to cover, and then use the system function to get everything. Not long, pieces of discs flew out of the colorful burning heaven and wonderful flames, and fell into the hands of Yi Heguang. This is the first time I have seen so many godless formations. And the quality of these formations is so high, better than those exchanged from the spirit of 10,000 realms. It's too strong. Taoist Su Lang is invincible in the universe. Quote. The big brothers saw the formation of Su Lang's refining, and they were shocked and numb, and they were shocked and excited again. They store too much material for refining formation. If all these materials passed through Su Lang's hands and turned into a godless array, it would be equivalent to a godless help. Moreover, Su Lang's refining arrays can be combined to greatly increase their power, reaching the highest level of quasi-primary beginning. Once everyone's refining materials are turned into formations, the strength of the arc of 10,000 domains will soar again. Chapter 1778. I want to take a look at the exercises at this time. Yi Heguang, have you stayed enough? Let me come. Zhu Shan couldn't wait to push away Yi Heguang, who was smirking with a lot of pans. Then he put on an extremely gentle and charming expression, and took out his various pill squares and countless alchemy materials. Behind her, more quasi-prime elders had already prepared a variety of materials and alchemy classics impatiently. Su Lang took the materials handed by Zhu Shan and began to refine her alchemy. From time to time, the colorful burning sky magic flames transform into a circular pill furnace, refining a perfect quality godless level pill. From time to time, it turns into an array pen, refining a powerful array plate. One by one, the quasi-prime elders got the pills and formations they wanted. It can be said that all of their inventory materials have passed through Su Lang's hands, and turned into pills and formations that have increased their value countless times. Su Lang naturally made a lot of money. Just a pill, one ingredient can earn a full 4. The formation is to refine as many as you want. Because the quasi-prime elders are not familiar with the formations, they have no idea about how much array material a formation will use. Of course, Su Lang would not be so black-hearted towards these warriors fighting on the front line. As long as it is a useful formation, he will refine as much as possible, and then give up the useless formation. In addition to the pill and formation materials, Shanyuan Emperor Su Lang also earned countless. As long as you deposit the system balance, you can immediately upgrade the system functions. Time passed slowly. At last, thank you, Taoist Su Lang, for his refinement of alchemy and formation. The last Supreme Emperor of Judo also finished refining the pill and formation he needed, and bowed to Su Lang with admiration. In order for the boundless universe to return to beauty, this is all right. Su Lang smiled faintly. Next I will leave the ship of 10,000 regions, but before I leave, Lang asks for something. Su Lang, you say, as long as I can do it, I will help you even if I work hard. Yi and Guang leaned forward, looking like death at home. Me too. Hao Xingren stepped forward, his broad palm banging against the armor. So are we. Zhu Shan, Lao Do and others also shouted. In the minds of all the members of the Arc of 10,000 Domains, Su Lang's status has surpassed everyone except Senior Zhaoyu. In other words, it is already on par with Zhaoyu's predecessors. You know, Senior Zhaoyu is a 2 junior powerhouse who sacrificed to resist Yuan Mingzhou Emperor. You don't need to be murderous. I just want to take a look at everyone's exercises. In addition, I also have several primordial level exercises here. If you need them, I can give them to you. While talking, Su Lang took out 4 original exercises from the storage space. These 4 exercises are exactly what he is still practicing in: Future Good Fortune Mystery, Silence Heart Sutra, Moment of Eternity, and xianxia Boundless World Record. In fact, Su Lang had already seen everyone's information through the attribute panel, and knew that none of the people present had practiced 2 basic techniques. This may also restrict everyone from being promoted from the quasi-primary to the early primary level. Therefore, Su Lang wanted to help them. At the same time, they also get natural and non-synthetic godless level exercises from them, which can be used to synthesize more primary exercises. At this moment, as soon as Su Lang's voice fell, he took out the 4 originals of the basic exercises. In an instant, everyone was shocked. Everyone has their mouths open, it is difficult to make a sound. The audience was silent, and it lasted a full 10 minutes. 2 Elementary exercise. Hao Xingren moved his lips, and was the first to speak. His tone was incredible, shocked, and excited and moved. The original technique is 2 elementary. Moreover, there are 4 books. Oh my god, Su Lang, where did you come from so many primitive exercises? Since the Battle of the Boundless Realm, there have been no more basic exercises in the universe. You actually have 4 books. Friend Su Lang, are you creating all these exercises yourself? Otherwise how could there be so many original exercises? Or, fellow Taoist Su Lang, you are actually a reincarnated and rebuilt warrior at the beginning level. Chapter 1779, Experts Come First, Senior Su Lang. Quote. The quasi-prime magnates such as Yi Heguang and Zhu Shan finally suppressed the stormy waves in their hearts, and uttered their own questions dumbfounded. I am not reincarnated and rebuilt. These exercises can be considered my creation. The reason why I want to learn from your exercises is to see if I can make more basic exercises. After all, the 4 exercises I have are not necessarily suitable for each of you. Su Lang smiled faintly, and simply admitted that the 2 basic exercises were made by himself. Hear this. The noisy scene suddenly became quiet again. Everyone looked at Su Lang like an ordinary person hell, and the whole person's thinking became stagnant. Immediately after, It was as if an asteroid had fallen into the sea, and huge waves arose among the crowd. Create 4 basic exercises with one person. Is this true? Is this true? There really is such a genius in the world. Counting the days in the arc of 10,000 domains, I have lived for 3 billion years. This is the first time I have seen such a genius. Ha 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 ha, we 201 people have worked hard for countless years and have not created 2 low-level exercises. The Taoist Su Lang created 4 books by himself. I don't know whether I should cry or laugh. You should laugh. Of course you should laugh. With the original 4 basic exercises from fellow Su Lang, we, those of us who are stuck in the quasi-primary primaries, will have a chance to break through to the primal primaries level. Friend Su Lang, no, Senior Su Lang, you are my senior, the junior thank you. The expert is the first. Senior Su Lang can create the 2 basic exercises, it is me waiting for seniors. Quote. The crowd made deafening noises, and the big men in the crowd dropped down one by one, and they were actually kneeling before Su Lang. From their perspective, Su Lang was able to create a technique of the primordial beginning level, and he must have reached the primordial beginning level in the realm of understanding the universe, and it was an extremely advanced one. The reason why Su Lang did not break through to the early stage. One is too young, and the other is that most of the time is spent on alchemy refining tools and formations. Otherwise, Su Lang has definitely become a senior early powerhouse, comparable to the kind of predecessors Jiaoyu. The world of warriors has always been the first. Therefore, these big guys, who were countless times stronger than Su Lang, knelt. Predecessors, you can't be ridiculous. Get up quickly, or I will turn around and leave. Su Lang felt that he couldn't bear it, and quickly used his magical powers to support the big men. These big bosses silently completed the mission of the Arc of 10,000 Realms, and each of them made an unknown contribution to the boundless world. They were all heroes. The big guys were threatened by Su Lang and had to get up. But they still looked at Su Lang with respect and enthusiasm, mixed with strong expectations, as if they were looking at the future of the entire endless universe. Ahem, seniors, don't look at me like this. If you want to help me, please show me your practice for reference. Su Lang coughed slightly, and it was a bit unbearable to be stared at by a large group of quasi-prime elders, especially the elders. Good, good, this is my practice, Senior Su Lang accept it soon. Hao Xingren rushed to Su Lang's face first, and gave Su Lang his technique. Mine is here. Yi Heguang followed closely. This is all the exercises I have practiced, seniors quickly accept it. Zhu Shan and others also exclaimed and took out the exercises, flocking to Su Lang one after another. They still call Su Lang the senior, they really respect Su Lang too much. Seniors, you can't call me senior anymore, I'm not that old. Su Lang cried out in a dubious manner, if you shout again, I will turn around and leave, no discussion. The big guys are all in entanglement, why don't you call seniors? I will make a year-end friendship with everyone will call me Su Lang. Su Lang smiled brilliantly, how about I also call everyone old friends? Chapter 1780. I just give it a try. Okay. The big guys looked at each other and could only agree. Little friend Su Lang, quickly accept these exercises. Hao Xingren stuffed Su Lang with the space treasure in his hand. Seeing this scene, the rest of the big guys also reacted and flocked to Su Lang again like crazy. I accept it. Su Lang smiled so much that his face was blooming. In the past, he tried his best to practice exercises everywhere. It's like a godless level exercise. It takes a long time to be happy to get a copy. And now, all the 201 big brothers took out the exercises and automatically stuffed them into their hands, still as if you didn't accept me and fight with you. This gap is too big. Quickly. Su Lang accepted all the exercises practiced by everyone. The original 4 exercises, I will put them here for everyone to understand. Su Lang smiled and took out 4 large tables, and placed the 4 exercises in the middle of the table, but did not take any protective measures. Finished talking, he walked aside and let all the big guys come up to comprehend. Unexpectedly, all the big guys didn't move, and they looked at Su Lang with dismay. Little friend Su Lang, are you leaving the ship of 10,000 domains now? Hao Xing stood there firmly, sighing in his words. Little friend Su Lang, do you want to stay for a while? Zhu Shan, Yi and Guang, etc. have spoken out to stay, and they are extremely reluctant. Okay, I wanted to stay a little longer. Su Lang opened a big smile, because I have to learn from your exercises and try to create more basic exercises." This statement came out. The expressions on everyone's faces solidified again. What? It is necessary to learn from our exercises to create new exercises. Didn't you just get our exercises? Don't you need to go back and think about it? Is our practice really that simple? The corners of the big guys' mouths twitched, and they only felt that they had been hit countless times, and they were about to doubt self-doubt in life. Ahem, I just give it a try, and it's not certain that I can get it out. Su Lang saw that everyone was shocked to numbness, shocked to the point of breaking, and said haha. That's it. Everyone looked at each other, then nodded in unison, and breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone, go and comprehend the exercises. I'm starting to ponder the technique here. Su Lang smiled and waved to the big brothers. Exactly. Let's go together and comprehend the Taichu exercises. Let's study together, and we will surely understand the clues soon. Quote. Everyone recovered their excitement and rushed to the 4 tables with unlimited vitality. Then they were stunned, because 3 of them are related to time. What they lack is the understanding of time. Even if they understand the rules of time, they can break through to the primordial level. 3 time exercises. My God, has little friend Su Lang comprehended the rules of time? Don't guess Itzies. Little friend Su Lang must have understood the rules of time. Yes, in time, Taoist Su Lang will definitely become the top powerhouse in the early days. Don't speak loudly, I will disturb little friend Su Lang. Yes. Quote. The big men cried and howled for a while, and then began to comprehend the exercises. Time passed slowly while Su Lang pondered the exercises and the big guys studied the exercises. What does this pattern mean? It's weird, I have never seen this kind of profundity at all. I don't have a clue if I want to take a break. Unexpectedly, 201 of us were all stumped when we were comprehending a practice together. Quote. The big guys wanted to brainstorm ideas, so they simply comprehended a practice together. But at this time, because they couldn't find any clues, they could only scratch their heads and think hard. But at this moment, buzzing, a strange wave came from Su Lang, followed by a bright purple light. What happened? Everyone turned their heads to look around, and then found a bunch of strange things floating in front of Su Lang. Chapter 1781, made so many accidentally there are diamond-shaped purple jade and round white stone. Irregular rotten stones, broken brushes, graffiti-like ink paintings. However, it is these weird things that make all the big guys stagnate. Because that turned out to be the original of a book of exercises. What's the situation? How can so many original exercises suddenly appear? Oh my God, did you find out? Those are all the original techniques of the primordial level. Could it be that these exercises were originally created by little friend Su Lang during our process of comprehending the exercises? Isn't it possible? We haven't realized a bit of clues yet. Little friend Su Lang has created so many primordial exercises. Is our understanding so far behind an infinite universe? What's impossible? If you say you are stupid, you don't admit it, recognize yourself well, look at me. Quote. The big men were so horrified that they rolled their eyes in stunned. Others have completely given up on comparing with Su Lang, thinking that whatever shocking things Su Lang accomplishes, it should be. Cough. Everyone, don't disturb little friend Su Lang. We continue to brainstorm and comprehend the exercises. Quote. Under the leadership of more prestigious people such as Hao Xingren, Yi and Guang, everyone began to comprehend the exercises again. The other side, Su Lang is still giving orders continuously. System, use this book, and this book, to synthesize 2 elementary skills. These 10 books have been synthesized, and they should be the kind of body-building exercises that the Epei Wufeng does not work. Give me a synthesis. These 10 books are a bit interesting. They are all about the techniques of life and universe, just like chaos and darkness, synthesized. These 10 books are also synthesized for me. Quote. Along with Su Lang's continuous issuing of orders, a copy of the original exercise technique appeared before him. There are so many exercises on the hands of the big guys. They not only have the godless level exercises that can be exchanged from the spirit of 10,000 realms. There are also exercises captured from the martial artists under Yuan Mingzhou Emperor's body when doing the task. In the long years, each of the big guys has at least 5 different godless techniques. Although they can't cultivate so much, they do have so many techniques on their bodies, therefore. Su Lang collected all the godless level exercises of the big guys, and got a total of 1,300 copies. Using these exercises, Su Lang synthesized 130 super elementary exercises. This is too basic practice. One book is enough to make 201 big brothers excited. 130 exercises have exceeded everyone's imagination. Even Su Lang himself looked at the more and more elementary level exercises in front of him, and was so shocked that he didn't want it. I knew it should be thrown into the storage space as soon as it was synthesized. Su Lang raised his eyebrows. Now, do you want to put away these exercises before they are scared? However, just when Su Lang had this idea, a lot of exercises in front of him have been discovered by the big guys. Quick, look, little friend Su Lang has created a lot of exercises from the beginning. Is my eyes broken, brother? Help me to pick them out and see. I seem to have seen more than 100 originals of the basic exercises. I suspect that my brain is broken, which caused me to have hallucinations. Go up and see if we are dreaming. Quote. The godless tycoons froze for a long time like thunder, before they swarmed to Su Lang's side and surrounded him. Oh my god, little friend Su Lang, these are all created by you. Yi Heguang turned his eyes in disbelief, and scratched the top of the more than 100 primary techniques. The other big brothers also looked at Su Lang with shocked faces. They actually knew that Su Lang made it, but they had to say it personally before they could believe it and accept it. Yeah, I created it. Su Lang smiled and nodded. Oh, I accidentally created so many things, headache. Chapter 1782. Time to leave here. It was really created by little friend Su Lang. Little friend Su Lang's talent is definitely number one in the boundless universe. Yes, definitely the first super genius since the birth of the infinite universe. By the way, little friend Su Lang, why do you say you have a headache? Shouldn't you be happy? Quote. When everyone was shocked, the heart of respect became stronger and stronger, and at the same time, there was a hint of doubt about Su Lang's words. Yes, is it not good to have so many basic exercises? Why do you have a headache? Su Lang touched his chin and said, because I think it's very troublesome to choose. Quote. Everyone was speechless, and some even staggered and were about to fall. Ahem, do you want to comprehend these exercises? Su Lang coughed slightly and laughed, or, wait for me to study and study to improve. Don't stop it, we are already very satisfied with the 4 exercises. The so-called greed is too much to chew, we don't want these exercises. Yes, we are actually too stupid to understand it for us. Quote. 201 big men shook their heads and refused. Just kidding, they don't have a clue to comprehend one exercise together, come. Well, then I will accept it. Su Lang nodded, and then put all those exercises into the storage space. In fact, he also wanted to save these exercises for a while. The main reason is that if you can finish your training in the future, you can instill in these old friends when you return to the boat of 10,000 domains and help them achieve the realm of the beginning. At this time, Su Lang couldn't comprehend the original content of the 130 Taichu exercises, so he could only wait for the 1 key martial arts to become available before practicing. Little friend Su Lang, have you finished creating your exercises? Hao Xingren hesitated and asked, then, are you leaving the boat of 10,000 domains now? Yes. Su Lang looked around at everyone and nodded, I don't have anything to help you at the moment, so it's time to leave here. This statement came out. The atmosphere of parting suddenly filled the crowd. For everyone present, today is an extremely dreamy day. It was their endless cruel fight, the most beautiful, brightest, and unforgettable day in the cold and loneliness. As soon as Su Lang left, the day seemed to be over. Everyone was reluctant, but they couldn't go against Su Lang's will. They could only hold back their reluctance and go to bid farewell. We send you. Hao Xingren nodded, and the 200 powerful people behind also nodded. Actually you don't have to do this, I will be back soon. Maybe next time I come back, I will be able to fight alongside you. Su Lang laughed, his figure flashed, and he entered the coffin of 9 dragons. Only a burst of laughter echoed in the space. While the 201 big bosses were staring at him, Su Lang let Jin Hong urge his body to sink slowly along the channel of humane will. In a blink of an eye, the huge coffin of 9 dragons disappeared. In the land of exile, the world after the war was full of tragic sights. In the sky, the black and gold humane will channel suddenly trembled, and was violently opened again. Immediately after, the Kowloon coffin is here again. Suddenly, the whole world was boisterous. Look, the coffin of the 9 dragons has appeared again. Oh my god, what the asterisk is going on? The 9 dragon coffin has appeared twice. Could it be that this time there will be 2 wars of reincarnation, and there will be 2 winners of reincarnation? No, you see, the Kowloon coffin flew to the eastern border. What is it doing? Quote. Countless strong men exclaimed and looked at the coffin of the 9 dragons. They wanted to catch up, but the speed was far from enough. Everyone could only watch the 9 dragon coffin disappear into the turbulence of time on the eastern border. Su Lang sighed. The reason why he did this is naturally to rely on the coffin of the 9 dragons to open the door of time and space to the boundless universe. Chapter 1783, Time Channel. The Gate of Reverse Exile was originally a treasure that could only be forged from the carapace of the lost basalt. But the lost Xuanwu is nothing more than a creature with a special bloodline, living in the unique environment of time turbulence in the place of exile. Their true strength is actually not strong, and even xianxia can besiege and kill them. Therefore, even the treasures refined by the lost basalt can open the way to leave the place of exile, and the Julong coffin, which is a junior weapon of the quasi-Tai, can naturally do it. The coffin of 9 dragons needs a lot of energy support to open the door of time and space more quickly. Moreover, the coffin of 9 dragons can open the door to the boundless universe from the place of exile, with very low accuracy. If the 9 dragon coffin opens the passage from the place of exile next time, Su Lang may not find the entrance of the passage at all on the side of the endless universe. Therefore, it is easier and more convenient to use the gate of exile. At this moment, Su Lang controls the coffin of 9 dragons, filling it with a lot of innate spirit. Buzzing. Waves of terror emanated from the coffin of Kowloon. The surrounding time turbulence is agitated, forming a more fierce time undercurrent. But as the power of the Kowloon coffin is gradually and completely released, the closer the place is to the Kowloon coffin, the turbulence of time subsides faster and faster. Not long, the time turbulence within a radius of thousands of miles in the coffin of 9 dragons has all subsided, allowing this space to rarely have a normal timeline. At this time, boom. Another wave of fluctuations came from the Kowloon coffin. This time it was time fluctuations. A very regular time fluctuation. Immediately afterwards, a wave of spatial fluctuations also came fiercely. Ripples waved around the coffin of 9 dragons, and merged into a small space-time vortex, distorting everything. Carry on. Su Lang once again increased his indoctrination. Buzzing. The power of the 9 dragon coffin erupted, and the small space-time vortex was suddenly torn apart, revealing a majestic starry sky. It's been a long time, endless universe. A surprise was outlined at the corner of Su Lang's mouth, and he immediately jumped out of the 9 dragon coffin and rushed into the space-time passage. The coffin of the Kowloon is maintained, and the space-time passage is very stable. Except for a moment of reversal of time, Su Lang did not feel any discomfort, and appeared in a dark star field, the host. Behind him came the call of Julong coffin spirit. Su Lang looked back. The time passage gradually narrowed and then completely closed, and the 9 dragon coffin on the opposite side of the passage was gradually invisible. Don't worry, I will come back to find you. Su Lang smiled slightly, and immediately began to explore the surrounding star field with mental power. It is a pity that there is no life planet within the detection range of the mental power. I don't know where it is. Su Lang touched his chin. Forget it, no matter where he is, just send him back as a clone. Just do it. System, start the avatar dispatch function. With the thought of Su Lang, he immediately activated the clone dispatch function, however. Failed. What the hell, I just want to return to Kanglan Star, how could I fail? The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched, and then he was surprised. Is it possible that there is a turbulent flow of time and space between this place and the Xinghai domain? Time and space turbulence can stop the dispatch of clones. Except for this, Su Lang couldn't think of any explanation. Chael, unexpectedly encountered this situation. Su Lang tried again without believing in evil, but found that it still didn't work, and the clone couldn't be dispatched at all. In other words, the air turbulence was very powerful at that time. Unlike the turbulent time flow between Blue Star and Kanglan Star, it was very, very meager, even Wu Zun could pass through. Lying down, it's impossible to return to Kanglan Star. Well, I haven't left Kanglan Star for many days anyway. After all, I haven't been in the exile for a long time. Is there 10 days? In such a short time, it is impossible for Kanglan Star to have any changes, and I don't have to worry. After Su Lang was surprised, he touched his chin and thought for a while. Chapter 1784, The Boundless Universe. Soon, he took out the soul-chasing Emperor Palace calmly, and then released Chu Xiaobei and others from the Blue Star. Huh, brother Su Lang, where is this place? As soon as Ji Rushui appeared, she saw the twinkling stars in the dark universe. This is the starry sky. This is not a place of exile. Su Lang, we have returned to the boundless universe. Chu Xiaobei looked up at the vast universe, his expression of excitement became more intense, and finally he hugged Su Lang tightly. Oh my god, we have really returned to the boundless universe. Brother Su Lang, you took us home. Ji Rushui and Murong Shenxian were also extremely excited, hanging on Su Lang's body one after another, at the same time. Su Ling'er, Xiao Mei, Yu Qing, Xin Zheng, Bai Yi Lin, Mo Lu, Yu Ji, Yu Mei and others were also surprised to open their mouths. Boundless universe. This is the boundless universe. This vast starry sky, are those life planets that naturally exist in the universe. It's too vast, it's too great, this is a world countless times larger than the exile. The Heart was looking around the dark universe with excitement. It was obviously a dead star field, but it was extremely beautiful in his eyes. He was born in the land of exile. Using the Buddhist supernatural powers, he reincarnated hundreds of times in the land of exile. He is no worse than anyone in his yearning for the boundless universe. Boundless universe. This is the boundless universe, it is no longer a place of exile. I followed Su Lang and left the place of exile and came to the boundless universe. Surprise surged in Yu Qing's heart, a pair of beautiful eyes looked at Su Lang, and her eyes were colorful. In fact, what made her most happy was that she followed Su Lang's side, and came to the boundless universe instead. Boundless universe, I'm finally back, Tianting continent. One day, I am going to liberate the Tianting continent. Quote. Bai Yelan's eyes were red. She thought that she would never be able to leave the place of exile in her entire life. Revenge was just a wish buried in her heart and almost impossible to realize. But this time, with the help of Su Lang, she really returned to the boundless universe, and also brought her best friend Molu in the exile. Su Lang, thank you. Thank you for taking me back to the boundless universe. Bai Yelan came to Su Lang's side and bowed deeply. So big, oh no, so white, oh no, get up soon. Su Lang hurriedly held Bai Yelan to tell her not to be so polite. At this time, Su Lang donor, thank you for saving the little monk from the quagmire of the exile. The little monk will definitely go to Tianmi continent to correct any chaos and make up for the evil. Xinzheng also folded his hands together, and bowed to Su Lang with a sincere expression. You don't have to be polite. Now the situation of the infinite universe is unclear, and the infinite realm is completely occupied by 2 continents, and the remaining 2 have also been eroded and penetrated very strongly. We have to resist the forces of Emperor Yuanmingzhou. We can't do it overnight, we still have to take it slowly. Su Lang smiled and said, so before this, everyone is by my side, so I can take care of it. That's it. Yuji came up with curiosity and excitement. I heard that Su Lang, you ruled a natural life planet in the boundless universe, let us take a look. This statement came out, except for the 3 daughters of Chu Xiaobei and Bai Yelan, everyone else showed expectation. This, I'm afraid I can't do it temporarily. Because we should not be in the Xinghai area now. Su Lang smiled bitterly and shook his head, now we can only go to a place with people to ask, and after finding the direction, we will fly to the Xinghai region by ourselves. Hear this. But it was Chu Xiaobei's turn to be happy. What? We are not in the Star Sea region. We are in other star regions. Tianla, we actually ran into other star regions, so excited. Walk around, let's see if there is anything interesting in this star field. Quote. The 3 daughters of Chu Xiaobei were extremely excited like a traveler seeing a strange and beautiful scenery. Chapter 1785. System function level skyrocketed. Okay, I was going to ask for directions. Su Lang smiled. Everyone, enter the soul-chasing Emperor Palace, I'm going to set off. Great. Chu Xiaobei and the others immediately drew Bai Yelan and others into the soul-chasing Emperor Palace, and they didn't have to think about how many mahjong tables they were going to gather. Soon, Su Lang shrank the soul-chasing Emperor Palace and hung it around his waist, and then flew forward in a random direction, but his avatar and avatar have turned into more than 4,000 shadow avatars, and they are constantly dispatched toward the front, paving a convenient road. Just find a human life planet or find the strong floating in the starry sky. Su Lang can immediately go through the clone replacement. Anyway, there are avatars who do it on the way. At this point, I just counted the gains in the ship of 10,000 domains. While Su Lang flew slowly, his eyes fell into the storage space. He had already obtained a large amount of godless pills, refining materials, and refining array materials by refining the alchemy and refining arrays for the 201 big masters of the ship of Wanyu. In addition, there are a large number of exercises and classics, and the 130 basic exercises alone are worth countless money. Of course, at present, Su Lang cares about the source of Emperor Shanyuan. Sweeping the spiritual power in the storage space, you can see the Shanyuan and Diwan piled up into continents. System, immediately deposit all Shanyuan Diwan into the balance. Su Lang licked his lips excitedly, and then gave instructions. Ding! The storage is complete, and the current balance is 8.66 million yuan, a superior emperor. Lying down, a total of more than 8 million superior emperor sources, which is equivalent to 80 billion lower emperor sources. Su Lang's eyes widened with excitement when he heard the system prompt. On average, 201 big brothers have provided more than 400 million subordinate emperors. To know, Su Lang killed all the supreme emperor who had invaded and exiled before, and only obtained less than 200 million lower emperor sources. Great, with these emperor sources, my system functions can be greatly improved. Su Lang was so excited that he couldn't help rubbing his hands. System, fast, let me improve the 1 key training function and the 1 key martial arts function. Ding! It consumes 10,000 superior emperor sources, and the 1 key training function is upgraded to level 44. Ding! Consuming 100,000 superior emperor sources, the 1 key training function is upgraded to level 45. Ding! Consuming 1 million superior emperor sources, the 1 key training function is upgraded to level 46, and the training speed is increased to 9,384,755.2 billion times the speed of the basic training without lack of qualification. Ding! Consume 10,000 superior emperor sources, the 1 key martial arts function is upgraded to 44. Ding! It consumes 100,000 superior emperor sources, and the 1 key martial arts function is upgraded to level 45. Ding! Consuming 1 million superior emperor sources, the 1 key martial arts function is upgraded to 46, and the training speed is increased to 93,847.552 billion times the speed of the basic training without lack of qualifications. Ding! Congratulations on raising the 1 key training function to level 45. You have obtained the new bonus function, Void Spirit Universe. Ding! Congratulations on raising the 1 key martial arts function to level 45. You have obtained the new bonus function, 9 Hearts into 1. After a series of system prompts, Su Lang's 1 key training and 1 key martial arts have soared to 3 levels, and they have obtained brand new bonus functions respectively. A flood of information about the new functions poured into Su Lang's mind, making him immediately understand the role of the 2 new functions. The first is Void Spirit Universe. The Virtual Spirit Universe is a function related to the life universe after the inner realm of the 10 directions, and the 10 realms is 1. However, the Void Spirit Universe is completely different from the life universe. It is built with the humane will of all the creatures in the 10 directions life universe. The concept of this universe is somewhat similar to that of the Void Dragon Vein Heaven realm. The ethereal universe can collect the power of humanity, that is, the power of humane will, incense, willingness and other emotions related to life without waste, fill itself, and form a super world full of infinite possibilities. The ability of the ethereal universe to absorb the power of humanity is terrifying. Once it is stared at by the ethereal universe, even the traces of emotion spilling in the air will be absorbed completely. Chapter 1786. Powerful Auxiliary Functions. In other words, within the coverage of the virtual spirit universe, no one can usurp the power of humanity, and everything will belong to Su Lang. For other creatures, the road of incense will be cut off forever. System, activate the function of the virtual spirit universe. Su Lang held his breath and activated the new function. Ding! The ethereal universe has begun to open up. With the appearance of the system prompt, Su Lang suddenly felt a pain in his eyebrows. Immediately after, he discovered that a whole new world appeared under his sea of knowledge. This world has just been opened up, with large tracts of land, mountains and rivers, the size of which is comparable to the land of exile, 1 billion light-years away. Of course, this world is illusory. It exists in the chaos of consciousness just like the sea of consciousness. To be precise, there is no space in it, and the land is bare, and the river is dry, with only the most common rocks and soil. At this moment, the development of the virtual spirit universe is completed. Su Lang immediately noticed that the incense aspiration power accumulated in his life universe, and even the emotions that the creatures had just spilled into the air, were all absorbed into the virtual spirit universe. The biggest source is Tai Sui universe. In this universe that Su Lang used as a laboratory and bridgehead, various races have formed unique civilizations and beliefs. In this time, no matter what they believe in, all the incense aspirations they produce have been swallowed by the ethereal universe. Even those who have condensed the incense real body through crude incense techniques, all collapsed instantly, restored to the most primitive incense and emotions, and were incorporated into the virtual spirit universe. In addition to the Shifeng life universe, the void spirit universe can also expand to cover a large area, absorbing the incense power of all the creatures within the coverage area and even the emotions that have just been generated. All in all, the virtual spirit universe is a world where one party specializes in collecting incense emotions. Its power is very terrifying. It can monopolize the incense and emotions of all creatures in the coverage area, and it has extremely terrifying restraint on the existence of the cohesive incense real body. Those who relied on incense to awaken from the long river of time, once they encounter Su Lang, it is like encountering a natural enemy, they will undoubtedly die. Of course, the fear of restraint does not mean that the opponent can be unreasonably obliterated. Su Lang's ethereal universe also needs to continue to grow, so that power will become more powerful. The virtual spirit universe opened up. I have to speed up the cultivation of the creatures. However, the life universes captured in the Eye of 10,000 Worlds can also be used. Su Lang's thoughts moved, and the ethereal universe immediately unfolded and extended into the pupil of 10,000 Worlds. At this time, there are thousands of life universes in the Eye of 10,000 Worlds. It also includes a variety of godless life universes, such as the Puxin universe, Jing Yuanbai's sun-eating Tengu universe, and the life universe left by the invaders. There are a large number of creatures in these life universes. These creatures are also constantly producing incense aspirations. After losing their master, the incense aspiration they produced has nowhere to go, and can only be accumulated in the universe of life. And because of the death of the master of the life universe, these life universes have also undergone drastic changes, and countless emotions spread and enveloped the entire planet. At this moment, the void spirit universe brought these life universes into the ruling range, and the various humane forces in it were swallowed up instantly. The existence that relied on the avenue of fragrant fire also died out. After absorbing thousands of life universes, Su Lang discovered that the ethereal universe has directly grown hundreds of times. If it were unfolded, it could cover a light-year radius. From now on, there will be no more incense in my side within 100,000 light-years. With a tick at the corner of Su Lang's mouth, possessing the ethereal universe is equivalent to possessing a terrifying weapon. Immediately after, Su Lang looked at the second auxiliary function, 9 hearts into 1, that he had just obtained. 9 hearts into 1. 9 martial arts villains can practice one exercise at the same time, and the practice speed is increased 9 times on the current basis. Chapter 1787. Re-evolve Yudian Sword, Lying Down. Is this the legendary brainstorming? The 9 martial arts villains turned out to be doing their own things, so now they can join together to study the exercises together. An excited smile appeared on Su Lang's face. With this function, his training speed can skyrocket 9 times. In addition, the one key martial arts function at this time has increased 8 times the speed. If you use Ju Shingai, the martial arts speed will reach 81 times the speed before the function upgrade. At such a terrifying speed, it probably won't take long to practice godless level techniques. But the 5 godless level exercises that Su Lang is now practicing are already about to reach the founding level. Therefore, Su Lang still intends to finish the current practice of godless level exercises, and then use Ju Shingai to practice other exercises. There are still more than 6 million in the Superior Emperor source. Continue to improve system functions. An excited smile was drawn at the corner of Su Lang's mouth. and then he gave instructions again. System, enhance the dispatch of clones, 1 key treasure hunt, 1 key empowerment, and 1 key enhancement functions. Ding. Consume 10,000 superior emperor sources. Ding. Consume 100,000 superior emperor sources. Ding. Consume 1 million superior emperor sources. The clone dispatch function is upgraded to level 45, the number of clones is +1, the current number of clones is 45, and the number of clones is 45. Ding. Congratulations on raising the clone dispatch function to level 45, and you have obtained the new auxiliary function, Twin Incarnation. Ding. Consume. After continuous system prompts, the clone dispatch and one-click treasure hunting functions have been upgraded to level 45, and the number of clones and avatars reached 45 respectively. The number of treasure hunting flying gliders reached 93,847,552 million. And also got 2 new auxiliary functions, Gemini Avatar, and Supreme Golden Body. The ability of Gemini avatars is that the number of avatars that each clone can produce doubles, that is to say, the current number of avatars is actually 90. The ability of the Supreme Golden Body is the continuation of the Emperor's Golden Body, raising the damage-free level of the treasure-hunting flying glider to the godless level. In other words, only an attack of the primordial level can kill the treasure hunt flying glider. Even if the entire ship of 10,000 domains all shot together, they can't kill even a small treasure-hunting flying glider. This shows how abnormal this function is. Except besides, the 1 key empowerment function has been increased to level 24, and the number of various initiations has been increased to 48. The 1 key enhancement function has been upgraded to level 6, without auxiliary functions, but the enhancement limit has been increased to 6 times. The total amount of funds consumed is 6.65 million superior emperor sources, with 2.01 million superior emperor sources remaining. Next, upgrading each system function requires a full 10 million superior emperor source, that is, 100 billion lower emperor source. That would be a terrifying astronomical number, even harder to touch. For a long time in the future, it is estimated that system functions will not be able to be upgraded. Fortunately, the current functions are completely sufficient and can take me to fly everywhere. Su Lang smiled happily, then put his gaze on the mountain of refining materials in the storage space. You know, these materials are all obtained from the Supreme Emperor of Judo and the Elders of the quasi-primordial beginning. Anyway, there is no one below the godless level. System, keep the specified characteristics, evolve the Yutian sword. Su Lang immediately issued the evolution order. Ding. Consumes no ***** sold 10,000, quasi no ***** sold 200,000. Godless grade material silver light sky magic jade 89,562, cosmic cold jade 22,200, heart destructing dark jade 88,868, mysterious magic sky Eugen 875568, Yulin bone 813,112. The Yutian sword has evolved into a Kidu godless soldier. A faint light flashed. Su Lang's Yutian sword suddenly rose sharply, and its power was greatly enhanced. Xiaoyu immediately yelled with excitement. There is a big gap between the level of the quasi-prime and the real. Therefore, this evolution did not allow the Yutian sword to reach the primordial level, but if the godless level is divided into 10 levels, then the Yutian sword has reached the 11th level, and its power is enough to crush the ordinary quasi-primary strong, of course. The difficulty of using Yutian sword has also become greater. Su Lang estimated that after using the devouring clone, he could only use the Yutian sword to condense a twist of the power of his entire body. The Yutian sword is almost there, and it won't be used anymore, and the materials are a bit worse, mainly because the godless soul is gone. Well, I originally planned to upgrade the godless dragon platform again, but now it seems that I can only put it on hold. Su Lang curled his lips, then prepared to sort out the medicine. But at this moment, the clone that had been sent far away finally found a planet of life. Chapter 1788, Yunjin Xingzu Yunyi, lying down. I found a planet with human beings, and it doesn't look like a small one. Su Lang's eyes lit up, revealing a trace of excitement. Immediately after, he immediately used the clone replacement function, and swapped positions with the clone that first discovered the planet of life. Suddenly, there was a huge planet in front of him, bigger than the dark stars. This planet is surrounded by a thick icy blue atmosphere, and many warriors live in the atmosphere. They are long and slender, like to wear white robes, the fairy spirit is fluttering, like a deity flying above the sky. Xianxia, the strongest is a 9 great emperor, well, so weak. Su Lang swept away with mental power, and immediately wrapped all of this planet, understanding the situation inside clearly. The strongest person on the planet is just the 9 great emperor. It was equivalent to the opponent that Su Lang encountered in the exile, the enemy that was beheaded. The 9 great emperor was simply too weak, just like an ant, he could kill him with a breath. Observed for a moment in secret, Su Lang didn't get any effective information, so he could only leave to ask. Xianxia, the highest Yunshan Wandian, a clean young man wearing a white gold robe, who was meticulously taken care of, was frowning. His name is Yunyi, and he is Xianxia's current ruler. Suddenly. Why are you so worried? A faint voice reached Yunyi's ears. Who? Yunyi was taken aback, and instantly stood up from the futon with a look of horror on his face. This is Yunshan Wandian, it is the place where Xianxia gathers countless powerful men, and it is also his Yunyi's bedroom. But now, someone broke in silently, it's terrifying. Don't panic, don't be afraid, I am a good person. Su Lang walked in from the door with a kind smile on his face. You stop. Yunyi took a few steps back in horror, and found that he could not see through the opponent's cultivation. Can't you talk well? Su Lang raised his eyebrows, leaking a breath of 1 part in a trillion. Boom. This breath radiated, and the whole planet was trembling immediately. Who are you? Yunyi felt Su Lang's terrifying aura, and his soul was frightened, his face pale, and his voice was trembling. Tianel, he has lived so long, and this is the first time he has seen such a terrifying character. Such a character can crush hundreds of star fields with 1 finger. What happened? It's terrifying. Go to Master Yunyi. Quick, Xianxia is about to usher in disaster, take our family members. Yunshan Wandian was also in chaos immediately, and countless strong men flew towards this side, trying to figure out what happened. I cross, this breath is still released a little bit more. Su Lang curled his lips, then looked at Yunyi. Children, let them wait outside. I want to ask you some questions. Yes. Yunyi immediately agreed, preventing those outside subordinates from taking a step. He didn't dare to make any changes himself, the dignified 1-star master was really as well behaved as a kid. Okay, where is this star field? Su Lang asked softly, do you know the Xinghai domain? This is the Star Luo domain. I've heard of the Xinghai domain, it's far away, it is said that there is a paradise for cultivators. The entire star domain is connected as one. They integrate the resources of the entire domain and crazily enhance the strength of the warriors in the domain. Because there are many advanced concepts in cultivation lifestyles, the most representative one is sharing exercises. Many strong people have gone there. I heard that the ruling race there is the human race. They are the descendants of the monks of the boundless world. They are naturally friendly and compatible with the blood of any race. A large number of powerful people go there to find Taoists. I also wanted to go to the Xinghai domain, but unfortunately, something happened. Yunyi quickly said the information he knew, and finally shook his head to reveal regret. Su Lang's expression changed drastically when he heard Yunyi's words. Chapter 1789, Xinghai Great Area Time Change, what? The Xinghai domain is developing so fast. The reputation of the human race has spread here. Su Lang frowned slightly. The most important thing is that something happened to the Xinghai area. Quickly, tell me what happened to the Xinghai area. I'm not sure about this either. I only know that the Xinghai Great Region suddenly rises, and then attracts a large number of powerful people. Later, there was a big battle, and the Star Sea area was beaten into a mess, almost all disintegrated. I don't know much about what happened after that. The Xinglo Great Region is quite far away from the Xinghai Great Region, and the news spread too slowly. Seeing that Su Lang was so nervous, Yunyi also seriously told all he knew and explained, Senior, I know this. Lying down, you actually started on my Xinghai domain. A thick anger rose in Su Lang's heart, and then he asked Yunyi, do you have a star map to go to the Great Star Sea? Yunyi shook his head. No. Didn't you say that you also thought about going to the Xinghai domain? Su Lang frowned, you don't know the way to go. Senior, I really don't know. Because the Xinghai domain has shifted during the war, and the entire star domain is constantly moving. Yunyi bowed to Su Lang in horror, for fear that Su Lang would kill him. Shifted. It's noisy. how can I go back? Su Lang twitched his mouth, and then immediately asked, Yunyi, do you know where there is more news about the Qinghai region? Senior, please let me think about it. Yunyi bowed tremblingly, and then began to think. Ta. Su Lang paced in the hall impatiently, and his heart was full of irritability. Although when he left the Qinghai Great Region, he had not yet taken the entire Great Region as his own. However, he has already come into contact with the Void Cult and will soon be able to complete the rule of the Qinghai domain, but at this time the territory he considers his own has been fought by others. More importantly, something he didn't know had happened in Qinghai domain. The human races who were obviously only on the Kanglan star were so famous that they were all spread out of the star field. Moreover, with the strength of Qinghai Great Region before, not even the godless grade, how did it resist the masters sent by the boundless world? And also, Yunyi said that Qinghai has various advanced cultivation concepts and methods, such as sharing exercises. This made Su Lang immediately thought of the 5 elements heaven and the internet of spirits and the internet of transportation that he had established at the beginning. Could it be that the human race I stayed on the Kanglan star has developed into the entire star sea? They promoted the concept of the spiritual internet to the entire Qinghai domain, causing the explosive development of the Qinghai domain, and then they will attract people from the boundless world. But, it takes only a little time for me to enter the exile, and only a few minutes have passed since the endless universe has a time flow rate of 10,000 to 1. It took a few minutes to develop from the Kanglan star to the entire Qinghai area. How famous is it? Nonsense. Su Lang frowned deeply, his face was puzzled and weird, and his mind was even more puzzling. Yunyi knelt there and watched Su Lang turning around, feeling very nervous in his heart, for fear that Su Lang would breathe a little bit harder and kill him. Suddenly, Yunyi's inspiration flashed and thought of a rumor. Senior. Yunyi tremblingly asked, I think of a rumor that I don't know whether it's true or not. I don't know if I should say it. Say. Su Lang paused, his eyes only fixed on Yunyi. As such that, it is rumored that the time flow rate of the Qinghai region has undergone a terrible change. Not only the star sea area, but also many nearby star areas, the time flow is very fast. However, it is said that the time flow in the Qinghai area is the fastest. The closer to the Qinghai area, the faster the time flow. Even the time flow rate of our star Luo domain has been affected, but our strength is shallow and we can't feel the time change, so we don't know if this is true. Yunyi took a deep breath and said everything he had just thought of. Chapter 1790. Amazing coincidence and wonderful result, time flow faster. Could it be that the timeline has changed? Yes, this change can only be explained by the timeline. Su Lang's eyes shimmered slightly, and he thought of the unknown and mysterious changes he felt at the moment he was disassembling and recasting the 9-dragon coffin. What is the Kowloon coffin? It is one of the cores of the ship of 10,000 realms, guarding the turbulent flow of time in the entire exile and maintaining the existence of the timeline. The place of exile is actually part of the ship of 10,000 domains. To be precise, the place of exile is the big ship, and the ship of Wanyu is the captain's room. In the most recent period of time, the ship of exile, independent of the boundless universe, drifted in a certain position, which exactly corresponds to the large universe of the star sea. Therefore, when the coffin of 9 dragons was lost in the exile, the timeline changed, and the corresponding star sea area and nearby places were also greatly affected. This kind of influence is the reversal of the time flow in the land of exile in the great star sea, and the resulting ratio is extremely terrifying, at least many billion times. The time of the Qinghai domain accelerated crazily, and it naturally developed terribly. This resulted in the fact that the human race ruled the Qinghai region and spread to the outside world, at the same time. In addition to the large Qinghai area, there are also many large areas nearby that are also affected by the flow of time and develop very rapidly. There must be a lot of powerhouses in these big domains. That is to say, the large area of the universe in the Qinghai domain has skyrocketed in strength many times. The coffin of 9 dragons is destroyed, the flow of time changes, and the strength of the vast universe is skyrocketing. I understand, all these are the means left by Senior Jiaoyu. Once the 9-dragon coffin is destroyed, the ship of 10,000 territories will definitely be destroyed. The change in the flow rate of time has caused the strength of the universe corresponding to the ship of 10,000 regions to skyrocket. The strong in these areas are the viable power against the Emperor Mingzhou. Senior Jiaoyu's move is equivalent to moving his backhand from the dark to the bright. Although he loses the boat of the 10,000 domains, he gets a terrifying star cluster. This is a good move. And I unintentionally disassembled the 9 dragons coffin, triggered Senior Zhaoyu's backhand, and then recast the 9 dragons coffin, saving the boat of 10,000 domains. In this way, one of Zhaoyu's back players is equivalent to 2 back players, the ship of 10,000 domains in the large area group of Xinghai. Su Lang felt his chin thinking, the light in his eyes brightened. He also didn't expect that his unintentional behavior would have caused the current result. The world is really amazing. Now the Xinghai domain group should not be destroyed, they are at large. Emperor Yuanmingzhou will definitely send more powerful people to hunt down the Xinghai domain group. I must return to the Xinghai domain as soon as possible. Yan Engxing, and Xin, Xiaoning, Wangfu, Yaoqi, Wushui, Yuong, Hongshou, and other acquaintances of Kanglan Star, I hope you are all well and wait for me to come back. Su Lang took a deep breath, with some worries in his heart, worrying that the Xinghai area was already a mere fact. He came to this world for a short time, and he didn't want those who were with him at first to disappear in such a blink of an eye. At this time, Yunyi moved his lips, he stopped talking, but was afraid to interrupt Su Lang's thinking. What do you want to say? Su Lang noticed Yunyi's strangeness and asked with a smile, Senior. You want to go to the star map of the Xinghai domain. I don't have it, but I think there may be clues in a place. Yunyi said nervously, it is said that there are people from the big area near the Xinghai area, and they are very close to the Xinghai area. Really? Su Lang looked expectant. Say it quickly, you will be rewarded a lot. That place is the ruling star of our star Luo Deu Yanluo star. Yunyi said immediately, with a touch of jealousy and unwillingness in his eyes. Yan Luoxing, you have a grudge against that place. Su Lang raised his eyebrows, and Yunyi's changes couldn't help him. Nothing. Senior need to go to the star map of Yanluo star. Yunyi gave a wry smile, then took out a second great emperor soldier from the life universe, and gave it to Su Lang with both hands. Chapter 1791. Go to Yanluo to find someone. This imperial soldier is a positioning imperial soldier similar to Xinghai Wanfangyi. It can be seen that Yunyi felt a little bit reluctant, he was just the 9 great emperor, and the emperor on his body was pitiful with few soldiers. Star map. Su Lang hooked his mouth and waved his hand, forget it, no need. Yes, Yunyi smiled awkwardly, and then put the emperor soldier away. But at this moment, I don't need your emperor soldiers. Su Lang smiled, I want you to personally take me to Yanluo star. This statement came out, Yunyi suddenly stunned. Senior, I am completely useless to you, I am so weak. Humph, Yanluo Xing, what if you lie to me? Su Lang chuckled, also, you and Yanluo Xing have an enmity. What if you deliberately say that it is Yanluo Xing and led me to misfortune to them? Hear this, Yunyi was so scared that his eyes were horrified, and his soul flew away. Don't dare, Senior, how dare the junior think carefully about you? The younger generation has no such consciousness at all, that person is really on Yanluo star. Yunyi's face was earthy in fright, kneeling on the ground and worshipping Su Lang, like a kowtow insect. You don't need to be nervous. A small smile was drawn at the corner of Su Lang's mouth, didn't you have a grudge against Yan Luoxing? If I find that person, I will help you get revenge. What? That's it, thank you Senior for your kindness. Yunyi realized that Su Lang was not trying to mess with him, and he was immediately grateful. Let's go, take me to Yan Luoxing. With a light wave of Su Lang, he immediately retracted Yunyi into his sleeve. This was a very simple spatial method. Senior. Yunyi's weak voice came from his sleeve, I'm worried about Yun Junxing. It's okay, I let my clone help you watch. With a thought in Su Lang, an avatar appeared in the hall and transformed into a cloud. He now has 90 incarnations and 45 clones. After using the buying clone, there will be 13,500 clones, and all of them are godless. At this moment, what turned into a cloud was one of the shadow clones, whose strength was enough to crush the entire Star Luo domain. Go, show me the way. Su Lang's figure flashed and came into space silently. Over there. Yunyi immediately played the role of a guide, transformed a star map, and showed Su Lang the way. Under the guidance of Yunyi, Su Lang used more than 13,000 shadow clones to spread the teleportation avenue, and found Yanluo in a moment. This is a huge planet covered in brown and yellow. Its volume is about 3 times larger than that of Cicada Dragon Star, and it is surrounded by 10 satellites the size of Kanglin's star. The planet rotates slowly, and the surrounding space is almost distorted by its gravity, however. In Su Feng's eyes, this was just a bigger mud ball. There are a large number of life planets in his pupil of 10,000 worlds, most of which are larger than this Yanluo star. Clone replacement. Su Feng's thoughts made it easy for the first clone to change positions, and reached directly beyond Yanluo, and released Yunyi. This. We arrived at Yanluo star. Yunyi saw the vast planet spinning in front of him, and he was stunned. Tianel, wasn't Yun Junxing still here just now? Why suddenly came to Yanluo star? Could space teleport be able to move such a long distance? One step across half a star field? What terrifying point has this senior's cultivation level reached? What are you doing? Let's go. Su Lang raised his eyebrows. I don't know who your name is and what the person looks like. Yes. This junior will lead the way. But the younger generation only knows that the person is in Yanluo star, so they have to find someone to ask. Yunyi nodded his head in a hurry, and then led the way. Su Lang followed closely. He didn't use his magical powers to find people on a large scale. After all, people don't know what they look like now. Still have to ask. After confirming the facial features, it is simple. Quickly. Yunyi took Su Lang into Yanluo's atmosphere. Who came from? It turned out to be Lord Yunxing. Who is this? A team of patrol warriors stopped Su Lang and looked at Su Lang suspiciously. Chapter 1792. I still have to do it myself. This senior is my guest. Yunyi smiled coldly. Why, are you trying to make things difficult for us? This statement came out. The patrol warriors suddenly changed their expressions and became a little confused. Although Star Lord Yunjun is very unwelcome to big figures, he is also a Star Lord, the dignified 9 Great Emperor. It's not too easy for such a strong person to deal with them. Jun Xingzu laughed. Where does the little one dare to make things difficult for you? It's just that Yan Luoxing has been under martial law recently, so the little one has to be so rude. The patrol warrior headed by him accompanied him carefully, and asked everyone to let go. Master Yunxing, and this senior, please. Humph. Yunyi hummed softly, then bowed to Su Lang and saluted. Senior, please. Let's go. Su Lang nodded faintly, and didn't glance at those patrolling warriors from beginning to end. If Yunyi is a small ant, then those patrolling warriors are single-celled creatures, not worth seeing. Yes. Yunyi bowed again before leading the way. The two quickly entered Yanluo Star and fell towards a big city. Yunjin Star Lord, a person who disobeys and offends the domain owner, see what you can end up with. And that arrogant senior, no matter how high he is, he can't be higher than a godless cultivation base. If you dare to be arrogant in front of our domain master, you will definitely die. Come here, send the whereabouts of Lord Yunxing to Master Miaoyan and continue patrolling. Quote. Seeing Yunyi and the others leave, the patrolling fighters suddenly sneered. At the same time, Yunyi has brought Su Lang to a big city named Piaoshuang. The scale of the big city is good, the layout is also possible, the scenery is dominated by frost and snow, but it is not monotonous and refreshing. It's a good tourist city. Su Lang looked around. The corners of his mouth were slightly the same. He liked to travel around and see the exotic customs. Senior, please come with me. The person we are looking for is the city lord of Piaoshuang City. He has a good relationship with me. Yunyi took Su Lang to the city lord's mansion in the city, and soon came outside a huge white building. However, Yunyi's expression suddenly changed, and he asked how the guards at this door had been changed. He didn't know all of them. I'm here to find Emperor Shuangyang, and let's report it. Yunyi frowned and stepped forward, and released his 9 great emperor's breath. Small meets the adults. The guards at the door knelt down one by one, but Emperor Shuangyang is no longer the lord of Piaoshuang City, and now Emperor Hanshuan controls Piaoshuang City. What? The last time I came to Shuangyang, I was still the lord of Piaoshuang City. Yunyi's expression changed. I ask you, where has Emperor Shuangyang gone now? Has he been transferred away? It was dismissed. The headed guard said. Not only that, Emperor Shuangyang was also sent to Yanluo Heaven Prison and is currently being held. What did you say? What mistake did Shuangyang make? He is going to be removed from his post and also sent to Yanluo's jail. Yunyi's eyes were about to split, almost going up to tear the guard to pieces. At this time, it turns out that Lord Yunxing came. I said, who is yelling at the door of my mansion? A man wearing a blue robe with a long face, thin eyebrows and small eyes walked out of the city lord's mansion. Knocked to see Emperor Hanshuan. The guards suddenly bowed to the man with thin eyebrows and small eyes. Emperor Hanshuan, what happened to Xuangyang? Yunyi stared at Emperor Hanshuan with a gloomy expression. Why should I tell you? There are so many people on the street, go ask. Oh, is this your new friend? Congratulations, you have another friend. I hope he won't die too soon. Han Zan glanced at Yunyi with disdain, then turned his head to look at Su Lang, saw that he was a man with a mediocre cultivation level, and suddenly sneered. Yunyi, your situation is really bad. It seems that I still have to do it myself. Su Lang curled his lips, helplessly, and then walked towards Han Zan. Senior. Yunyi lowered his head in embarrassment, he offended the domain master, and no one gave him a good face. If it weren't for the cultivation base, it wouldn't even be possible to keep the position of the Star Master. Why, you also want to ask why Xuangyang was arrested? Han Zan looked at Su Lang who was walking up, and suddenly sneered even more, you kneel down on me and I'll tell you. Chapter 1793. This is really fantastic. Han Zan said this. Su Lang suddenly looked cold, and a trace of killing intent burst out of his eyes. How? No, haha, I have to ask you to kneel down for me today. Han Zan sneered again, reaching out to grab Su Lang's arm. Your behavior is enough to kill you 10,000 times. Su Lang's icy voice came from his mouth, like a cold current blowing out of the ice hell. Damn, it's you. Han Zan showed disdain, and directly grabbed Su Lang's arm with his palm. However, just when he tried to exert force, he found that his hand was completely immobile. What's the situation? Han Zan twisted fiercely, and saw that his arm was broken, and it turned into countless flying ash and dissipated in the air. See this scene. Except for Yunyi who was mentally prepared, all the others were suddenly sluggish. What happened? Why did Master Hanshuan's hand suddenly disappear? Could it be that the young man caused this? But how is this possible? Master Han Zan is a quasi-godless class. Quote. The guards' eyes widened, and they couldn't believe what was happening before them. In their shallow insights, the quasi-no-god level is already a superpower under the entire Star Luo domain. Only the domain master of Xingluo Great Territory, Emperor Yanluo, could dominate, however. The mighty quasi-godless master Han Zan unexpectedly threw his arm into the hand of another little-known person. This is really fantastic. Unlike the unbelievable guards, Han Zan's heart is not only horrified, but also endless fear. As the person involved, he can most appreciate the endless weirdness and unknown horror. He clearly didn't feel any power fluctuations, but his arm was silently gone. You, what exactly did you use? Han Zan hugged the shoulder of his lost arm with one hand, a panic expression on his face. However, Su Lang didn't bother to talk to him. Raising his hand directly and rowing in front of him, there is no rule. However, whenever Su Lang slides, a large amount of flesh and blood disappears from Han Zan's body. First arms, then legs, then internal organs, waist, abdomen and spine. No, do not want. I know I was wrong, Senior, please let me go. I am the leader of Yanluo Xingxingwei, under the command of the Supreme Emperor Yanluo, please see him go around me once for the face of his old man. Quote. Han Zan's face was full of horror and despair, and the entire face was already distorted to a human level. He also wanted to escape, but no matter what the means, it was completely useless. The guards beside them also looked terrified. Even Han Zan was slaughtered like a fish. Can they help the weaker ones? Everyone could only kneel on the ground with chuckles, begging Su Lang not to vent his anger on himself. Su Lang really didn't bother to pay attention to those weak guards of Emperor Wu. He faintly waved his fingers, tearing off Han Zan's limbs and digging out the internal organs like a small bug. Han Zan's breath became weaker and weaker. There is no god level dignified, just like this is about to die extremely miserably, but just when he vented more and less, and was about to fall, a gentle ray of light shone on him, and he immediately felt warm, very comfortable, and his injury was stabilized. At the same time, Han Zan's eyes towards Su Lang also changed from panic and despair to endless reverence. When Yunyi and the guards saw this scene, they felt cold all over, their hair standing upside down. Oh my god, obviously an enemy, an object of incomparable fear and despair. Han Zan immediately became gentle and submissive after being irradiated by the light, which is really terrifying. Stop talking. Su Lang's indifferent voice came. Why was Emperor Xuangyang arrested and what happened? Chapter 1794. Draw out the soul and torment forever, yes. Now Yanluo is arresting people who have escaped from the direction of the Xinghai area. Yan Luoxing happened to have a mixed race of celebrities, but Xuangyang sheltered the mixed race of humans and did not disclose any information. Therefore, the domain lord of Yanluo put him into the jail, and endure endless pain day and night. We are also continuing to hunt down that human race, but there is no progress at all. Perhaps, only Xuangyang knows the trace of that human race. Han Zan said everything he knew word by word in a voice full of worship. Human race. Domain Yanluo arrested my mixed race. Su Lang's eyes shot out a hint of killing intent. Where is the prison? It's underground in the Domain Master Hall. Han Zan replied respectfully. Go to hell. Su Lang nodded, his voice indifferent and ruthless. Yes, it is my glory to die for you. Han Zan shouted with excitement, and then prepared to commit suicide, but before he completed his suicide, his soul was drawn out by Su Feng and thrown into the void dragon vein heaven. In the dragon vein heaven, the combination of soul and incense is horrible torture. And after death, he will resurrect and continue to suffer endless torture. The void dragon vein celestial realm is regarded as a horrible prison that will make people sink into pain for all life. And this kind of pain will disappear only when it is completely assimilated by incense. When the spiritual wisdom is completely annihilated, the soul is gone in the true sense. Let's go. Go to Yanluo Domain Lord. Su Lang flicked his finger lightly. Han Zan was completely wiped out. Yes, yes. Yun Yi trembled with fright, but also a little excited. Han Zan had always been at odds with Xuangyang, and he looked down on him very much, but now he was easily killed by Su Lang playing with one finger. With such a strong man as a thigh hug, who is afraid of him on the star Yanluo? It is estimated that Yanluo Domain Master can resist a bit. Yun Yi thought in his heart, but did not dare to be sloppy about leading the way. Under the leadership of Yun Yi, Su Lang soon came to the so-called Domain Master Hall. It is not so much a large hall, as it is a piece of heaven and earth composed of endless luxury palaces. Here gathers the powerhouses of the entire star field, making this the holy land and the strongest place of the entire star field. Of course, in Su Lang's eyes, this place is completely indistinguishable from the thatched cottage. Not enough. Considering that the Nianluo territory lord may be connected with the power of Emperor Mingzhou. So Su Lang did not intend to make things known to everyone. If you don't know it, just keep him from seeing it. Su Lang clicked the corner of his mouth, and his thoughts moved, and suddenly a terrifying godless level array covered the entire Domain Master Hall group. This godless array is just a ****** one of the godless array that Su Lang has just mastered, but it has also reached the Wudu level. Possess a certain degree of sealing ability and relatively powerful illusion ability. From now on, no matter what happens inside, people outside will not notice anything abnormal. Go. Su Lang waved his hand gently, and a force suddenly dragged Yun Yi into the Domain Master Hall. Group. In the Domain Main Hall group. Because of the absence of God's array, the whole world has become dull, and there are gray scenes everywhere. A strong breath of uncertainty enveloped all the palaces. What happened? How could such an abnormal change happen to the Domain Master Hall? Could it be that our Master Domain Master is cultivating some terrifying supernatural powers? Something's wrong. Our Jade card for communication is completely invalid, and there is no way to send news outside. This is probably because someone has set up a big formation, blocking our contact with the outside world. What? Who dares to be so bold, and what level of formation can cover all our Domain Master Halls? Quote. A great emperor flew out from their respective palaces and gathered together, their faces filled with panic and fear. On weekdays, they are all superior figures, but at this time they are no different from an ordinary person who is frightened. At this time, someone found Yun Yi and Su Lang, and their expressions were shocked. Chapter 1795. What a Linglian temple in Tianmi mainland. Look, it's Yun Junxing Master. What? He dared to step into the Domain Master Hall. The Domain Master once expelled him from the Domain Master Hall, and he would never step in forever, otherwise it would be death. He even dared to come in. Who is the person next to him? Why is his face so indifferent? Could it be that they caused the change in the Domain Lord Hall this time? Impossible. The two are not even the quasi-no-god level, so how can they lay such a big array? Quote. After everyone saw Su Lang and Yunyi, there was a moment of discussion, and amidst their surprise and uncertainty flashed with disdain and contempt, suddenly. Who would dare to trespass into my domain master hall? I dare to set up a big formation and disturb my strong men. Do you think you are dead? A sound of an incomparable forest came from the depths of the domain master hall, and then a stream of light fell not far from Su Lang and Yunyi, transforming into a middle-aged man wearing a black and red patterned strong suit. This person has indifferent eyes and is not angry and prestigious, and he knows that he is a longtime leader. He is the ruler of Xingluo domain, Yanluo domain lord. My domain master is here. Haha, Yunwei Nasi will definitely be cut from the position of Yun Junxing as the master this time, so that Yun Junxing will change hands. There is also that strange young man who dared to stay with Yunyi, and dared to trespass into the domain master's hall group. He will definitely die. Quote. When all the emperors saw the Yanluo domain master coming, all the jealousy in their eyes disappeared, leaving only endless ridicule and disdain. However, just as the domain master of Yanluo and the emperors sneered again and again. Rumble, an incomparably terrifying aura came, and in an instant it enveloped this domain master hall group. What? This breath is so terrifying. What realm is this? Puff. Run away, run away. Quote. All the great emperors instantly changed their complexions, trembling all over, and some even couldn't hold on to squirting blood, and fled to the distance. You, who are you? The domain master Yanluo was also terrified. He never expected that the man with Yunyi would be a godless class. Moreover, it is far beyond his godless level, and his true cultivation base cannot be figured out at all. Just looking at it will make the soul tremble, and the pain is severe. Some great emperors who regarded Yanluo's domain master as hope saw this scene and couldn't help being swept by despair. Oh my god, even the domain masters, who they usually admire as invincible powerhouses, all face horror. What hope do they have? Are you the Yanluo, domain lord? Su Lang didn't even look at the ants, nor was he interested in the information of Yanluo's domain master, so he didn't bother to open his property panel. Yes, it's me. Dare to ask the senior if there is anything that the junior should do for you. The younger generation has a bit of affection with the host of Linglian Temple, some small things can definitely be done. Domain Lord Yanluo suppressed the stormy waves in his heart, pretending to answer calmly, and moved out of his backstage round and round. However, after listening to his words, Su Lang sneered even more. Linglian Temple, is it the power of Tianmi continent? Su Lang stepped forward, came to the sky above Yanluo domain lord, and looked down at him condescendingly. Yes, exactly, hosted by Linglian Temple, Master Julian is the Wudu godless grade. It is the master who walked out of the Tianmi continent to promote Buddhism in the universe. Domain Master Yanluo felt relieved when he thought of the terrifying power of Master Nine Lotus. In his opinion, can Su Lang be stronger than Master Julian? That is a terrifying existence that can kill him only by coercion. However, the domain master Yanluo didn't know that Su Lang's momentum was only less than 1,000th. If it were all unfolded, the entire Yanluo star would become a dead zone. The Yanluo domain master who is close at hand wants to fly into ashes and annihilate immediately, without a whole body. Tianmi continent, hehe, what a Tianmi continent, what a Linglian temple. Su Lang showed disdain, and a trace of killing intent appeared in his eyes. Since the group of Leian Temple, the place of exile, he has clearly seen the true face of the Buddhism in Tianmi continent. That is a group of people who have betrayed the boundless universe and acted as if I were good for everyone. It was shameless and shameless. Chapter 1796, Strengthen the Mingguang Emperor Jing, you. How dare you defile Linglian Temple? Seeing that Su Lang had spoken badly, Yanluo's domain lord saw that the already calmed heart once again rose up in disbelief. Defiled, it's Linglian Temple. It's the Tianmi continent that stained my ears. Su Lang looked at Yanluo's domain master coldly. You, colluding with Tianmi continent, it's really a shame. Dare you move me, I'm sending out news now, if you dare to touch my hair, you will definitely die. Yanluo's expression changed wildly, and he immediately used various methods to spread the news. However, he found that his methods had no effect at all, and the entire world had been completely sealed off. In fact, it doesn't hurt to let you spread the news. Linglian Temple dare to come, I will kill it all. However, I am anxious to return to the Xinghai realm to save my human race from the fire and water, so let's put the Linglian Temple on the account first. Su Lang looked at the increasingly panicked domain master Yanluo with disdain, and his killing intent became more intense in his eyes. You are the Xinghai Deu Terran. After hearing Su Lang's words, domain master Yanluo suddenly changed his expression. He received the death order from Linglian Temple. Once he encounters the human race, he will be arrested immediately. If he cannot be captured alive, he will be killed. It is precisely because of this that he will hunt down the mixed race. Now, know what I'm here for. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched. Tell me, where is Emperor Shuangyang? Impossible. You have to find Emperor Shuangyang, unless you let me go. Domain Lord Yanluo rolled his eyes, using Shuangyang as a bargaining chip in exchange for his own safety. After he leaves, he will immediately contact Linglian Temple to hunt down this powerful human master. Ha ha, they refused to tell me one by one. Su Lang smiled coldly, raised his hand and pointed out. A golden light instantly enveloped the Yanluo domain lord. This light is the Mingguang Emperor Jing of the 10,000 Realms. Yanluo domain master is a godless class, possessing the power of distortion. Therefore, he felt something was wrong for the first time, and his face showed horror and fear. You are a Buddhist supernatural power. Who are you? Ah, no, I don't want to take refuge. Domain Lord Yanluo screamed in disbelief, and the fear brought by that strange comfort has filled all of his heart. Buddhist magic, this is my original Mingguang 10,000 Realms, which has a fard relationship with Buddhism. Could it be that the Buddha Gate only needs to use Radiation Avenue, Guangming Avenue, Yin-Yang Avenue and Spirit Avenue? Su Lang curled his lips in disdain, and then felt that Mingguang Myriad Realms seemed a bit weak. After all, this technique was only an emperor. This technique is actually quite easy to use. Since you can't keep up with the rhythm now, let's strengthen it. With a move in Su Lang's heart, he instantly used a key enhancement function. Ding! Strengthening success. Mingguang 10,000 Realms Emperor Jing, +1. Ding! Strengthening success. In a short period of time, the one-key strengthening function strengthened the Mingguang 10,000 Realms Emperor Sutra 6 times, turning it from a superb emperor-level exercise technique into a very powerful godless-level exercise technique. Next moment, a special twisting force suddenly appeared, pouring into the main body of Yanluo domain. What? Do not. Domain Lord Yanluo was obviously very comfortable, but he screamed like a pig, because he knew he was about to lose himself completely. That is no different from death, even more terrifying than death. However, no matter how hard he struggles, it won't help at all. Like him, I don't know how many people Su Lang killed. In a blink, Yanluo will see you, worship you, serve you, great existence. Domain Lord Yanluo changed from a hideous face to a peaceful face, and his gaze at Su Lang was full of reverence. In addition, he directly removed his arm and burned it as a self-punishment for his disrespect to Su Lang. See this scene. Whether it is Yunyi or those feared emperors, they all feel shuddering and their scalp numb. So horrible, the supreme existence of Xinglo Great Territory suddenly surrendered under that finger, and it was completely surrendered from the bottom of his heart. This is more frightening than killing Yanluo Domain Master. Chapter 1797. Are you a great ancestor? And at this moment, Su Lang's light suddenly increased, instantly becoming as dazzling as the sun. The entire Domain Master Hall group was completely covered, and all the great emperors worshipped Su Lang in the light. Yunyi also became a member of the worship service. Su Lang knew he didn't dare to be wrong, but it would be better to take a heavy insurance. Besides, it didn't hurt him much. In a blink of an eye, most of the powerhouses in the entire Star Luo realm became Su Lang's fanatics, and no longer had any hostility. Several great emperors who had shown malicious intent to Su Lang before also punished themselves like the domain master of Yanluo in order to apologize. Tisk tisk, this technique is awesome. Su Lang clicked the corner of his mouth, and then summoned Yanluo domain lord to his eyes. Go and bring Shuangyang over. Yes, great lord. Yanluo's domain lord buckled his head and immediately turned and left. Not long, he flew over with a man with disheveled hair and very embarrassed. This man wore an ice blue robe, his face was firm and unyielding. Brother Shuangyang. Seeing this, Yunyi suddenly became excited. Although he became a fanatic of Su Lang, he was only completely loyal to Su Lang and did not lose his will. Yunyi was naturally excited when he saw his friends. Brother Yunyi, why are you here? You are stupid, I don't need your help, you go away. Shuangyang saw Yunyi and thought it was Yunyi who risked his life to save him, and suddenly showed a look of hatred for iron and steel. Brother Shuangyang, don't worry. Now all the great emperors of Yanluo have surrendered to the great lord, you are safe. Yunyi smiled and talked, while bowing to Su Lang. What? To what great lord do all the emperors submit? Yunyi, are you using some weird means? Shuangyang's complexion changed drastically, his eyes were cracked, and then he looked at Su Lang very bitterly. Lying down. Don't look at me like that, I can't help but want to kill you. Su Lang raised his eyebrows, and then directly enveloped the frost sun with Mingguang myriad realms. Suddenly, Shuangyang also became a fanatic of Su Lang, and all the horror, fear, doubt, and confusion became fanatical respect. This method is really easy to use. Su Lang clicked the corner of his mouth and said to Shuangyang immediately, let's go, take me to find the human race. Yes, the great lord. The Emperor Shuangyang bowed to Su Lang, and immediately led the way respectfully. You wait to keep in touch with Linglian Temple. Find out more about Tianmi continent and Tianting continent. In addition, as soon as there is news of a human race or a mixed race of human races, immediately go to protect it and notify me immediately. Su Lang gave orders to the Yanluo domain master and the others, and then threw out some messy garbage pills between his hands, which was considered to be a training resource for these new subordinates. My servant, thank you, the great lord. Fulfill the mission and live up to the lord's expectations. The host of Yanluo and the others all bowed and swore loudly. But Su Lang had already revoked the great formation, followed the great Shuangyang to fly forward, and soon came to a barren mountain. There is a small cold pool in this barren mountain, hidden and ordinary. Come out, Ayu. The great Emperor Shuangyang called out and used his magical powers to send out a unique signal. Suddenly, a 3-meter-long golden red carp rushed out of the cold pool, and shook its head and tail around the Emperor Shuangyang, so happy. Immediately after, the golden red carp opened her mouth again, and a woman was spit out. This woman looked exactly like the human race, and she did not have any alien characteristics. Ayu. When Shuangyang saw this woman, she suddenly showed admiration. Big brother Shuangyang. The woman named Ayu was very excited when she saw Shuangyang. Sure enough, it's my human race. Su Lang immediately recognized that the woman's identity was a hybrid of human race and a kind of aquatic intelligent creature, and she was a kind of mermaid. At this time, brother Shuangyang, who is this senior? Ayu looked at Su Lang, always feeling that this young man had a very familiar and friendly atmosphere. This is my great lord. Emperor Shuangyang introduced very respectfully. It is the lord who made me, however. Emperor Shuangyang hasn't finished yet. Are you, a great ancestor? Suddenly, Ayu's eyes widened, with endless shock, disbelief and joy in his eyes. Chapter 1798. No, you can't be an ancestor. This statement came out. Emperor Shuangyang was taken aback. Little fish. Su Lang was also a little surprised. You recognize me? Of course. The statues of human ancestors are all over 72 regions, every planet of life, every city is indispensable. I have traveled to 2-star regions, and the appearance of human ancestors has long been imprinted in my heart, Ayu said with a smug look, but gradually her voice weakened, and she turned to a strong suspicion. She looked at Su Lang suspiciously, and then hid behind the great Emperor Shuangyang. Ayu, don't be rude to the great lord. Shuangyang sternly scolded Ayu. Brother Shuangyang, you never scolded me. Ayu looked at Shuangyang in horror, with a sense of strangeness in his eyes. She seems to have noticed the changes in Shuangyang, her perception is really keen. What's the matter, Xiaoyuer? Su Lang raised his eyebrows and asked softly. You are not the human ancestor, you just become the human ancestor. Human ancestor left this universe more than 3 billion years ago, you can't be a human ancestor at all. Who are you? What did you do to my big brother Shuangyang? You changed my big brother Shuangyang back. Ayu looked at Su Lang with fear in his eyes, but he tightly grasped Shuangyang's sleeve and refused to leave. Although she knew what tactics might have been used by Emperor Shuangyang, and knew that she would never be Su Lang's opponent. More than 3 billion years. My fork, has the Xinghai region passed so long? Senior Zhaoyu, you are really awesome after this move, it will directly accelerate the time of 3 billion years. Quote. Su Lang heard what Ayu said, and the corners of his mouth twitched. He originally thought that even if the time of Xinghai area accelerated, at most hundreds of millions of years would have passed. But never expected that so long had passed. You must know that the Battle of the Boundless Realm only broke out 4.5 billion years ago, more than 3 billion years is really very long. What do you pretend not to understand? You are the ancestor who pretends to be, you have bad intentions, you have a ghost in your heart. Seeing Su Lang's dumbfounded look, Ayu suddenly cursed Su Lang when he was absolutely acting. Oh, you dare to scold me for having a ghost? Su Lang raised his eyebrows and looked at Ayu with a playful look. No, do not want. Please let go of my big brother Xuangyang. Ayu shrank from being frightened, and instantly became a hamster. But she was begging for mercy for Xuangyang, not for herself. Humph, whoever dared to scold me before, I must clean him up so much. Forget about you, you are considered to be a descendant of my human race, forgive you. Su Lang hugged his arms, while glancing at Ayu, while curling his mouth, thank you. Ayu bowed his respects to Su Lang, then said pleadingly, please let me go, big brother Xuangyang. Do you like him so much? Su Lang looked at Xuangyang next to him, with a hint of playfulness on his face. After this melon baby, you want to fix me? Ayu said to Su Lang with a grateful look, and then nodded, I just thanked you in the most sincere native dialect, please. Lying down, don't think that I can't understand you when you use Sichuan dialect, you guozi, I am an ancestor. Also, have all the things that human race dug up on Blue Star cracked. Even the Sichuan dialect has been spread out. It's so magical. Su Lang looked at Ayu with a speechless expression, and then replied in the same Sichuan dialect. At the same time, he felt that the world had become so fast and had changed so much. What? You can understand the core language of the Chishu Star territory. This kind of language is obviously only passed on by a few people. Ayu looked at Su Lang in shock, and switched to Trump this time. Could it be that you really are not the ancestor? No, it is impossible. The ancestor has been dead for more than 3 billion years. You just died, you just died. I can't help but want to give you 2 thumps. Su Lang rolled his eyes feebly. As a human ancestor, he was so tired. To be told that he was dead in front of his descendants. Chapter 1799, Lying Noisy, is that awesome? The great Emperor Xuangyang next to him saw that Ayu had been disrespectful to Su Lang, and he kept yelling. Later, he discovered that Su Lang had no intention to clean up Ayu, and he immediately stopped berating. No way, both Su Lang and Ayu used the most primitive voice language, not the language of divine consciousness wave. Emperor Xuangyang had never touched those languages, so naturally he couldn't understand them. Are you really an ancestor? Seeing that he was so rebellious against Su Lang did not clean up himself. Moreover, she felt that Su Lang's affinity was very strong, so the suspicion in her heart was reduced. Yes, I am Su Lang. I think at the beginning, I led the human race against the invasion of the Wind Spirit race, stepped onto the Kenglin Star, and returned to rule the Wind Spirit race. Then conquered all the great sacred realms and immortal realms, and slayed Qianyu in a rage for the red face and imprisoned his incense body. After that, the emperors of Kenglin Star defeated Jingtian Star, but because of a momentary negligence, their loved ones fell into exile. Su Lang looked up at the sky with his hands on his back, whispered, further back, do not talk. Ayu rolled his eyes and interrupted Su Lang, these children of our ethnic group know it. Oh, my deeds have spread so widely. Su Lang raised his eyebrows, his face raised with a hint of joy. Unexpectedly, more than 3 billion years later, his deeds will still be remembered by so many people. Of course, Ba, you are not an ancestor. Human ancestor is the common ancestor of all our creatures with human blood. Renzu's deeds will be remembered clearly by every member of us, and every bit of him will be engraved in our hearts. It is precisely because of the human ancestors that we can have a form of cultivation far surpassing other star regions, and go faster and farther. Look at me, although I am only 150 years old, I am already a junior warlord. This is in the primitive age, and it will take thousands of years to reach it. Ayu looked at Su Lang triumphantly, her eyes full of recognition and pride for her identity. Lying down, is it so awesome? Although your qualifications are good, you have broken through to the Valkyrie in 150 years. It's really amazing. Su Lang looked at Ayu with a look of surprise, and then asked suspiciously, then you are only a Valkyrie, how can you travel the star field? Humph, of course it is to take the starry sky high-speed rail, shuttle countless distances, from one planet to another planet. This is a unique means of transportation in the 72 regions of Xinghai. You don't know it, and you dare to pretend to be an ancestor. Ayu looked at Su Lang with a hint of suspicion. You're so dumb. I haven't been back for more than 3 billion years, so I can know what a shame. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched. Speaking of which, Xinghai Deu has even made things like the Xingkong high-speed rail. Humph. The Xingkong high-speed rail is just a relatively backward means of transportation. Does it surprise you? Our Xinghai 72 domain also has a spiritual internet and a transportation network covering the entire domain group. That's fast. However, due to the invasion of foreign enemies, our spiritual internet and transportation network had to be temporarily closed. I only experienced it when I was a child. I really miss it. Ayu's eyes were a bit distracted, and his tone was a little emotional, obviously falling into the memory. Extraterritorial invasion. Let's talk about it. How was the 72nd Xinghai region invaded? What is the name of the intruder? Who is the commander-in-chief of the Xinghai region group? How long have the two sides fought, and how about the casualties of the Xinghai region group? Also, I heard that the Xinghai domain is about to be broken up, and the entire domain group is moving. Can you locate it? By the way, don't you know Renzu very well? Do you know Yan Engxing, Xiao Ning, and Xin and others around him? Quote. When it comes to business affairs, Su Lang suddenly has a lot of problems. Why do you have so many questions? Ayu looked at Su Lang suspiciously. I suspect you are a bad guy who is inquiring about intelligence. Chapter 1800. No matter what he is impersonating, is there anyone who inquires about intelligence like this? Su Lang waved his hand silently. Speak quickly. No way, you are not an ancestor at all. Just tell you something that everyone knows, I can't tell you more. Ayu looked resolute, and then his voice changed. Unless you change my big brother Shuangyang back. Alright, I can't talk to you well. Su Lang waved his hand, and immediately relieved Shuang Yang's Mingguang 10,000 realms means. Ayu, be careful. As soon as Shuangyang returned to normal, he immediately pulled Ayu and evacuated far away. Brother Shuangyang, you are back. Seeing Shuangyang like this, Ayu keenly felt that he had changed back. Okay, his methods are too terrifying. I can't produce any disobedience towards him at all. I only have respect and worship. However, he does not seem to be a great evil person. I saw with my own eyes that he used the same method to control the power of the entire Yanluo star, and even the Yanluo domain master became his servant. The great Emperor Shuangyang analyzed with a look of fear, and he has been looking for you. Maybe he is really the ancestor in your mouth. It is a fact that Renzu disappeared for more than 3 billion years. It is said that the human ancestor went to the place of exile, and the time ratio of the place of exile to the boundless universe is 10,000. In other words, more than 3 billion years have passed since the infinite universe, and more than 30 trillion years have passed since the land of exile. For such a long period of time, even the legendary primordial realm has definitely died for so many times. Ayu analyzed with a look of disbelief. However, he seems to have no plans. We can only follow him now. I will find a way to send you away. Emperor Shuangyang took a deep breath. It's too dangerous to stay by his side. No, I want to be with you. Ayu shook his head. Far away. Su Lang looked at the couple who were chirping, me and me, with a face full of speech, and wanted to pick up a stick and push it over. At this time, Shuangyang and Ayu flew over together. Their actions were the same, and they said in unison, Junior, see Senior. I know you don't believe that I am an ancestor. But I am really an ancestor. I am going to save the Xinghai domain group. You think, if I'm an enemy, I just go look for the strong who invaded the Xinghai area. Su Lang sighed. Why am I looking for you, a weak human mixed race? This statement came out. Ayu and Shuangyang looked at each other, saying that there was some truth in their hearts. But the time is really not right. Human ancestors will return to the boundless universe after living 30 trillion years. Who listens to who wants to laugh? No matter what, he is impersonating. Perhaps he pretended to be an ancestor to satisfy vanity or steal the power of incense. Ayu thought so. The more he thought about it, the more he realized it was possible. Senior makes sense. The great Emperor Shuangyang said, why not? Ayu and I will lead the seniors to find a stronger human bloodline. It is good. Su Lang nodded. As long as you take me to find other strong human races, I will give you a big chance. Yes, thank you Senior. Shuangyang pulled Ayu and bowed to Su Lang. In fact, they don't want any chance, they just want to stay away from Su Lang, the imposter ancestor. Okay, then don't waste time. You know where there are strong human bloodlines, please tell me the location. Su Lang smiled and said, unsurprisingly, you will be able to leave safely today, and you will fly lingeringly. I know a place. Ayu nodded and said, I used to pass that place when I escaped, where there is a strong human mixed race. Xuangyang hurriedly said, Ayu, give the detailed location to Senior. Okay, that place is on the eastern edge of the Star Luo domain, a place where asteroids gather together. However, I'm not sure if there are still people there, after all, a long time has passed. While Ayu was talking, she pointed in a certain direction, and she was able to recognize her position in the star field. Chapter 1801. Do you want a bite? Are you there? All right. Su Lang nodded, and immediately dispatched Buying Clone to continue to the eastern edge of the Star Luo Great Region. Time passed slowly. That, Senior, Ayu asked anxiously, why don't we leave? Xuangyang was also a little uneasy, for fear that Su Lang would suddenly change his mind. I have already set off. Wait a minute. Su Lang waved his hand, then took out some snacks and ate it. Crossing the star field, the distance is indeed a bit far, even if you keep sending clones, it will take some time. So just eat snacks to pass the time. And Ayu and Xuangyang were dumbfounded when they saw Su Lang's snacks. I saw that Su Lang used Emperor soldiers or Great Emperor soldiers that looked like plates to put some fruits in full bloom. Those fruits all exudes a terrifying aura. Even the Great Emperor Xuangyang couldn't help his heart palpitations when they saw it. His heart palpitations are normal, because what Su Lang ate was non-god level fruit, which was captured from Feng Ziu's group, let alone fragrant. Would you like a bite? Su Lang looked at Xuangyang and Ayu, a smile was drawn at the corner of his mouth, and he passed the godless fruit in his hand. No, Ayu shook her head decisively. As a proud human race, she didn't want to eat what others had bitten. Thank you, seniors. Juniors are afraid that they will not be blessed. Xuangyang also refused, he wasn't sure if he would be killed by a bite. Okay, then you just watch. Su Lang smiled, then finished the fruit in front of him in a few bites, and threw the Emperor soldier's plate into the storage space. Soon, with a big wave of his hand, Xuangyang and Ayu shrank with the supernatural powers of space and pinched them in his fists. Clone replacement. With a thought, Su Lang appeared in a cluster of asteroids on the eastern edge of the Star Luo domain. Said it is an asteroid, it is actually a group of broken continents. It should be after the death of a certain great emperor that his life universe was eroded by the power of the boundless universe, causing the broken life planet inside to return to the universe. At this moment, as soon as Su Lang appeared, he discovered a huge joint formation hidden in the asteroid belt. However, although the formations are large, the strongest of them is only the Great Emperor level formation, which in Su Lang's eyes is no different from a bubble. Array control. Su Lang's heart moved, and the formation suddenly fell into control. He took one step, the formations automatically opened a gap, and then automatically closed again, without disturbing anyone. This scene immediately stunned the two of Emperor Xuangyang who were pinched in Su Lang's hands. What's the situation? Why do these formations automatically open? Are these formations arranged by seniors? Impossible. If seniors set up a formation here, still use Ayu to guide the way. Quote. The two of them were puzzled and could only use it as an unpredictable method that the boss had mastered, quickly. Su Lang pinched Xuangyang and Ayu into an asteroid guarded by the Great Array. This asteroid is probably the size of the most primitive Jupiter. It is considered a giant planet in the solar system, but it can only be considered an asteroid here. Su Lang swept away with mental power and found that huge buildings were built on the asteroid, which looked like temples, but they were specious. The cultivators above are all turned into monsters. They are actually mimicking the cultivation method of the door, one by one, bright and magnificent, but it is difficult to hide the aura of the monster. Su Lang raised his eyebrows and probably knew the origin of these guys. These guys should be monsters affected by Tianmi continent. In short, they are the forces of Emperor Yuanmingzhou. Little fish, there is no human bloodline here. Su Lang spread out his palms, and inside stood two villains, Xuangyang and Ayu. No, could it be that the mixed races here are all killed in battle? Before I fled here with many of my fellow clan, and then there was a battle here, and I was sent out by the space jumper to live on Yanluo. When Ayu heard Su Lang's words, his face suddenly griefed. I think they should be able to persist. Chapter 1802. Fragment of the Black Dragon Star Territory, that's it. You know that there is a big battle here, and you want to use my hand to help the human blood creatures. Su Lang sighed regretfully. Unfortunately I came a step late, they have all been wiped out. Didn't you say that you are an ancestor? Ayu shed tears in his eyes. Why, even some mixed races can't save it. Ayu. Xuangyang stroked Ayu's back. It's not Senior's fault, Senior doesn't know that there is a big battle here. Under the war, there is all suffering. I will definitely save the Xinghai domain group as soon as possible, and find a way to counterattack the Origin Emperor Hades. Su Lang sighed slightly. Now, I will avenge the mixed human beings who died here. The voice fell off. The entire planet collapsed, and was squeezed into a dense neutron star several kilometers in size by the terrifying twisting power and mana. As for the monsters above, naturally they are completely finished. The planet collapsed. This method is really terrifying. When Xuangyang saw Su Lang's move, he was shocked. In fact, he can do it to destroy the planet, but he can only destroy the crust of mountains and rivers from the surface of the planet little by little, spending a lot of time tearing the planet into countless pieces. It was impossible for him to imagine such a method of collapsing the planet. Senior must be a veteran Supreme Emperor. Xuangyang trembled in heart, and he is the top powerhouse among the Supreme Emperor. Let's go to the next place. Su Lang said to Ayu, who was in his heart, little fish, show the way. It is good. Ayu nodded. Even if you are not human ancestor, you are also a friend of human race. I trust you, but I am really an ancestor. Su Lang shrugged silently. The next place where human blood may exist is in the Lian Star field next door. During a great battle, the Black Dragon Star region, one of the 72 regions of Xinghai, was broken, and some of the fragments flew to the Lian Star region. The Lian Star territory immediately encircled the planets in the Black Dragon Star territory fragment. I also escaped from there before. Ayu's left ear went in and right out of Su Lang's words, and he said directly, the fragments of the Black Dragon Star territory are guarded by the remains of 72 territory heavens. Perhaps, there are still people alive. Time is precious. Su Lang said indifferently, you just point out the location, don't say anything else, it is good. Ayu nodded. I remember very clearly that the fragment of the Black Dragon Star territory is in the middle of the Lian Star territory, which is the direction. Without saying anything, Su Lang immediately dispatched his avatar in the direction Ayu pointed at, quickly. In a starry sky, large expanses of broken spatial rhythms are flying around, causing bursts of spatial turbulence. After such a long time, these broken spaces have not yet blended into the surrounding universe, and it can be seen that there is absolutely a lot of godless-level space distorting power surrounded by them. There must be many powerful godless grades who invaded the 72 regions of Xinghai. It's really worrying. Su Lang used his clone to come to this broken space. Immediately afterwards, more than 13,000 godless avatars scattered around. It was like a large net spreading over the calm lake, and a large area fell under Su Lang's control. Not long. A broken star field with 31 life planets at its core and a large and powerful array surrounding it appeared in the field of vision. And this star field is being besieged by an endless number of warriors. Needless to say, you know. Here is the fragment of the Black Dragon Star territory that fell here. Those formations are just upgraded from the 5 elements heaven that I arranged. This person is very genius. He actually used 31 planets as the array to set up a super wide range of godless formation, barely blocking the enemy's attack. Well, the enemy has a veteran 1-pass godless class, and a large number of quasi-godless classes. The number has formed a crush. If this continues, the fragment of the Black Dragon Star territory without endurance will undoubtedly be defeated. Even now it is showing signs of decline, and the formation is about to die. Su Lang's thoughts flickered, and he immediately used his clone replacement to come to this battlefield. Chapter 1803. The war between thoughts ends. Kill, kill, kill. Grab the creatures with human blood. I have to do well and kill more human beings, so that I can climb the thighs of those outsiders. Charge. Break through this broken array. Capture their planet. Quote. In the battlefield, countless strong men of the Lian Star region sneered again and again, and they slew the pale-faced Black Dragon Star region warriors. The double hair is getting closer. Seeing a rolling massacre is about to unfold. Damn it, there are too many of them, we may not be able to hold on this time, I am not reconciled. It doesn't matter, kill one without losing, kill 2 to earn 1, do special code. My human race will be eternal. Even if I wait to die here, the human ancestor will bless our human race to pass on forever, and we will rule the boundless universe. Quote. The human blood warriors of the Black Dragon Star territory raised their heads proudly, and would never give in even if they died. This kind of will is very good, as expected of being a mixed blood creature of my human race. Su Lang nodded. With a thought, terrifying coercion descended on the battlefield. Instant time, countless people in the Lian Star region felt that they were crushed by the terrifying boulder, and could no longer move forward. As the domain owner of the godless Lian Star territory, his expression changed wildly in an instant, and he felt that he had no resistance at all in front of the master with that powerful aura. Then, the countless Lian Star territory army rushing towards the fragments of the Black Dragon Star territory suddenly stopped advancing. Thoughts of extreme horror appeared in the minds of every warrior. How vast is this breath? Oh my god, it looks like a terrifying black hole bigger than Lian Star appeared on the head. What kind of breath can be radiated by the strong? We have no possibility of resistance at all. It's over. Even the domain owner who is invincible in the entire Lian Star region is so frightened, we are completely finished. Quote. Fierce fears spread among the crowd, making Wu Shengwushan and even Emperor Wu be scared to pee. At the same time, the human hybrids in the Black Dragon Star territory were taken care of by Su Lang and did not feel any pressure at all. How is this going? Why don't the chops on the other side move? They look so frightened. Are they frightened by us? What are you kidding? They are all starting to attack. How could they be suddenly scared by us? There must be other reasons. There are definitely stronger ones coming, but there is no coercion to deter us. Haha, someone has come to save us. Quote. The warriors of the Black Dragon Star territory were horrified at first, and immediately showed endless ecstasy. At this time, dare to ask where the predecessors came. Junior Lian Star territory master, a disciple of Linglian Temple. Star Lord Lian kept bowing to the surroundings. Junior asks himself that there should be no place to offend Senior. If you have anything to do with Senior, please tell me directly, and the Junior will do my best. This Supreme Emperor's somewhat horrified voice spread along with after waves of vast energy. Countless warriors all over the starry sky can hear them clearly. Sure enough, someone strong has come. Look, the warriors of the Black Dragon Star territory are all smiling, and the ones who come are probably the strong ones on their side. Even the domain owner is so frightened. I know that we are done. Quote. When the warriors of the Lian Star region heard the words of Lian Star Master, they suddenly became more frightened. Ha ha ha, Lian is scared. Why hasn't that strong man appeared yet? I really hope that Lian will be broken into pieces. Quote. The warriors of the Black Dragon Star territory were pleasantly surprised and began to discuss. Suddenly, in the distant starry sky appeared a giant that was constantly growing. It was Su Lang who used Wanwa Nirvana's godless level methods to become a super giant across the star field. That giant looks like an ancestor. Oh my god, it really looks like a human ancestor, just exactly the same. Could it be that the human ancestor appeared to bless us? Chapter 1804. The younger Yu Gaochang, meet the senior. The people in the Black Dragon Star territory were even more excited, but there were also some who were surprised, because they also knew that the ancestor had been missing for countless years. At this time, dare to offend my human race and die. Su Lang's voice spread throughout the battlefield, and all the warriors who participated in the siege of the Black Dragon Star territory fell in pieces in this voice. From the emperor to the martial sage, the warrior who touched that voice could not have any resistance and died directly. No, I don't want to die. Please let me go. Ah, I was forced. I don't want to attack the fragments of the Black Dragon Star territory. Senior, the younger generation would like to agree with his body. Quote. The Lian Star territory warriors who have not yet died turned around and fled, and they also said incoherent words for mercy. However, their speed is where there is Su Lang's supernatural power. Often they only took half a step before they became a cold corpse, and their wealth was completely harvested by Su Lang. After a blink of an eye, the entire legion of the Lian Star territory has only left the Lian territory master. No, I don't want to die. Senior, please forgive me. I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have come to besiege the fragments of the Black Dragon Star territory, but this is all the meaning of Linglian Temple. Please, the junior kowtows to you. the junior is willing to sit down for you, I will bite whoever you let me bite. Quote. The domain master of the Lian Star territory was so scared that his soul was dissipated, his guts and guts were torn apart, and he knelt on the ground and kowtowed frantically. Humph. Linglian Temple again. Su Lang's terrifying body crossed the starry sky and came to the sky above Lian Domain Master, looking down at Lian Domain Master like an ant. Senior, spare your life. It's all the fault of Linglian Temple, the younger generation was coerced. Quote. Seeing Su Lang approaching, Lian territory's body trembled even more, as if the sheep had gone crazy first. Ha ha, you have launched a war against the fragments of the Black Dragon Star territory these days. How many human blood warriors have died in your hands for such a long time? Can you count them? Just the heinous sins you committed, do you want to survive? Today, I will make you suffer forever. Su Lang faintly looked down at the Lord of the Lian Domain, and a large amount of twisting force enveloped him. Immediately after, just like the great Emperor Hanshuan at the time, the Lord of the Lian territory also turned flesh and blood into fly ashes, and his soul was drawn out by Su Lang and thrown into the void dragon vein celestial realm, directly infused with endless incense power, torturing his spiritual wisdom. What? No, don't, snatch. I'm going to snatch. No, I don't. Lian Domain Master uttered an extremely screaming scream in the void dragon vein heaven. In fact, if he had not taken a shot against the fragments of the Black Dragon Star territory, Su Lang might not have used Mingguang 10,000 realms to subdue him. But at this time, the Lord of the Lian Domain had already made a big mistake, and using Mingguang myriad realms to subdue him was not a punishment at all, but a reward. At this time, welcome seniors. 31 stars of the Black Dragon Star territory and Mojiao branch welcome seniors and thank seniors for their salvation. All the creatures of the Black Dragon Star territory bowed and saluted Su Lang under the leadership of a quasi-godless class. Get up. Su Lang smiled slightly, returned to his normal shape, and then brought the horrified Emperor Shuangyang and Iu to the fragment of the Black Dragon Star territory. Junior Yu Gaochang, meet Senior. The quasi-godless class came to Su Lang and knelt on the ground respectfully. I said that, don't be polite, just get up. Su Lang waved his hand, and immediately everyone felt a gentle invisible force supporting themselves. Immediately after, Su Lang looked at Yu Gaochang again, and asked with a smile, you set up the guardian formation of the 31 star. It was not arranged by the younger generation alone. Yu Gaochang lowered his head, not daring to look at Su Lang. It was arranged by the juniors and 100,000 formation mages together. That's it, the formation you set up is already pretty good. Su Lang nodded faintly. Moreover, I can see a trace of the Qingyu Emperor realm. Isn't your formation passed from the Qingyu Emperor realm? Chapter 1805. I can't do it in my dream, exactly. Yu Gaochang raised his head and looked at Su Lang in shock. The formations of the juniors are inherited from the Kanglan Star Qingyu Emperor realm. He didn't expect his heels and feet to be seen at a glance, which is really amazing. Is your master Qingxiao, or Suan? Or is it the sky and the dust? Su Lang recollected and asked, how are these 4 of them now? This statement came out. Yu Gaochang was even more shocked. Even the people in the 72 regions of Xinghai only knew the Qingyu Emperor realm, and they didn't know the original creator of the Qingyu Emperor realm. Because Qingxiao and them had fallen very early, the Qingyu Emperor realm was carried forward by later generations. Yu Gaochang is one of the few people who knows the titles of Qingxiao Suan, and he is often proud of it. And now, the mysterious powerhouse in front of him actually asked him what happened to Qingxiao and others. In other words, it seems that the strong people of human ancestors know Qingxiao and the others. Is he really an ancestor? Master Qingxiao and the others sat down in the primitive age. Yu Gaochang said with the stormy sea, Senior, how did you know the name of Patriarch Qingxiao? Has it been sitting down? Oh, yes, 3 billion years. Unless it is a person with aptitude against the sky, it will be obliterated by time. Su Lang shook his head with emotion, and then said to Gao Chong, do you believe me when I say I am an ancestor? This, even though the predecessors look exactly like Renzu, but, you should be transformed into this way, right? Yu Gaochang shook his head hesitantly. After all, the human ancestor had disappeared in the primitive age, and according to legend, he went to the place of exile. Okay, it seems that none of you believe that I am an ancestor. Su Lang shook his head dumbfounded and asked, what are you going to do next? Continue to let the fragments of the Black Dragon Star territory stay here. Now the enemy has been eradicated by seniors. Junior decided to repair and rebuild the formation method, take the fragments of the Black Dragon Star territory across other star regions, and return to the Star Sea Greater Territory group. However, the Xianxia domain group is also constantly moving, and any positioning method is useless, and the juniors don't know if they can go back. Yu Gaochang said with a serious expression, with a firm expression on his face, if we really can't find the Xianxia domain group, we will fight forever. Ambitious. I didn't see the wrong person. Su Lang showed a satisfied smile, and immediately stretched out a hand on Gao Chang's forehead. Suddenly, the power initiation function is activated. Su Lang instilled the return to nature and return to one godless record that he had practiced to Yu Gaochang in an instant. This is godless level exercises. I actually mastered a godless level exercises. This, senior, what is your means? Am I not dreaming? Yu Gaochang was stunned with horror, and his entire brain was almost stagnant and blank. He couldn't even think of breaking his head. He actually obtained a godless level practice in an instant. You should know that even when the Star Control Spirit Internet was most developed, even the Great Emperor level exercises needed to review their qualifications before they could see some. As for the godless level exercises, you have to make countless contributions to Xianxia Deu before you can go to the exchange building to get one. And the most important thing is, the proficiency of the godless level exercises he mastered directly reached the founding level. It's as if this exercise was created by him, and it is extremely clear about any meaning of the content of the exercise, without any doubt. This is incredible, incredible. I can't do it in my dreams. Don't be in a daze. It's just a little trick. Well, even if you have led the Black Dragon Star territory fragment for so long, I will reward you. Su Lang smiled faintly. Next, I will put away the fragments of the Black Dragon Star territory, and release it when I look for the Xianxia large territory group. This, senior wants to take away the fragments of the Black Dragon Star territory. The shock on Yu Gaochang's face instantly added a trace of suspiciousness and vigilance. Chapter 1806. Noble Pure Blood, you are really wary. This is a very good character and quality. But don't use it on me. I don't say that I am a human ancestor anymore, at least I am a person who is completely on the side of the Xianxia domain. By the way, this drop of blood can be shown to you, at least to let you know that I am a pure blood human race. As Su Lang said, his fingernails lightly stroked his wrists, and a drop of blood appeared in front of Gao Chang. This is. Yu Gaochang held the blood bead in both hands, his pupils trembling lightly, the purest human blood. The purest human races have always been few. They are the first to uphold the concept of human ancestors and carry it forward. Therefore, the pure blood human race has always been respected by all the creatures of Xianxia 72 regions. And the pure blood human race did not live up to expectations, leading the continuous development of Xianxia 72 region. When the disaster strikes, the pure blood tribe takes the lead in resisting. Moreover, the pure blood human race has always ruled the 72 regions of Xianxia, but has not regarded everything as a dog, and still maintained the best morality. Therefore, the intelligent creatures of Xianxia Deu spontaneously granted and acknowledged the various privileges of the pure blood human race without complaining. Not bad, I am a pureblood. Su Lang's mouth twitched, and a smile appeared. This should prove my position. Of course, the pure blood human race will always be the protector of the 72 regions of Xianxia. Yu Gaochang returned Su Lang's blood with both hands, with a humble expression. That's good. Su Lang smiled and nodded. Go and inform those people. I will accept the fragments of the Black Dragon Star territory next. After seeing the tenacious will of these mixed race creatures, Su Lang was unwilling to use Mingguang 10,000 realms to enslave him, so he would try to persuade Yu Gaochang. Yes, Honorable Lord. Yu Gaochang respectfully led the order, and immediately went to explain the matter to the warriors in the Black Dragon Remnant territory. Every warrior heard that Su Lang, the great benefactor, was a pure blood human race, and they became even more excited. In their minds, the pure blood humans are the gods who live in the Xianxia domain. Without any objections, all the warriors agreed to hand over the Black Dragon Remnant to Su Lang, and even their lives to Su Lang. Unexpectedly, the prestige of the pure blood human race is so high. It seems that xianxia not only fulfilled my instructions, but also did a very good job, exceeding expectations. I just don't know if xianxia is still alive. He was the first genius of the human race at the beginning. He has achieved the realm of the martial god for 2,000 years in an extremely harsh environment. However, 3 billion years have passed, maybe, he can survive. After thinking about it silently, Su Lang began to prepare to accommodate 31 planets in the Black Dragon Remnant. These planets are much larger than Kanglin's star. 31 stays together, and considering the influence of the planets, they are relatively spaced apart, and the space they occupy is really huge. It is very difficult to take them into the universe at the same time. It is even more difficult to collect other space treasures, because if there is no living universe, if you protect them, these living planets will continue to lose their vitality in ordinary space treasures, and the creatures on them will naturally find it difficult to survive. But it is very difficult for others to accept these life planets. But for Su Lang, it was too simple, not to mention 31 pieces, that is, 3,000 pieces. Clone dispatch. Seeing Su Lang's heart moved, 31 avatars appeared in front of him. These avatars possess the same 10-party life universe as him, but there is no life planet in them, and they are completely empty. Therefore, it is completely easy to use the natural life planet in the remnant of the Black Dragon. Yu Gaochang, let everyone return to the planet, stay in place and don't move around. Su Lang asked the clones to be ready, and then conveyed a message to Yu Gaochang. Yes, Yu Gaochang bowed to Su Lang, then passed on the order. Chapter 1807, Kill to Linglian Temple. Not long, all the creatures stayed in place as required, and then waited excitedly. Senior, do you want to close the formation of the Black Dragon Remnant Domain? Yu Gaochang found that the formation was still open, so he immediately asked. No need to. Su Lang smiled faintly, and with a wave of his hand, he seized control of those formations and made them shut down automatically. The formation we set up unexpectedly lost control of it all at once. Senior used an incredible method. Oh my god, what a terrifying array of accomplishments that should be. Quote. Including Yu Gaochang, countless array masters were shocked, and their admiration for Su Lang became stronger. At this time, the 31 of Su Lang's body came forward to the void near a living planet, and the universe of life opened in an instant. Immediately after, an incomparably majestic, yet very gentle space force acted on the planet, slowly but firmly sucking it into the universe of life. In fact, if it weren't for the fragile creatures on the planet of life, Su Lang could completely let the clone pull the planet into his body at once. Of course, the current speed is not slow. Not long after, 31 natural life planets were cloned into the Dantian universe. Soon, 31 avatars all used their twisting power to smooth the messy spatial rhythm lines, so that the broken space could melt into the boundless universe faster. This is not only repairing the broken space, but also erasing traces. At this time, the natural life planet was incorporated into the life universe by Su Lang's clone, and the broken space was also smoothed, and the fragments of the Black Dragon's star field seemed to have never appeared before. It's time to leave here, Su Lang thought, and a clone would be placed in front of Gao Chong from the universe of life. Senior. Yu Gaochang respectfully bowed to Su Lang. He already respected Su Lang very much, and after seeing Su Lang's formation methods and 31 clones, it was even more comparable to being illuminated by the Mingguang myriad realms. Get up, Su Lang asked directly. Do you know xianxia? Is he alive? Yan Star. Yu Gaochang shook his head. The juniors are ignorant, but don't know. Okay. A hint of disappointment flashed in Su Lang's eyes. Then, next I will go to find where other human races are located. Do you know the clues? Our Black Dragon star territory was blown up at the time, and our piece flew out without knowing how far or how the other parts were. Moreover, in the process of being knocked into the air, in order to prevent being chased by the enemy, we constantly changed our direction. Therefore, we don't know how to return to the place where the Black Dragon was originally located. Yu Gaochang thought for a while, but shook his head helplessly and ashamed. You are not to blame. You are a quasi-no-god level, and you can survive so long with the fragments of the star field. It's already pretty good. Su Lang smiled and shook his head. As for where other human races are, there is a force that must know. You mean, Linglian Temple? Yu Gaochang looked surprised. You are going to find Linglian Temple. Not bad, you go to rest first. Su Lang nodded and waved his hand to let the clone collect it into the life universe. Immediately after, with a thought, Su Lang sent and replaced him to the main hall of Yanluo Star Territory. My servant knocks on the great lord. Domain Lord Yanluo immediately came out to greet him, respectfully kneeling at Su Lang's feet. Tell me, where the Linglian temple is located. Su Lang looked down at Yanluo Domain Lord, and a trace of killing intent gradually rose in his eyes. He didn't directly destroy the Linglian temple before, but wanted to find the Xinghai domain group earlier. But now that the clues are broken, you can only go to the enemy of Linglian temple to find clues. By the way, you can also kill the enemy and vent your anger. Yes, the Great Lord. The current resident of Linglian temple is located in the converted star field outside of the 7 star fields. The specific route is here. Linglian temple once invited me, but because of the long distance, I didn't go there at the time and only kept in touch. As the Yanluo territory master answered, he turned into a star map, all of which were some star regions around the Yanluo star territory, including the Lian star territory. And the refuge to the star field is just outside the 7 star fields to the north of the Yanluo star field. Convert to the star territory. Hehe, I make you into the ***** star field. Su Lang smiled coldly, and immediately sent the clone to the star territory continuously. In a short time, he will be able to traverse the 7 star fields and enter the Linglian temple. Chapter 1808. Flee wherever you can survive. Thousands of godless clones are constantly dispatched. Planets flashed past the avatars. There are intelligent creatures on some planets, and they are often shocked by the breath released by the clones for a moment. Almost every domain owner of the 7 star regions has received news of the arrival of the terrifying and mysterious powerhouse. So they were so frightened that they looked terrified, and they couldn't help themselves. Some immediately went to the planet where Su Lang clone had stayed for an instant, and continued to worship in all directions. Some contacted each other and relieved each other, while others contacted superior forces. The master of the Yin Meteor star region among the 7 star regions contacted his superior, and Cha Cha Hai was still Linglian temple. Refuge in the star field. An extremely large planet slowly revolved in the dark void. The planet was white and golden, emitting a strong but not glaring light, shining around like a sun. This planet is the central planet of the converted star field, named Lingliangxing, and it is also the headquarters of Lingliangxing. Around the Linglian star, 59 planets of life are arranged from far to near. These life planets were originally not here, but were used by Master Julian, the master of Linglian temple, to use godless soldiers to cooperate with many Linglian temple monks to leap here from far away. Under the radiance of the Linglian star, these planets have become Buddha's land. The creatures above have also converted to Buddhism, chanting scriptures all day, and dedicated to the many monks of Linglian temple. At this moment, on the Linglian star, countless pagodas and temples are overwhelming. The smell of Buddhist architecture and incense is everywhere. Today's incense is very strong. Storing some more incense, you can condense a new beam of refuge and twisting power. Master Julian, the presiding officer of Linglian temple, looked at the far distance, with a satisfied smile on his golden Buddha statue soaring into the sky. Suddenly, host, the master of the Yin Meteor star territory has sent news that a mysterious powerhouse has appeared in their star territory. A bald monk with 8 ring scars on his head came to Master Julian and whispered. Mysterious powerhouse, in this remote place, what can be strong? At most, it's a little bit stronger than that of the domain master of the Yin Meteorite domain. However, since this person dares to appear in the star field we control, we must find him out and let him convert to our Buddhism. It just so happens that I have saved a lot of the twisting power of refuge, so we can have one more fellow or pilgrim in Linglian temple. Master Julian laughed, but a strange smile appeared on his warm and fat face. Yes, the disciple will lead the Buddhist soldiers to find that person. Monk Jiaskar immediately took the order and turned to lead the Buddhist soldiers to set off. But at this moment, and many more, Master Julian suddenly exclaimed, "Host!" Monk Jiaskar turned his head in disbelief, and saw Master Julian's face full of horror like an ordinary person saw a ghost. "Host, what's wrong with you?" Monk Jiaskar walked to Master Julian in horror. "Fast! Pack your things and run away." Master Julian recovered from the horror and immediately shouted to Monk Jiaskar. Through the Tianyantong pagodas all over the refuge star field, he saw a murderous godless class continuously moving forward in the refuge star field. In a short period of time, he had already passed through the periphery of the converted star field and came to the Linglian star. In those godless grades, where are the 1 or 2 godless grades expected, are clearly powerful people who have reached the 5th grade like him. Master Julian was frightened on the spot, because through the sky eye to the pagoda, he saw at least dozens of such terrifying powerhouses. What? Run! Where do you go? Monk Xianxia hadn't figured out the situation, so he asked in surprise. They occupy the entire converted star field. What does it mean to run away, give up taking refuge in the star field? How is this possible? Giving up conversion to the star territory, flee wherever you can survive. Master Julian's roar directly solidified the monk's expression on his face. Chapter 1809. Buddha Land or Demon Land, WH, what? Don't we want to convert to the star territory? Monk Xianxia opened his mouth wide in disbelief, and even his chin fell off. This is a whole star field. The Linglian Temple is not high in the Tianmi continent, but here it is high. It can dominate the lives of countless creatures, and let them contribute whatever they contribute. From now on, Master Julian suddenly said that he was going to run away. You stay, so stay. Master Julian glanced at Monk Xianxia and rushed to the sky. He didn't even want his own Buddha statue, so he ran away empty-handed. Host, wait for me. Monk Xianxia immediately began to run for his life. He finally understood that the person who came was absolutely terrifying, and even the entire star field was not an opponent of others. But at the moment when Monk Xianxia left, Julian, where do you want to go? A voice spread across the planet from outside the sky. Then a terrifying shock wave erupted above the clouds, and the golden clouds formed by countless incense sticks were directly torn apart, leaving no trace of the atmosphere. The empty universe directly appeared in the eyes of countless Buddhas on Linglian Star. The scariest thing is, a golden figure fell from the universe to the ground like an asteroid, instantly smashing a dry sea. Rumble, endless smoke and dust rose into the sky, and the land around the dry sea was instantly scraped away by thousands of meters. I don't know how many Buddhists died in it. This. What exactly is going on? Have you not seen it clearly? Someone dared to invade our Linglian Star. The figure before is the host of Julian. The host is defeated, run away. Quote. Countless Buddhists reacted and fled around. But where can they escape? The entire Linglian Star territory has been occupied by Su Lang's clone. Every life planet has a clone of Su Lang coming. The 60 life planets in the center of the star field are even besieged by the boundless star field level supreme array. Linglian Star, Buddha Land, Demon Land. Su Lang stood in the void near Linglian Star, faintly overlooking the entire white gold planet. He felt a lot of incense power from this platinum planet. This kind of incense is different from ordinary incense. It is condensed by the supreme magic of Buddhism and almost transformed into another peculiar energy. Among the 18 golden statues of Buddha standing on the planet's equator, Su Lang also felt some strange twisting power. And above the planet, countless intelligent creatures with low cultivation bases are doing all kinds of overloaded labor like slaves. They work in pieces of Buddhist artifacts, producing large quantities of materials related to Buddhism. Su Lang's spiritual thoughts swept away, and he could see that among these low-level and weak intelligent creatures, there were actually mixed-race human beings. In fact, it is not just these low and weak intelligent creatures. Among those Buddhists, there is also a creature of personal blood. However, Su Lang, who possessed the Mingguang Emperor Jing of the 10,000 realms, could easily see that these mixed human beings were forced to convert. It's like those strong in Yanluo domain were subdued by Mingguang 10,000 realms. The number of human beings of mixed blood is at least hundreds of billions. Su Lang's eyes were cold, and he understood why Emperor Yuanmingzhou wanted to rule Buddhism. Because the magical powers of Buddhism can surrender creatures on a large scale, reducing a lot of resistance. At this time, the golden bodies of the 18 Buddha statues suddenly shattered. A large number of peculiar distortions within it appeared in the vast and dry sea of smoke and dust instantly. Immediately afterwards, the grim-faced Julian rushed straight out of the Linglian Star at a speed that spanned several light years and fled towards the distance. Don't give up. Su Lang glanced faintly at Julian's host, and directly dispatched a large number of clones to intercept. Suddenly, the presiding officer of Julian was surrounded by dozens of avatars of Su Lang. Who are you guys? I am the presiding officer of Linglian Temple on Tianmi continent, and Linglian Temple is the branch temple of Lingshan Temple. Don't mess around. If you dare to kill me, Lingshan Temple will avenge me, none of you can escape. Host Julian saw that he was surrounded by dozens of warriors of the same level, and immediately felt like falling into an ice cave, completely cold. Chapter 1810. The terrified Julian host at the moment of life and death. All Buddhist scriptures were of no use, so Julian immediately moved out of his backstage and threatened Su Lang with a stern internal force. Ha ha, Su Lang laughed directly after hearing the threat from Julian. He took a step forward, replaced the position with a clone, walked to the front of Julian, and looked down at him faintly. This is a ***** power. I have activated it. Tianmi continent has received my request for help, you better be polite. The host of Julian's face turned red and took out a golden bead. A strange light spread from above, and it melted into the surrounding space like smoke. Oh, a message for help came out. Is this what you said? Su Lang smiled faintly, stretched out his hand and grabbed it, and a formation appeared in front of him, surrounded by a hint of golden smoke. Above, how could you intercept my ***** power? Also, this is a godless level formation. How can you arrange a godless level formation in an instant? Quote. Host Julian looked at the formation in Su Lang's hands, and his entire expression changed drastically, revealing endless disbelief and horror. God power. It is at the same level as the famous Buddhist techniques such as Tianyantong and Tianzutong. It is a very special godless level supernatural power. It can communicate through countless spaces to transmit information, and it is almost impossible to be stopped. It is much easier to use than the traditional star communication jade card. However, he was stopped at this time. This is the first time that the abbot of Julian has been intercepted by using the ***** power. The most important thing is that, in his eyes, Su Lang's method of intercepting his celestial powers is simply unbelievable, and it is actually an arrangement in an instant. 9 Lotus, I'll ask you a few questions, and answer them honestly, and I'll give you a good time. Su Lang was not interested in the horror presided over by Julian, and asked indifferently. What's the problem? Julian presided over the twin pupils shrinking like needles, and the master's temperament has long disappeared, replaced by panic. I ask you, do you know where there are human bloodlines nearby? In addition, how much power does your Tianmi continent have in this area, and where is the branch? In the battle of the Xinghai domain group, who are the forces participating, and where are they now? In the Xinghai domain group, can you locate its exact position? Su Lang looked down at the trembling Julian host, his tone indifferent, as if he had no feelings. What do you ask these for? The host Julian said in dismay, what kind of power are you? You should know that I am from the Tianmi continent. Boom, there was a oozing muffled sound, and a lot of golden blood foam and minced meat exploded. But Su Lang slapped half of Julian's head to pieces. At this moment, the host of Julian almost thought that he was going to die, and he kept playing back the scenes of this life in his mind. At this time, a very gentle light shone on Julian's body. Immediately after, the host of Julian found that his injury was quickly healed, but endless panic and despair rose in his heart. Because he found that although the power of the light is not that strong, it is surprisingly similar to the effect of the twisting power of his refuge. How can you master this method? The host of Julian looked at Su Lang in horror. This must be my Buddhism method. Who are you? Ha ha, everything is your Buddhism means, it's really amazing. Su Lang smiled disdainfully, and then his heart moved, and the surrounding clones immediately used stars and clouds to condense into a godless class with 6 crossings and 7 crossings. Then the more intense light from the myriad realms crashed onto the body of Julian. Although Su Lang's clone is the same as him, without a weapon, he can only have the power of Sandu godless grade distortion, but the amount is too much. Under the twisting power of countless bright light in myriad worlds, Julian presided over the rapid exhaustion of his body power. No, do not want. Julian presided over in horror. He knew that if his twisting power was consumed, he would become like the creatures he was forced to convert, and become Su Lang's slave. Chapter 1811. 4 places where human blood exists, and at this moment, Su Lang unexpectedly once again used the godless dragon terrace to condense some of the twisting power of Judu, and gently placed it on the body of Julian. The next moment, the host of Julian screamed like a pig. His whole body was cracked like Ling Kai, with countless cracks, and the twisting power in his body was instantly exhausted. If Su Lang had used the Yudian sword, the 9 Lotus host would be dead at this time. After the energy in the body was exhausted, the presiding officer of Julian suddenly lost the power of resistance, and was turned into a slave by Su Lang using the light of the world. Julian knock on the Lord. Master Julian's distorted and hideous expression turned into a peaceful color. He knelt at the feet of Su Lang, like the most humble insect. Answer my previous question, Su Lang said impatiently. Yes, master. The servants know where the creatures of the human bloodline are located. The host of Julian bowed his head respectfully, and then proceeded carefully. According to what he said, 3 of them are fragments of the Black Dragon star field, and 1 is the Xian star field, one of the 72 regions of the Star Sea. The Xian star territory has been completely ruled by Tongtian Temple, and the mission of Linglian Temple is to clean up the 3 fragments of the Black Dragon star territory. Because the space-time turbulence envelops the large area of the Star Sea, the location of the large area group of the Star Sea changes constantly in the boundless universe, so it is difficult to determine its location. In Tianmi continent, there are 2 low-level Buddhist monks who are ready to take action, and use time and space means to cooperate with Tianyantong. It is bound to find out the Xinghai domain group. In addition, there are a total of 331 areas participating in the war against the Xinghai large area group, and the main force among them is the Buddhism of Tianmi continent. In the invasion war sect, the heavenly Ting continent also had divine beasts participating in it, but they temporarily rebelled and fought back, causing very serious consequences. Therefore, personnel on the Tianting continent are temporarily prohibited from participating in the war against the Xinghai large area group. And a lot of mythical beasts have suffered terrible punishments, and many have fallen. At this moment, the forces involved in the invasion of the Xinghai large area group have dispersed, and they searched for the possible place where the Xinghai large area group may appear. The people of Tongtian Temple established a Tongtian star domain group. The model is similar to that of Linglian Temple, but the scale is countless times larger. The human beings who were captured and enslaved by them did not know where they were, and lived a very miserable life every day. 3 fragments of the Black Dragon star territory. A complete star field, Xian star field. Su Lang nodded silently, remembering the locations of these 4 places clearly in his heart. Immediately after, Su Lang's gaze fell on the host of Julian in front of him. This guy is equivalent to the leader of an invading force, which is extremely sinful. Now that I have got what I want, I can kill it. However, if you kill it now, it is estimated that Emperor Yuan Mingzhou's other powerhouses will be alarmed. If it is too junior, it will be a little troublesome. Su Lang's expression became cold, his brows frowned, and now he had no idea about the early powers who had time rules. But the time rule is very scary when you think about it, and you can definitely not easily test its power. Let you live a few more days. However, you must spend these days in endless pain every day. Su Lang said in a cold voice, you first release those who have been forcibly converted by you, and then delay yourself every day. You can't stop it, it's a little interest. Yes, Lord. Julian presided over the worship of the 5 body throwing to the ground, and used the remaining magical power to use his magical powers to release all the creatures who had forcibly converted. Suddenly, the countless creatures on the 60 planets in the Linglian star territory suddenly woke up, like a big dream. The Julian presiding officer followed Su Lang's orders and began to delay himself. Haha, a series of terrifying bloodstains appeared on Julian's body. This is using godless level means to Ling Kai, and its means are very cruel. The rest of the planet. People with high cultivation bases such as the monk Jia Scar witnessed the whole process of Julian presiding over Su Lang and Ling Kai himself. Chapter 1812. The Black Dragon Star territory is more complete. Even the host of Julian is like this, they must be finished. One by one, the Buddhist disciples who exploited the weak and considered themselves benevolent were shrouded in despair. You people, also Ling Kai apologizes. Su Lang turned his eyes and swept past the powerful Linglian temple, of course. Said to be the strong, but compared to the other weak, even the strongest monk of the Scar is only 3 times without God. These people didn't dare to look at Su Lang's gaze at all of them squatted on the ground automatically, and then began to delay themselves in extreme pain. Some people were unwilling, so they were naturally caught by Su Lang's clone and thrown into the void of dragon veins, suffering the pain of eternal life. Go, conquer the entire star field. Su Lang issued an order to the clones again, making them unfold the light of the 10,000 realms to conquer the creatures of the entire star region. The reason for doing this is to ensure loyalty and prevent the news that he has been to the Linglian star territory from being leaked. Moreover, Su Lang is confident that these creatures can lead a safer life and achieve better development in their own hands, and it is better than stalking in the dangerous boundless universe. Quickly. All the creatures were conquered by the avatars with the light of the world, and the planet was collected into the empty universe of life. Immediately, Su Lang investigated the human blood creatures in it again, and found some betrayers directly cleaned out. There are also some with tough temperament, so they simply put it into the previous Black Dragon Star Territory fragment life planet and let Yu Gaocheng and others arrange it. Finish it all. Su Lang stretched out his hand, and a star map appeared in front of him, with a dot marked on it, which was one of the Black Dragon remnants. Set off. When Su Lang thought, a large number of avatars immediately opened up a path to the Black Dragon remnant realm. Nothing happened all the way. Su Lang's clone soon arrived at this Black Dragon remnant domain. It floats in an extremely lonely space and contains 17 natural life planets. The planet is full of traces of horror, and you can see that it has experienced many wars. This fragment of the Black Dragon Star Territory is one of the targets of Linglian Temple, and the spies of Linglian Temple are hidden in the void, monitoring them all the time. At this moment, the spies in Linglian Temple found Su Lang's clone, and his expression suddenly changed. This person, Wudu has no ****** class. A look of horror appeared on the face of the spies in Linglian Temple. Immediately afterwards, Su Lang let the clone reach out and pinch it to death. Clone replacement. With a thought, Su Lang came to this Black Dragon remnant territory. 31 avatars were summoned by Su Lang, standing in the near void of this Black Dragon remnant domain. Suddenly, the vast aura covered this remnant of the Black Dragon. The strong invaded. Oh my god, there are so many godless grades. Could it be that the sky is going to kill my Black Dragon Star Territory? No, you see, they look like human ancestors. Renzu, impossible, it's a fake. In the stubborn domain, the strong men with human blood discovered Su Lang's arrival, and they suddenly lost their voices in horror. Like Yu Gaocheng and others before, they recognized the identity of the Su Lang ancestor, but they were unwilling to believe it. At this time, Yu Gaocheng and others were released by Su Lang's clones. This is the Black Dragon Star Territory Qingzhou area. How come there are only 17 life planets left? Yu Gaocheng immediately recognized the identity of this piece of Black Dragon remnant. His face showed shock and sorrow. Yu Gaocheng, is that you? Suddenly, a quasi-godless class flew out of the remaining area of the Qingzhou area, standing on the opposite side of Gaocheng with an incredible face. It's you, He Yuanxin. I didn't expect you to be alive. Great. Yu Gaocheng recognized that the man was his friend for many years, and he was immediately extremely excited. You are still alive too. Great. But, what is going on? Why are you in so many godless hands? Why do they look the same as the ancestors, and where are they? Could it be that the enemy pretended to be? You took refuge in the enemy. He Yuanxin showed a trace of alertness on his face. Although he believed in Yu Gaocheng very much, he was still worried. After all, there are dozens of godless statues, and all of them are the same as human ancestors, which is incredible, and it is impossible to doubt it. This, how can I explain to you? Yu Gaocheng smiled bitterly and didn't know how to explain it. At this time, rumble, there were waves of terrifying spatial fluctuations, and then 31 huge natural life planets were released from the universe of life by Su Lang's clone. Seeing this scene, He Yuanxin recognized the natural life planet in the Heizhou area, and his eyes popped out instantly. He Yuanxin, look, the Black Dragon Star Territory is more complete. Su Lang pointed to 31 life planets, and a smile was drawn at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 1813. I won't regret my broken bones. This is a more complete Black Dragon Star Territory. He Yuanxin looked at the 48 planets placed together in the universe, and his eyes instantly turned red. Since the Black Dragon Starfield was broken, he dreams of seeing the Black Dragon Star Territory return to a complete day. And this time, the dream has come true. And it was the man in front of him who looked exactly like the ancestor who realized this dream. He stood there with a light wave. A powerful person behind him released the life planet in the Black Dragon area of the Black Dragon Star region. On these planets, all creatures are intact, and there is no trace of Buddhism. He Yuanxin's understanding of those high monks. Often after catching some wise creatures, they can't wait to convert them into their own believers for their own practice. It is impossible for them to let go of all 31 natural life planets. Brother, he forgot to tell you, seniors are pure blood human races. Seeing He Yuan's heart, Yu Gaochang smiled and said, "Now, you should have no doubts." "Yes, He Yuanxin has no more doubts. Junior He Yuanxin, bring the 17 surviving planets in the Black Dragon Star Territory Qingzhou area to meet the seniors of the pure-blood human race." He Yuanxin solemnly nodded his head, then took a deep breath and bowed deeply to Su Lang. "Meet the pure-blood seniors. Thank you to the pure-blood seniors for coming and saving me." Quote. On the 17 life planets in the Qingzhou area, countless creatures heard He Yuanxin's magnificent voice and bowed down one after another. This moment, I don't know how many creatures kowtowed for Su Lang. "Get up all. I will put your 17 planets into the life universe of my clone at the same time, and then leave this star field. And then, I will go to other fragments of the Black Dragon Star Territory, and bring them out to make the Black Dragon Star Territory more complete." Su Lang smiled faintly, and gently raised his hand, and all the creatures on the 17 life planets including He Yuanxin were suddenly lifted up. "Yes, thank you senior," He Yuanxin respectfully said. "I also hope that the seniors will inform the title, and the juniors will worship every day." This statement came out, all the creatures who heard it pointed their ears. Their minds are the same as He Yuanxin. They hope to know the name of Su Lang, and then worship and be grateful every day. "You only need to know my last name is Su." Su Lang smiled slightly. "Now let everyone get ready, I want to let the clone start to act." "Yes, thank you Senior Su. From now on, the younger generation will never regret it even if they are crushed by their seniors." He Yuanxin bowed once again before giving orders to prepare all the 17 life planets. Yu Gaochang also prepared the 31 life planets in the Heizhou area, and they would also be re-accepted into the life universe of Su Lang clone, quickly. 48 life planets are all ready. Action. With a thought in Su Lang, the clones immediately opened their life universe and collected natural life planets one by one. Not long, all the life planets were collected, and this star field became completely empty, leaving Su Lang alone in space. Next, there are 2 more fragments of the Black Dragon Star Territory. With a thought, Su Lang dispatched avatars one by one, rushing wildly in the predetermined direction. Not long, the second fragment of the Black Dragon Star Territory was also found. The fragment of the Black Dragon Star Territory is smaller, and there are only 12 natural life planets. Outside the Star Territory fragment, there was also a quasi-no-god level guard at Linglian Temple, who was directly killed by Su Lang like an ant. Immediately after, using the same method, the 12 life planets in this fragment of the star field were conquered by Su Lang and put into the life universe of the clone. It's the third turn. After this place, you can prepare to recover the complete Xian Star Territory. However, the Xian Star Territory is ruled by the Tongtian Temple, and the strength is good. I am afraid I have to improve myself. While sending his clone to the third fragment of the Black Dragon Star Territory, Su Lang recalled the information provided by Julian. Chapter 1814. Coincidentally encountering Old Man Yaoqi Yiren according to the information of Monk Julian. Tongtian Temple has a quasi-primary level, and there is more than one. Su Lang consciously had the Yutian sword, which was a quasi-primary weapon that exceeded the same level, but his energy reserves were not enough for normal quasi-primary combat. Therefore, one must improve one's true realm, obtain a more vigorous innate reserve, and condense higher quality distortion power. At this time, a clone arrived at the third fragment of the Black Dragon Star Territory. Su Lang put the thoughts in his mind temporarily aside, and replaced him with the clone to come to this third fragment of the Black Dragon Star Territory. Oh, this fragment of the Black Dragon Star Territory has a total of 42 pieces. Su Lang looked around the fragment of the star field, and while revealing surprise, he stretched out his hand and pinched the Linglian Temple spy who was hiding in the sky to monitor. The spies that Linglian Temple placed here did not react at all, and his eyes went dark, completely losing consciousness. Simultaneously, who would dare to trespass into the Black Dragon Jade Pool? A crisp humming sound came from the fragments of the star field. Immediately afterwards, the 42 planets trembled and flew out 42 powerful warriors. The leader turned out to be a Sidhu godless class. In addition to this, there are 3 godless level and 38 quasi-godless level powerhouses. These powerhouses came to the edge of the fragments of the star field, posing an unrelenting appearance. Good, not bad. Su Lang nodded in satisfaction, and was suddenly shocked. Because he found that the headed Sidhu godless grade was a bit familiar, and it didn't look like a normal living person. What's the situation? How can you be familiar? Su Lang raised his eyebrows, thinking about it carefully. A name suddenly appeared in his mind. Yaoqi Yiren, the 66th generation saint of Kanglan Star Jade Lake Sanctuary. Back then, I followed Su Lang's ***** to explore the heritage left by Li Shenyang. It's you, Yaoqi Yiren. Unexpectedly, you have cultivated to the Sidhu godless level, and you have lived to the present. No, it's not right, you should have used some special method to resurrect, otherwise you would not live for 3 billion years with the lifespan of the four-crossing godless. Furthermore, your soul seems to have been damaged very badly, causing your consciousness to be greatly affected, but it doesn't matter, I should be able to save you. The surprise on Su Lang's face grew more and more. How could he not be happy to see Kanglan Star's acquaintances here? And when Yaoqi Yiren heard Su Lang's words, her whole body trembled, and various scenes appeared in her eyes, which was exactly the scene of her getting along with Su Lang. You, who are you? A young girl flew out of Yaoqi Yiren's body, looking at Su Lang in disbelief. Yaoqi Ji Meng. Su Lang glanced at the girl's attribute panel and smiled, you should know who I am. After all, you inherited the memory of Yaoqi Yiren. Langdi, Star Lord, human ancestor Su Lang. Yaoqi Jimeng's eyes widened and she lost her voice in horror. You are the ancestor Su Lang. Although horrified, although I feel incredible. But Yaoqi Jimeng didn't doubt it, because through various details, she had already determined that the person in front of her was definitely Su Lang. Ha. Su Lang smiled happily. You tell me, after I return to the boundless universe, you are still the first person to believe in my identity. You are really an ancestor. Jimeng, a descendant of the younger Yaoqi, knock on the ancestor. Yaoqi Jimeng knelt down with excitement and bowed deeply to Su Lang. Stand up. From now on, just call me Langdi. I am really happy to see you. You now have a relatively pure human blood. It seems that Yaoqi and the human intermarried more frequently. Su Lang helped Yaoqi Jimeng up and said with a smile. Yes, after you disappeared, your subordinates, including the ancestor of Yan Fa of the Yaoqi tribe, elected Lord Yan Ungxing for the event, and started to develop Kanglan Star. Uphold your will. The Yaoqi ethnic group was able to intermarry with the human race on a large scale because Yan Fa's ancestor was your old tribe. Later, their cultivation qualifications were generally greatly improved. Yaoqi Jimeng was talking about the past, and Su Lang suddenly remembered the scene when he had just entered the Gate of Exile from Blue Star. Chapter 18:15. Meet Your Majesty Langdi. At that time, he updated the 5 elements heaven and laid the foundation for special practices such as the spiritual internet. The Blue Star Terran also brought a large amount of dug-up antiques into the spiritual internet, and novels, TV, comics, and even Ivy have been cracked. This is the starting point for the development of Xinghai domain. Originally, Su Lang planned to find Chu Xiaobei and others and then return to develop on his own. He didn't expect an accident that caused the Xinghai large area group to pass 3 billion years. At the beginning, the small Wuxingtian internet has also developed into a super-star field internet covering 72 star regions, frantically promoting the development of star regions, correct? Su Lang withdrew from his memories and pointed to Yaoqi Yiren and said, Yaoqi Jimeng, what is your relationship with Yaoqi Yiren, is her descendant? Return to your Majesty Langdi. Yiren's ancestors were never married and had no children. The juniors are naturally not descendants of Yiren's ancestors, but descendants of other ancestors of the Yaoqi ethnic group. I heard that you refined a special pill at the beginning, so that Jimeng's ancestors could breed offspring, otherwise Jimeng would not be born. Yaoqi Jimeng's face was full of excited smiles. Ha, I didn't expect you to know these secrets. Su Lang smiled slightly. By the way, is the current state of Yaoqi Yiren caused by the methods you researched? Return to your Majesty Langdi. It is a means created by Si Yushang and other predecessors, the inheritor of Emperor Xuanyu. It is said that it was influenced by the peculiar means of dirty rebirth in the anime of ancient times that Aura was born and was able to create this way of resurrecting the dead. The ancestor of Yiren has actually fallen for 1.1 billion years, and has been guarding the Yaoqi clan after his resurrection. But as time goes by, the mentality of Yiren's ancestors has become more and more blurred, and I need to rely on other people to assist in manipulating the body, so I will be in the body of Yiren's ancestors. Yaoqi Jimeng explained word by word, that seriousness is simply a good student. That's it. Su Lang nodded, came to Yaoqi Yiren's side, and patted her on the shoulder. His Majesty. Yaoqi Yiren's eyes trembled, and he murmured hard. Come, Eat it. Su Lang smiled and fed Yaoqi Yiren a pill. That is a precious no-god level healing medicine that can heal both body and soul injuries. The pill will melt in your mouth. The majestic medicinal power quickly spread to Yaoqi Yiren's limbs and soul. Immediately after, a little light condensed in Yaoqi Yiren's eyes. Su Lang once again took out a pill and fed it to Yaoqi Yiren. This pill is different from the previous one, but it complements each other. Taking it together can produce more significant effects. It is another huge force spreading. The light in Yaoqi Yiren's eyes became brighter, and the divine light became more spiritual. Next moment, Yaoqi Yiren pays homage to His Majesty Langdi. Yaoqi suddenly knelt in front of Su Lang, crying with joy. For Su Lang, he left Kanglan Star for less than a month, but for Yaoqi Yiren, 3 billion years have passed. Goodbye Su Lang, she couldn't control her emotions at all. Get up quickly. You, who could only control a god-level part in the Sea of Sky, have grown to the present level. Congratulations. You can take these pills, which can repair all your injuries and make you live a true second life. Su Lang smiled slightly, then took out some pills and handed them to Yaoqi Yiren. Thank your majesty for the reward. Yaoqi Yiren turned out the pill, but found that Su Lang had covered his forehead with his hand, and his heart trembled. Immediately after, a majestic message flowed out of her mind and imprinted into her soul, but it was a godless technique. The key is that she has completely mastered this technique. It's like having practiced for countless years, with a thorough understanding of attainments, superb skills, and almost able to bring forth new ones. Don't be surprised, it's just a little trick. This, withered wood condensation of the source of life, is most suitable for your current state, and it is multi-purpose. Su Lang smiled and retracted his hand, and immediately asked, in 3 billion years, many people must have fallen. Who are still alive now? Chapter 18:16. I will make them pay. Yaoqi Yiren naturally knew who Su Lang was asking. She tried her best to suppress the horror in her heart that she suddenly mastered the godless level technique, and then slowly spoke. Most of the old ministries around your majesty have fallen. However, with the exception of a few people, many people, like me, were resurrected using secret techniques created by Si Yushang and other Taoists. And Master Yangxingxing has cultivated all the way to the quasi-primary level, and is still guarding the Xinghai large area group. In addition to this, there are 11 great abilities at the junior level, including Master Angxin, Master Xiaoning, Emperor Baiyu Zushen, Master Zhu Lan, Master Si Yushao. The Judo Godless grade has 49 great abilities such as Master Void, Master Yuong, Master Qingqiu. In addition to this, there are other godless grades close to 5,000. Unfortunately, under the attack of Tongtian Temple, many people have fallen again, and the Black Dragon Star territory governed by Yaoqi has also been shattered. Predecessors and fellow Taoists before the war, I don't know how many are still there. Yaoqi Yiren spoke clearly, with some worries in her words, but she believed that with Su Lang, Xinghai Great Region would surely defeat the enemy. Because 3 billion years ago, Su Lang left the word invincible in her heart. Haha, not bad, there have been so many quasi-primaries. Although the number is far less than the ship of 10,000 domains, it has been developed for countless years with the timeline of the ship of 10,000 domains. In contrast, the development speed of the Xinghai domain group is much faster than that of the boat of 10,000 domains. The guy Yangxingxing was still a quasi-sage at the beginning, but he also came to the top. I didn't see him wrong. There are also Si Yushang and the others. They are also good. They can actually study such wonderful resurrection techniques. This is much more powerful than the road of incense. Su Lang was very happy after hearing Yaoqi Yiren's description, and praised him again and again. I learned that so many acquaintances are still alive. While Su Lang was somewhat relieved, he also wanted to return to the Xinghai region even more urgently. Yaoqi Yiren, now go and prepare the creatures on those 40 planets. I want the clone to stay on the planet. Before this, I have gathered 3 fragments of the Black Dragon Star territory, a total of 60 planets, plus the 42 planets you have here, it is 102 planets. Su Lang smiled and asked, by the way, how many life planets have you developed in the Black Dragon Star territory? A total of 169. More than 30 of them were completely destroyed during the war, including the most important. Star Yaoqi. Yaoqi Yiren replied, her expression a little dim and sad. I will make Tongtian Temple pay the price. A hint of killing intent flashed in Su Lang's eyes, and then he whispered softly, go, take the life planet here, I am going to kill the Tongtian Temple and conquer the Xian Star territory. Yes, Your Majesty. Yao Qi Yiren's expression was refreshed and his face glowed. Immediately, Yao Kai Ji Meng, who had a strong adoration for Su Lang and was excited, gave instructions. Not long, all 42 natural life planets were prepared, and then they were taken into the universe of life by Su Lang as a clone, but everything that happened outside was actually seen by the three daughters of Chu Xiaobei. Like Su Lang, they all understood the huge changes in the Qinghai region, experienced shock and horror, and then aroused their worries. I was very excited when I saw Yao Qi Yiren. At the beginning, Yao Kai Yiren was on duty in the Sea of Sky, and he had contact with the three of them, and was a very familiar old friend. Therefore, Chu Xiaobei, Ji Rushui and Mirong Shenxian deliberately asked Su Lang to take Yao Qi Yiren and Yao Qi Zhimeng into the soul-chasing palace. Immediately after, the three daughters of Chu Xiaobei took Yao Qi Yiren to ask questions, and learned about the explosive development of the Qinghai area and various novelties. They were suddenly excited and envious, and some small regrets, regretting that they didn't realize those very interesting things. And Yuqing, Bai Yi Lin, Su Ling Xinzheng Monk, Mo Lu and others heard the narration of Yao Qi Yiren and Yao Qi Zhimeng, and they were extremely shocked. Everyone also understood the difficulties of the Qinghai domain group, and they all expressed their willingness to contribute their little strength to the Qinghai domain. Chapter 1817. Today is a day of taking drugs. And just when Chu Xiaobei and others were talking in full swing, Su Lang has returned to Linglian Star. Master Julian and the main members of the Linglian Temple were all in Ling Kai himself, and he dared not stop for a moment. The blood they shed has formed a large lake, which is very miserable. Before killing the Tongtian Temple, I will deal with you. Su Lang glanced at these people coldly, and immediately began to sort out the pill and various alchemy materials he had obtained from the ship of 10,000 domains. From Hao Xingren and other 201 big men, Su Lang received a large number of godless-grade pill, even quasi-primordial pill. There are all kinds of these medicines. What cultivates spiritual power, cultivates the physical body, expands the universe of life. It is also used in battle, which can temporarily increase defense, attack, body speed, attack speed, or attach other beneficial states. Of course, many are used for poisoning. Sometimes a poison pill can kill a large number of enemies at once, effortlessly, absolutely praise. Hey, it's time to take a wave of medicine. Su Lang smiled a little excitedly, then took out the pill and swallowed it into his abdomen. Suddenly, the long-lost pill power is full of limbs and hundreds of skeletons, and then it is refined by the one key practice function. The golden cultivator's body suddenly rose a little. Cool, come again. Su Lang let out a breath of turbid breath, and then swallowed another godless-level cultivation medicine. The little cultivator immediately turned golden again. Back and forth. Soon the cultivator villain completely changed from white to golden. Ding! The sea of repair is full. Do you break through? Break immediately. Su Lang gave the order without hesitation. This time, the place where the soul body merged with the soul universe was changed to a lung. It should be merged in the order of the opened universe of life. Su Lang silently analyzed, and then focused on observing his lungs. I saw that the first lung soul body cell began to merge with the Qiming life universe, and in an instant it became a space crystal wall cell. Immediately after, the second, third, and fourth. One by one, the soul body cells merge with the Qiming universe. When the breakthrough is complete, the soul body cells in the entire lung have completely integrated with the Qiming universe. All the hexapod cells have become regular dodecahedral space crystal wall cells, which contain a huge space that can hold a large amount of energy and transform it into twisting force. These crystal wall cells are next to each other, like small worlds. How is this a bit familiar? It's a bit like a crystal wall universe. Think of my heart or lungs as a universe, then they are a crystal wall universe with a main world and countless crystal wall small worlds. Su Lang's eyes rolled, and he was a little excited for his whimsical ideas. He also thought of the xianxia boundless world record he had practiced. Judging by the name, it is very likely that it is also a way to practice multi-world universe. Of course, this is just speculation. Before the completion of the xianxia boundless world record training, everything is unknown. At this moment, the lungs have completely integrated with the Qiming universe, and Su Lang has officially broken through to the Sidhu godless level. But this did not end. Su Lang looked at the godless level cultivation pills accumulated in the storage space, and couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth. Immediately after, time passed slowly in the drug practice. Pieces of immeasurable perfect quality godless level pills were swallowed by Su Lang and turned into cultivation bases. After breaking through again 3 times, he temporarily stopped, and the real realm reached the Kidu level. But it's still endless. The reason why he stopped temporarily was because Su Lang felt that compared with the increasing energy, his soul spirit might not be enough. Then, Su Lang took out a large amount of elixirs to boost mental power and slammed. Not only that, he also uses drunken dreams to exercise his mental power, further purify it, and improve the quality of mental power. In this way, under the dual effects of pill and gong method, Su Lang's mental power soon reached a level that was difficult to continue to improve with all the existing methods. The spiritual power coverage has reached 1 trillion li. At this level, it is almost a top-notch existence among the godless class. Even I can use my mental power to slap the weak godless, but it is easier and more cost-effective to use twisting power. Su Lang felt his enormous mental power, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Immediately, his gaze fell once again on the pills that had improved cultivation. Today is a day of taking drugs. Chapter 1818. Breakthrough, Quasi-Primary 1, 2, 3. Badu without God pill, Judu no God pill, Quasi-Taichu pill. A large number of different levels of cultivation pills were swallowed by Su Lang again. Countless majestic medicinal powers turned into a large number of cultivation bases, constantly filling the sea of cultivation bases. When all the pills have been taken, Su Lang finally broke through 3 times again, reaching the quasi-primordial realm. Quasi-beginning realm, Su Lang stretched out his right hand, and a twisting force rose in his palm, which was already a quasi-primary level twisting force. He closed his eyes and looked at himself. From the dantian to the 5 internal organs and then to the 4 poles, the universe of life in the 10 directions has been completely integrated with the soul body. The total number of fused crystal wall cells reached 82 Gai. But, Su Lang found that his life universe had completely merged with his soul body. However, there are still a large number of cells in the soul body that have not become crystal wall cells. That is, the parts other than the pubic area, the 5 internal organs and the 4 poles, such as the ribs, spine, and skull, have not been fused. At this time, the fused 82 Gai crystal wall cells accounted for only half of the total number of cells in the body. Next, is to expand the universe of life. Then continue to fuse the soul body and the soul universe until all the cells become gold coin cells, completely transformed into the world. Finally, if you master the rules of time, it is estimated that you can rise from the quasi-primordial realm to the real primordial realm. Su Lang thought and analyzed silently, and a smile was slowly drawn at the corner of his mouth. Regarding the time rule, there is almost no need to worry. All you need to do is to complete the practice of 3 time-related exercises such as moment of eternity. Not to mention the time rules, even the time avenue may be condensed. The only difference now is the life universe. Those who have lived for billions of years have a lot of time to do extra work to expand the universe of life. For example, using a technique similar to chaos and dark eclipse to expand the universe of life to a great extent. In addition, their cells are far less than Su Langduo, and the gap between the size of the living universe and the number of cells is very small. Even their soul body cells are smaller than the size of the life universe. Therefore, apart from the influence of time rules, their breakthrough difficulty is less than that of Su Lang. However, Su Lang has more crystal wall cells, and the amount of conventional energy contained is far more than 10,000 times. Coupled with the fact that the crystal wall cells are equivalent to the generating machine of the twisting force, the number of twisting forces that Su Lang can condense is also thousands of times more than that of the same level of quasi-taichu. In other words, Su Lang's ceiling in the quasi-primary period has exceeded the ordinary quasi-primary period by a lot. System. Su Lang's eyes flickered. Open the property panel for me. Name. Su Lang race. Human qualification level. Turbidity realm level. Quasi-primary attack level. Quasi-taichu plus defensive level. Quasi-taichu shenfa level. Quasi-taichu endurance level. Quasi-taichu plus spirit level. Realm of broken nirvana plus mastering the exercises. Infinite heart sutra. 10,000 laws into one. Infinite profound righteousness. Number god level. Founding activated system functions. 1 key practice function level 45, 1 key martial arts function level 45, clone dispatch function level 45, 1 key treasure hunt function level 45, 1 key alchemy function level 15, 1 key mixer function level 15, 1 key refinement function level 15, 1 key synthesis function level 15, 1 key empowerment function level 24, 1 key enhancement function level 6, 1 key decomposition function no grade really. The attack realm is better than the same level, and the endurance level is more than the same. Su Lang looked at his attribute panel and couldn't help but draw a satisfied smile at the corner of his mouth. Such strength. If you use the swallowing clone function to swallow a full 40 clones, regardless of the time rule, you should be able to reach the realm of the beginning. The only variable is the time rule. Of course, Tongtian Temple does not exist at the beginning level. Su Lang smiled slightly, with a hint of murder in his smile. Soon, he came directly to the side of Julian's chair. Chapter 18:19. Pinch as you want, the servant knocks on the Lord. When Julian saw Su Lang, she knelt down and kept kowtow. But even so, he did not stop being too late to himself, which shows the horror of Su Lang's Mingguang 10,000 realms. You don't deserve to call me the Lord. Su Lang glanced faintly at the presiding officer of Julian, then waved his hand to lift the bright world from him. Suddenly, a strange light flashed through Julian's eyes. However, he did not make any movements, but continued to kowtow in Ling Qi's own movements. Ha ha, very smart, and I know how to please me in this way. Unfortunately, you have done too much damage to the creatures of the human blood, and you have caused countless damages to the creatures of the large star domain. A sneer appeared at the corner of Su Lang's mouth. How can I bypass you if you commit such a terrible mistake? No, do not want. I beg your lord to spare a lot of small ones are willing to undercover for you, Tianmi continent. When the host of Julian was dismantled, her body was trembling with fright, and she could no longer maintain her composure to continue performing to Su Lang. Just you. A wudu is just a mere 5, and I also want to undercover Tianmi continent. Su Lang shook his head disdainfully, and with a light wave of his right hand, countless sword lights fell on Julian's body. What? Having lost the state of Mingguang myriad realms, Julian's presiding officer did not have the will to give everything to Su Lang in the perseverance, and directly screamed. This is also the reason why Su Lang withdrew from Mingguang 10,000 realms. In order to make Julian host feel the intense pain. Except for you, the other culprits will also be punished as they deserve. Su Lang thought, and the main members of the Linglian Temple, such as the monk Jia Scar, were immediately released from the Mingguang 10,000 realms and suffered painful punishment. But Su Lang did not torture them for long. Feeling that the time was almost up, he pulled out his soul and threw it into the void dragon vein heaven. As for the remaining people, there may be salvation, so let Xinzheng solve it. Having dealt with the main members of Linglian Temple, Su Lang, the rest of them, was too lazy to do it himself, and directly called out Monk Xinzheng. Friend Su Lang. Monk Xinzheng came out of the soul-chasing emperor palace and saluted Su Lang. But only halfway through this ceremony, he froze there. Because Monk Xinzheng discovered that Su Lang's cultivation base was completely invisible to him. Do you think you can't see through me? Su Lang smiled faintly. My current cultivation base has reached the realm of quasi-primary beginning. Pretty early, Monk Xinzheng said in horror. Could it be that this is the reward for being a conqueror of samsara? Do not. To win the battle of reincarnation, you can only get a chance to grow. Not only that, but it also has to pay a huge price and bear an unusually heavy responsibility. I won't tell you more. The reason I called out was because there are some monks who need you to tune and teach. As Su Lang spoke, and waved his hand, a large number of monks appeared in front of Xinzheng. That's it. Monk Xinzheng nodded in thought. These monks, I will guide them to the right path and comprehend the true Buddhist principles. Then trouble you. You will live on this planet these days. Su Lang smiled and said, if you have any needs, just speak up, and my clone will tell me. Is this in the inner world of your clone? Monk Xinzheng asked in surprise, obviously a little unbelievable. According to his measurements, the size of this living universe is terrifying, at least 10 times larger than his own. You forgot that my clone is as strong as me. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched, and he waved his hand. Don't say anything, I will destroy the Tongtian Temple, and soon you will get more monks in need of education. Tongtian Temple, that's a force at the quasi-primary level, Be careful. Monk Xinzheng found some information from his memory and said to Su Lang with a serious expression. Do not worry. Tongtian Temple is a ball of cotton in my hands, I can pinch it as I want. Su Lang smiled, and his body instantly disappeared from the place. Chapter 1820. Xian Starfield Tongtian Temple appearing again. This is the broken space in the Yaoqi district of the Black Dragon Star territory. Recover. Su Lang waved his hand, and the clones beside him waved at the same time. Suddenly, a large amount of space power, twisting power and other various means acted on the residual domain, making it melt into the boundless universe again soon. For Su Lang, the boundless universe is equivalent to the Kenglin star at the beginning. It is damaged, and naturally needs to be repaired if it has sufficient capacity. Finish it all. Su Lang opened the star map, determined the location of the Tongtian Temple, and began to dispatch the avatar incarnation on the way, at the same time. In the Xian star field. This is a golden star field, with countless auspicious clouds forming a swirling golden nebula, slowly rotating in the lonely space. In these golden nebulae, there are planets exuding peaceful atmosphere, just. The planet is not peaceful. Countless human blood creatures are forced to offer everything they own, leaving only a trace of resources to survive, and even their souls no longer belong to them. The goal of their dedication is to be a master of sorrowful heaven and pity for others. Since the Xian Star territory was knocked down by the Tongtian Temple from the Xinghai Large Territory Group, countless creatures within it have suffered invisible terror. Did you find it? The core information about the Xian Star domain internet. On Xian Star, among a golden pagoda that soars into the sky, a black-faced monk with a gloomy look asked coldly. Report to the abbot. Still not found. The guards of the last generation of Xian Star territory destroyed everything, and all the strong who knew important secrets also fell in a suicide attack. The human blood creatures we converted know about the internet of the Xinghai domain and do not know why. They have not grasped the wisdom of countless creatures condensed in the Xinghai domain group internet. Those high-level exercises all need to make a significant contribution to redeem, and their qualifications are not enough. Quote. A skinny old nun stood not far from the black-faced monk, shaking her head helplessly. Never mind. We know a lot about how to build the Xinghai domain group internet. The recently built Buddha Heart internet has obviously collected much more incense than before, and it can be considered a big gain. When we completely lay down the Xinghai domain group, we will be able to obtain the crystallization of their wisdom accumulated over the past 3 billion years. At that time, it is also hopeful to break into the realm of the beginning. The black-faced monk, the abbot Tongtian, stood up and nodded while pacing. Yes. Before a breath, my master just passed the news. The Xinghai Large Domain Group appeared within the small 1,000 domain ring, staying for a whole day before being led by the turbulence of time and space to disappear again. The skinny old nun nodded and immediately reported that she had just received information. Have you entered the small 1,000 domain ring from the boundless outer domain? If you continue with this trend, you must enter the greater 1,000 region ring and then arrive at the heavenly misty continent. The heavenly misty continent has not been completely subdued, and it is not our Buddhism territory. It is best to destroy it before entering the great 1,000 domain ring. Let's get ready to act now. Move the star field with the global Tianzutong to go to the small 1,000 domain ring. The abbot Tongtian slowly asked, Wei Ju Zheng Buddha, I also ask Master Benwan to ask for help, and always deduce the position of the Xinghai domain group. At this time, it's about my Buddhist important matters, and it's even more about that person. Of course, my master will not slack off. If it weren't for Tianmi continent to deal with important things recently, my master must attend, and she will come in person. The nun Benwan looked solemn and bowed her hands together. I understand. Abbot Tongtian nodded. Let's not slacken our efforts, and strive to solve this trouble as soon as possible. At this time, Master, Linglian Temple has lost contact. Using the sky eye, I can't see the scene on their side. The star field seems to be empty. A middle-aged monk appeared at the entrance of the Buddhist hall, a little eagerly said. Chapter 1821. Disperse it all to me. Zen Lantern. Something happened to Linglian Temple. Nun Benwan frowned. Isn't it possible? Linglian Temple has already dealt with it almost. Even the Linglian Star territory has been established for so long, how can something happen suddenly? I really can't get in touch. There was something wrong with Linglian Temple, and some strong people destroyed Linglian Temple. Its strength is at least above Kidu, otherwise Linglian Temple could not even be able to spread the news for so long. Abbot Tongtian removed his magical powers, his expression remained unchanged. It is probably the remnants of the Xinghai Great Region, don't worry about them, go down, Zen Lantern. Yes, Master. The middle-aged monk put his hands together and took his command, even if he turned around and left. The Abbot Tongtian, together with Nun Benwan, presided over the global Tianzu Tong, preparing for a large-scale ultra-long-distance jump. Global Tianzu Tong, in fact, is a new supernatural power produced by the integration of the Starland high-speed rail, which combines the large area of the Star Sea, through the fusion of the Buddha's supreme magical Tianzu Tong. Using the global sky foot link, you can take all the planets in the domain to jump. And they have actually done this several times. Whenever the Xinghai domain group appears once, they will chase with the Xian star domain. Time passed slowly. The entire Xian star field was enveloped by more and more dense golden clouds. The planets that exude a faint golden light are connected by countless mysterious scriptures. It contains Buddhist incense, twisting power, space avenues, and countless arrays. It belongs to a kind of terrifying magical power that integrates countless magical techniques. Except for not involving time rules, this supernatural power has almost reached the real primordial level. This is why Tongtian Temple is obsessed with the wisdom of the Xinghai domain group internet. Buzzing. Huge spatial tremors were produced around the planets. Above the planet, the weak creatures were driven to the pagoda and the Buddha prison, and those who couldn't enter it would have to be shaken to death. In an instant, a large number of creatures died. Immediately afterwards, a wave of terrifying spatial fluctuations spread in a ring from the planets to the surroundings. These spatial fluctuations have formed a special echoing effect, forming a larger and vast space force. Around all the planets in the entire Xian star territory, countless spatial rhythms were drawn by magical powers to build special transition tracks. When the orbit is formed, it is the time of the star field transition. But at this moment, a figure appeared on the periphery of the Xian star territory. It was Su Lang. This is a global leap. A very powerful method. It's a pity that you met me, the formation is in control, and you all dispersed to me. Su Lang unfolded his vast spiritual thoughts, and touched those parts of the Kuan-Yu Tianzutong that involved formation. Next moment, all the formations were controlled by Su Lang and caused it to collapse directly. Rumble. The entire Xian star field began to tremble crazily, those transition orbits that were being built directly dispersed, and countless spatial rhythm lines reintegrated into the void. Global Tianzutong was destroyed. What happened? Global Tianzutong failed to activate, and our formations all collapsed. What kind of formation is this? Quote. In the star field, on the planets, countless monks from Tongtian Temple made a sound of horror. They were not shocked to be destroyed by the entire Tianzutong, because this is something that the quasi-primary warrior can do relatively easily. What they were horrified was the peculiar method used by the other party to destroy the entire Tianzutong, destroy the formation. Just a moment, the formation they controlled was tampered with, and it collapsed directly. This is the first time for everyone with such knowledge of formation. Suddenly, who would dare to be wild in my Tongtian Temple? Accompanied by a loud but cold low voice, the abbot of Tongtian flew out from Xian Star, and the horrible quasi-primordial aura instantly spread. In addition to this, there are more quasi-primary beginnings emerging one by one. Banwan Nun, Zen Lantern Monk, 5 black corpses wearing Buddhist robes, and 8 super-giant Buddha statues with angry faces. The 16 quasi-prime ancestors flew out of the Xian Star domain, and arrived in front of Su Lang in an instant. Chapter 1822. More than 90 quasi-primary clones. The donor is the ancestor. HMPH, why do you pretend to be an ancestor and break into my Xian Star territory without fear of death? The abbot Tongtian held a Judu Zen stick, and his black face was indifferent. Tongtian Temple ruled the Xian Star territory, so naturally he knew what Su Lang looked like, because he had seen and destroyed too many statues of Su Lang. Behind him, the 15 quasi-2 junior powerhouses obviously did not believe that Su Lang was the ancestor. They all thought that Su Lang was hiding his head and showing his tail, so they were disdainful, unleashing a terrifying aura and pressing down on Su Lang. If it is an ordinary quasi-prime, facing the aura of 16 enemies of the same level, the guard will be jealous, even cold sweat. However, Su Lang was still calm, his gaze fell far away to the stars in the Xian Star region. He seems to have heard countless Buddha names, but there are sorrowful crying and unwilling grievances hidden in the Buddha names. Relative to the Linglian star territory, almost all of the surviving in the Xian star territory are human beings of mixed blood. At this time, the death of death is the slave of the slave. Su Lang's eyes narrowed slightly, and a dangerous light burst out. Can the donor not hear the poor monk speaking? It seems that the donor lacks the root of wisdom and needs to take refuge in my Buddhism and comprehend the truth. Seeing that Su Lang did not speak, the abbot Tongtian made his voice even more forested, and his whole body exuded a trace of twisting force. Nun Ben Wan and other quasi-Tai were motionless. At first, in their view, it was easy for abbot Tongtian to clean up the opponent, and they did not need to act. However, Tongtian Temple died today. Su Lang looked around the abbot Tongtian waiting for quasi-Taichu, and with a thought, all the clones appeared. Including 2 clones of Li Shenyang and a full 90 incarnations. Each clone has the strength of the quasi-primary level. Although they don't have a life planet, they inherited Su Lang's crystal wall cells far surpassing the same level, and their true strength still crushes the ordinary quasi-prime. At this moment, headed by Su Lang, the 93 majestic quasi-prime aura instantly tore the aura of Tongtian Abbot and others to pieces, and pressed them to a frenzied expression. What? More than 90 quasi-primaries, how is this possible? Run away, quote. The self-confidence of Tongtian Abbot and others was instantly wiped out, and even the world outlook and outlook on life were shattered. The endless stormy waves almost shattered their hearts. Nun Ben Huan and Buddhist monk Zen Light mobilized Tianzutong to leave this star field without even thinking about it. But they found that they couldn't do it at all. Su Lang's avatars have completely surrounded them, and countless quasi-primary twisting forces formed a spherical partition, isolating all the surrounding void. To use Tianzutong, they must create a gap in the partition formed by the twisting force, but faced with so many quasi-prime enemies, they simply couldn't do it. Do not. This must be a dream, this is fake. Even the most powerful Xinghai domain group is only a dozen quasi-primaries. How can there be so many quasi-primary powerhouses in this remote and boundless outer realm? Quote. The monk Zen Lantern and others looked pale, and the whole person was like falling into an ice cave, cold all over. What's wrong? Are you scared? Don't you want me to convert to Buddhism and listen to the teachings? Su Lang looked around at the abbot Tongtian and the others, and a sneer was slowly drawn from the corner of his mouth. Who is the donor? Do you know that my master is a 2 junior expert in Tianmi continent, Haowei Zheng Buddha? Nun Ben Huan took out a shattered white whisk with a horrified expression, and there was a faint smell on the whisk that made Su Lang feel very dangerous. The donor now retreat. Abbot Tongtian forced his composure and put his hands together in salute. We just assume that nothing has happened. Nothing happened. What a joke. I am a human ancestor, and today I will avenge the countless tragic deaths of my Xinghai domain. Su Lang squeezed his right hand, and the Yutian sword suddenly appeared. A force far exceeding the distortion of the quasi-primary beginning of the same level formed countless sword auras, and instantly enveloped all the quasi-primary beginning of Tongtian Temple. The surrounding 92 quasi-primary avatars also shot together, and the twisting force of the quasi-primordial beginning was like seawater flooding the entire battlefield. Whisk sleep. Nun Benwan screamed in horror, and the broken dust in her hand was completely wiped out, and a trace of the elementary twisted force went straight to Su Lang. The abbot Tongtian and other quasi-Taichu also used various trump cards, and a large number of methods exceeding the same level broke out, resisting the twisting force of the surrounding tsunami. And the little bit of 2 primary twisting power exerted by Nun Benwan not only annihilated the massive amount of sword energy that Yutian sword condensed, but also slammed Su Lang fiercely. Xing Quan Yun He. Su Lang's thoughts moved, and the avatar in front of him immediately rose in aura, and instantly trembled billions of light years into the void. 2 Junior. Nun Benwan and the others were instantly horrified and their eyes violently opened. Next moment, the avatar of Xing Kuanyin burst out infinitely quasi-primary twisting power, and it died with the twisting power of 2 primary. Immediately after, Abbot Tongtian and others were completely overwhelmed by the power of distortion, and accompanied by unwilling screams, a series of system prompts suddenly sounded. Chapter 1823, Destruction of Tongtian Temple Xian Star Field near the Void. The terrifying force of the quasi-prime primordial distortion flows back and forth in the starry sky like a tsunami. But the twisting power that was enough to destroy the entire Xian star territory was firmly limited within a radius of 100,000 feet. If a strong person sees through the huge spherical wall formed by this distorted force, he will see the quasi-primary strong ones whose will is destroyed by panic and despair. The 8 supergiant, angry-looking Buddha statues were torn into countless fragments in an instant, and the true spirit inside made a scream. Ding! You have obtained the soul of the Supreme Emperor 1, the spiritual world of the Buddha 1, the golden body fragments of the Buddha statue 100000, and the holy lotus jade 1156. Ding! You have obtained the soul of the Supreme Emperor 1, the spiritual world of the Buddha soil 1, the golden body of the Buddha statue. Ding! Immediately afterwards, the 5 black corpses wearing Buddhist robes were also annihilated in endless despair. Ding! You have obtained the soul of the Supreme Emperor 1, the spiritual world of the Buddha soil 1, the fragments of the Buddha body of the eternal world. Ding! Soon, it was the turn of the nun Benwan, the monk of Zen Lantern and the abbot of Tongtian. The Zen Lantern monk was the first to break all the defenses, and his spirit was destroyed in an instant when he was frightened. Nun Benwan fell for the second time. She relied entirely on the whisk that her master Weiju Nun gave her. At this time, the whisk was broken and she no longer had any support, and she stepped into the footsteps of the Zen lamp monk. Finally, it is Abbot Tongtian. I am the abbot of Tongtian Temple in Tianmi Continent. I am a disciple under the seat of Mi Ling Buddha in Tianmi Continent. I am under the command of Emperor Yuanmingzhou. Abbot Tongtian is holding the Judo godless soldier, struggling to death in the endless wave of twisting power, constantly moving out of his background. Ha ha, the one I killed was under Emperor Yuanmingzhou. Su Lang smiled disdainfully, and the Yutian sword in his hand was severely cut down again, and a twisting force exceeding the same level immediately smashed the abbot of Tongtian with a broken sword. Rumble, clang clang. After the violent explosion sound, countless cracks appeared in the Judo Zen stick in the hands of Abbot Tongtian, and Qi Ling let out a scream. The abbot Tongtian was also stunned by the sword light formed by a large amount of twisting power, and his blood was flying. His horrified eyes are full of twisting power and sword light, his entire world is completely occupied, and there is no chance of resistance again. Dare to attack my Xinghai domain group. Dare to enslave the countless human blood creatures in the Xian star territory. Today, I will let you taste the evil results you deserve. Su Lang hovered above the void, looking indifferently over the abbot of Quantai Chu Tongtian. Do not, Abbot Tongtian roared unwillingly. However, no matter how angry and unwilling, nothing can be changed. Time passed slowly. The vitality of the abbot Tongtian became weaker and weaker, and then was exhausted, stepping into the deadlock. He truly and, in detail felt the whole process of his life falling from his life to death, and his weakness, fear and despair continued to torment him. Until death. Ding! You get the soul of the Supreme Emperor 1, the spiritual world of the Buddha 1, the soul of the Buddha 1,000,000, the holy lotus jade of the godless grade material 25,656, and the fragments of the Ujik Zen stick 126. The system prompt came. All the quasi-primaries in the Xian star territory have all fallen. In the star field, a large number of godless powerhouses have witnessed this terrifying scene. The abbot has fallen. Oh my god, is that really an ancestor? Impossible, how can there be more than 90 ancestors? Don't worry about so much, run away, escape from the Xian star territory, and pass the news. A large number of godless grades were preparing to spread the news, only to find that all the formations in the Xian star region were fully deployed. There are countless arrays that have risen out of thin air, covering the planets, completely isolating the contact with the outside world. Go, clean up the godless class. Su Lang thought, and the 92 clones and avatars immediately turned into 9,200. They swarmed into the Xian star territory and began to clean up the main members of the Tongtian temple and liberate the enslaved human blood creatures. Suddenly, another burst of system prompts came. Hundreds of godless souls fell into the storage space, as well as a large number of Shanyuan Emperor Yuan, some godless soldiers and various materials. Chapter 1824. Promoted to Emperor Dragon Terrace and Octal Shield. Su Lang cleaned up the spoils on the spot. Although Tongtian Temple said there were 16 quasi-primary level combat powers. However, the 8 glaring Buddha statues are not real creatures, but fighting Buddha statues cast with godless souls and various Buddhist techniques. The 5 black corpses wearing Buddhist robes are ancient monks who performed a pseudo-passion using special secret methods. They were supposed to sit down, but after using the pseudo-passage method, they could survive for a long time again. The disadvantage is that they can't continue to practice, and the demand for Tiansai Dabao and Shanyuan Diwan is also very small. 16 quasi-primaries. The only normal ones are Tongtian, Benwan, and Zen lanterns. And only the spoils obtained from them are the level expected of the quasi-primary level. After an inventory, decomposing all the godless soldiers and weapon fragments, Su Lang obtained a full 180,000 godless souls and more quasi-godless souls and the souls of the great. There are also many kinds of godless grade materials, and suddenly a lot of materials needed for the evolution of the Yutian sword were searched. In addition to the materials for the Yutian sword, the materials for upgrading the godless dragon platform and the heavenly 8-edged shield are complete. System. First deposit all Shanyuan Diwan into the balance. Su Lang was not in a hurry to evolve weapons, but to store funds first. Ding. The storage is complete, and the balance is 2.3 million yuan, a superior emperor. It's nearly 200,000 more, which is not bad. Su Lang smiled slightly, and then took out the Emperor Dragon platform and the 8-edged shield and gave instructions. System, retain the characteristics, and evolve the Godless Dragon platform and the Heavenly 8-edged shield. Ding. Consuming Godless Soul 3868. Godless Dragon platform has evolved into Ludu Godless Soldier. Ding. Consume Godless Soul 3987. Tianzhao 8-sided shield evolved into Ludu Godless Soldier. Suddenly, the two Godless Soldiers exude a more powerful atmosphere. They have already reached 5 crossings, and they have been strengthened 4 times, and they have the power of 9 crossings. At this time it evolves again, and both have become quasi-primary weapons. Although it's worse than Yutian sword, it's better than ordinary quasi-primary weapons. Ao Bing thanked Master for his promotion. Ajia, thank you Master, never let anyone touch the Master's hair. Silly you, what if the Master wants to make friends with all the ladies? This doesn't count. The two Qi Ling knelt in front of Su Lang and thanked them. They also chatted with each other jokingly. Okay, I know your loyalty, go back to the body. Su Lang was happy to see that they were familiar with each other, and smiled before letting him return to his body. Suddenly, Ao Bing flew into the body of the Godless Dragon platform and hung from Su Lang's waist as a pendant. Jia also returned to the 8-sided shield of Tianjia, forming a circular pattern on Su Lang's wide sleeves. At the same time, this Xian star field was also liberated by Su Lang's clones. A large number of monks were escorted to the life universe of a clone and appeared in front of the monk Shinzheng. What? There are so many prisoners so soon. Could it be that Su Lang has defeated Tongtian Temple? Hiss, how could it be so fast? This time is not enough to hurry. Monk Shinzheng was stunned, and he had no idea how Su Lang resolved the Tongtian Temple. However, he also gradually got used to Su Lang's metamorphosis, knowing that it was not a metamorphosis that could be calculated by common sense. After calming your mind, Monk Shinzheng looked at the monks sitting endlessly below, and his expression became serious again. I waited for the Buddha to be cultivated, but I didn't know that one thought was good, one thought was evil, one thought became a Buddha, and the other became a devil. Shinzheng spoke slowly, and his voice spread across the entire planet. He wanted to bring all these monks back to the right path. Even if these monks can't become a viable force against Emperor Mingzhou, they can't be a traitor to the boundless world. At the same time, after Su Lang counted the trophies, he came to Xian Star. Xian Star is the main star of the Xian Star territory, and it is very large, dozens of times larger than Kenglin Star. A part of the city on Xian Star still retains the style of the Xinghai domain, similar to the main city in the summer that Su Lang built on the basis of the Kenglin Star Yaoqi Holy City. Chapter 1825. Collect another 150 stars of life. These cities are full of ancient Chinese architectural styles. Su Lang couldn't help but feel moved when he saw it, recalling many pictures. At this time, countless human blood creatures were carried by the clones to Xian Star, and they were safely placed on the ground. They were enslaved by the Tongtian Temple and became the lowest level of existence, dedicating their everything daily. At this time, he was rescued and liberated, and he burst into tears of excitement. In addition, they recognized that the face of Su Lang's clone was the same as that of Renzu, so they became more excited and shocked. At this time, they were all gathered here, looking at Su Lang, who was sitting on the cloud with a gentle face, couldn't help talking and shouting. Is it Renzu? Is it really Renzu? Renzu has returned from the lost time and space, and Renzu has returned to bless us. Only human ancestors can easily destroy Tongtian Temple. Human ancestors have really returned. Ha 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 ha, we worship Renzu day and night. Renzu heard our heartfelt voice. Quote. As more and more people were discussing, the voice became louder and louder, and the atmosphere became more enthusiastic and high-pitched. Countless human blood creatures knelt on the ground with excitement, shouting, "Yeah, I'm back. Today, the Xian Star territory has returned to my embrace. I will lead you to find the lost Xinghai domain group, so that the 72 domains of Xinghai will be complete." Su Lang looked at the human beings who were so excited and crying, and solemnly declared and promised. "We are back in the arms of human ancestors. Great ancestors, we will always follow your footsteps until we fall. The 72 regions of the Star Sea will eventually be restored, and the network of star regions will be rebuilt, covering every corner of the endless universe." Quote. Countless human blood creatures screamed excitedly. Su Lang even saw a strong humane will rise, forming a cloud that ordinary people cannot see. "You need to recuperate. Next, I will include all the planets in the Xian Star territory into the life universe. You don't need to fight, just give me a cheer." Su Lang smiled slightly. "Let the clones expand the universe of life, and collect the planets of life." Immediately afterwards, the screaming human blood creatures were taken into the universe and placed on the planet, quickly. In the entire Xian Star field, only one main star of Xian Star remains in the boundless universe. Compared with the Black Dragon remnant, the Xian Star field is relatively complete. Only 13 planets were lost in the battle, and the star field was not destroyed. At this time, there are a total of 150 life planets in the Xian Star region. Although the warriors above Emperor Wu were basically all sacrificed, and a large number of weak creatures died in the war. But there are still countless intelligent creatures on the 151 life planets. At this moment, countless intelligent creatures once again settled on the planet of life and lived a safe and peaceful life. They knew that they could not contribute in the battle, but they had to worship every day to provide Su Lang with incense. Almost instantly, Su Lang felt that countless incense aspirations have been integrated into his virtual spirit universe through the clones. +4 fragments of the Black Dragon Star territory and the incense power provided by the creatures in the Linglian Star territory. At this time, Su Lang's virtual spirit universe already contained a lot of incense, which formed various objects and creatures, making it more and more like a complete world. However, it is impossible to form a world with unlimited possibilities in a short time. The incense aspiration power of the virtual spirit universe is not very useful for the time being. Instead of making those incense sticks exist in vain, it is better to cultivate the Netherworld Dragon Vein Heaven Realm and promote the perfection of the Netherworld 7 Treasure Tree. It's just that, maybe I can change my mind and merge the Emptiness Dragon Vein Heaven Realm with the virtual spirit universe. Su Lang touched his chin for some thought, then his eyes lit up and decided to give it a try. Just do it. Su Lang immediately sat cross-legged, closing his eyes and looking inside. Void Dragon Vein Heaven gradually appeared before his eyes. Countless dragon veins spread in this world, forming long and narrow continents. Countless incense creatures looted each other on the long and narrow dragon vein continent. But neither side can defend. You seize it, I seize it, forming an endless loop of torture without end. Chapter 1826. Qibao Tree. The former Julian host also became one of them. In the process of plundering each other, these incense creatures will form peculiar aspirations, which will be used as raw materials to make the 7 treasure trees. Nothing dragon vein, condensation. Su Lang used his methods, and the entire world of incense immediately turned into a small orb. Just as it was originally condensed. Immediately after, Su Lang's thoughts moved, and the virtual spirit universe also appeared concrete, like a scroll with rich colors in front of him. Go, merge into one. Su Lang put the Void Dragon Vein Orb into the Void Spirit Universe. Suddenly, it is as if a spherical ice cube fell into the hot water. The surface of the Void Dragon Vein Orb was quickly melted by the Space Avenue, and its inner world quickly merged into the Void Spirit Universe. On the scroll of the Virtual Spirit Universe, there is a vague colorful tree, which is the 7 Treasure Tree. With the emergence of Qibao Miaoshu, the countless incense that originally floated in the Void Spirit Universe will immediately swarm toward it. Countless incense aspirations have been integrated into the 7 Treasure Tree, making it clearer and clearer, as if it were going to come out of the picture scroll. But, although the current Qibao Miaoshu is also very vivid, the details are still vague, and more incense and willingness are needed to improve it. It seems to be formed soon. 7 treasure trees, super treasures that can't be brushed. Well, after the 7 treasure tree is completed, I can try other treasures, such as the Chaos Clock, Zushan Sword, etc. Quote. While thinking about it, Su Lang smiled expectantly. Immediately after, he took the Void Spirit Universe into his body again, and immediately called Yaoqi Yiren and Yaoqi Zhimeng out of the soul-chasing Emperor Palace. Chu Xiaobei and the others also followed, and staying in the soul-chasing Emperor Palace was not a very comfortable thing. Wow, the buildings here are so familiar. It's very similar to the architecture of our main city in hot summer. Yeah, it reminds me of the scene when I took the 2 of you shopping around. Yiren also bought a lot of clothes and jewelry with us. Haha, really nostalgic. Quote. Chu Xiaobei Ji Rushui and Marong Shenxian looked at the surrounding buildings, remembering many good memories like Su Lang, and they couldn't help chatting. But Yaoqi Yiren and Yaoqi Zhimeng were shocked. This is xianxia. His Majesty Su Lang has recovered the Xian Star territory. Oh my god, the Tongtian Temple was destroyed so quickly and the entire Xian Star region was recovered. His Majesty Su Lang is almost countless times stronger than the entire Xinghai region combined. Quote. Yaoqi Yiren and Yaoqi Zhimeng looked side by side at the city in front of them. Their excitement was beyond words and could not be concealed. Yao Kai Yiren, Su Lang's friendly voice came. Yiren is here, Your Majesty Su Lang. Yaoqi Yiren shuddered slightly and turned to salute Su Lang, as did Yaoqi Zhimeng. All the powerhouses in the Xian Star territory have fallen, but their remnants should still exist in some corners of the planet. Therefore, I plan to try the secret technique of resurrection studied by Si Yushang and the others, and resurrect them all. Do you have this secret technique on your body? Su Lang helped Yaoqi Yiren up and asked softly. Yes, Your Majesty human ancestor. Here, remember to be very detailed. Yaoqi Zhimeng yelled in excitement immediately, and immediately took out a storage ring and offered his hands to Su Lang. Okay, let me see first. Su Lang took the storage ring, opened it, and found a large jade slip inside, exuding a very powerful aura. Just look at it and you can see the avenue of life and death almost manifested above. It seems that Si Yushang and Yuan Yu are very savvy. I don't know what kind of peculiar personality they have now become under the influence of the incense aspiration. Some thoughts flashed in Su Lang's mind, and at the same time he recorded all the exercises in the jade slip in his mind. This is a godless secret technique. There are so many things involved and very obscure. But for Su Lang, he only needs to learn by rote. Chapter 1827, Corpse Earth Origin Soul Reincarnation Technique, Promise. After reading it, I will return it to you. Su Lang handed the storage ring directly to Yaoqi Zhimeng. What? That's it, it doesn't need to be detailed. You are an ancestor, how can I measure you by ordinary people's standards, I'm so stupid. Yaoqi Zhimeng was shocked at first, and immediately saw Su Lang's playful smile, and suddenly realized that he was making a fuss. His Majesty human ancestor is a strong man who can recover a whole star field in a short time. This level of combat power is already comparable to the original level. With the insights of a high-level building from the beginning of the primordial stage, it is simply too simple to finish reading an exercise. Of course, it will take some time to practice, right? Yaoqi Zhimeng thought so, and Su Lang had already put the exercises on the vacant Wushu villain. Presumably, with the current abnormal training speed of the martial arts villain, he will soon be able to finish the practice of this godless secret technique. Yiren, go, let's go shopping. Yes, although the entire city is empty, it's good to walk around and relax. Ling Xiaomei, Yi Lin, Mo Lu, and you, Ji Meng. Let's get together. Quote. Looking at the familiar architectural style, Chu Xiaobei and others couldn't help but dragged everyone to go shopping, quickly. There was no one running besides Su Lang. Hi, you guys are happy. Su Lang clicked the corner of his mouth, sat down on the spot, and began to take a serious. In a blink of an eye, I don't know how long it took. Ding! The reincarnation technique of Corpse Earth Origin Soul has reached the founding level. The system prompt sounds. A large number of exercises and uprights were immediately imprinted in Su Lang's soul, making him directly grasp it. It can be said, Now Su Lang is familiar with this secret technique than the founder of Si Yushang. Because this secret technique was created by Si Yushang and all Xuanyu inheritors. Each of them is responsible for one part, and cannot achieve the founding level in other parts. The reincarnation technique of corpse earth origin soul, using the soil formed by the dead body when the strong fell as raw material, summon the remnants of souls that have not yet dissipated, and revive them. The principle seems to be quite simple, but it is very difficult to use, especially this kind of situation where you die without preparation. If you prepare a place to sit and transform in advance, the success rate can reach 99%, but now, it's estimated to be only 2 to 30%. Su Lang sighed in his heart, and he didn't know how many remnants of those strong men who sacrificed heroically still existed. Take a breath. Su Lang unfolded his mental power and began to search for corpse soil. As a quasi-primary level, and the strength of his soul exceeds that of other strong people, his mental power detection range has reached a radius of 1 trillion miles. And the detection ability is also stronger. Not to mention that there is a bonus for the Kaiju Micro Mystery Act, quickly. Su Lang discovered the soil where the corpses of a large number of human bloodline creatures were fused, and many of them were of the Supreme Emperor. Resurrect as many as you can. Allowing them to live their second life happily is also a reward for them desperately defending the Satellite C large area group. Su Lang smiled slightly, collected the corpses of the strong men that had been discovered, and immediately began a large-scale investigation again. Not long, the entire planet has been explored by Su Lang, once again collecting the corpses of hundreds of thousands of strong men. It's not that Su Lang didn't want to resurrect those weak. The key is that it is not easy to keep a corpse in a terrifying battle. The overwhelming majority of the strong will be destroyed and turned into ashes, let alone the weak. According to information provided by some human beings living in the Xian Star territory. The powerhouses of the Xian Star territory insisted all the way by relying on the Starfield Array, and finally fought a decisive battle on the Xian Star. Almost all the powerhouses died here. Su Lang also asked the clones to search on the 150 life planets, but did not find a suitable corpse soil. At this moment, Su Lang brought the 600,000 pieces of corpse soil he found to the place where Xian Star had the most aura. Soon, 600,000 copies of corpse soil were allocated to a large number of heaven, material and earth treasures, buried in the soil, and peculiar tombstones were erected on them. What is written on the tombstone is not the name of the owner of the corpse soil, but a series of patterns. After everything is ready, the origin soul calling spirit secret technique. Su Lang flew high into the sky, suspended above 600,000 pieces of corpse soil, his countless innate energy turned into a giant bell-like bell. Immediately after, the big clock shook slowly. Boom, boom, quote. The peculiar bells that trembled the soul spread throughout Xian Star. In countless corners of the planet, traces of remnant souls flew towards the big clock like swallows returning home. Chapter 1828, Origin Soul Corpse Soil, the dead return quickly. There are countless remnants of souls entering the sea like 100 rivers into the sea into the source soul summoning the bell of Su Lang condensed. The giant clock, which was originally translucent, has also become pitch black. And there are countless black mists constantly surging inside, as if there are fierce beasts rolling and roaring inside. Yuanyunjing, Su Lang thought, another magical power unfolded. The Yuanyun Jiaoling great bell immediately began to tremble slightly, and a strange force acted on the dark mist. Not long, the black mist disappeared, leaving only a translucent soul. Where is this? Am I not dead? No, I am dead. Where am I now? What happened to Xian Star? Did it finally block the Tongtian Temple? What about the Xinghai domain group? I am not reconciled. I want to kill those monks who are heinous. Quote. Inside the big clock, countless remnants of souls recovered a trace of clarity, and immediately a lot of thoughts arose. And at this moment, Source Soul Corpse Soil, the dead return. Su Lang pinched the tactics with both hands, a strange twisting force swallowed the big clock, and immediately wrapped the remnants of the soul into the tombstones. Immediately after, the peculiar red energy fused with the twisted power, soul in the shards of the origin soul summoning bell began to infiltrate the mysterious formation pattern on the tombstone, and flowed along the pattern toward the corpse buried in the new grave. When all the energy is integrated into the corpse soil, click, 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 each tombstone grinned with countless cracks, turned into fly ash and disappeared between the sky and the earth. Su Lang was suspended in the sky, silently looking at the earth full of new graves, and waited silently. After a stick of incense, at last, a hand broke out of the new grave, and then a woman slowly crawled out of it. The woman's skin was delicate and tender, her face was youthful, her eyes were full of confusion. Who am I? I am Shui Keting. But, where am I? Is this familiar breath xianxia? Didn't I die? Why did I rise again? Shui Keting's heart was full of countless questions, and then she noticed a young handsome and gentle man floating in the clouds. You're awake. Su Lang looked at her gently, with a smile on the corner of his mouth and joy in his eyes. You are the ancestor. Shui Keting saw Su Lang's face clearly, and instantly opened her mouth, her eyes open in disbelief. It's me. Su Lang smiled slightly. I have regained the entire Xian Star territory, and you have also been resurrected by me using the Corpse Earth Origin Soul Reincarnation technique. Master Renzu, it's really you. Shui Keting called with excitement, tears came into her eyes immediately. Resurrecting from death, and seeing Su Lang who had worshipped countless times in her life, how could she not be excited? Okay, don't cry, put on your clothes. Su Lang smiled and waved his hand gently, and a set of robes suddenly appeared on Shui Keting. Yes, thank you, Lord Renzu. Shui Keting's face turned red, and immediately bowed down. They are going to wake up too. Next, you will dress them as soon as possible, and then you will be responsible for solving their doubts. After that, I have something to ask you. Su Lang smiled and waved his hand. Zan even closed his eyes and began to calm down. The reincarnation technique of Corpse Soil Source Soul is a godless secret method. Although he was at the quasi-prime primacy level, he could resurrect more than 600,000 powerhouses at once, and the cost was not small. Quickly, a strong human being with human blood crawled out of the grave. Before they came back to their senses, they found that they had an extra set of clothes. Immediately after, Shui Keting would run up to them and explain the cause of the matter to them. What? That's Master Renzu. Master Renzu recovered the entire Xian Star territory and resurrected us. But Master Renzu has disappeared for 3 billion years, how could he suddenly appear? What about other planets in the Xian Star field? Why can't I see other planets? The Corpse Soil Source Soul Reincarnation technique is the top secret of our Xinghai domain group. The person who resurrected us cannot be a foreigner, it must be an ancestor. Chapter 1829. Resurrect 600,000 strong people in one go. Some of the resurrected powerhouses immediately believed in Shui Keting, and bowed down in a respectful salute to Su Lang. Others have the same suspicions as Ayu back then, raising many doubts. Of course, the joy of resurrection far overwhelmed their doubts. Although everyone had different opinions, they did not quarrel. Gradually, all of the more than 600,000 powerful men have been resurrected, one after another. Emperor Wu, Great Emperor, Quasi-Godless, and Godless level standing on the grave looking up at Su Lang in the sky. Master Renzu, all personnel have been resurrected. When Shui Keting came to Su Lang, she was originally godless, so she was the first to resurrect. So she has a great say in these 600,000 people. I understand. Su Lang slowly opened his eyes, looked at more than 600,000 excited and suspicious strong men, waved his hand and released the clone. Suddenly, a quasi-primary level clone appeared in front of everyone. This is the ancestor. Many ancestors. What the asterisk is going on? My god, everyone is a human ancestor, and everyone is a quasi-primordial powerhouse comparable to the abbot of Tongtian. I see, Renzu is everywhere. Quote. When all the resurrected strong men saw Su Lang's clones, they were stunned with horror, and most of the suspicion in their hearts disappeared. From their perspective, such an incredible thing can only be done by the legendary ancestor. These are the clones of the deity. The Xinghai domain group was attacked by the Tongtian temple, the Black Dragon Star domain was shattered, and the Xian Star domain fell. And now, all the planets have been recovered by me and placed in the life universe of the clone. I will show you now. While talking, Su Lang made the avatars open the channel of life universe, so that all the resurrected powerhouses could see the planets. In addition, people like Yu Gaocheng and He Yuanxin were also released to testify. Now everyone had no doubts, only surprise, excitement and admiration were left in their hearts. The descendants of the human race will see Lord Renzu. Unscrupulous children and grandchildren knocked on Master Renzu. Please take us back to the Xinghai domain group. Master Renzu, a statue of Emperor Wu, the Great, and the Supreme Emperor knelt down and continued to bow down, and a large amount of incense and aspiration power directly poured into Su Lang's virtual spirit universe. The deity will take you back to the Great Star Sea. Su Lang looked around at the crowd and asked, but now the Xinghai domain group is missing, do you have any clues available? The problem arises. Everyone looked at each other, and then shook their heads blankly. The Xian Star territory was beaten away from the Xinghai Great Territory group, and since then, they have lost contact with the Xinghai Great Territory, or not there. Su Lang frowned slightly. It seems that I can only use the souls of Abbot Ben Huan and Tong Tien to search for it and give it a try, at this time. Master Renzu, the juniors know a little clue. It turned out that Shui Keting came to Su Lang with excitement on her face. Oh, say it. Su Lang was surprised. Returned to Lord Renzu. When the younger generation died in battle, their souls were more intact. Therefore, Zheng dimly felt that the Xian star field had undergone several transitions in a short period of time. And Tongtian Temple is definitely not reconciled, they are definitely hunting down the Xinghai domain group. Shui Keting said with a look of excitement, so, the direction they are going must be the place where the Xinghai domain group once appeared. This makes sense, as expected to be the smartest Supreme Empress in the Xian Star territory. Well, as long as we find out where the Xian Star territory has passed before, we can determine the way forward. Quote. The strong people talked and nodded in admiration. A good way indeed. You wait, I will investigate the place where the Xian Star territory has jumped. Su Lang also smiled and nodded, and immediately dispatched the avatar incarnate, turning it into a godless class, and dispatching it in all directions. Not only the clones, but countless treasure hunt flying gliders have also been dispatched. They have collected the breath of the Xian Star territory, which is more powerful than the clones. Chapter 1830, The Direction of the Xinghai Domain Group at this moment. Countless treasure hunting flying gliders and nearly 10,000 avatars are like a large net unfolding in the water, and their spirits are constantly scanning the surroundings. I don't know how long it took. A treasure hunting flying glider finally found a place where huge spatial fluctuations remained. And there is still the breath left by the Xian Star territory. Based on these 2 points, it has been possible to determine the direction of the Xian Star field. But it's not enough insurance. You need to find a few points and verify it. Su Lang touched his chin for some thought, and then let the clones and the treasure hunting fly continue searching around. Not long. One clone found the second place where the large-scale space transition remained, and sent a treasure hunt flying glider to see, and indeed, there was still the breath of Xian Star. The 2 points discovered so far in the position of Xian Star at this time are almost 3 points in one line, which can completely determine the transition direction of the Xian Star field. 2 more points were quickly found, almost in a straight line with the current 3 points. That's the right direction. When I first arrived in the Xian Star territory, Tongtian Temple was planning to make a leap. The reason should be that they got the intelligence of the appearance of the Xinghai domain group. The Xinghai domain group has just appeared. If I rush to it early, I will definitely find it. After some analysis, Su Lang nodded and determined the next plan. Soon, he informed Shui Keting and others about the matter, and immediately aroused worship again. It's not easy to find the traces of the transition in the endless starry sky. For them, even if the traces of the transition disappeared, they might not be able to find it. Next I will take xianxia into the universe of life of the clone. If you want to visit other planets, you can tell me directly. While talking, Su Lang released the clone again, and then expanded the universe of life, allowing channels to appear in front of everyone. Lord Renzu, the juniors are not from Xianxia. Shui Keting said immediately, the younger generation's home star is Xianxia, I want to see Xianxia. Okay, as you long for. Su Lang smiled faintly, and immediately took Shui Keting into the life universe in a certain body while waving his hand, and landed on Xiu Star. See the familiar planet. Saw the countless familiar creatures. Shui Keting couldn't help but burst into tears. She was back. Next, the rest of the powerhouses have also put forward demands, basically wanting to return to their home planet to see, and naturally there are those who stay on Xian Star. Su Lang satisfied them all and took them one by one into the life planet they wanted to go to, quickly. There are only more than 20,000 powerhouses left on Xianxia. They were originally born and raised by Xianxia. Time is running out, it's time to leave. Su Lang thought, a clone caught Chu Xiaobei and the others all in front of him. The girls obviously still had some meaning, but they still obediently entered the soul-chasing Emperor Palace. Immediately after, Su Lang asked the clone to install Xian into the universe of life. So far, Xianxia's 151 natural life planets were all accepted by him. Clone dispatch. Su Lang hovered in the lonely void, constantly dispatching clones, chasing in the established direction. During the period, the treasure hunt flying gliders were released from time to search to prevent leftover places. And just when Su Lang constantly shuttled through countless star regions, looking for the Star Sea Large Region Group. In the Tianmi continent, there is a supergiant mountain that is extremely tall, almost comparable to a blue star. This huge mountain is white, and the exposed rocks and the like are golden. Under the sun's rays, the entire giant peak looks extremely sacred, and one can't help but worship at a glance, even. For the surrounding creatures in the range of tens of millions of light years, this Yoling Tianshan mountain is their sun. On the Juling Tianshan, only a few small courtyards were built, called Wei Miaoan, which was the cave house of Wei Ju, a strong man in the early stage. The Buddhist monks in the primordial realm are the true Buddhas. Compared with the group of monks in Leian Temple, they can only be said to be little novice monks. Chapter 1831, Juling Tianshan Weiju Nun. At this moment, Bai Yingying, above the golden Juling Tianshan, suddenly heard a cold snort with endless anger. Originally the sun was shining brightly, and the sky of clear sky turned black in an instant. The Buddha is angry. The anger of the Buddha is comparable to the anger of the world and the anger of the world. Madam Buddha, calm down your anger. Countless Huimiaoan followers fell to the ground, their faces praying sincerely immediately after. I saw a bald nun wearing a white gauze, white cassock and holding a white whisk, flying out of the yards on the Yoling Tianshan, and onto the endless sky. This person is the master of Master Benwani, Haoweizhang Buddha. Golden Lotus Sky Buddha Dharma, open. Standing on the sky, the Buddha of Haoweizhang straightly unfolded his Dharma, and instantly turned into a giant Buddha statue surrounded by countless white lotus and golden lotus. His face was smiling, and his face was full of compassion. Countless believers within tens of millions of light years saw this terrifying Buddha statue, and could not help but bow down to the ground more humble. My Buddha, Ben Huan fought against the fall of evil spirits outside the land of Buddha, and needs your help to resurrect. Haoweizhang Buddha spoke lightly, his voice spreading throughout Huimiaoan's sight accompanied by countless falling smallpox and rising golden lotus. Soon, she threw a broken relic from her hand and suspended it in the sky. Immediately afterwards, a huge but weird wave suddenly spread out, and in an instant it enveloped the entire Huimiaoan area. In this weird fluctuation, the Buddha of Huimiaoan, who was kneeling on the ground, could not count clearly, showed his obsession and kept chanting scriptures in his mouth. Immediately after, their souls started to burn, and then turned into countless other aspirations, rushing to the sky like backflowing water. It is clear that the soul is burning. However, they could not perceive any pain at all. They who became Huimiaoan's Buddhists have fallen to the point where they are deprived of their pain. And the more the soul is consumed, the brighter their eyes. When the light in that eye reaches its extreme, it is when the soul is completely annihilated. Quickly, there are countless Huimiaoan Buddha's souls completely transformed into aspirations. His body also turned into a golden corpse, and was looked at with admiration by other Buddhists. Such a scene, a normal person will definitely be terrified. At this moment, countless Buddhists sacrificed their lives, condensing countless special Buddhist aspirations, and poured into the broken relic, quickly. The crack on the relic was repaired and became immaculate. A trace of remnant soul and a drop of blood in the relic continued to merge and grow, and soon took on an embryonic shape. However, the chill in Haoweizhang's eyes grew stronger. Because the true spirit of the Buddha heart of Ben Huan has not returned to the relic at all, and cannot be reincarnated. The flesh and blood embryos condensed at this time have no use for eggs at all. Why is this? With the methods I used for Benwan in advance, coupled with the protection of the fragments of Juexin's dust, Benwan will not completely fall. Even if the true fall, the true spirit of the Buddha's heart should have escaped, but now. Weiju frowned. Could it be that the person who did it was too low-level and powerful? The original stage appeared in that group of mysterious people. Thought of this, she could not help showing a trace of vigilance and jealousy in her eyes, and immediately used her magical powers to pass the news out. Time passed slowly. In a blink of an eye, half a day passed. Su Lang's clone in the treasure hunt flying through countless spaces, passing through a large number of star regions, and seeing many unique cultivation civilizations, of course. Those cultivation civilizations are still based on martial arts. Su Lang was very interested in these cultivation civilizations in dazzling star regions, but did not have time to travel. Because the later the time, the more likely the Xinghai domain group to leave the current place. And just as Su Lang frowned slightly because he could not find Xinghai Deu Yuqing for a long time, a strange giant twisted star field appeared in the field of vision of a certain treasure-hunting flying glider. It is like an endless gray starry behemoth, constantly twisting its body and moving forward slowly. Su Lang noticed it for the first time, immediately dispatched the clone, and used the clone to replace it to reach the periphery of the twisting star territory. Chapter 1832. This breath is a bit familiar, the power of time and space. As soon as he stood firm, Su Lang noticed very strong temporal and spatial fluctuations. Like time fluctuations, he has observed countless times in the turbulence of time in the land of exile. And time and space fluctuations have also been observed several times, such as the gate of exile and the opening of the coffin of the 9 dragons. So he recognized the turbulence of time and space in the periphery of this distorted star field for the first time. The supergiant star field that envelops the turbulent flow of time and space must be the star C large field group. Su Lang's eyes showed endless joy and excitement. I finally found you, Xinghai Deu, ha 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 ha, I'm back. He could not wait to return to the star field at this time to see the changes in the star field, especially the changes in Kenglan star. In the Chasing Soul Emperor Palace, Chu Xiaobei and the others also discovered Su Lang's excitement, and immediately understood that Su Lang had found the Xinghai large area group. As a result, everyone immediately cheered again and again, very excited. Set off. Return to the star field. Su Lang's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and his figure flashed across countless spaces and came to the periphery of the turbulent flow of time and space. At this time, the turbulence of time and space is obviously already weak by countless times, and the power is not very powerful. The abbot Tongtian who connected to Tianzi and other quasi-prime primaries, can also work together to break it, and infiltrate the large area of Xinghai. Su Lang guessed, when the temporal turbulence first appeared, it must be very terrifying. Only in this way can Xinghai Deu last 3 billion years. In addition, during this period of time, forces such as the Tongtian Temple that had been altered in the Xinghai large area group were discovered, and they were helpless. After the power of the temporal turbulence weakened, the timeline of the Xinghai domain group gradually returned to normal. The turbulence of time and space as a protective cover was also greatly reduced, and it was breached by Tongtian Temple. At this time, the turbulence of time and space can only be wrapped around the large area of Xinghai, and from time to time there will be an ultra-long distance space leap. Moreover, this spatial transition should be disordered at first, but then it became a single direction. There are more and more star fields that I have crossed around. Su Lang speculated that the location of the Xinghai domain group at this time is probably closer to the center of the boundless universe. I don't want that much. As long as you enter the star field and see the star Yan and the others, many problems can be solved. After all, they are strong people who live from start to finish. Su Lang took a deep breath, and his thoughts moved. The sky and 8-sided shield suddenly flashed, condensing a large amount of twisting power to form a shield. Immediately after, Su Lang directly rushed into the turbulence of time and space. Rumble. A large amount of time and space turbulence crazily crashed on the shield formed by the 8-sided shield of the sky, consuming countless twisting power. Moreover, the spatial turbulence in the space-time turbulence is easy to deal with, but the time turbulence is very difficult. Su Lang did not grasp the time rules at all at this time. There is almost no defensive ability in the face of time turbulence. But Tianjia's 8-sided shield showed its terrifying characteristics at this time 100% to catch the attack. Those time turbulences that act on Su Lang can obviously penetrate countless defenses and fall on Su Lang. However, he was attracted by Tianjia's 8-sided shield, and all fell on the shield body. Suddenly, Ah Zhang was tortured to death under the turbulence of time. He is also a flesh and blood creature at this time, and he has a lifespan, so he will be constantly cut back in the turbulence of time. Fortunately, as a flesh and blood creature sublimated as a weapon, Ah Yang's lifespan is many times longer than that of the general quasi-taichu. And the power of time turbulence is not very powerful, so the reduction of lifespan can only be said to be a drop in the bucket. But just as Su Lang traveled through the turbulent time and space quickly, rumble, a terrifying attack suddenly came. This attack unexpectedly took advantage of the surrounding space-time turbulence and gathered them together, exerting a combat power far surpassing ordinary quasi-Tai. Xianxia's 8-sided shield blocked this attack, and the shield formed by its twisting power unexpectedly showed countless cracks. But then, the second attack followed. What? This breath is a bit familiar. Su Lang raised his eyebrows, pinched with one hand, and the Yudian sword appeared in his hand, slashing towards the front. Suddenly, the twisting power of Yudian sword that was full of endless destructive power offset the opponent's attack. At the same time, the figure that launched the attack also appeared in Su Lang's vision. Chapter 1833, Ji Yu Ling, it's your kid, who dare to trespass into the Xinghai domain group, today I must. Senior Su Lang. The figure in the turbulence of time and space rushed to the vicinity of Su Lang fiercely. Ha ha ha, Ji Yu Ling, I didn't expect it to be your kid. Yes, I have become a quasi-prime now, not bad, not bad. Su Lang looked at the young man whose eyes were about to fall out of horror, and suddenly laughed. The person here is Ji Yu Ling. That is, the talented warrior who Su Lang rescued from the cicada dragon star Yuan Jiawen at the beginning, the disciple of the Supreme Emperor Xianxia. You are really senior Su Lang. When Ji Yu Ling saw Su Lang say his name, he burst into surprise. Yes, Su Lang smiled. Where is your master Xianxia? Master he. Ji Yu Ling's face darkened, and he whispered, seriously injured and dying. But it's halfway through. His surprise was slowly suppressed by the doubts in his heart, and a trace of vigilance and fear appeared in his eyes. Senior Su Lang, is it really you? You obviously went to the place of exile. The time flow there is 10,000 times that of the Xinghai area. It stands to reason that 30 trillion years have passed since the land of exile. How could you still be alive? Ji Yu Ling narrowed his eyes. Could it be that you are pretending to be? You are not senior Su Lang at all. You have this vigilance, I am very pleased. I'll explain it to you, after I go to the exile. Su Lang smiled faintly, and Zan even explained the ins and outs of the matter to Ji Yu Ling. Immediately afterwards, he brought up the scene where he was rescued from Yuan Longli and others, and the details were not bad. This immediately made Ji Yu Ling's vigilance dissipated again. Seeing this scene, Su Lang was ready to call out Chu Xiaobei and others, and by the way call out the clone again, let Ji Yu Ling take a good look. But at this moment, Ji Yu Ling, who broke into our Xinghai domain group, have you killed it? Hey, what are you doing without doing anything, can't you beat it? Quote. Two human figures flew over from the turbulent time and space in the distance, with some peculiar shields on their bodies, which could block the erosion of the turbulent time and space to a certain extent. Because Ji Yu Ling was the first to discover the strangeness here, he took the lead. They also immediately supported it, and it took only 2 sentences to feel this, and I have to say that the efficiency is really high. And these 2 people turned out to be quasi-2 junior strong. Moreover, Su Lang didn't know him, it was a rookie who grew up later. Not bad, Yan Engxing is indeed suitable to be a leader. When Su Lang saw these quasi-primaries, he immediately gave Yan Xingxing a compliment in his heart. At the same time, Lin Wu, Zhang Zan, you are here. Look at who is back, it is Senior Su Lang, Master Renzu. Ji Yu Lingei turned to look at Lin Wu and Zhang Zan who were flying over, with surprise and excitement on his face. What? Master Renzu. Lin Wu and Zhang Zan were immediately shocked when they heard this, and they flew closer. Looking through the turbulence of time and space, they immediately saw Su Lang's face clearly. Both of them grew up listening to Su Lang's deeds. Since sensible, I have worshipped and prayed in front of Su Lang's statue every day. Su Lang's face has been carved into their souls. So at first glance, they could see that Su Lang and Renzu were really exactly the same. This. Really Lord Renzu. Something's wrong, Ji Yu Ling, you were deceived. He is not ancestor at all, and Master Renzu has disappeared for 3 billion years. Yeah, I have grown up so much, and I have never seen the real ancestor. How can he suddenly appear in front of me, fake? Quickly, who are you? Forget it, dare to pretend to be a great ancestor, and dare to trespass into the Star Sea area without authorization, a capital crime. Ji Yu Ling, let's go together and kill him. After Lin Wu and Zhang Zan had a pleasant surprise, they immediately denied Ji Yuling and directly took out their weapons to kill Su Lang. Chapter 1834. The Rising Star Lin Wuhe Zhang Zan. Oh, don't do it yet. Ji Yuling just believed in Su Lang a little bit. At this time, Lin Wu and Zhang Xuanyi said that they suddenly became suspicious. But Lin Wu and Zhang Zan didn't listen to Ji Yuling's words at all. The weapons in their hands had already reached Su Lang's face. Well, I didn't believe me casually, not bad. Su Lang showed a satisfied smile. With the Yutian sword in his hand, a powerful twisting force burst out instantly. Rumble. The aftermath of the terrifying battle dispersed. Lin Wu and Zhang Zan were swarmed by infinite power and flew out, their faces full of horror. He is so strong. Don't care if he is strong or not, he satirized us just now, kill. Lin Wu and Zhang Zan glanced at each other, taking Su Lang's praise as a satire, and then stared at them, and then killed them again. Seeing this scene, Ji Yuling suddenly became entangled, wondering if he should make a move. And just now, okay, stop. Su Lang smiled faintly, and more than 90 avatars suddenly appeared around him, surrounding them all. Suddenly, a strong quasi-primordial aura was pressed down, as if huge mountains fell on Lin Wu and Zhang Zan. What? Approximately 100 quasi-taichu. How is this possible? How did they appear? They all look like human ancestors. What are their identities? Quote. Lin Wu and Zhang Zan's expressions changed suddenly, holding weapons and leaning against each other back to back, looking at Su Lang's clone in horror. Ji Yuling immediately flew to Lin Wu and Zhang Zan's side, looking at Su Lang's deity incomparably entangled. Let's go, let's talk when we go in. Don't you feel bad about consuming your life in this turbulent time and space? Su Lang rolled his eyes, and then flew towards the Star Sea with the three of them. No, you can't let the unidentified people enter our Xinghai domain. But, we are not the opponent of this person at all now. If he wants to kill us, he will just kill us. I think this is Senior Renzu Su Lang, don't be too alarmed. Hey, idiot Ji Yuling, you are a billion years older than us. How do you speak? I am your senior. Don't make a noise, ask for support. Quote. The three of them were encumbered by Su Lang's clones and flew into the large area of Xinghai. While making a low noise, they sent out a distress signal in a special way. Su Lang did not stop this. The distress signal of the 3G Yuling will surely attract many powerful people, and even the powerful people from the entire Xinghai domain group will come. And this is exactly what Su Lang wanted. He never wanted to see someone explain it again, Everyone gathers together. No, it's explained clearly together, isn't it beautiful? Quickly. Su Lang and more than 90 clones took Ji Yuling, Lin Wu, and Zhang Zan through the barriers of time and space turbulence and entered the Xinghai domain group. But before Su Lang could admire the surrounding starry sky, a large crowd of people gathered around. Fast, start the space-time traction device. Warriors below the quasi-primary period enter the Xinghai 5 elements twisting array, guarding their respective nodes. All the quasi-prime, prepare to fight. For the Xinghai domain group, never regret it. For the Xinghai domain group, never regret it. Don't regret it. Quote. Accompanied by a series of violent roars, the terrifying humane will condense, almost forming a giant starry sky. A well-known strong man looked at Su Lang's direction with death. The formation, which was distorted like a thick colorful oil painting, was also unfolded, displaying a power that was not inferior to the quasi-primary level, firmly locking Su Lang. At this moment, all the power of the Xinghai domain group was presented in front of Su Lang. Because they were treated as enemies, Su Lang also clearly saw their courageous will to face strong enemies. Everyone, regardless of their cultivation level, is good. Su Lang looked at this scene with joy and kept nodding. Chapter 1835. His Majesty Su Lang is back. He looked around at everyone. Yan Engxing, and Xin, Xiaoning, Zhu Xin, Zhu Lan, Si Yushao, Si Yushang, Yuan Yu, Void, Yuong, Qingqiu, Hongshou, Xiaojing, Ni Chenzhou, Li Yu, and many other familiar faces imprinted, at the same time. They were also looking at Su Lang. The screams in their mouths stopped abruptly, and the expressions on their faces were stagnant. Suddenly, surprising shouts burst out from their mouths. Yan Xingxing knocked on the patriarch. Su, Your Majesty Su Lang, it's the master, the master. The master is back. The old servant Chiri is a new prisoner, knock on the master. Welcome the master back. Master, I am empty, you still remember me. Quote. Countless strong men knelt down with a smile, and bowed to Su Lang. Among them are the leaders of the current Shanghai domain group, xianxia, and many high-level powerhouses of the domain group. These people are all the old department of Su Lang. Almost all of them were collected by Su Lang's soul, fire, so the moment they saw Su Lang, they had no doubts. Of course, these old ministries are only part of the high-level powerhouses, and even part of the entire power of the entire Shanghai domain group. In contrast, more people are not Su Lang's old members. Therefore, seeing xianxia and other quasi-primary powerhouses and the Supreme Emperor kneeling down, he immediately showed an incredible expression like a ghost. Immediately after, these incredible powerhouses also returned to their senses one after another, and they bowed down in surprise. Oh my god, Master Xianxia has bowed down. That is really an ancestor. The younger generation of the Xuanyu fairy clan, see your majesty Su Lang. The younger Zhao Qinwu descendants, knock on your majesty Su Lang. Younger Langya Star Territory Li Wuyuan, knock on Master Renzu. Quote. More and more powerful men bowed down to Su Lang, and countless incense and aspirations swarmed. Beside Ji Yuling, Lin Wu and Zhang Zan were completely dumbfounded. They never expected that the person who shouted and killed himself was really human ancestor Su Lang. Suddenly the two of them were embarrassed, and then they kept thinking about whether they insulted Su Lang. At last, both of them were relieved. Thanks to the quality education promoted by Shanghai Deu all the year round, they failed to verbally abuse Su Lang. Junior Lin Wu, Junior Zhang Zan, knock to your majesty the great ancestor. The two of them took a deep breath and bowed down to Su Lang respectfully. Not bad, during my absence, you did a great job, and you deserve a reward. Su Lang laughed loudly, and countless perfect quality pills emerged from the wave of his hand, accurately falling in front of the strong. Your Majesty Su Lang, thanks to the Lord for the reward, the next servant will live up to the mission. Quote. Countless strong men were moved to tears. What a familiar scene. Su Lang used to wave his hands and sprinkled a lot of pills for them to eat, so that they could quickly break through the realm. Get up all. What kind of man is crying and crying? Today I don't have any good pill. I will refine a good one before I can bring you to the next level. Su Lang carried his right hand and looked at everyone in Shanghai Deu with a smile on his face. Yes, Patriarch, originally, we had hoped to be dim, and we were ready to go to the heavenly continent to find like-minded forces to join forces, and we were also ready to sacrifice for the entire region. But when the Patriarch returns, we don't have to worry anymore, because under the leadership of the Patriarch, we will win. Patriarch, this is the authority certificate of the group leader of the Shanghai domain, please accept it. Yan Hingxing flew to Su Lang with great excitement, and finally showed a surprised smile on his face that had been serious and sad all the year round. He offered a unique blue star model to Su Lang, which was to transfer the rule of the Shanghai domain group. However, what? The credentials of the group owner of the Shanghai domain. No, it would be troublesome for me to manage a stubborn group, and let me control the star field group, get out. Su Lang refused Yan Hingxing straight away. He had thrown the matter to Yan Hingxing long ago, and he was a shopkeeper himself, and he would not care about it at this time. Chapter 1836. Keep working on me. This Patriarch, the subordinates seemed to be unable to do anything. Yan Hingxing smiled bitterly and withdrew the certificate of authority, and his vicissitudes of life showed deep exhaustion and weakness. 3 billion years, he worked hard to develop the human race, experienced countless battles, conspiracies, and suffered countless injuries. Coupled with the horrible torrent of time, he felt that he really couldn't hold it. Can't do it, a joke. Su Lang laughed loudly. I will refine the pill for you later, and I will let you break through to the primordial beginning realm in 2 days and continue to work for me. Patriarch, Yan Hingxing knelt on the ground and shouted, his face was full of dumbfounding expressions. How? Su Lang raised his eyebrows, do you want to retire? Do not. Yan Hingxing took a deep breath and bowed earnestly. Hingxing will fulfill its mission and supervise the Shanghai region for the Patriarch. It's about the same. Su Lang laughed, then pointed to Yang Xingxing's forehead, concentrate and hold your breath. Yes, Yan Xingxing's eyes lit up, and he knew that Su Lang was going to use that magical method for himself. 3 billion years ago, he enjoyed such a favor. However, unlike what he imagined, What Su Lang instilled in him this time turned out to be a technique. A godless technique called deadwood condensation of sources of life, can delay the attenuation of life, almost tailor-made for him now. This exercise is for you to use temporarily, lest you suddenly die, and I will suffer a big loss. Su Lang chuckled, and then asked again, do you have any weapons to use? Where are they? I don't seem to see any weapons that are too basic. This statement came out. Yan Hingxing suddenly showed a wry smile and helplessness again. Master Patriarch, we have gathered the power of the entire region, and only then used some Supreme Emperor soldiers and formations to create a quasi-primary level star region array. That's it, it was done according to the method you used to create the 5 elements heaven. Because the technology is not at home, we have spent a lot of resources and a lot of manpower, and it hurts to think about it. Yan Hingxing looked at the starfield array that the Xinghai area was proud of, and his heart was ashamed. Although Su Lang created an emperor-level formation at the beginning, it was different from this quasi-primordial formation. But Yan Hingxing knew that Su Lang's growth rate was definitely far faster than everyone present. The formations and weapons created by Su Lang, the entire Xinghai domain group combined did not deserve shoes. Haha, actually you guys have done a good job. And this aspect is not your specialty. Your advantage lies in the fast cultivation speed. Look, there are so many in the beginning, very good. Su Lang smiled and patted Yan Hingxing's shoulder. Next you continue to keep this energy, don't let go just because I'm back, you know. Yes. Yan Hingxing knocked his head heavily and took his command loudly. The rest of the people also kowtow one after another, and Chi said yes, everyone is struggling to perform well in front of Su Lang. Okay, while everyone is here, Su Lang smiled and nodded, now I will refine weapons and pills for everyone, and go collect the materials. Yes, Patriarch. Yan Hingxing got up, and then went down to collect materials. Countless strong people also heard Su Lang's words, and they were suddenly surprised. Some of them had personally experienced Su Lang's alchemy refining tools and rewarded everyone. More people have grown up listening to these stories. How can they not be excited when they see that the rumored things happen to themselves? And just as everyone was excited, even more exciting words came from Su Lang. By the way, there is one thing I forgot to say. When I came back, I recaptured the Black Dragon Remnant Domain and the Xian Star Domain by the way, and the Tongtian Temple was destroyed by me. Now, it's time for these 2 star regions to return to the Xinghai Domain group. Su Lang looked around at everyone and waved his hand while talking. The clones immediately opened the Life Universe channel and released life planets one after another. At the same time, Chu Xiaobei and others were also released from the soul-chasing Emperor Palace. Chapter 1837. This star field array should be changed. Hey, you deserve to be Renzu sir, waved your hand and destroyed the Tongtian Temple. Tongtian Temple that broke through our star field is destroyed, and the Black Dragon Remnant and Xian Star Field have returned, ha 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 ha. Look, it's the planet in the Blue Dragon region of the Black Dragon Remnant, I've been there. That is xianxia, that is xianxia, that is. Look, the Supreme Empress of Yaoqi, and the Supreme Empress Shui Keting, Yu Gaochang, and He Yuanxin Zun Supreme. They are all alive. Look at those 3, are the women who accompanied Ren Zhu, and are our ancestors. They have written 10 sacred books, recording many scenes from the primitive era, as well as fragments of the life of the ancestors. My family has a billion-year-old sacred book. Look at that one, she has the aura of a beast on her body, as if she is a family of unicorns. Quote. Countless strong men saw the familiar planets and strong men, and tears burst into their eyes. When I saw Chu Xiaobei and the others, he burst out again, like a mortal seeing a legendary mythical figure. Simultaneously, Chu Xiaobei and others were also extremely excited. Came back, we are finally back, haha. Unexpectedly, the Xinghai area has become so lively. There are so many people. The city must be very prosperous. I don't know how many novelties have appeared. It seems to be a stroll. Is this the Xinghai domain group? There are so many powerful people, they actually recognized my Qilin's identity. Huh, isn't that Yuong and Hongshou? Hurry up and call them over. Quote. Chu Xiaobei, everyone whispered in excitement, then they saw a large number of familiar people and called out loudly. Yu Hong and the others were flattered, and immediately flew up to talk to Chu Xiaobei and others. Seeing this scene, Su Lang smiled and looked at the old people who had not come forward to recognize each other. The former alchemy master and Xin Guliang and his classmate Xiao Ning Guliang were both outstanding human beings, and at this time they had reached the quasi-primary level. Master Angxin, Guliang Xiao Ning, Master Lu Bai. Su Lang also smiled and beckoned to those old people, with joy and emotion in his heart. The joy is naturally because they are alive, and the emotion is because some of them have passed away forever, such as Yun Yeming, Zhang Wu, Wang Fukan, Bai Yulin, etc. At this time, Xin and others stepped forward and came to Su Lang. Subordinates pay homage to the patriarch. The crowd bowed and saluted. Don't be polite. Su Lang immediately helped them up and chatted with a smile. At first, because of the difference in identity, everyone couldn't let go. But when we talked about old things, scenes of memories appeared in my mind, and the feeling of closeness immediately spread. Both Xiao Ning and Xin gradually revealed their true feelings. Although they had gone through countless years, they had never looked for a partner like Yaoqi Yiren, and at this time they also unintentionally showed shyness. After a moment of reminiscence, Yan Hingxing had already brought countless treasures of heaven and earth collected from everyone to Su Lang. Xiao Ning, and Xin and others immediately took out all the belongings and gave them to Su Lang. Next, I will refine some pills and weapons for everyone. But before that, this star field array should be changed. Su Lang looked at the formation of the sky, and immediately saw it thoroughly and mastered it. This formation is extremely complicated and consumes countless materials, but it has not reached the power it should have. Array control dispersion. Su Lang gently waved his hand, and the formation that filled the entire star field collapsed instantly, and immediately turned into countless materials, falling into his hands like a long whale absorbing water. However, Su Lang did not disassemble the weapons and parts that already possessed the spirit of weapons, because they were also heroes. The collapse of the quasi-primary star field at the fingertips of Su Lang immediately caused everyone's horror, awe and worship. This is the Quasi-2 Junior's big formation, resisting countless attacks, and has existed for more than 2 billion years. But in the blink of an eye, from then on, they got a glimpse of the tip of Su Lang's iceberg, making it hard for them to believe how tall and vast the complete iceberg would be. And just now, Chapter 1838, Renzu cannot use common sense. One key mixer. While Su Lang waved his hand, countless materials turned into powerful godless soldiers. This scene instantly shocked countless strong people. Su Lang has the legend of super-defying weapons, and they all grew up listening. However, when I saw it with my own eyes, I realized that those legends did not reflect 1/10,000th of Su Lang's refining skills. Weapon evolution. Su Lang waved his hand again, and the old weapons in the previous formation were upgraded one after another, and his aura suddenly soared. Thanks to the ancestors for rebuilding. A famous instrument spirit walked out of the body and bowed with gratitude to Su Lang. The countless powerhouses who had been shocked were even more shocked in an instant. All of them were dumbfounded, their mouths opened wide, and they could squeeze two fists. God, how could he be promoted to the weapon in an instant? What a tactic against the sky. At this time, one-click enhanced start. Su Lang sipped softly, and all the godless soldiers in front of him strengthened once, and their level increased again. The lowest level godless soldiers have reached the Sandu level. Suddenly, the countless strong men who were so shocked that they were dumbfounded were even slow in their thinking. Those are hundreds of godless soldiers, all of them are promoted in the wave of their hands. They dare not brag, dare not do it in their dreams. Go with. Su Lang gave a light drink, and the weapons were immediately placed in predetermined positions by clones, arranged like stars. Immediately, a thought is formed. Su Lang waved his big hand again, and countless formations appeared within tens of trillions of miles. And as the clones continue to move, they expand and spread until they cover the entire Xinghai domain group. You know this is the Xinghai domain group. A large area of Xinghai is the size of an exile. A domain group with 72 domains is more than 70 times the size of the land of exile. Such a vast starry sky is filled with countless formations, which is beyond everyone's imagination. The countless powerhouses who saw this scene crashed directly, completely unable to think. They can't imagine how this is done. Some people even suspect that they are dreaming, and then ask others to beat him, suddenly. Some people murmured, "The ancestors can't use common sense." As soon as this remark came out, countless people were immediately awakened. Human ancestors cannot use common sense. This is the sentence that appears the most in countless legends about human ancestors. Often the narrator will sigh with emotion after telling a story about the ancestor Renzu can't use common sense, let alone we can guess. Yes, Master Renzu cannot use common sense at all. For me, such a scene is totally incredible, but for the ancestors, it is just the most common thing. Human ancestors are human ancestors, an existence that I will never surpass for countless millions of years. That is the ancestor I waited for. I really want to call Master Renzu to Grandpa. Dreams go to you, okay, quote. The eyes of countless strong men returned to light, and the eyes of Su Lang were full of admiration. This was a conviction from the bottom of my heart. At this time, Xinghai Wanyu United Array, come. Su Lang's soft shout spread all over the star field in an instant. Immediately afterwards, the super-large formations that filled the entire Star Sea domain group started all together. First, those godless soldiers as skeletons emit violent light, like a real galaxy that wraps up the entire Star Sea domain. Immediately after, the formation around the godless soldier also immediately cooled down. The dazzling light illuminates the entire area of the Star Sea transparently, and the dark and lonely space becomes clear. Soon, the light slowly converged, and the light in the large area of the Star Sea returned to normal again, but the Milky Way that envelops the entire Star Sea region is still shining, giving people an endless sense of security. Oh my god, the entire star field was illuminated just now. Master Ren Ancestor gave a soft drink, the star field completely turned into daylight, and the voice of the master human race fell, and the star field returned to darkness. What a supernatural power! Quote. Chapter 1839, The elixir is like galaxy constant sand, look at the Milky Way. That is our brand new star field group array, far surpassing the previous one by many times. Haha, I'm waiting for safety, there are people guarding the ancestors, I don't have to worry anymore. Master Renzu is too great, worship you. Quote. Countless warriors exclaimed and talked, and immediately bowed and thanked Su Lang. Suddenly, it is also the countless incense and wishing force to enter the virtual spirit universe, pouring into the seven treasure tree, making it further clear and solid. Xinghai Wanyu United Array has been completed. This formation is composed of 90,000 types, a total of 4.9 million godless formations, and 666 godless soldiers. Its protective ability has reached the pinnacle of the quasi-primary level. If hundreds of quasi-prime primaries are all involved, they cannot be broken. Even if you encounter a powerhouse of the primordial beginning stage, you can still fight for a few breaths of time, and you won't be directly destroyed. Su Lang's voice reached everyone's ears, making him tremble with excitement. In fact, there was one more thing Su Lang didn't tell them. Then this Xinghai Wanyu United Array can lock on each planet, so that the clone can be included in the life universe for refuge in the first time. The reason for not saying. It was Su Lang who didn't want everyone to lose their sense of crisis completely. They have countless courage and will to fight, and the will to die rather than regret. These cannot be obliterated by ease. Although the Xinghai Wanyu United Array is relatively strong, but it's still too weak to face the strong. Everyone must not slacken their efforts and must work hard to cultivate. Don't think that your current cultivation base is very weak and you can only serve as cannon fodder to die. Remember, I am born to be useful, and I will also let your light shine to the extreme. Su Lang looked around at the crowd, his tone was sonorous, utterly decisive, and everyone looked serious. Just now, I will refine the pill for you. You can eat as much as you can, and you will eat it until you are about to die. Su Lang regained a smile on his face, and then began to use the one-key alchemy function to refine the pill. Suddenly, countless pill, elixir pill, emperor pill, great pill, and even godless pill were refined. And all these medicines are of perfect quality. Suddenly, everyone looked stupid as they watched Su Lang's formation before, and their heads couldn't move. After a while, when the scent of countless elixirs diffused, making them refreshed, they came back to their senses. Oh my god, there are so many elixirs, just like constant sand. All are perfect quality pills, it's incredible. Calm down, read it to me. Renzu can't use common sense. Renzu can't use common sense. Worship, countless people exclaimed again and again, and finally bowed down again, with expressions of worship, joy, excitement on their faces. Su Lang's refining medicine is really too much. Because he himself only took the godless level pill, even if it had the strengthening function, it was difficult to strengthen the Elixir Emperor pill to the level of the quasi-primary beginning. So the materials of those, low-level, medicines were of no use at all. And how many materials are there? Starting from the place of exile, killing a large number of the Supreme Emperor, and obtaining countless materials in the ship of 10,000 domains. Later, Linglian Temple and Tongtian Temple were destroyed, and the resources of the entire Xinghai domain group were also obtained at this time. I don't know how many low-level alchemy materials add up. Although it consumes a lot of enhanced functions during this period, the rest is completely countless. In this time, Su Lang refined all these materials into a pill. One less material can be used for each material. And you can directly refining 5 pills. In other words, these materials can exert 5 times the limit value, and the number of refined medicines is even more unimaginable. Now, Su Lang was standing there, and then countless pills flew out of his sleeves, rushing to Xianxia constantly, allowing him to complete the troublesome task of distributing. God, too much, too much. The alchemy method of the patriarch is more terrifying than remembered, it really cannot be calculated with common sense. Yan Xingxing stuffed all the pills refined by Su Lang into the universe of life, and his whole body was shaking with excitement. Chapter 1840, Change all shotguns. With these pills, the strength of the entire Xinghai domain must at least rise to a great level. Of course, the quasi-primary level ceiling is not so easy to break through. Then you need to understand the most difficult rule of the universe: time. Time passed slowly. Su Lang finally finished refining the pill. Countless elixirs gathered in the starry sky of Yangxing's life universe, and yet another planet was formed. This is a planet of pills. Every inch of land above is an elixir, and the fragrance of the elixir alone is endlessly powerful. Patriarch, should I distribute the pill to everyone? Yan Engxing was so excited that he swallowed wildly, and he was already gloomy. And many more. Don't I have no refining equipment yet? You don't have suitable weapons, how can you fight the enemy? Su Lang stopped Yan Engxing directly, with a smile on his face. Yes. Singling was too excited for a while, I forgot it. Yan Hingxing nodded his head in a hurry. He was extremely majestic in the usual days, and now he was about to become Su Lang's flattery. Well, you guys, the materials of the weapon are not bad, but they have refined a relatively ordinary godless soldier. I will gather some materials for you to refine better weapons. While talking, Su Lang activated the one-key enhancement and weapon refining functions to refine weapons for the powerhouses of the Xinghai domain. These weapons are also first refined into an ordinary 4-do and 5-do godless soldier, which will soon be strengthened to 7-do and 8-do. No matter how high it is, there is no way, because the material is not enough. The weapons of Kidu and Badu were sufficient in the hands of Zun Taichu. Moreover, these weapons are all refined by Su Lang with his own ideas, and they can cooperate with each other and even fit together. In this way, the power can be greatly increased. Quickly, Su Lang refined more than a dozen weapons of Badu and below, and distributed them to Yangxingxing and other quasi-primary and high-level godless weapons. Wow, this spear was specially made for me by Renzu. It's great, I like such a long gun, I promise to scream the enemy. Lin Wu looked at the thick black and red gun in his hand, the light in his eyes was as bright as a light bulb. Humph, Master Renzu obviously prefers me. Look at my long whip. It can be soft or hard, long or short. When it's soft, it can restrain and whip the enemy, and when it's hard, it can also be used as a growth gun. It can also scream the enemy. Zhang Zan took out a red long whip in his hand and showed it to everyone. Really, this long whip can be soft or hard, long or short, and it's so varied that it's impossible to guess. When everyone saw it, they said that the long whip was very strong, and gave Zhang Zan envious eyes. Humph, Zhang Zan showed a satisfied and arrogant expression, and he was very energetic and extremely happy. Cut. What's so good about? I will fight your long whip with my spear the next day. Lin Wu looked at Zhang Zan and snorted, his face full of dissatisfaction. Okay, fight for one fight, fight for one fight. Zhang Xuanji smiled, look at me not yelling at you. Ji Yuling next to him looked at the two treasures of Zhang Zan and Lin Wu, smiled and shook his head, and then hid the magic treasure of the 8 duo scissors in his hand. At the same time, the rest of the powerhouses, such as Si Yuxiao and others, also got their own Supreme Emperor soldiers one after another, and they all smiled with excitement. Those who didn't get the weapon were extremely envious, and looked at Su Lang eagerly. Don't worry, I have left you the materials and will build special weapons for you. Su Lang smiled faintly, and even began to refine a brand new weapon. This time, what he refined was the 9-ranked Emperor weapon, an armor suitable for both the Great Emperor and the Wu Emperor. The role of this kind of armor is to complement the warrior, and exert a more terrifying power. Quickly, one by one, palm-sized black tokens were refined. These tokens are actually the body of the armor, named Shira War God Armor. When the warrior instills energy into it, the token will turn into an armor that fits the warrior completely, covering the whole body, enhancing all aspects of attributes, and also transforming energy weapons, super pulling wind. Chapter 1841. Go ahead, grab the front row. Wait until the tokens are issued one by one. Immediately aroused the exclamation of countless Emperor Wu and the Great. They looked at the token in their hands with excitement, and felt that it was very similar to a legend and myth handed down from the primitive age. In addition, this was made by Su Lang, the ancestor of the human race, and everyone immediately regarded this armor as a legendary fetish. Instant time, the warriors who grew up listening to those legends were immediately so excited that they couldn't speak. These Shira God of War Kai can help you exert a stronger power. Moreover, this kind of armor can also be regarded as your work clothes, and it can play an important role when you participate in a large project in the future. Su Lang looked around at everyone, and his faint words made everyone more excited. What? This turned out to be work clothes. They will be involved in a big project. Even Master Renzu said it was a big project, how big it would be. Countless strong people thought together, and their eyes widened in an instant, each of them shone like a searchlight. Simultaneously, Emperor Wu and the Great Emperors have weapons, and it's the turn of Wuxian Wusheng to envy. Naturally, Su Lang would not forget them. Although these martial arts are weak, they can at least be used as rechargeable batteries. With these huge numbers of martial arts and martial sages, many formations can be operated with the highest cost performance. What's more, the materials needed to refine immortal artifacts and sacred artifacts are simply not worth mentioning, and Su Lang can easily refine thousands of pieces. And so, Su Lang refined weapons for them on the spot. This time the armor is also refined, named Heoran Huishan armor. This is a kind of fairy armor that can greatly increase the recovery of the Holy Yuan and the Immortal Yuan, and can heal injuries. And this ability can be used not only on oneself, but also on other subjects. In other words, they became logistic medical soldiers. It can provide energy in certain battle formations, and can also gather in teams to form a powerful medical team. The martial sages who got these fairy armors were naturally extremely happy. They are simply ants in advanced battles, and they can often only cast 1 or 2 spells before being half dead by others' aftermath of battle. With these armors, they are much safer, and to be able to maximize their life value, which makes them very satisfied. In the interstellar war, Wusheng is already the lowest threshold. All the tribesmen who have not reached the martial sage level, you are the future successors and guardians of the Xinghai domain group, try hard to cultivate. Su Lang looked at those strong below the Valkyrie who were very envious, but because of his low cultivation base and low self-esteem, and smiled and cheered them on. Yes, great ancestor, I am the future successor of the Xinghai domain group. Come on and practice and guard the star domain. I want to become a martial sage, I want to get Heoran Huishan armor and become a guardian. Quote. Countless warriors below the Valkyrie level shouted excitedly, full of motivation one by one. All right, this is the end of the alchemy refining array. When the materials are enough next time, we will refine better medicine and replace better weapons. Su Lang waved his hand lightly. Now, let's do our own thing. This statement came out. The surrounding starry sky suddenly boiled. Because all the warriors seemed to be reluctant to leave, they want to see Su Lang more. They saw too many miracles from the legendary ancestor of Su Lang today, and they wanted to continue to admire Su Lang's sacred face. Okay. It's all gone. If you really want to see Renzu, go to the statue of Renzu to worship. Yan Xingxing stepped forward and blasted away the warriors who were reluctant to leave with the quasi-primordial and godless powerhouses. Domain Lord is right, we can't see the real body of Lord Renzu, but we can also worship the statue of Lord Renzu. Walk around, go back quickly, the front row will be occupied by others in a moment. Right, rush, grab the front row. The warriors who were blasted off flew toward the planet city where they lived, and wanted to practice in the place closest to the statue of the ancestor. Chapter 1842, Interpretation and Teaching at Baiyu Emperor Palace in this way. As soon as they open their eyes, they can worship Su Lang's statue, recite Su Lang's admonitions, worship devoutly, strengthen their will, and continue to work hard, quickly. All the strong below the godless level were all dispersed. What is left is xianxia and other quasi-primary and godless class. They are also quite large. A total of 12 quasi-Tai junior warriors, plus xianxia. 9 crossing powerhouses, such as Void, Yuang and others, have a total of 49. The rest are godless. There are 5,200. This kind of power is already countless times stronger than the land of exile. Although the 72 regions of Xinghai are more than 70 times the size of the land of exile, most of them are inhabitable voids. The total surface area of all living planets is not as big as the exile. It can be seen that the martial arts cultivation civilization of the Xinghai domain group is really advanced. Bring it on. All come in for a meeting. Su Lang's thoughts immediately opened the entrance to the Dantian universe. Yes, Patriarch. Yan Hingxing and others took their orders one after another, and then flew into Su Lang's Dantian universe, quickly. Everyone entered the cubic universe and saw the blue star and the real sun, which were composed entirely of treasures. Wow, this is the life universe of Master Renzu. This planet is all made up of precious land. This is not the point. You feel that there are countless manifestation rules here. My God, it must be very easy to understand the rules here. Of course, you have never experienced it. Brother, I used to practice with 50,000 quasi-sages on a small island on the planet Renzu-sama, and I will be sanctified in one day. Hi, Senior, Boss, I didn't expect you to have lived from the primitive times to the present. I actually only know now. Cough cough, stop blowing. The one who is fortunate to practice on that holy island is my grandfather's grandfather's grandfather. I envy him to death. Stop talking, look at the sun, it's not a solar projection, but the real sun. Quote. When everyone saw Blue Star, they were immediately shocked by the manifest rules. Soon they looked at the sun again and immediately recognized that it was the real sun. After Yangxingxing and others explained, they also understood that it was a fragment of the infinite sun. Suddenly, everyone admired Su Lang even more. Oh my God, even the sun of the boundless world can be obtained, and it can be used as energy source in the life universe. It is worthy of being an ancestor. At this time, Bai Yu, come out. Su Lang whispered, and the white jade emperor palace immediately unfolded on the ground, forming a group of fairy-like palaces. Qi Ling Bai Yu also immediately came out to bow to Su Lang. Su Lang nodded and asked her to return to her body. The white jade emperor palace has always been on the blue star, and Chu Xiaobei and others occasionally come to live. The soul-chasing emperor palace was regarded by Su Lang as his personal cave, and he could take it out to rest wherever he went. At this time, Su Lang came to the huge white jade square of the white jade emperor palace. With a thought, countless futons appeared neatly on the ground. Sit down. Su Lang sat on the head and spoke softly. Yes, more than 5,000 people including Yangxingxing took their seats and sat down on the futon. As long as the old department of Su Lang naturally sits forward. The old ministries were separated from men and women. The female warriors sat with Chu Xiaobei and others. The male warriors sat with Li Shenyang and others, and monk Xinzheng was among them. Yan Hingxing and others naturally saw the monk Xinzheng. But at a glance, they could see that this monk was completely different from those bald donkeys. Although they were a little puzzled, they were not hostile. Everyone, you are all the mainstays of the Xinghai domain group, and the main force in resisting invasion. Now, if you have any questions about cultivation, you can raise them, and I will answer them for you. Su Lang looked around and saw that many people were stuck in the bottleneck at a glance, and this bottleneck could not be broken through with a pill. Patriarch, the stars have just accumulated countless questions. Yan Hingxing knew that Su Lang was also unable to use common sense in the exercises. From the bottom of his heart, he believed that Su Lang could completely answer his questions. In addition to this, there are also the Empty Moon Rainbow and others, all of whom have been indoctrinated by Su Lang. Chapter 1843, Interpretation, Teaching, and Empowerment. There are countless questions, you can only ask once at a time. Su Lang smiled faintly. It's the next person's turn after asking, and it will be your turn after one lap. Yes, Yan Hingxing was ashamed. Hingxing is selfish. Okay, ask. Su Lang smiled and nodded. Yes, this godless level technique cultivated by the stars, here. Yan Hingxing opened his eyes and smiled, and immediately stepped forward to say his doubts. That's it, although I haven't seen your practice, I can probably guess what's wrong with you. Su Lang nodded slightly, and with his own practice experience, he solved the problem of xianxia. Joke. He has now practiced a lot of different kinds of godless level exercises. However, xianxia can only practice some similar types of exercises, and with Su Lang's high-level knowledge, he can give the best answer, quickly. Yan Xingxing's doubts were resolved, and the whole person turned out to see the sun, suddenly cheerful, and immediately went to consolidate knowledge. Next, it was the second turn. And Shin, the former alchemy master. It's the master. Seeing and Shin sitting in front of him, Su Lang shouted jokingly, do not. Now it's time for me to call the master. And Shin's face reddened slightly, and her head hung slightly embarrassed, and then whispered her doubts. After Su Lang finished listening, he quickly answered her. Next, the third one is Xiao Ning, then the sisters Zulin, Zushin, brother Si Yushao, etc. Su Lang answered their questions, and from time to time he would talk about the past and recall pictures after all. Time passed so slowly. One by one, the Supreme Emperor came forward to solve the doubts in Su Lang. Often Su Lang can point out the answers to their questions on the spot. Even if it can't be solved immediately, he can still practice his cultivation techniques in the vacant martial arts villain. Then answer other people's questions while practicing. After the exercise is completed, the problems that have not been solved before can be solved. In this way, there is no problem at all to stop Su Lang. Time is like a white horse passing through a gap, passing by at a glance. All the Supreme Emperor answered their questions here in Su Lang, and then went down to ponder and wait for the next question. When all the questions have been completely answered, the time is approaching the next day. During this time, Su Lang's clones are all condensed, and the various times of the one key empowerment function are about to be refreshed. In the principle of no waste, Su Lang selected some suitable candidates and empowered them with personally selected exercises. These warriors are basically on the verge of breaking through, and as soon as they receive the empowerment technique, they immediately break through the bottleneck and move to a higher level. Among them, the emptiness of the Supreme Emperor, the Yuang Supreme Emperor and other 9 Deuce Godless level. That's how Su Lang was directly promoted to the quasi-primary level. Finish it all. Su Lang selected some strong men to initiate the cultivation base. After so long of preaching, his cultivation base has been accumulated at a cultivation speed of more than 9,000 trillion times. I don't know how much. Anyway, it is more than enough to break through to the primordial realm. But because the rules of time have not yet been understood, they cannot break through. Therefore, it is better to instill these extra cultivation bases into everyone. And the people who were instilled in the cultivation base were all powerhouses at the quasi-primary level. Su Lang raised all their cultivation bases to the extreme level of quasi-primary beginning. As long as the rules of time are instilled, it can immediately break through to the real primordial realm. At this moment, Su Lang's subordinates have reached the level of quasi-primordial powers, which has reached 20. Once a breakthrough is made, there will be 20 strong people from the beginning, which is definitely not a weak force. After instilling the repair base, Su Lang instilled rules for Ji Rushui again, and empowered Chu Xiaobei to help them grow. Finish it all. The number of one key empowerments is refreshed again, but this time Su Lang did not continue to use it, but kept it for backup. Everyone, this is the end of this preaching and empowerment. Su Lang smiled and looked at the 20 quasi-taichu and 5,000 supreme emperors below. Chapter 1844. Someone hits the door, yes. Kong and thank the Patriarch for answering questions and granting karma and empowerment. I will definitely work hard to cultivate, protect the Xinghai area, and live up to the Patriarch's expectations. Quote. Everyone bowed down to Su Lang, feeling extremely grateful. Today is just one day. Their gains are far more than they had done for 100 million years of hard work before. Next, we are here to formulate future strategies. Su Lang smiled faintly, and looked at Yang Xingxing. I don't know the situation thoroughly enough, so you will preside over it. Yes, Patriarch. Yan Xingxing nodded immediately, and looked sideways at everyone. Everyone knows that our star field will pass through the small 1,000 domain ring and the big 1,000 domain ring uncontrollably, and arrive at Heavenly Continent, and many more. Yang Xingxing, You mean that the Xinghai area is out of control? Su Lang was surprised and waved his hand to interrupt Yan Engxing's words. Yes. Originally, the Xinghai region was a disorderly transition under the influence of the turbulence of time and space. But then we felt that the hope of the Xinghai domain group to continue to resist the invasion was too slim, so we decided to go to the Heavenly Continent. In the Tianmen continent, there are many strong people who are also resisting the forces of the Tianmi continent. We plan to join forces. After confirming the plan, we used a very rudimentary weapon fragment to provoke the turbulence of time and space, and successfully made it leap to the Heavenly Continent with the Xinghai domain group. But the fragments of the weapons of the early days have merged into the turbulence of time and space, and completely locked the way forward. Unless the turbulence of time and space is completely consumed, the Star Sea domain group cannot stop advancing or change direction. Yan Xingxing slowly explained the reason. That's it. It seems that there is no way for the time being. I can only try it after I break through to the early stage. Su Lang nodded slightly and said coldly, there is no strategy left to speak of. Soldiers will come to cover the water and earth, and people will block the killing ***** and the killing god. Yes, Yan Hingxing and others took their orders one after another. Go, everyone is busy with my own affairs, and I have something to do. Su Lang waved his hand and drove Yangxingxing and others out of the universe of life, but even with Chu Xiaobei and the others, Su Lang didn't drive away. Such as Angxin Xiaoning, Zhu Xinzulin, Yuang Hongshou, Yaoqi Yiren and others. Let the girls chat with each other. Su Lang released the soul-chasing Emperor Palace and suspended it in the air. Immediately enter the quiet room while refining the parts of the super-humanoid weapon, while waiting for the exercises to be completed. Time passed again. The Xinghai Great Region made another leap, reaching the edge of the small Thousand Region Ring, and was about to enter the Great Thousand Region Ring. And Su Lang has once again refined 18,000 parts. The number of parts for the super-humanoid weapon has reached 116,000, and it will be completely completed with only 4,000. But at this moment, Patriarch, there are a large number of powerful invading our Xinghai domain group. Not only did they have 50 quasi-primary powers, but they also brought a broken weapon of the primordial beginning. At this time, our turbulence in time and space has been torn apart, and they are attacking the Xinghai Wanyu United Array with that broken, too low-level weapon. Yan Hingxing came to the outside of the soul-chasing Emperor's palace and reported it without delay. He is also really in no hurry. Because Su Lang's Xinghai Universe Array is really powerful, even the broken, two-elementary weapon is difficult to break in a short time. Oh, someone hit the door. It seems that our whereabouts have been calculated again. The old things in Tianmi continent that are too low-level, their calculation ability is not weak, but they didn't come personally, don't want to break into my Star Sea area. Su Lang collected the refining parts, and muttered in his heart. In fact, even if he came to a powerhouse at the beginning level, he was not so imaginary. Anyway, there are so many clones, as well as the back players in the Xinghai Universe Array, just take all the planets in the Xinghai Great Region on the road. At that time, another clone will be dispatched and replaced, and those people will know what a headless fly is. Chapter 1845, Broken Primordial Weapon sneered for a while. Su Lang came outside the palace of Soul-Chasing Emperor, in front of Yan Xingxing. Patriarch, Yan Hingxing bowed to Su Lang. Let's go. Broken primordial weapons, I am very interested. The corner of Su Lang's mouth clicked, and he brought Yang Xingxing to the battlefield in an instant. This was the use of the power of the Xinghai Universe Array, which could be teleported arbitrarily among the stars. Stand on the edge of the battlefield. It is also the edge of the Xinghai domain group. It can be seen that there are countless strong people outside the big array are struggling to attack. They have pioneered a relatively stable path from the vast turbulence of time and space, and are now attacking the Xinghai Wanyu United Array. It was the broken weapon of the early days that opened up the way from the chaos of time and space. Su Lang took a look and found that this weapon was called Tianjin Xuanyu Disc. This weapon is really broken. It was originally a complete plate, but now it only has a small bottom, and it doesn't even have the spirit. At this time, Tianjin Xuanyu Disc maintains the space-time channel, and the power that can be drawn out to attack the Xinghai Universe Array is pitiful. The combat power that consumes the Xinghai Wanyu Array depends on those quasi-Taichu and Supreme Emperors. Su Lang looked at these invaders again. Among them, there are not only the monks from Tianmi continent, but also various other cultivators, which should come from various star regions. Notice, there are far more star fields in the greater 1000 domain ring than in the small 1000 domain ring. Although the cultivation civilization of these star areas is far inferior to Su Lang's star sea area. But basically a star field can also produce a very powerful godless grade, and there is a certain chance of appearing strong in the early days, therefore. Su Lang was not surprised that the other party could raise 50 quasi-taichu to intercept them. Kill kill kill. Break through this big formation and enter the star sea area, all people will become our slaves. Li, ha ha ha, I must ******* 10 million women of the human race, one a day, happy for them for 20 to 30,000 years. Quote. Countless warriors brandished their weapons, and under the leadership of 50 quasi-primaries, mad dogs attacked the Xinghai global array, from their perspective. Your own power is so powerful. And the intelligence of Xinghai Deu showed that they only had a dozen quasi-primordial powerhouses, and a few thousand godless grades. Just this little power, 5 or 6 times worse than them. Even if it is exhausted, you can win the opponent. The Nun Weiju, Monk Kongji, and Monk Shiyu who watched all of this in Tianmi continent felt the same way. These three, they were all powerhouses of the primordial level in Tianmi continent, and they realized the powerful existence of a trace of time rules. Each of them has subordinates and believers in units of billions, and holds countless wealth. Master Weiju, you said that Tongtian Temple was destroyed by people like a bamboo. Even the Nun Benwan has fallen and cannot be resurrected. Monk Kongji asked the Nun Weiju in surprise. The monk Shiyu next to him was also a little surprised. Not bad, Tongtian Temple was suddenly destroyed, and the Nun Benwan I sat down also fell. I guess the person who did it may be the strong one at the beginning, but so far I haven't found a clue. The Nun Weiju frowned slightly. This time the attack on the Xinghai domain group is a test to see if we can draw out the mysterious powerhouse. It's a good strategy. Monk Kongji nodded, and immediately asked, but can the mysterious powerhouse arrive at the battlefield in such a time? It should be possible. Before the Tongtian Temple was destroyed, the Linglian Temple in the Linglian Star territory was also destroyed by the gods unconsciously. The fragments of the Black Dragon star field that are about to be captured are all missing. The time between the destruction of Tongtian Temple and the accident at Linglian Temple was very short, and it is very likely that the same person did it. The distance between Linglian Temple and Tongtian Temple is very far. Although the distance between Tongtian Temple and this battlefield is farther, if the strong guy wants to support, he will definitely come forward. A sneer gradually appeared on the Nun Weiju's face. I will see what kind of character it is, and dare to kill my disciple. Chapter 1846. Then let them watch. What if that person does not show up? Monk Shiyu smiled and shook his head. Does not appear. Then destroy the Xinghai domain group and plunder all its cultivation civilization. The Nun Weiju sneered even more. The countless intelligent creatures in it will also convert to my Buddha, become Buddhist followers, and recite my Buddha day and night. Okay. Before, Tongtian Temple had infiltrated the Xinghai domain group. Monk Kongji nodded and said with a smile, there are now 50 quasi-taichu and tens of thousands of godless attacks, and you can break them by keeping a stick of incense. Of course, however, in order to prevent the mysterious strong man from feeling that this star sea area is unsaved and avoiding showing up, I will let my people slow down the offensive. Nun Weiju gave orders while talking. Then, the powerhouses who invaded the Xinghai domain group slowed down one after another. But they are all a little puzzled, because they found that the big array in front of them seems not so easy to break at all. At this time, the offensive was slowed down, and it was almost impossible to break. It's just that no one dared to question the Nun Weiju's order. Even if he had doubts in his heart, he did not dare to show it. Among the stars of the sea. What? These people suddenly slowed down their offensive. Seeing the abnormal behavior of those people, Su Lang raised his eyebrows. Strange. Yan Hingxing also said strangely, they didn't even cause a wave of our great array. Why did they suddenly slow down the offensive? It's like releasing water. It should be someone who issued the order behind the scenes. Well, there are strong guys watching this battle and directing them behind the scenes. Su Lang smiled and analyzed, the reason for slowing down the offensive may be to give hope to those who come to rescue. People who came to the rescue. Yan Hingxing said in surprise, but, is there anyone to rescue us? Ha ha, in their eyes, the person who is going to come to the rescue is me. Because they don't even know that after I destroy the Tongtian Temple, I can return to the Xinghai domain group in such a short time. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched. They probably thought I was near the star field of Tongtian Temple. That's it, Yan Hingxing suddenly realized. For them, the pace of the patriarch is too fast, they simply can't keep up. Haha, since they are peeping from behind, let them watch. Su Lang smiled. Well, you go to the battle, I will continue to refine parts. Anyway, the opponent didn't seriously attack. Such an offensive is simply impossible to break the Xinghai global array, it is better to let them waste their efforts for a while. Yes, Patriarch, Yan Hingxing immediately took his command, and Zan even took out his weapons and participated in the battle. Su Lang watched the battle while refining parts of humanoid weapons. Seen in the battlefield, the Xinghai universe array lay across the void, dividing the battlefield into two parts. The invading warriors were kept outside the barriers of the formation, constantly attacking the barriers of the formation. The warriors of the Xinghai large area group are inside the large array. A large number of warriors wearing awe-inspiring return to the sky instilled spiritual energy into the great formation. There are also a large number of warriors wearing the Shira god of war armor with the help of formations, constantly swinging attacks towards the outside. Godless powerhouses and quasi-primary powerhouses such as Xianxia are also constantly displaying terrifying spells, bombarding the quasi-primary powerhouses outside. At this time, Xianxia and others all have new weapons, and many people have been instilled with new techniques. Their combat power is no longer the same. Their combat power is far higher than those outside the ordinary quasi-primary powerhouse. The invaders who were ordered to slow down the offensive were immediately beaten into a panic. Had it not been for the large number of people, I would have been beaten away long ago. Both sides just consumed it. The pressure on everyone in the Xinghai Great Region is very small, and they don't have to swallow the pill to restore spiritual power. One is because the brand new Xinghai universe array is too strong. Second, because they backed the entire star field group, their aura was much stronger than the lonely void outside. Moreover, as the energy providers at the grassroots level, they wear Haoran Huishan armor, which has super recovery ability. This level of battle has not pushed their limits at all. Time passed slowly. The battle continued. The invaders outside became more embarrassed and suspicious. Chapter 1847. Won't look too strong. What is going on? Why is this formation so strong? Hasn't it been breached by Tongtian Temple once? My god, we've been fighting for so long, and there isn't even a trace of cracks in this formation barrier. The attack from inside hasn't diminished at all, they still have more power. No more, I want to take the pill. The invaders talked in disbelief, and many people had already begun to take out the pill and swallow it. The three nuns Weiju, who were far away in Tianmi continent, were also surprised. What happened? The nun Weiju frowned deeply. Although I let them slow down the offensive, it won't be like this. This is completely at a disadvantage. Yes, that formation is stronger than expected. Monk Kongji also frowned. It's really weird. Why did their formation suddenly become so strong? Master Weiju, why not let them step up their offensive? Monk Shiyu said, if this goes on, the Xinghai domain group can withstand it, and the mysterious powerhouse will never appear. I mean it. Master Weiju nodded with an ugly face, even before giving orders. Great. Master gave an order to let us attack with all our strength. Senior brothers, today we are bound to enter the Xinghai realm and break the precept once, ahaha. The quasi-primary powerhouses beamed their eyebrows, and immediately showed cruel and ruthless expressions, and blasted towards the barrier of the big formation with all their strength. Those ordinary godless powerhouses also roared and attacked frantically, just like pirates attacking ships. Boom boom boom, countless attacks fell heavily on the barriers of the big formation. The aftermath of terrifying power scattered, forming a circle of waves on the surface of the barrier of the big formation. However, there was no movement at all in the formation. Still unscathed, immovable. How is this possible? We are 50 quasi-primary powerhouses and tens of thousands of godless people at the same time desperately attacking. This formation is clearly at the quasi-primary level, how can it have such a strong defense? This formation can't be that strong, we continue to attack, it can't stop it several times. The invading warriors were stunned by the unsuccessful first attack and exclaimed in disbelief. Soon, They continued to attack without believing in evil. And the warriors of the Xianxia domain group don't want to look at it, and they have also performed powerful attacks to bombard the invaders. Su Lang joined them immediately. Although his deity is accumulating parts for refining super-humanoid weapons. But the clones were sent out and transformed into 13,509 Deuce Supreme Emperors with 100 shadow clones. Soon, these Judo godless level clones all shot together. Su Lang ordered these clones to disguise themselves as Supreme Emperors of different levels. Successively displayed different levels of attacks, which can kill the warriors who invaded one by one. In this way, will not appear too strong. Perhaps it would be able to make the two junior powerhouse peeking behind him contempt, so that he wouldn't become angry, and he immediately rushed to desperately. At this time, one by one avatars have chosen the opponent they want to bully, picking up the soft persimmon. Disguised as a clone of Judo and Badu to deal with the invaders of Kidu and Ludu. Disguised as a clone of Kidu and Ludu to deal with lower-level invaders. Ah, what an attack is this! No, I'm locked by the 7 crossing. Strong, I don't want to die. Help, help, a lot of godless attacks. I'm just a 1 pass no god level, why is there a 6 pass? Escape, hurry, quote. In a short time, one by one, the invading Supreme Emperor was beheaded by Su Lang clone, and the exclamation in his mouth stopped abruptly. A series of system prompts kept appearing in Su Lang's ears. It reminded him how many immortal Source Emperor sources he had obtained, and what kind of heavenly materials and treasures he could not stop. And a large number of invaders fell. Immediately let the warriors of the Xianxia domain group have an endless admiration for Su Lang like a rolling river. The invaders are horrified, because they find that their people are always bombarded and killed by stronger attacks. It seems that the opponent does not have a super strong, but there are many more ordinary godless grades than them. What's going on again? On Tianmi continent, Master Weiju's eyes widened and his face was unbelievable. Chapter 1848, 3 Great Brain Supplements, what's the situation? How could there be so many godless grades in this large Star Sea domain group suddenly? Look at this battlefield, there are godless magical moves everywhere. Various kinds of exercises are countless, and all kinds of twisting powers are beyond defense. The warriors we sent over can't stop them at all. Monk Kongji also thundered, and his face was full of horror. This is incredible. They showed thousands of godless people in the last war. At this time, based on the speed of their shots and the frequency of their attacks, their newly added godless grade is at least 10,000. How could they suddenly cultivate so many godless grades? Monk Shiyu also took a breath, his head buzzing a little. It takes more than 1 billion years to develop a godless class. And this is still in the most smoothest situation. Even if there are a large number of quasi-no-god level powerhouses in the Xianxia domain, it is absolutely impossible to be promoted at the same time. A quasi-no-god level must break through to the non-god level. Need to go through the process of soul fusion to 100%, which is almost equivalent to another great realm. To achieve this progress, it is not something that can be accomplished in just a few years and 10 years. But now, this situation happened in the Xianxia large area group. It's incredible, unbelievable, wrong. They can't have so many quasi-no-god level breakthroughs at the same time. Master Weiju had an ugly face. They must have used some secret method to forcibly increase their combat effectiveness. It may be a secret method, or it may be another method. I have seen that after a quasi-godless soul body is completed, it exerts its godless power through the way of the world of harmony. Monk Kongji touched his beard under his jaw, and said in a serious analysis. Yes, Brother Kongji is right. They now have 70 star regions, and each star region has a planet of life ranging from 100 to 200. Calculated in this way, if each life planet is combined with a quasi-no-god level, just over 10,000 quasi-no-god levels can exert the power of the non-god level. Monk Shiyu also kept nodding, echoing Monk Kongji's judgment. This is indeed very possible. However, many of these extra godless levels are senior supreme emperors. Only relying on Hidao planet, how can it be possible to exert a stronger power than Yidu? Master Weiju shook his head while nodding, still puzzled. It's easy. They first used this kind of harmony planet method to cross the threshold of godless class. Then use various secret techniques and various weapons to increase the combat effectiveness to the current level. Because there is a gap between the secret arts and weapons that everyone has, and there are even people who don't have godless soldiers available, so there is a huge gap in their strength. Furthermore, the original Xinghai domain group had thousands of senior godless ranks. Monk Kongji said as his eyes were getting brighter, he was clearly determined to his own thoughts. Not bad, Monk Shiyu continued to echo, Brother Kongji has already analyzed it thoroughly, it should be like this. Okay, Master Weiju Ni also nodded, I really can't think of how they have so many godless grades. Okay, now the Supreme Emperor of the Xinghai domain group basically uses secret techniques. Their fighting capacity can only be strong for a short time, and they will soon fall. Monk Kongji looked scheming, at that time, it will be the time when the Great Formation is destroyed and the Star Sea is breached. Not bad, Monk Shiyu nodded again, if the mysterious strongman does not appear. Humph, if that person does not show up, we have just robbed the cultivation civilization of the Xinghai domain group. With their cultivation civilization, those star regions under my command will greatly increase in strength, and my strength will also increase. Master Weiju snorted coldly, with a sneer and excitement on his face. Chapter 1849, How could it last so long at the same time? Su Lang is still commanding the clones. Together with the warriors of the Xinghai domain, kill the invading Supreme Emperor. He didn't even know that the people who spied secretly, such as Weiju Ni, had supplemented each other so much. Well, why don't these people retreat? Everyone has died so miserably. I don't know how to run. Is it cool to have to destroy the group? Su Lang looked at the invaders who had once again risen vigorously outside the array, and suddenly felt a little puzzled, but his doubts were soon resolved, because he heard the invaders outside yelling through his clone. Kill, Master Zhengfo said, they all used secret techniques, and they won't last long. For my Buddha, kill, enter the Star Sea realm, and let all tens of thousands of planets take refuge. My Buddha is merciful, this time I will definitely convert to 1 trillion believers. Quote. One by one, the Quasi-Prime and Supreme Emperor roared and launched attacks continuously. Even if there are comrades around him being killed constantly, he doesn't care. Because in their opinion, the enemy is already at the end of the battle, and soon they will not be able to launch a decent attack. As long as they persist until the enemy collapses, they will win. However, the idea is beautiful, but the reality is too skinny. As time flows, the invading warriors found that the attack from the formation was completely reduced. Moreover, the formation barriers are still immobile. On the contrary, there are fewer and fewer people here. Even Quasi-Taichu has fallen too. Then, the invading warriors gradually felt bad. Not good. The barriers of their formation have not been loosened at all, our attack is completely wasted. My comrades are all dead, we came out of 10 star regions together. At this time, I am the only one left. It's cruel. Persevere, Hao Weizhang Buddha said, they used the secret technique, and we gave up the previous sacrifice at this time and it was in vain. No, I don't want to die, let me go, I want to go back. Quote. The intruders exclaimed, and even showed signs of infighting. Simultaneously, Tianmi continent, Weiju, Vacant and Shiyu were shocked once again. How can that be? Didn't they use the secret method? How could they persist for so long? Master Weiju couldn't help opening his mouth wide and screaming in disbelief. This, the godless class on our side is going to die. How could they persist for so long? Generally speaking, the godless secret method will end in dozens of breaths. Monk Kongji grabbed his beard and almost pulled off his beard. Damn it, what method did they use to keep such a high combat power? However, fortunately, they can also produce a large number of godless grades in batches instead of being too junior. Monk Shiyu took a deep breath and said, our quasi-primary powerhouse can completely crush them, don't worry too much. Junior brother Shiyu is right. Monk Kongji pulled his beard and nodded, the horror on his face gradually eased. Yes, it's just some godless class. Even if it's quasi-primary, it's just ants to me. In the beginning, there are all ants, this sentence is not groundless. A sneer appeared on Master Weiju's face again. In her opinion, there are 48 quasi-prime primaries on our side. Although the opponent killed a lot and seemed to have the upper hand, there was no fundamental reversal. The 48 quasi-prime ancestors of one's own side will definitely be able to break the opponent's large formation. Although there is a gap between the final outcome and what I expected, it is completely acceptable. Time passed again. As the deaths and injuries on the side of the invaders increased, their panic and cowardice grew stronger. But those quasi-beginners will not allow them to flee the battlefield. As long as someone escapes, they will be killed immediately by those quasi-primaries. This, seeing Su Lang is heartbroken. Chapter 1850. Let's close the door and hit the dog god. That is the Supreme Emperor. Each one has a lot of treasures. Even many of them are the domain masters of a star field, and don't know how much property they have accumulated. You need to know that even if it is an enemy injured by a warrior in the Xinghai Great Territory, Su Lang will steal the head quietly. Now that dozens of Supreme Emperors have been sanctioned by the opponent's quasi-Taichu himself, Su Lang was so distressed that he took a cold breath. No way, these godless grades must die in my hands. Su Lang rolled his eyes and immediately ordered, slow down the offensive, let them fight, and give them a little hope. Yes, Yan Hingxing and others immediately took their orders. Soon, the order was passed on one by one. The ancestors have orders, slow down the offensive. Give the intruders a little hope, tease them. Don't fight, stop, quote. The warriors of the Xinghai domain group immediately released the water under Su Lang's order, and stopped their hands. Suddenly, outside the Xinghai Wanyu United Array, the pressure on the invaders is directly countless times smaller. Ha ha ha, they can't hold it anymore. Quickly, the sequelae of their secret method is coming up. Go, break the big formation, kill. Quote. The quasi-Taichu and the Supreme Emperor who had invaded one by one were happy, and their morale instantly recovered, even beyond that. They mad dogs generally pounce on the Xinghai Universe Array, using all their energy to attack. Tianmi Continent, Master Weiju, Monk Kongji, and Monk Shiyu also nodded together, with joy on their faces. Outside the Xinghai area, 48 powerful quasi-prime primordial strongmen took the remaining thousands of godless grades and attacked like crazy. Rumble, crackling, countless magical moves ****** photos taken above the barriers of Xinghai Wanyu Array. A large number of ripples agitated from the surface of the formation barrier, forming a ring of waves, which continued to diffuse toward the surroundings. The formation that has been motionless for a long time finally fluctuates. This immediately encouraged the intruders to continue their desperate attacks. And the warriors of the Xinghai Great Territory behind the formation barrier did not completely stop fighting back. Especially Su Lang. Occasionally, the avatars will kill one or two. Then listen to the pleasant system prompts. As time flows, the warriors on the invading side once again killed and wounded more than 1,000 Supreme Emperor. Su Lang secretly shot and killed a quasi-beginner powerhouse. Immediately, the invaders were left with only 47 quasi-Taichu and 2,000 very powerful godless grades. This made the invaders and the Weiju Nishi peeping behind the scenes again a bad feeling. But at this moment, reduce the power of the formation, disguise the cracks, and let them in. By the way, don't forget to close the formation, we are going to close the door to beat the dog. Su Lang clicked the corner of his mouth and gave the order with a smile. Yes, Patriarch. Yan Hingxing immediately took the command, and then relayed the order. The efficiency of everyone is ridiculous. After a few breaths, there were many small cracks in the barriers of the Xinghai Global Array. Cracked, they split, ha 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 ha, hard work pays off, we are finally about to win. Kill, quote. One by one the invaders saw this scene, and the ills in their hearts disappeared without a trace. They have reached the most exciting moment since the beginning of this battlefield. Each of the invaders was red-eyed, carrying weapons and slammed into the formation barrier. Gradually more and more cracks. I have a crack open. Chong chong chong, rush in and kill. I got through here too, kill it. Quote. The invaders gradually discovered the fissures that penetrate the barriers of the formation, and they immediately drilled when they saw a hole. Just a few dozen breaths. 47 quasi-prime and 1,000-something godless powerhouses got into the formation, and none of them were present. It's all in. It's a pity that the formation is not completely broken, and you can't see the scene inside. A relaxed smile appeared on Master Weiju's face, and this twists and turns of the invasion war was finally about to be won. Chapter 1851. A group of strong people instantly subdued, yes. Monk Kong Chan smiled, but don't even think about it. The people inside must be dead, and they will drop. Haha, I got 70 star fields at once, tens of thousands of life planets, Master Weiju, congratulations. Monk Shiyu bowed his hand to Master Weiju Ni, and said with a smile, by then, you will get the cultivation civilization of the Xinghai domain, please don't be stingy. You can rest assured, it's good I won't miss you. Master Weiju laughed. After all, everyone is a disciple under the seat of Mi Ling Buddha. That would be great. Monk Kong Chan and Monk Shi Yu nodded and laughed from ear to ear. However, they don't know. In the imagination, the scene of the death of the warriors of the Qinghai Great Territory did not appear at all. At this moment, the excitement on the faces of the invading warriors who entered the Qinghai domain completely solidified. But see behind the formation barrier. 47 quasi-primordial powerhouses and the 2,000-odd Supreme Emperor have been surrounded by Tuantuan. The people surrounding them, there are 20 quasi-Taichu, such as Xianxia, and more than 5,000 Supreme Emperors. But it was Su Lang's 135 quasi-primary clones that played a decisive role. In the Qinghai domain, there are a full 155 of those who are quasi-primary. The invaders, quasi-prime was less than one-third. Rumble. A strong aura radiated from Su Lang's avatars, setting off storms, and violently suppressing the invaders. Do not. How could it be like this? Aren't they already unable to hold it? How could this happen? How could they suddenly have more than 100 more quasi-primaries? It's over, we are in the game, we stepped into the trap, they are playing us from start to finish. Hurry up for help, Hao Weizhang Buddha will not leave us alone. Hurry up, it's useless. The distress message I sent out was completely like a clay cow entering the sea. Hao Weizhang Buddha couldn't receive it. I see. This trick is called closing the door and hitting the dog. We are now dogs. Quote. One by one the invaders were terrified and talked in horror. At this time. Welcome to the Qinghai domain group. Su Lang lined up the crowd and came to the crowd in a leisurely manner. You, who are you? Are you the leader of the human race Xianxia? No, that's not right. How come you look exactly like the legendary ancestor? It's a human ancestor. This person is a human ancestor, rumored to have opened up the human ancestor of the Qinghai domain group to cultivate civilization. Those quasi-Tianchu also look exactly like Renzu, they are the clones of Renzu. God, even the clones all have the quasi-primary beginning level. How strong that human ancestor itself should be. Could it be that it is strong enough to fight against Emperor Yuan Mingzhou? No. This is impossible. Emperor Yuan Mingzhou is the destroyer of the universe, and it is impossible for anyone to surpass him. We Buddhism knows this clearly, so we can put it under his command. Quote. When the intruders saw Su Lang, they were panicked and replenished, making them chaotic like a pot of ants. Stop talking. Your origin. Su Lang looked around the quasi-Taichu and Supreme Emperors, his tone indifferent. Kill if you want to get a little information. A quasi-primary monk roared, his face full of death rather than surrender. However, I come from the Juyin Star territory, my name is Mei Feng, I was forced. I come from Fuxia Star territory, my name is Yuan Hongshan, please forgive me. My name is Wang Yongyi, I'm from. One by one, the Supreme Emperor instantly stunned, and directly began to beg for mercy. Some of them are really forced and coerced. After all, the powerhouses in the nearby star regions have participated in this war. If they don't participate, they will be pushed out and put on small shoes. Seeing no need to be killed directly at this time, I immediately saw a glimmer of hope of survival. Then, anyone who didn't want to die was immediately subdued. Among them, there are even a few quasi-prime. Suddenly it seemed like a huge slap in the face. It was drawn fiercely on the face of the quasi-primary monk. His face is red. His eyes are red, his facial features are distorted. Chapter 1852, The harvest time has come at this time. Through the soft enemies one by one, Su Lang easily figured out the people behind them. It is Nun Benwan's master Weiju, plus a monk Kongchen and a monk Xiu. In these three primordial realms, they are all the disciples of the top powerhouse in Tianmi continent and the Buddha Mi Ling. The Mi Ling Buddha ruled the entire Tianmi continent, established Mi Ling Mountain, accepted countless talented disciples, and cultivated countless Buddhist experts. He is one of the biggest running dogs under Yuan Mingzhou Emperor. And Mi Ling Buddha's subordinates are far more than the three early disciples of Master Weiju. However, if the quasi-Taichu and Supreme Emperor in front of him tell how much they are, they don't know. Because so far, they have been in contact with these three quasi-beginners. Quasi-prime primacy is an ant-like existence to the prime primacy level. Unless it is the first strong person who takes the initiative to contact, otherwise it is difficult for them to see a 2 junior strong. In addition to learning a little bit of information about Buddha Mi Ling, Su Lang also got a very bad news. That is, the erosion of the Tianmi continent to the Tianshuan continent has become more serious. A large number of Buddhist disciples have entered the Tianshuan continent, invaded countless lands, established sects, and enslaved creatures in the name of shelter. The situation is not optimistic. Emperor Yuanmingzhou won't say anything. Mi Ling Buddha is definitely not an ordinary primordial powerhouse, and there are more primordial ones under his command. Now that there are 4 fragments of the infinite realm, Tian Mi betrays, Tian Ting falls, Tian Zan is in danger, and Tian Mi is also in danger. The boundless realm, in the boundless universe, there are very few organizations with the ability to resist. All I know about is the ship of 10,000 realms. The disaster of extinction may come at any time. I really need to reach a higher level faster. A sense of crisis arose in Su Lang's heart, and Sen Lang's eyes immediately focused on the more than 40 quasi-prime powers and more than 2,000 supreme emperors in front of him. It is necessary to improve combat power as soon as possible. In addition to the realm, the weapons of Gongfa are not important. This requires a lot of resources. And these quasi-prime and godless grades in front of them were originally the fat sheep in Su Lang's eyes, so naturally they would not let them go just because of 1 or 2 pleadings. Xinghai Wanyu Are, Kai. Su Lang's heart moved, and the great formation immediately enveloped him. 47 quasi-prime and godless grades were immediately separated and entered the narrow array space, like prisoners. Do not, I said everything, please forgive me. Ancestor, you must die, my Buddha will send you on the road. Drive me, quote. The expressions of the invaders changed wildly, and they were terrified. Some begged for mercy with a more humble attitude, some had lost all hope and cursed, and some trembled and tried desperately to attack the formation. But no matter what they react, Su Lang ignored them. The harvest time has arrived. Su Lang, holding the Yutian sword and godless dragon platform, with 135 clones, entered one of the array prisons. There is a quasi-primary monk inside this formation space. He was madly attacking the surrounding formation barriers. At this time, seeing Su Lang and other 136 Zun Tai Chu appearing expressionlessly around him, he was suddenly struck by lightning, and his whole body was crippled with horror. Kill. Su Lang spoke lightly. The endless attacks immediately drowned the frightened and desperate quasi-prime monk. Ding. You get the soul of the Supreme Emperor 1, the spiritual world of the Buddha 1, the body and soul of the Buddha 1 million, the godless material Holy Lotus Glass Stone 25,656, the source of the Superior Emperor 45,652, the lower Diwan 11,232,564. The system prompt sounds. A large number of heaven, material and earth treasures in Diwan were plundered into the storage space. Next. Su Lang's expression remained unchanged, and his thoughts moved, leading the avatars to the second formation prison. Master Renzu, please, forgive me. I will be a cow and a horse for you, and I will live forever and never regret. As soon as the quasi-Tai in this prison saw Su Lang, he immediately knelt down and kept buckling his head, completely devoid of the dignity of a strong man. Killed. Su Lang gave a look, and the avatars immediately stepped forward to kill them. Next. Then it was the turn of the quasi-primary powerhouse in the third prison, then. Tianmi continent. The expectant and happy Master Weiju immediately received unbelievable bad news. Chapter 1853. Kill all, what? The quasi-primary powerhouse I sent is constantly falling. How is this possible? Didn't they have the upper hand and already infiltrated the large Star Sea domain group? Master Weiju took out a relic, all of them shattered like the relics of Nun Benwan before. This means that the owner of these relics is dead. Those who own these relics are Buddhist monks. But this time, the Buddhist experts who invaded the Xinghai area accounted for only 1/3 of the total number. In other words, there are more quasi-Tais who have truly fallen than have been discovered so far. The quasi-Taichu on our side is being slaughtered. Monk Kongji couldn't help taking a breath. It is estimated that this is the case for warriors without god level, or even worse. We are in the game. The other party should have deliberately opened the hole in the big formation and lured our people into it. But in fact, there are all traps inside. Monk Shiyu analyzed, the people who entered the formation should have been separated and defeated one by one. Not bad. The Xinghai domain group has more than a dozen quasi-primaries. Monk Kongji said, They all attacked a quasi-beginner strong, and they can do this. Too big. Unexpectedly, this large star C domain group is so cunning. Weiju's face was dark, and she felt terribly distressed when she looked at the relic of the strong under her who continued to be broken. Although the invasion this time has a tentative meaning. But now there is no valuable information at all. The mysterious powerhouse did not appear at all. Did not get any information from the other party at all. The only gain is to learn that the Xinghai domain group has used special methods to train nearly 10,000 godless powerhouses. But this is a fart. Just as Weiju and others analyzed in grief and indignation. In the Xinghai domain group, Su Lang had already taken the avatars to kill all the quasi-taichu. Soon, let the clones split into more than 10,000 Judu Supreme Emperor. Then go in groups to kill those locked up invaders godless grade one after another. Not long, the warriors who came to invade are completely wiped out. Scatter. Su Lang waved his hand gently, and the formation prison suddenly collapsed and became the original formation barrier. It's over. All the intruders are gone. Master Renzu wiped out them all. We won, my god, we won at least 4 Tongtian temples. Quote. Countless warriors looked at the empty void after the formation disappeared, and immediately looked at each other and burst into cheers. The starry sky suddenly boiled like boiling water. Don't bow down to Lord Renzu. Without Lord Renzu, there would be no Xinghai Wanyu United Array now. Without Lord Ancestor, we would never be able to stop a full 50 quasi-primary powers. It was Lord Renzu who saved us, thank you Lord Renzu. Quote. Countless Xinghai great domain experts bowed down to Su Lang, tears streaming down their faces with gratitude. The last time they were breached by the Tongtian Temple, not only the star field suffered a huge blow, but also the Black Dragon star field and the Xian star field were lost. The self-confidence and courage of everyone in the star field have also been hit. At this time this big victory immediately wipe out the haze of the last defeat. I'll leave it to you here. All look at the broken weapon of the primordial age. Su Lang nodded to Yan Xingxing, even if he was going to fish for the broken weapon of the beginning. This weapon was not looted in the storage space as trophies following the death of all the invaders. It also shows that its ownership is in the hands of others. Needless to say, a strong man who can possess a broken weapon of the primordial age should also be a warrior of the primordial age. At this moment, Su Lang planned to take the broken primordial weapon as his own. In this way, while obtaining a treasure, it is also possible to get more of the aura of the opponent's early powerhouse, but just when Su Lang planned to do it, Chapter 1854, shattered primordial weapons destroy themselves outside the formation. Suddenly a huge roar sounded. Then came a terrifying power, such as the continuous waves of the same source of tsunami beating endlessly on the formation barriers of the Xinghai Wanyu Array. Simultaneously, the space-time channel opened by the broken weapons of the early days also collapsed. In an instant, it was flooded and buried by countless turbulences of time and space. The broken weapon destroyed itself in the early days. Su Lang looked at the turbulent flow of time and space that was completely healed, and the corners of his mouth twitched. One-click broken weapon of the early days. Although I don't even have a device spirit, I can definitely decompose a lot of things. But now, it actually destroyed itself. Never mind. Something will occur if it belongs to your life, if not, do not push it. Su Lang sighed softly and waved, a light flashed above the formation barrier. Suddenly, some of the damage caused by the broken weapon power of the early days was restored immediately. At the same time, Tianmi continent, Master Wei Ju took his hand back with an ugly expression. The broken weapon of the early days was activated by her and destroyed directly. What a pity, what a pity. Although this broken weapon was exhausted in the beginning, it won't last long, but it's still a pity. Monk Kong Chan touched his long beard and shook his head slowly. Monk Shi Yu next to him also shook his head and sighed. Humph, this time the temptation is almost useless. Master Weiju snorted and looked at Monk Kong Chan and Monk Shi Yu a little red. Junior brother, don't worry. Yes, junior brother, don't worry, we will definitely compensate you. This Bossman Lantern Lotus was given to junior brother. Monk Kong Chan and Monk Shi Yu saw Master Wei Ju's anger and became angry, a little anxious, and they immediately spoke to comfort them. I even used the cordial name that I haven't used for a long time, junior brother. Yes, Wei Ju used to be their junior, but now even though it has changed, this title is still retained. Humph, I will never let go of the Xinghai domain group. Next they will enter the Great Thousand Domain Ring. According to their direction from the beginning to the present, the place where they will appear next time is about the Great Thousand territory of Meteorite Phoenix. I have very few people in that place, it's your turn to take action. Master Weiju accepted the compensation from Monk Kongji and Monk Shiyu, and said with a murderous expression. Meteor Phoenix Great Thousand territory. My Arhat Buddhist army is in that position. The Arhat Buddhism army has the Bo Ruo Curse Buddha verses that I have given, which is enough to give full play to the conventional power of the primordial stage. At that time, they will still have no chance of escape from the Star Sea domain group, unless the mysterious early powerhouse appears. And his whereabouts are exactly one of our purposes. In any case, we will not lose money. Monk Kongji stood up, folded his hands, his eyes were full of sneers. The other side, Su Lang had already dispersed the legions of the Xinghai large area group. What should they do? Go back to each house and find each mother. Even Yangxingxing was also driven away. At this moment, he is counting the spoils happily. System, save me Shanyuan Diwan first. Su Lang chuckled and gave instructions to the system. Ding, the storage is complete, and the balance is 16.93 million, a superior Shanyuan. Haha. 50 quasi-taichu and nearly 10,000 supreme emperors are really fat. Suddenly provided me with more than 10 million high-quality shanyuan, and now I can upgrade the system functions again. Su Lang rubbed his hands in excitement, and immediately issued instructions. System, immediately improve my one key practice function. Although the repair base is sufficient for the time being, but once it was upgraded to the primordial beginning level, the cultivation base consumed would definitely be countless times more than it is now. At that time, it will probably not be enough, so we still have to plan ahead. Not to mention, one-click practice of this basic function, no matter how high it is, there is absolutely no waste. Ding. Consuming 10 million superior emperor sources, the one-key training function is upgraded to level 47, and the training speed is increased to 18,770 trillion times the speed of the basic training without missing qualifications. Chapter 1855. Super guarding speed. Such a terrifying speed. 1 second of cultivation is equivalent to 600 million years of hard work for others. Su Lang now takes about 5 seconds to accumulate the cultivation base needed for a wise creature to go from a mortal to a quasi-primary. Unbelievable. Too bad. After Su Lang calculated the result, he couldn't help but take a breath. If he wants, now 48 quasi-prime primaries can be created in one day, which is the limit of the number of cultivation base empowerments. Of course, at the very beginning of the exercise, it seems that the practice will be completed. Su Lang would not do that. Upgraded system functions. Su Lang's gaze fell on the treasure of heaven, material and earth again. Many of the quasi-taichu and supreme emperor who had been killed before were all domain masters of a star region. They scraped the resources of the entire star territory over the long years, and at this time they all fell into Su Lang's hands. Among them are alchemy materials piled up into planetary continents. There are more materials for refining, and it is almost countless. System, refine me the quasi-primordial pill and the godless grade pill. Su Lang thought. In the mysterious black space, the alchemy villain immediately began to work. Suddenly, in the storage space, on one side, countless alchemy materials disappeared instantly. On the other side, countless perfect quality pills fell like a rain. Taking advantage of the system to refine the pill, Su Lang issued an order again. System, decompose all captured weapons. Ding. The decomposition is successful. You will get the soul of the Supreme Emperor 865, the secret ice of million years 3623, and the thousand-bird magic leather jade 866. Ding. The decomposition is successful. You will get the soul of the Supreme Emperor 4548, Kundabao Rock Core 9654, Jinyang Dragon Sayu 12349. Ding. The decomposition is successful. Instant time. More than 5,000 godless soldiers with different levels have been broken down. Lower grades will get less material. There are naturally more materials from high-level decomposition. On average, each godless soldier can provide approximately 3,000 copies of the soul of the Supreme Emperor. The other godless treasures of heaven and earth are countless. The evolution materials like the Yudian sword were gathered in an instant. The evolution materials of the godless soldiers, such as the godless dragon platform, the 8-rounded shield of the sky, and the moon nest, are also collected. System. Su Lang immediately issued an order, keep the specified characteristics and evolve the Yutian sword. Ding. Consuming Godless Soul 58,888, Godless Grade Material. Exifeng Tianma Jade 100000, Shadow Eclectic Universe Stone 50,000, Blood Rain Underworld Jade 53,658. The Yutian sword evolved into 8 Crossing Godless Jade Soldier. A faint light flashed. The Yutian sword has evolved to the 8 Duo level. In addition to strengthening +4, its power has reached the 12th level Godless Soldier, far exceeding the ordinary quasi-primary weapon. Feeling that his strength has skyrocketed again, Xiaoyu suddenly ran out excitedly and hung on Su Lang's body. Master, you are great. What kind of reward do you want? Xiaoyu can satisfy you. While talking, Xiaoyu still rubbed Su Lang's body. The touch of the bullet was simply. Ahem. System, evolve me a godless dragon platform. Su Lang guarded his mind, let Xiaoyu move around by himself, and gave instructions. Ding. Consume Godless Soul 9998. The Godless Dragon platform has evolved into Kidu Godless Soldier. Ding. Consume Godless Soul 38,546. The Godless Dragon platform has evolved into the 8 Crossing Godless Soldiers. Suddenly, the power of the Godless Dragon Terrace has reached level 12 Godless Soldier. Of course, its characteristics determine that its single attack ability is not as good as Yutian Sword, but it can attack multiple targets at the same time. Ao Bing thanked Master for promotion. The Godless Dragon platform was hung around Su Lang's waist, and Ao Bing thanked her in his body, really not daring to disturb Xiaoyu. Next, evolve the 8-sided shield. Su Lang patted the Godless Dragon platform on his waist, and immediately gave instructions again. Suddenly, Tianxia's 8-sided shield has also been upgraded by 2 consecutive levels, reaching the 8-pass level, plus the number of enhancements, and it has become the 12th level Godless Soldier. But this is not over yet. Su Lang looked at the large number of low-level natural treasures in the storage space. Where are you willing to let them go? Immediately use the enhancement function to strengthen the Yutian sword to +6. Its power level reaches 14 without God Soldiers, constantly approaching the real primordial level. Chapter 1856. Re-evolving Yutian sword immediately after. Seeing that there are still many treasures left, Su Lang has successively evolved the Supreme Emperor's soldiers such as the Moon Moth, the Bright Sword of Saphir and so on. Godless soldiers such as the 5 Elements series, Space Rubik's Cube, Sky Slaughter Sheath, and so on, all evolved above Wudu. Then integrated into the Xinghai Wanyu United Array. As for the Celestial Realm in the Purple Heart World, a brand new formation is used instead. During the period, Su Lang also checked the operation status of the heavens, which was very good. The strong suppress the weak very little, and basically they are supporting. Something like being murdered by jealousy in the process of growing up a genius has never happened. Moreover, the whole world has not lost its competitiveness and development ability. The powerhouse of the heavens broke through to the godless level, stimulating countless warriors to practice hard. And the strong in the heavens have reached a new realm, gained stronger strength and longevity, and naturally won't stop. This model is relatively mature. It can be copied and used in the universe of life. It just so happens that the elven warrior civilization in the Tai Sui universe has developed. Let Tai Sui be the first world to eat crabs. Su Lang pondered silently for a while, and Zan even constructed the Tai Sui Heaven Realm in the Tai Sui universe. And most of the matters were handed over to the subordinates of the constellation of the moon, so that it supervised the development of the world. After this episode, Su Lang looked at the Supreme Emperor's exercises that he had just harvested. The number of invaders is close to 10,000, although the exercises they practiced are repeated. But Su Lang also got more than 2,000 godless level exercises. System. Start to synthesize 2 elementary skills. Su Feng gave the order without hesitation. Suddenly, more than 200 original exercises of the primordial beginning appeared in front of you. With the addition of the Taichu exercises previously obtained from the ship of 10,000 domains, the number has reached 356. At this time, Su Lang did not master the Taichu exercises, and it was difficult to read a Taichu exercises in a short time. He could only judge the type of exercises by its name. After a rough classification, among the more than 350 exercises, there are more than 60 exercises about time rules. The rest are body building exercises, Various twisting power exercises are soul-enhancing exercises. Many exercises are similar. Su Lang thought so. At that time, you can choose some pleasing to the eye to practice. I don't know if his thoughts are known by other quasi-primary warriors and even strong ones. Will he vomit blood with anger? If they get a book that is too elementary, they will be extremely happy. Regardless of his type, he must be comprehended and practiced, and no matter how bad he is, he must get some benefits from it. In short, it must not be wasted. But when it comes to Su Lang, it becomes a casual pick, and those who are not pleasing to the eye will not practice. After combining the Taichu Gongfa, Su Lang has synthesized a large number of godless-level exercises, tens of thousands. The emperor-level exercises can be synthesized more, which is almost countless. Finish it all. Su Lang's gaze turned, and he fell on the exercises he was practicing. Just before preaching, the 5 godless-level exercises of the Red Underworld and Purple Chi Profound Art, Dao Li 9 Earths, 13 Corpses, 4 Dragons, and the Supremacy Sutra of Devouring the Sun were completed. But because it was very busy, Su Lang put it on hold temporarily. When I think about it, I'll see if it can come in handy. The Red Underworld Purple Chi Profound Art is definitely useful. It can condense the Red Underworld space and store the Red Underworld's twisting power. This exercise is extremely useful even at the early stage. Red Underworld, Ning. Su Lang's thoughts moved, and the exercises moved quickly. A vast red space like the universe of life appeared in the back of the neck spine. The space is empty, a hazy red, light chaos that has not been opened up. The universe is dying, red and purple, condensed. Su Lang began to use the innate qi in his body to condense the red and purple qi, and it was accompanied by the profound meaning of world dying. Suddenly, all the innate qi stored in his body was transformed into red and purple qi and poured into the red and dark space. But I saw the empty hazy red world. Gradually, a hint of purple spirit aura appeared. It is the special twisting power Hong Ming Zi Qi. Chapter 1857. Organize the exercises. Not bad. It looks like my red Ming space can be installed at least 30 times. Su Lang nodded slightly, and then directly ran the Survival of the Sun and the Great Sun Haotian map to extract solar energy to restore himself. When the innate qi is full, it will transform into red and purple qi again. In a blink of an eye, the red Ming space was completely filled. These red and purple auras are enough to make me burst out 36 strongest attacks. Su Lang looked at the red and purple air, and a satisfied smile was drawn at the corner of his mouth. Immediately after, let's look at the 9 places of Taoism exercise method. This technique can quickly transform ordinary land into treasure, and it is also very practical. Go with, turn all the captured life universe planets into treasures. Su Lang's thoughts moved, and a large number of clones used buying clones to enter the pupils of 10,000 worlds, penetrate into the universe of life, and begin to operate the Dao Li 9 Earths Technique 1 at this time. Su Lang's Eye of 10,000 Worlds has long been worthy of the name. Because it has stored nearly 10 million life universes. It also contains nearly 10,000 godless life universes, and more than 60 quasi-primary life universes. In these life universes, there are endless intelligent creatures surviving. When Su Lang asked the clone to transform the planet of life into a treasure, by the way, he used Mingguang 10,000 realms to conquer it. But it does not squeeze their resources, only to collect their loyalty. These creatures are all that Su Lang intends to use to fill his life universe in the future. At this moment, the pupil of all worlds, in a certain quasi-primary life universe, an avatar of the Judu level simultaneously unfolds the Mingguang 10,000 realms and the Dao Li Judi. Suddenly, it turns into a brand new sun, appearing above this world. The infinite warm light shone on countless creatures, making their negative emotions such as horror and fear disappear. And the earth gradually changed under the light of the Taoist 9 places. A lot of ordinary land has become inferior treasure land, and then evolved towards more advanced treasure land. The creatures in the world were stunned and ecstatic when they saw this scene. Even without the power of Mingguang 10,000 realms, they will also worship from the heart the great existence that turned into the sun that day. The same thing is happening in other life universes. Thousands of creatures in the world surrendered to Su Lang at the same time, generating endless incense power, which was collected by the virtual spirit universe and integrated into the 7 treasure tree. Su Lang could feel it clearly. If this continues, within half a day, the 7 treasure trees will fully condense. I'm really looking forward to it. Su Lang licked his lips in excitement, his eyes fell on 13 corpses. This exercise is an extremely powerful clone exercise for others. But for Su Lang, it has only one function. That is to completely immune to the erosion of incense aspiration, so that Su Lang can wield the incense aspiration at will. Simultaneously, the greater use of this technique is to instill in Chu Xiaobei and others, so that they will not be corroded by incense. Even if they walk on the road of incense, they can always maintain their sanity and gain the authority of eternal life. Finally, it is 4 dragons. This exercise was originally created by Mingshuan on Salonghai Road, and it has a trick called Endless Dragon Bite, which is very scary. In addition, there are various magical effects. For the current Su Lang, it was also a useful move. After reading these godless level exercises, Su Lang's gaze fell once again to the 4 basic exercises. These 4 exercises are the mysterious technique of future good fortune, the Quiet Heart Sutra, the Moment of Eternity, and the Record of the Boundless World of xianxia. Except for the last one, the other 3 books are all related to time rules. Once the training is completed, you can comprehend the rules of time and break through to the primordial level. I can foresee it. This time is not long, maybe today. Su Lang took a deep breath, and a trace of expectation flashed in his eyes. Chapter 1858, Xinghai Great Region makes another leap at this time. There was a horrible tremor in the world, as if the entire universe was shaking. It's spatial fluctuation. No, there is still time. Fluctuations. The time and space fluctuations are abnormal. Is the Xinghai domain group going to make a transition again? Su Lang raised his eyebrows and immediately looked out of the big formation. Really? The turbulence of time and space outside is surging crazily, tens of thousands of times more violent than before. And the violent degree of the turbulence of time and space is still rising, just like a super terror tsunami with higher waves. When the wave reaches its highest point, buzzing, the tremor between heaven and earth suddenly reached its extreme. The scene in front of him was distorted and flickered, even though Zan returned to normal. It's a leap. The corner of Su Lang's mouth clicked, and he didn't need to think about knowing that the Xinghai Great Region had left the former Shaoqianyu Ring, and had arrived in the cosmic space closer to the Tianmen continent. At this time, Patriarch, our star field has made another leap. The destination we arrived this time is very close to the prediction. Yan Hingxing ran to Su Lang quickly, bowed respectfully, and whispered, "Okay, I will now send a clone to explore the surrounding environment. By the way, here are some great Emperor-level exercises, Godless-level exercises, and a few 2 basic exercises that I have compiled. You can put them in the database." Su Lang nodded, and then took out a lot of exercises from the life universe. There were also a few exercises of the primordial level, because the names were not pleasing to the eye, so they simply gave them to Yangxingxing. This. So many exercises, and all of them are the original. Yan Engxing looked at the exercises that Su Lang had taken out, and his eyes suddenly bulged out of fright. Suddenly, he thought of when he was in the main city in the summer. Su Lang also took out a large number of God-level, Holy-level and even Immortal-level, Emperor-level exercises in this way, rewarding everyone for cultivation, or used for exchange. The Patriarch is also the most terrifying genius since the birth of the universe in terms of cultivation techniques. Yan Xingxing couldn't help feeling sighed in his heart, and immediately put all the exercises away, ready to be sealed as a high-level machine. Only the warriors who have made great contributions to the Xinghai domain group can get it. Stars, don't take these techniques too seriously. Don't rush to ponder over those exercises at the beginning level. They are meaningless, because soon I will instill better Taiji exercises for you, so that you can all improve to the Taichu level. Su Lang looked at Yan Xingxing, who was extremely excited, and said lightly, What? Inculcate the Taichu exercises. Promote directly to Taichu. Yan Xingxing was stunned again by Su Lang's words, his brain blanked. At the beginning of the promotion, one of the most difficult levels in the road of martial arts. Can you make such a breakthrough? It's like eating and drinking water. Calm down. Didn't you instill the exercises and rules by me? Su Lang smiled faintly. The next indoctrination is nothing more than the indoctrination content is a little more advanced. Yes, Patriarch, the stars are still not stable enough, I must pay attention. Yan Hingxing recovered from the shock and immediately nodded in agreement. Okay, you go down first, do what you should do. Su Lang smiled and waved his hand. I'm going to send a clone to investigate intelligence. Yes, Patriarch. Yan Hingxing agreed with great joy. Since Su Lang returned, he suddenly felt that his pressure had decreased by 99%. In nearly 3 billion years, it has never been so relaxed and happy. This also allows him to spend more energy on other things. For example, he likes the development of education in Xinghai Deu the most. After Yang Xingxing left, Su Lang immediately dispatched a clone, protected by the 8-sided shield of the sky, through the turbulence of time and space into the void outside the Star Sea domain group. 135 clones became 13,500. Then, together with countless treasure-hunting flying gliders, spread out toward the surroundings, looking for planets with intelligent life. Chapter 1859, Fallen Phoenix Great Thousand Domain. Under the overwhelming search, the avatars and the treasure hunt flying gliders soon found a planet of life. This life planet is on the periphery of a star field, and in this star field is a relatively barren and weak planet. But there are several supreme emperors on it. It should be known that in the fringe star field outside the small thousand domain ring, a supreme emperor is often the master of one star field. But here, he can only become the master of a backward planet. This star field is definitely stronger than any star field I have seen before. Moreover, this phenomenon is definitely not an isolated case, but a common occurrence. In other words, there are many star regions as powerful as this star region. Su Lang thought silently. Sure enough, this is the Great Thousand Domain Ring. Immediately after, he sent a clone to sneak into this life planet quietly. Anyway, the Supreme Emperor on the planet of life is also very weak, and the strongest is only Sandu. It was too easy for Su Lang's clone to hide from them. When the avatars sneaked into this life planet, they immediately conquered the 4 Supreme Emperors with Mingguang 10,000 realms and asked for information, quickly. Su Lang got a lot of information. This Fangxing domain name is Suju. It is a remote star region in the Great Thousand Territories of Fallen Phoenix, and its ruler is an 8-cross godless grade. The rulers of the surrounding stars are basically around the 8 crossings and 9 crossings, with similar overall strengths. And everyone didn't have any strong background, so they lived together peacefully. Meteor Phoenix Great Thousand Domain Ring. This name, did the Phoenix fall? Su Feng's eyes flashed, and then asked the 4 Supreme Emperors. The result is known. Legend has it that this star field once really fell into the Phoenix. And it's still a Phoenix of the beginning level. What? 2 elementary existence has fallen here. Su Lang's heart was also a little bit hungry. The Phoenix is an auspicious beast in the ancient Chinese mythology, that is, the beast that lived in the boundless world 4 billion years ago. The fall of the Phoenix here means that there used to be a battle with the power of the primordial underworld emperor. Even Emperor Yuan Mingzhou himself shot and killed the Phoenix. But no matter. This all means that this Fang Daqianyu once appeared in the sight of Emperor Yuan Mingzhou, or the strong under his command. This vast area is very likely to be ruled by the powerful under Emperor Yuan Mingzhou. In the current Suju star territory, probably because it is too remote, so it is not included in the scope of the rule. That is to say, my Star Sea domain group is now considered to appear outside a certain enemy camp. Su Lang raised his eyebrows, and a trace of fear suddenly rose in his eyes. If there is an early powerhouse here, the Xinghai domain group is impossible to stop, and can only immediately clean up and run away. Don't disturb them yet. Anyway, I will soon break through to the beginning level. At that time, I will have 135 clones of the beginning level, hehe. Su Lang ticked the corner of his mouth and immediately began to spread the intelligence network. Constantly conquer the strong in the star field and make him an eyeliner. The Suju star field was soon completely occupied by Su Lang's clone and became his own watchtower. Immediately after, it's another star field's turn. Anyway, Su Lang's avatars are not rejected by the world consciousness. No matter how much they toss, it is difficult to be found. Su Lang continued to conquer the star field of the meteorite Great Thousand Territory, while taking out the cauldron to continue refining parts. After refining the parts last time, it was only a few thousand to reach 120,000. This time, it is necessary for superhumanoid weapons to come to this universe. Time passed slowly. Thousands of parts are quickly refined. 100,000 celestial parts. It took more than 10 days and 20 days, and finally all of them were worked out. What a big project. Su Lang clicked the corner of his mouth, and immediately took all the parts out of the storage space. Boom. Su Lang suddenly appeared a small mountain. Parts are complete. Next is to assemble the finished product. Well, how does this feel? A bit like assembling Lego Gundam. Su Lang's eyes rolled, and some familiar memories suddenly appeared in his mind. Chapter 1860. Superhumanoid weapon is born. At the beginning, he liked to use Lego bricks to splice his favorite things. Unexpectedly, when I came to this scene now, I found the original fun again. Not much thought, let's do it. Su Lang took a deep breath and immediately began to assemble and refine. Colorful burning heaven, condensate me. He waved his hands and released countless colorful burning heavens. Make its crepe myrtle non-fixed fire characteristic to the extreme, most suitable for refining. Immediately after, all the fairy level parts were thrown by Su Feng into the supergiant cauldron condensed by the colorful burning heaven. This instrument is huge. It's not like a traditional pot, it's like a life storehouse placed upright. In the life warehouse, countless flames turned into a hand, pulling different parts one by one to where they should be. In a blink of an eye, a rough and vague human figure appeared in the pot, with a faint feeling of white mecha. Immediately after, more parts are wandering like a school of deep-sea fish. From time to time, a part is picked up by the flame-translated hand and then installed in a specific location. The vague giant mecha gradually became clear. It's like a low-resolution picture that gradually becomes a high-definition picture. It can be said that the mosaic image was dismounted, and everything became clearer. As time goes by, there are fewer and fewer parts wandering in the space of the pot. The giant mecha is more full and clear. Finally, the last part returned, and the superhumanoid weapon was finally spliced. But this is not over yet. It did not give birth to a spirit, because it has too many components. Each part has its own different spirit, and it is extremely difficult to perfectly integrate and nurture the spirit. If you change to any other refiner, you can only stare and stare. Only Su Lang can spend some energy and effort to help it complete the birth of the spirit. Be born, my superhumanoid weapon spirit. Su Lang used mystical craftsmanship to continuously temper the superhumanoid weapon that has been spliced. On each of the different parts, the fluctuating frequency of a share of inspiration gradually approached or matched each other. Gradually, the weak and petty chi machines that are only immortal grade, slowly merged together, and began to nurture the real spirit. And these psychics will not disappear after the device psyche is conceived, and will still exist on every part. The birth of the spirit is equivalent to forming a master consciousness. As time flows, after the 120,000 psychic faculties were fused together, a more clear and agile psychic finally appeared inside. This faint spirit grew slowly, and suddenly flickered, bursting into a bright light. A trace of consciousness was born. It is the embryonic form of Qi Ling. It is also the prototype of a soul. Disperse to me. Su Lang didn't hesitate, and immediately expelled all the other ideas. This is to prevent the newly born consciousness from being corroded more and becoming a truly chaotic and indescribable soul. Even with such measures, Su Lang was also not sure that this instrument spirit could become the same as a normal intelligent creature, of course. He is not particularly worried, because after the weapon reaches the godless level, it can form real flesh and blood creatures, and its spiritual and intellectual defects can be made up for perfection. This is the case for the previous Godless Dragon platform and the 5 Elements series of Imperial soldiers. It's just this 120,000 thought. I don't know if it will condense 120,000 normal souls when it reaches the godless level. Su Lang touched his chin, and immediately decided that he didn't want to do so much, so he could finish the things before him. At this moment, the prototype of the superhumanoid weapon has appeared, but it cannot be cultivated and strengthened by the cleverness contained in the weapon itself. And so, Su Lang took out a lot of pills for cultivating spiritual soul. Use special methods to apply the power of medicine to the prototype of the spirit to help it grow. Chapter 1861, Infinite Universe except besides. Su Lang also mastered several methods of tempering his soul. Some of these meanings can be used for other objects. And these profound meanings are also very soft, not rough, just suitable for the newly born spirit. Slowly, it's like feeding a baby with milk powder. Su Lang watched it continue to grow, and his consciousness became more and more cleansed, and soon he had self. What? Qi Ling discovered the existence of Su Lang and suddenly made a strange sound. It is the purest spirit, even without the most basic common sense. It only knows itself, it doesn't know where it is, everything in front of it is unfamiliar and doesn't understand at all. Hey, you finally have yourself. I am Su Lang, and I am your creator. Su Lang looked at the spirit, and rubbed his hands with excitement. I'll give you a name, and you'll be called the infinite in the endless universe. The boundless number of the boundless universe. The extremely clever Qi Ling immediately followed Su Lang and shouted out. And it also realized that Su Lang was its creator. A feeling of closeness spontaneously arises. It made a sound with excitement, as if it wanted to approach Su Lang. Don't worry, you haven't completely finished yet, wait for me to upgrade you. Su Lang calmed Qi Ling, and immediately began to prepare to upgrade the infinity. The boundless number at this time. Each part is equivalent to a crystal wall cell, fused with soul, body and soul. It is composed of 120,000 sense-level parts. It is the crystal wall cell, with 120,000 soul-body fusion. It should be known that even Su Lang has not been able to turn all his body cells into crystal wall cells. Because the capacity of the living universe is too small, only half of it becomes crystal wall cells. And the boundless, which is equivalent to 100% of the body turned into a godless class of crystal wall cells. Just the level of these crystal wall cells of infinity is too low, only a fairy level. The internal space is also very small, and there is no cohesive avenue rules, unable to exert the power of distortion. It can be said, the current infinity is just a super perfect foundation. Su Lang needs to constantly upgrade and build on this super perfect foundation, and eventually he will get the most terrifying weapon. The power of perfect avenue. There is a way to solve this. Su Lang clicked the corner of his mouth and immediately took out a lot of crystals from the storage space. These crystals are the Supreme Emperor Dao Jing. It is necessary to know that to reach the rank of the Supreme Emperor is basically a comprehension of relatively complete rules. Even if it is not as good as Su Lang, it is not much worse. Among them, there are dozens of Dao crystals obtained from the powerhouse of the early days, and the rules contained in it are hardly inferior to Su Lang. After all, a quasi-prime ancestor who has cultivated for billions of years. In the long years, most of them have understood all the rules except the time rule. Therefore, these Dao crystals, which contain perfect avenue rules, are very suitable for the training material of the boundless ship. But, you still have to eat one bite at a time. The texture of these fairy-level parts is too fragile and must be improved. Only after they have been upgraded to the Great Emperor level can they be integrated into Dao Jing. After thinking for a while, Su Lang made a decision. Soon, he began to select materials to upgrade the infinity. As a preliminary craftsman, his vision is so harsh. It is easy to distinguish a large number of upgrade materials suitable for the infinity, so that it will not go astray. Not long, the materials piled up into a continent were selected by Su Lang. These materials are all-encompassing, and there are even Lingsao Lingua system. Using designated materials, evolve infinite number. Su Lang gave the order without hesitation. Ding. Consume the soul of the Great Emperor. Great Emperor grade material Shuiwushan Spider Silk 54552. Emperor Wu grade material. The infinite has successfully evolved. 2 system prompts sounded. Amidst the colorful flames of the burning sky, endless rays of light flashed on the infinity. Chapter 1862. I dare not think about it. The 120,000 fairy level parts in its body have madly transformed into a monarch level. Immediately transformed into a great emperor class. 120,000 emperor soldiers were born like this. On every part of the great emperor's soldiers, a very powerful aura is produced. It is more powerful than many complete weapons of the great emperor. But these auras did not give birth to consciousness, but a mess of unconscious souls. They exude an incomparably chaotic aura, and then gather together, condensing into super terrifying disordered consciousness fluctuations. These disordered consciousness fluctuations automatically formed a very terrifying soul attack. Anyone will be attacked to the soul just by looking at it. If one's own spiritual cultivation is relatively strong, it's better to say, it's nothing more than a feeling of fear. At a weak point, you will feel extremely unwell. If it is weaker, it is estimated to be jerky. Simply put, this indescribable super horror soul attack is the passive ability of the infinity, which will never stop regardless of the enemy and us. At this time, the condensed passive soul attack is enough to kill the existence of the Great Emperor level in seconds, threatening the weaker godless level. Incredible. At the godless level, mental and soul attacks are very rare. After all, everyone's soul power is used to fuse the body cells and the universe of life, and the rest is not enough to form an effective mental attack. Only people with particularly powerful souls, such as myself, can use soul attacks to destroy the weaker Supreme Emperor. Su Lang nodded in satisfaction, and immediately observed the master consciousness of infinity, which is the spirit of the device. The spirit of boundless, has reached the more powerful level in the broken nirvana level. Notice, Su Lang's soul had just reached fragmented nirvana. For the next soul realm, there is no related description for the time being. You need to complete the practice of godless level exercises to know. Wu Yin reached the current level, almost the same as Su Lang, and could kill the weaker Supreme Emperor in seconds. Look at conventional power again. Su Lang looked at Wu Yin again and calculated its conventional strength. The 120,000 top Emperor soldiers, that is, the quasi-no **** soldiers, add up to the regular strength of Urdu. At the quasi-no god level, it has the normal power of the non-god level. It's not bad, it has my original style. Su Lang smiled satisfied again. When I promote you again, I will definitely help you reach a more terrifying realm. Just do it. Su Lang began to choose materials of no **** level. In the material this time, you need to put the Tao crystal. Let every part contain the perfect power of the great power, and become an engine that condenses the power of twisting. By the way, these parts used to be like crystal wall cells, but now they have been promoted to the quasi-no god level. The internal space is more like a life universe. This time I am promoted, I am afraid I will evolve the parts of infinity into a universe of life that may condense and twist the power. Thinking of this, Su Lang couldn't help taking a breath. He himself has only 10 life universes, and he is already so awesome, and the condensed twisting power is many times that of others. Well, infinity has been promoted to an existence with 120,000 living universes. How terrifying would that be? Hiss. Try it. Su Lang took a breath again, patted his chest, and immediately issued instructions. System, use specified materials. Ding. Consume. The infinite has successfully evolved. The system prompt appears. The materials that Su Lang prepared were consumed immediately. Infinite has indeed evolved successfully. A total of 10,000 parts have evolved from a quasi-no god soldier to a cross-no god soldier. The level of the boundless itself immediately reached the Kidu level. Amazing. Only 1/12 of the evolution has reached Kidu. Furthermore, these evolved godless soldiers have just passed away. If you evolve all of them to the quasi-primordial beginning level, lying noisy, I dare not think about it. A bright light broke out in Su Lang's eyes, and immediately selected materials again. The next step is to continue to evolve part of the Yidu parts. The first pass evolves into the second pass, and the second pass evolves into the third pass until the material is insufficient. Chapter 1863, Evolutionary Boundless, Zhuan Tai Jr. quickly. Su Lang selected enough materials to activate the evolutionary function. Suddenly, another system prompt sounded. Among the 10,000 Yidu godless parts, 4,300 have been evolved. The final result is 3,200 Urdu parts, 520 Sandu parts, 300 Sidhu parts, and 80 Wudu parts. When these parts are all promoted, the level of boundless was immediately changed from Kidu to quasi-primary. After all, it is not simply piled up one by one with the Supreme Emperor's soldiers. Each part has an extremely important role, complements other parts and exerts more power than addition. At this time, the boundless number can already exert the ordinary quasi-primary power. This must be too early level. It's really awesome. It's worth noting that I spent so much time refining the parts one by one. Su Lang chuckled, and said to his heart, that if all the parts were upgraded to the quasi-primary level, that would be fine. It is a pity that the materials are not enough so far. Just get more materials. Su Lang touched his chin, and immediately shared the vision of each clone. But see, this time, almost the entire star territory of Metaphonic's Great Thousand territory was taken under by the clones. Except for dozens of star regions with quasi-primary powers, all the other star regions could not be avoided. In fact, those quasi-beginners can also be subdued. But the movement will be bigger. Su Lang already knew at this time that many powerful star regions in this Fang's Fengfeng Great Thousand territory had been eroded by Buddhism. The attribution behind it is a junior monk named Kongji. Monk Kongji, isn't it the guy who sent people to attack me with Master Weiju Ni and Monk Shiyu before? Su Lang was a little surprised at the news. Simultaneously, a strong sense of vigilance also rose. Since Master Weiju was so far away, he could guess the location of the Xinghai Large Area Group. And now, the Xinghai Domain Group is obviously closer to the Tianmi continent. Then, Master Weiju Ni can more easily guess the location of the fish in the Xinghai Large Area. What's more, this great thousand territory of Fallen Phoenix is still the territory of Monk Kongji. How to do it? Do you want to mess with him? But what if you provoke a powerful person at the beginning level? Su Lang raised his eyebrows, hesitating to take a shot at the Mediofeng star region. After some thinking, Su Lang used the Xinghai Universe Array to directly ask Yan Star about the approximate time of the next star field transition. Yang Xingxing and others are very concerned about this. They often study the state of turbulence in time and space, and use a large number of methods to infer the approximate time and location of the star field transition. These methods include Supreme Computer, a biological computer built with a lot of the souls of the Supreme Emperor. Its computing power is terrifying, and it is currently the server of Xinghai Wanyu Array. When Su Lang refined the formation before, he also used the spirit of the quasi-primordial beginning to upgrade it. At this time, the computing power of this server has been strengthened again, and its predictive ability has become even more powerful. Quickly, Su Lang got the result he wanted. Originally, Xinghai Great Region had just completed its transition, and it would take a whole day to transition again. But before, a broken weapon of the primordial primacy destroyed itself in the turbulence of time and space, which made the turbulence of time and space more violent. About 10 hours later, the space-time turbulence will reach its peak again, bringing the Star Sea Large Domain Group to jump. And the destination is probably near the Tianmen continent. 10 hours. Well, that's the case, just wait until the transition is about to start. If the other party has a powerful person who is too junior, I will run away after trying to get him, and he will not be able to catch up with him. Happy. It would be better if the opponent did not appear to be too junior strong. Su Lang smiled and made a decision immediately. Immediately after, Su Lang admired the planets with falling phoenixes and thousands of territories through the perception of clones. The exotic atmosphere above is simply eye-opening. Even after watching it for a while, he even learned the place where the phoenix had fallen through the conquering eyeliner. Chapter 1864. Guardian angrily King. In this place is actually suppressed by a large number of quasi-beginners. Okay, the phoenix has fallen for so long, and there are still people suppressing it here. Su Lang raised his eyebrows and asked in surprise, could it be that the phoenix can still be resurrected? In myths and legends, the phoenix is an existence that can be reborn in nirvana. It can be said that it is a race that is born an immortal. Being killed can also be resurrected from nirvana. Can only suppress it when it is killed to prevent it from resurrecting. Su Lang touched his chin and decided to find a chance to rescue the phoenix once he got up. At the same time, in the Tianmi continent, Master Weiju, Monk Kongji, and Monk Xiu are still together. After the invading army that had been sent before was destroyed, they did not leave, but waited for the transition of the Xinghai Domain Group. But, because of the self-destruction of the broken weapons at the beginning, they can no longer monitor the movement of the Xinghai area. They can only guess the position of the Xinghai area all the time. But being able to speculate is one thing, and the time required to speculate is another. The three of them all shot together, constantly speculating. It was only 3 hours after the transition of the Xinghai Large Area Group that the new position of the Xinghai Large Area Group was speculated. The Great Xinghai Domain Group has made a leap. Ha ha ha, it really is in the Great Thousand territory of Fallen Phoenix. Monk Kongji guessed the result and laughed loudly. Upon seeing this scene, Master Weiju Ni and Monk Maki Xiu immediately stopped their deduction methods. Really in the Great Thousand territory of Fallen Phoenix? Quickly, let your Arhat Buddhist army go and kill it. Master Weiju immediately yelled impatiently. She wanted to see the Xinghai Large Area Group being breached. Don't worry, wait for brother to project the picture over there first. Monk Xiu smiled at Weiju Nishi. Wait a minute. Monk Kongji nodded, and immediately used the secret method to contact the leader of the Arhat Buddha under his command. Quickly, a screen projection appeared in front of the three. Abbot, Weiju Zheng Buddha, Shiyu Zheng Buddha. In the picture, a ferocious bronze monk salutes the three, like a docile tiger. Behind him, it is a huge flame vortex, comparable to a nebula. The flame inside the vortex was bleeding red, and looking at the starry sky in the distance, I thought it was a blood-colored sun. This is where the phoenix fell. In order to prevent the resurrection of the phoenix from nirvana, it would cause a huge disaster. The Mi-Ling Buddha ordered monk Kongji to control the great thousand territories of the fallen phoenix, and dispatched an army to suppress the place where the phoenix had fallen. To date, it has been more than 4 billion years. Even the warriors in the suppression army are already old and dead. Angry King. The Xinghai domain group has already jumped to the meteoric phoenix domain. You immediately lead the Buddhist army to strangulate. Their strength is not weak. The previous 50 quasi-Taichu army has been wiped out. You must not be careless. Once you find them, immediately use the Boruo mantra Buddha scriptures, and you must break them and occupy them. After the capture, remember not to slaughter, you must let them all convert to our Buddha. As for the phoenix side, it is enough to leave more than a dozen quasi-Taichu to maintain the seal formation. Monk Kongji gave orders to the fierce monk, whose bald head was full of flesh. Yes, Abbot. The angry Karmapa immediately put his hands together and took his command. But he was very surprised. Because Bo Ruo cursed the Buddha's verses, they have never used it again since that terrible battle. At this time, it was used to deal with a star field. Could it be that the conventional power of that star field has reached the primordial level? Thinking of this, the angry Karmapa couldn't help getting a little excited. He was stationed here to suppress the fallen phoenix, almost equivalent to being exiled here, and rarely engaged in real battles. In this boring time, I broke all kinds of bans time and time again, and didn't quit anything. And now, finally a good fight. After taking the order, the extremely excited and angry king immediately ordered his troops. Chapter 1865. Let me do everything else quickly. The wrathful king selected 98 quasi-primary powers, 9,999 supreme emperors over 7 crossings. Immediately, he selected 137 quasi-Taichu from the great thousand territory of meteorite phoenix, together with thousands of powerful godless grades. Finally, a large group of people headed to the place designated by Monk Kongji. But they don't even know. As soon as he acted, Su Lang's eyes were completely in his eyes. Even the godless grades selected by the King of Wrath from the meteorite great thousand territories have been subdued by Su Lang's Mingguang Wanji. Tisk tut. This time the lineup is really amazing. Almost the entire thousand fallen phoenix territory and thousands of vast star areas have gathered together, as well as the veteran quasi-primary Buddhism arhat guarding the place where the phoenix fell. Su Lang watched this scene through his eyeliner, and suddenly smiled like a flower. As long as the opponent does not have a real 2 junior powerhouse to come. Then these people came here for nothing. Again for nothing. I'm so embarrassed. There was a playful smile on Su Lang's face. Under his watch, the powerful generals of the angry-eyed king swiftly marched forward, constantly crossing the space, and hurriedly rushing towards the Xinghai domain. 5 hours passed in a blink of an eye. The time and space turbulence outside the Xinghai domain group is becoming more and more manic, and it will make a leap again soon. At last, the super army led by the King of Wrath has arrived outside the Xinghai domain. Xianxia, prepare everyone for battle. Seeing this, Su Lang immediately sent a message to Xianxia. More than 200 quasi-Tais have come to the door. What? More than 200 quasi-primaries? This is more than the quasi-prime clone of the Patriarch. Yan Xingxing was shocked immediately after receiving the news. You panic. Su Lang smiled faintly. You only need to supply energy to the Xinghai Wanyu United Array, and let me do the rest. Yes, Patriarch. A trace of shame rose in Yan Xingxing's heart. Just like them, they still want to go to the heavenly misty continent to unite those strong. If Su Lang didn't come back, they would be finished on the way. Beyond the turbulence of time and space in the Xinghai area. On. The angry Karmapa waved his hand. Open a way for me. The arhats behind him immediately formed a Buddhist formation. An incomparably huge diamond descending magic pestle condensed and enveloped everyone. Although this diamond descending magic pestle does not have the power of time, it can bring extremely powerful life recovery to the warriors in the formation. After the formation of the King Kong Devil Pestle, under the impetus of more than 200 Juntechu and more than 10,000 Supreme Emperors, he slowly plunged into the turbulence of time and space. Rumble. Countless turbulence of time and space instantly blasted on the surface of the King Kong Demon Peel. The space turbulence was completely blocked outside, and the surroundings were restored to normal spaces. But the turbulence of time cannot be blocked. A lot of time turbulently got into the interior and fell on the strong. Suddenly, the lives and longevity of a large number of strong bodies are greatly lost under the action of time, but under the protection of the King Kong demon peel, their vitality was immediately replenished, and they could maintain their peak combat power. Even the loss of lifespan has been slowed down, reaching a tolerable range. Rumble. The King Kong Jong Devil Pestle is like a submarine moving forward through the waves, moving forward firmly in the turbulence of time and space. Among the stars of the sea, countless people with strong human bloodlines were summoned. Anyone who is above the wuxia level has entered the Xinghai Wanyu United Array, becoming one of the energy batteries. Even xianxia and others are no exception. This time, only Su Lang attacked the outside world. Master Renzu wants to deal with the more than 200 quasi-taichu. It's amazing, that can only be done at the beginner level. In my eyes, Master Renzu is 10,000 times more powerful than any other primaries. Yes, the primordial level is only a small part of the life journey of Lord Renzu. Lord Renzu will definitely reach a higher realm. Countless warriors of human blood are discussing, and the admiration and worship of Su Lang has formed another wave. At this time, a certain direction of the Xinghai domain group, a sudden change in the turbulence of time and space was immediately detected by the Xinghai Wanyu United Array. Chapter 1866. 2 Elementary Buddhist Scriptures. The enemy is coming. Don't panic when you encounter things, think about Renzu first, you can rest assured. Now everyone is serious and ready to instill energy. Countless human blood warriors boiled for a while, and immediately calmed down, preparing for the battle with concentration. Rumble. The turbulence of time and space was finally completely drained, and the King Kong Jong Mo Pestle appeared outside the crystal-clear formation barrier. Expand the spiritual sky. Seeing the formation barriers appeared in front of him, the angry king was excited and gave orders to his subordinates. Suddenly, a large number of Buddhist masters changed the secret method, and the King Kong descending the magic pestle suddenly expanded, opening up a large area of stability in the turbulence of time and space. Although time is turbulent, there is no way to isolate it. But finally there is a place where one party can stand firm and let them use their means. The powerhouses from the entire meteoric phoenix domain are here. 235 quasi-taichu, 14,327 crossings and above the godless level. Tisk tusk, this spree is really amazing. Standing behind the formation barrier, Su Lang looked at the fierce and powerful men outside, his face was full of joy. Outside the barrier, a quasi-Tai elementary formation. If Abbot Kongchen told me not to be careless, I would attack directly. Anyway, there is no quasi-prime formation in the world that can withstand more than 200 quasi-prime powers altogether. The angry king looked at the formation in front of him, and his face full of flesh showed a thick sneer. In his opinion, the strength of my own side is so powerful. Even if it is to attack another big thousand domain with thousands of star domains, it can easily win. Dealing with this small Xinghai area is simply a sledgehammer. Of course, there was Monk Kongji peeping at this place, and the angry lord did not dare to mess around. All Buddhist disciples listened to orders. King the Prajna secret array, recite the Boruo mantra, and condense the Buddha's verse. The wrathful king called out loudly. Before he became the center of the Prajna secret array, he sat down with his knees and chanted Boruo mantra. Suddenly, the buzzing sound of chanting came from the mouth of the King of Wrath. The voice was loud and deep, like a series of muffled thunders. King the Prajna secret array, recite the Boruo mantra, and condense the Buddha's verse. The remaining 98 quasi-primary arhats and 9,999 godless monks also shouted together. They take the Wrath King as the center of the formation, and are arranged in a circular formation that is constantly rotating in a special pattern. Each Buddhism disciple Baoshang sat cross-legged tightly, and there was a series of scriptures from his mouth. The terrifying sound of chanting instantly spread throughout the entire spiritual sky. Immediately after, a stream of majestic power spilled out of every Buddhist disciple. Then, centering on the wrath-hearted Karmapa, a phantom of the Buddha's sutra was gradually condensed. Those who are not Buddhism, the quasi-primaries of the meteoric phoenix Great Thousand Territories, looked at the formation barriers one by one as if they were facing an enemy. Their role is to prevent the enemy from coming out and destroying the Buddha's sutras. However, all the quasi-ties of the meteorite Great Thousand Territory found themselves completely useless. Because there is no movement in the formation barrier. No one came to stop the angry Karmapa and the others from condensing the sutras. How is this going? Are they completely gone? They didn't even fight for such a good opportunity. Haha, I guess they are just scared. There is no way. We have more than 200 quasi-prime primaries. Who can beat them except the strong ones? This battle is really easy. I just lost a little lifespan. I will make up for it later. Quote. The quasi-taichu of the fallen phoenix in Great Thousand Territories muttered. The Supreme Emperor behind them listened to their words, and anger rose in their eyes. But no one cared, even if they noticed. They thought that these Supreme Emperors were annoyed because the Xinghai domain was unable to resist. Among the barriers of formation. Chapter 1867. 3 statues are too junior. How could it be possible? This Buddhist technique is powerful. It is to bring together the power of nearly 10,000 godless, and the power of nearly 100 Zuntaichu. Unfortunately, although this method is powerful, it can indeed produce conventional power far beyond the quasi-primary level. But for each of them, at most only 1/3 of their power can gather on that Buddhist scripture. This kind of efficiency is far worse than the combination of my devouring clone and Xing Kuanyan. No, it should be said that I don't deserve to carry shoes. My Xing Kuanyan is not simply stacking the powers of the clones, but like the infinity, it can exert even more terrifying power. Su Lang looked at the angry King Falun outside the formation barrier. After a while of analysis, a small smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Knowing this, he didn't bother to seize the opportunity. And the Buddhist scriptures don't need a lot of time. Just a few breaths, it has completely condensed. Rumble, a vast aura that far exceeded the quasi-primary level swept all around. This is, 2 elementary aura. Heaven, it's worthy of the supreme Buddhist method, it can actually condense such power. The strong men of the meteoric phoenix Great Thousand Territory were stunned, feeling as weak as an ant. Kill. The angry king let out an earth-shaking roar. Immediately, he manipulated the Buddhist scripture that exuded 2 basic aura to slay towards the barrier of Xinghai Wanyu. Swallow the clone. Xing Quan Yun He. Su Lang thought of it, and immediately swallowed 40 clones. And the avatar and the twin avatars. Or 45 fusions into one. Suddenly, Su Lang's aura instantly soared to the point of jaw-dropping. Although the 2 conjoined avatars of Xing Kuanyan do not have a living planet, their breath is not weak. This is the real strength of Lord Renzu. This is definitely the power of the too early level, only too early to be so terrifying. Master Renzu has condensed 3 primordial combat powers, too strong. This kind of existence will definitely survive in the universe. Quote. Countless warriors such as Xianxia had already concentrated and held their breath, ready for battle. But it was inevitably shocked by Su Lang's horrible aura. Instill energy. While Su Lang reminded everyone loudly, he waved the Yutian sword and slashed away. The 2 Xing Kuanyan avatars, one holding the godless dragon platform, and the other holding the Tianya 8-sided shield. Used them to exceed the 2 small levels of the quasi-primordial beginning. The twisting force that surpassed the ordinary quasi-prime primacy suddenly poured down like a galaxy, and rushed toward the outside of the formation very violently. Outside the barrier of formation, the angry king controls the Buddha's sutra to blast towards the formation. 98 quasi-taichu and nearly 10,000 Buddhism's supreme emperors continued to contribute their strength to maintain the power of the Buddhist scriptures. The quasi-primordial powerhouses of the Great Thousand Territory of Meteoric Phoenix attacked the formation together. The supreme emperors behind them are also brewing their most powerful attacks in their lives. Humph! Under the 2 junior Buddhist scriptures, no one can stop them. This Starfield's broken array will be destroyed immediately, it's really boring. The wrathful king looked at the formation barrier in front of him with contempt, as if he had already seen the scene of annihilation. But at this moment, boom boom boom, a sword light suddenly rushed out of the formation barrier. A dragon-shaped twisting force and a group of characteristic twisting force followed closely behind. Suddenly, a breath more terrifying than Buddha's verse filled the entire spiritual sky. The sneer and contempt of the angry king instantly solidified. Immediately after, the 2 attacks collided fiercely. Click! A large number of cracks appeared on the golden Buddhist scriptures, and they were shattered instantly. How is this possible? 3 statues are too junior. How could they have such terrifying power? Quote. The angry king and those Buddhist monks also trembled all over, blood spurted out of their mouths in horror. The attacks performed by the quasi-prime primaries of the fallen Phoenix Great Thousand Territories also fell on the formation barrier at the same time. 4 to 5,000 Supreme Emperors with Kidu and above, the condensed attacks also fell on the quasi-prime primaries in front of them. Endless explosions happen all at this moment. The aftermath of extremely terrifying energy spread, instantly sweeping across the entire spiritual sky. Chapter 1868, instantly kill 99 quasi-prime primaries just then. Su Lang swung a sword again, this time using all the red and purple chi in the red Ming space. A more powerful sword fell out of the battlefield, and instantly beheaded all the quasi-primordial Buddhist masters such as the Wrathful King. The effect of breaking defense and death is triggered. 99 quasi-primordial powerhouses including the wrath-hearted Karmapa fell directly. Those who are good at incense sticks immediately broke out and want to embark on the incense stick to survive, but a strange and irresistible attraction suddenly came. Countless incense and willingness to disappear out of thin air. Do not, my incense, I have stored incense for countless years, enough for me to live forever. Quote. The Wrath King and other quasi-beginners roared desperately. However, this can't stop Su Lang's virtual spirit universe from plundering their incense power. In a flash, 99 Buddhas who are quasi-primordial powers have completely fallen. At the same time, the aftermath of countless battles slammed into the barriers of the Xinghai Wanyu array. Rumble. The terrifying energy bombarded the formation barriers into a large number of ripples. Fortunately, this formation was jointly created by Su Lang with the godless level formation he had learned throughout his life. Even if hundreds of quasi-beginners make a shot together, it can block a period of time. At this time, although the aftermath of the bombardment of Buddha and Su Lang hit the barrier, there was no crack. At most, the strong inside the formation received a little shock, but it was not a major problem. Those weak warriors who stayed in a safer place were not even affected at all. They should instill energy to instill energy, and restore power to restore power. I was shocked by the aftermath of the terrifying attack outside the formation barrier. Look beyond the formation. The Ling Tian transformed by the King Kong Devil Pestle had collapsed in an extremely terrifying explosion. A quasi-primary and godless class was completely exposed to the turbulence of time and space. Suddenly, they were severely corroded. However, the turbulence of time and space can hardly bring them fear. Because this is nothing compared to the 3 terrifying existences in the Xinghai Wanyu formation. The strong from the beginning. They have 3 strong men from the beginning. Run away, we can't be their opponents at all. Quote. The quasi-prime primordial powerhouses of the fallen Phoenix and Great Thousand Territories began to flee. The godless disciples in the Arhat Buddhist army also turned around and ran away. But at this moment, those godless-level powerhouses who were subdued by Su Lang with the Mingguang 10,000 realms were bold and undaunted. Before these thousands of godless grades made a sneak attack from behind. Although he didn't kill the quasi-prime powerhouse, it also caused a lot of damage to those people. At this time, they made another move, and suddenly stopped the disciples of the Arhat Buddhist army who were preparing to retreat. Don't go, dare to attack our Xinghai domain, you don't even want to run. Leave it to us, ha 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 ha. Quote. One by one, the Supreme Emperor roared and killed the Arhat Buddhist army. You are crazy. When did you become members of Xinghai Dayu? Obviously you were still with us before, how could you suddenly rebel? What exactly is going on? Quote. One by one, the Arhats were seriously injured. The most important thing is that their escape is blocked. This immediately caused them endless fear. At this time, boom. The barriers of the Xinghai universe array rang out like a heartbeat. The formation barriers expand and expand outwards instantly enveloping everyone's invading powerhouses. But it is different from before. They were not placed in different cages of formations. Instead, 2 formation cages appeared. One has imprisoned nearly 10,000 Arhats and Buddha army, and one has imprisoned more than 100 Phoenix and Great Thousand domains. Next moment, Su Lang and a Xing Kuanyin clone appeared in the cage of the quasi-primary powerhouse. Boom. An extremely terrifying aura pressed down, as if the sky was falling. The more than 100 quasi-prime primaries are like ants in the face of the disaster of extinction. They are terrified in their hearts, and their bodies are soft and almost beyond control. Chapter 1869, Tuan Mie. Arhat Buddha Army, don't kill me. Please don't kill me. I will be able to break through to the primordial level immediately. I am willing to be your slave, the primal servant. Please let me go, I know I was wrong. I was forced, senior. Quote. Suppressed by the two primordial primaries, all the quasi-primordial powerhouses have completely lost all hope. Some stood motionless, waiting for death. Others knelt down crazily and begged for mercy, hoping to survive. You dare to attack my Xinghai domain, then go to death. Su Lang's indifferent and ruthless voice spread throughout the formation cage. Immediately after, he raised the Yudian sword in his hand, and Xing Quan Yunhe clone also raised the godless dragon platform in his hand. Broken a sword, with a light wave of Su Lang, a ray of sword light slashed out horizontally as if opening up the world. Godless dragon platform has also turned into dragon nest and Shenlong. Twisted dragon's breath, shoot, Ao Bing yelled, the powerful mental deterrence ability will blank the brains of all locked-in people. Immediately after, a distorting force that was extremely terrifying, far surpassing ordinary quasi-prime primaries, bombarded the crowd like a star destroyer. Moreover, this distorting force exploded, like fireworks, covering all the quasi-primaries in the audience. Next moment, Bro Yijian Jiangguang cut off the body of nearly Beizun Taichu. Breaking the defense as triggered by the death feature, these people fell instantly, and even the incense avenue could not be entered. The remaining quasi-Tai was overwhelmed by the 12-level twisting power of the godless dragon platform. They all resisted. However, he found that 100 of his twisting power may be able to consume the other's twisting power. This gap is desperate. Some quasi-beginners knew that they couldn't survive, so they simply gave up resistance and asked for a happy one. Suddenly, one by one, they were killed by the twisted dragon breath of the godless dragon platform. Su Lang slashed out again, and the remaining quasi-Taichu who was still resisting also fell together. The other side, in a cage that holds thousands of Arhat Buddhist troops, tens of thousands of the Buddhist supreme emperors have even united and exerted a power that surpasses ordinary quasi-primary powers. They condensed an extremely huge Buddha statue, the King Kong glared and mighty. If the general quasi-Taichu fights against them, they are guaranteed to be defeated. But, what they had to face was Su Lang's Xing Quan Yunhe clone who possessed 2 low-level conventional power and 12th level twisting power. Go and die, pay for your mistakes, a Zhang roared, and with the help of Su Lang's clone, he condensed the deep sea-like twisting power, and rushed towards the godless Buddhist disciples. Block it, a famous Arhat Buddhist army hissed and roared like an evil spirit. But their strength alone could not stop the twisting power of the 12th level Tianfang 8-sided shield. Boom boom boom, King Kong glared at the Buddha statue torn apart. The godless Buddhist army inside spurted blood and died tragically on the spot. Su Langxing's Quanyun clone and Tianjia's 8-sided shield once again condensed a twisting force, completely crushing the broken Buddha statue into smash. Suddenly, nearly 10,000 senior godless powerhouses have fallen. Countless system prompts sounded. Remind Su Lang how many natural treasures, how many immortal sources, and how many soldiers without gods. So far, the more than 200 quasi-primary strong men who came to invade were completely dead. The Arhat Buddhism army of monk emptiness is equivalent to the entire army being wiped out. The only thing left are those supreme emperors who have long been subdued by Su Lang with the light of the world. These people, let's keep them, and their movements should have been seen by Monk Kongji. In this case, the meteorite Great Thousand territory will definitely suffer the anger of Monk Kongji. It is better to take it away together. Su Lang touched his chin, a smile was drawn at the corner of his mouth. By the way, there is also the place where the phoenix has fallen. At the same time, in the Tianmi continent, Monk Kongji, Monk Xiu, and Master Weiju's faces were ugly as if they were eating shit. The three are too elementary power. When did the Xinghai Great Region have such a terrifying powerhouse? Monk Kongji murmured in disbelief, his beard trembling. Chapter 1870. Pack and take away Meteor Phoenix Great Thousand Domain, should not be the real powerhouse at the beginning. It's also a two-primary conventional power formed by using secret methods. However, their condensed twisting power is indeed far superior to ordinary quasi-primary powerhouses. What happened to the Xinghai domain group? Why did its strength suddenly soar so much? Monk Shiyu looked gloomy, and a trace of suspiciousness and disbelief rose in his eyes. Arabian Nights, it's a fantasy. Obviously, I was beaten to the collapse of the formation before, and I was fleeing in the whole area. At this time, we have won 2 consecutive battles and slaughtered all our people. Master Weiju Ni took a deep breath. I think we need to do it ourselves. Not bad. The previous godless grades suddenly turned towards each other, which is also a bit strange. It just so happens that I have some Arhat Buddhist troops left behind in the Great Thousand territory of Fallen Phoenix. I'll go. Monk Kongji looked like frost and sounded like ice. After sitting up on the futon, he started casting spells. However, he saw numerous golden scripture marks bursting out of his body, spinning straight into the sky, faintly forming a huge channel. This is a super teleportation secret that is performed by the profound meaning of Buddhism Tianzutong. The power of the primordial level of the ether is able to directly reach the meteorite Great Thousand territory from the Tianmi continent with the deployment of the anchor point. And the remaining Arhat Buddha army is exactly the transmission anchor point of Monk Kongchen. Of course, it is not a short time to cross such a terrifying distance. Even at any cost, it takes a full half an hour. This seems to be no problem to Monk Kongji. Even if he rushed to the meteorite Great Thousand territory after half an hour, the Xinghai Great territory must have not escaped. But he didn't know that the period of this transition of Xinghai Great region would be more than half shorter than before. He didn't even know that Su Lang could send the clone to the Great Thousand territory of meteorite to do things without spending time on the road at all. When he descends on the Great Thousand territories of Falling Phoenix, the daylily will be cold. And just when the Monk Kongji opened the space channel, Su Lang does what he says. Immediately release Ling Xing Quan Yun, make the clones become 135 quasi-primary strong. Then use the buying clone to become 13,500 Judo powerhouses who are infinitely close to quasi-taichu. Finally, he was sent to leave the Xinghai realm, and dispatched to the meteorite Phoenix Great Thousand Realms, to collect planets into the universe of life. 13,500 clones. There are a total of 135,000 life universes, and it's no problem to pack and take the entire meteorite Great Thousand domain away. Quickly, there was an extremely strange scene in the Great Thousand territories of meteorite. An incomparably powerful figure close to the quasi-primary level of the Judo powerhouse unfolds the universe of life. Then, with the cooperation of the conquered Supreme Emperors, the planet was packed into the universe of life and taken away. Gradually, more than 10,000 clones worked together. Tens of thousands of life planets were taken away in almost a moment. The Mediafun Great Thousand territory of the Star territory was immediately empty by a tenth. Simultaneously, where the Phoenix is, the Arhat Buddhist army who stayed behind had obviously received the news that the army led by the wrath-hearted Karmapa was annihilated. One by one was scared to death. Fortunately, Monk Kongji is ready to come. It hit their hearts like a shot in the heart. Hateful. That Xinghai domain is so powerful. Unexpectedly, we completely destroyed our tens of thousands of Arhats, including 99 quasi-primordial powers. Our abbot is coming soon. No matter who the opponent is, he will definitely die. Yes, in the vast Xinghai area, it is impossible to suddenly appear 2 junior powerhouse. There are more than 100 quasi-prime primaries here, and there has not been a single primal primacy in billions of years. Quote. One by one left behind quasi-primary Buddhist monks talked, and their hearts were full of anger and excitement about revenge. And just now, Su Lang's 2 clones suddenly appeared here. However, the clones had already evacuated the entire meteorite Great Thousand territory in a short time, and even the weakest planet of life was not left behind. Chapter 1871. This is worse than monkeys at this time. When the avatars of the porters were finished, they immediately cancelled the avatars of buying and used Xing Quan Yun He. Become 2 terrifying existences with regular 2 primary power again. For a moment, the divine minds of the 2 clones burst out, spreading across hundreds of billions of miles. The blood-red flame vortex immediately appeared in Su Lang's vision. One by one, thundering, the trembling Buddhist experts were also seen by Su Lang. Kill them, Su Lang thought, and immediately issued instructions. Kill. 2 avatars, one holding the godless dragon platform, and the other holding the 8-sided shield of the sky, burst out the trembling star-field roar. Immediately after, a large amount of twisting power far beyond the ordinary quasi-primary level is like a 9-day galaxy pouring down, drowning out the Buddhist masters. The number of these left behind people was originally small, and they couldn't use the Buddhism array to gather resistance. Suddenly, one by one the Buddhist monks fell quickly. Tianmi continent. Buzzing. Countless golden scriptures swirled in the sky, gradually forming a channel. Suddenly, Monk Kongji's expression changed wildly, and with a wave of his right hand, a picture suddenly appeared in front of him. This scene is really the place where the phoenix fell, and the Buddhist monks who stayed behind were bombarded and killed. What? How come there are two junior powerhouses suddenly appearing here? It's not right. The twisting power they exert is also not too basic twisting power, but more than the ordinary quasi-primary twisting power. This is exactly the same as the previous attacks that appeared outside of the Xinghai Great Domain formation. Monk Shiyu frowned, and said solemnly, could Xinghai Deu have mastered some kind of method for large-scale cultivation of super-strong quasi-primaries? Their cultivation civilization is very peculiar. Perhaps, they have really worked out another path that can surpass the ordinary quasi-primary. A ray of light broke out in Master Wei Juni. We have to get this path anyway. Not bad. Xinghai domain must be destroyed. Monk Kongji has cold eyes. All their cultivation civilization must belong to us. Although his Buddhist army has been wiped out, but the Tianzutong channel has been opened and the exit has been anchored. At this time the channel is being opened and has not been interrupted. After all, it is a terrifying supernatural power of the primordial level, not so easily destroyed. Of course, Monk Kongji is destined to run for nothing. Meteorite Phoenix is 1,000 domains. The place where the Phoenix fell. All the Buddhist troops left behind have been killed by the two clones of Su Lang. At this time, two avatars whose regular powers are too elementary are surrounding the blood-red flame vortex. The flame vortex is surrounded by formations that draw vitality. The Arhat Buddhist army used the formation method to extract vitality to prevent the Phoenix from nirvana, while using these vitality to supply their own cultivation. Suppressed for billions of years. This is worse than monkeys. Su Lang looked at the place where the Phoenix had fallen, and couldn't help but sigh. Soon, he destroyed all those formations. Immediately after, he also refined a large number of pill containing vitality, and sprinkled it into the blood-red whirlpool like a bean. It is indeed an auspicious beast in myths and legends that has existed since the opening of the world. Even after being suppressed for billions of years, he immediately reacted to those pills. Countless blood-red flames rolled upside down, dragging the pill containing countless vitality into the center of the vortex, swallowing it clean in a blink of an eye. Tweet. Pleasant and crisp phoenix sounds came from the whirlpool. He hasn't tasted such a delicious pill for billions of years. He is so happy. Seeing this scene, Su Lang also twitched the corner of his mouth, once again refined a large amount of pill, and threw it into the blood-red whirlpool. These elixirs are basically used for healing and contain a lot of vitality. There are also some medicines to enhance the spirit and soul. Even Su Lang threw some godless soul fragments into it, but Phoenix seemed to dislike it so much that he threw it out. Chapter 1872, Sunere Phoenix, Upgrade Function, I Fork. It's like this, but I'm still picky. Should it be said that it is a phoenix that does not see the phoenix trees and does not inhabit? Su Lang raised his eyebrows, and threw all the godless level, quasi-primordial soul fragments to the moon-constructing nest in the Tai Sui universe. If the moon's mother nest swallowed these soul body fragments, it could breed more spores and develop more life races. 10 minutes passed in a blink of an eye. The blood-red flame vortex that had eaten Su Lang's large amount of medicine pill began to converge in the middle. Finally, a red giant egg with a deep blood pattern appeared in front of Su Lang. The dome is translucent, and you can see a small phoenix slowly rotating and flying inside. Even through the translucent eggshell, you can still appreciate his incomparably graceful and noble posture. It's time to leave. Su Lang ordered the clones to step forward, put the phoenix egg in his arms, and immediately dispatched back to the Star Sea area. In this scene, because the Arhat Buddha army had been completely wiped out, Monk Kongji and others did not see it. Among the stars of the sea. Tisk tut, it's not in vain of my pills. You guys' current vitality is almost my Xing Kuanyun clone. Su Lang looked at the phoenix egg in his hand, and made a tusk. Tweeted. From the phoenix eggs, there were waves of phoenix sounds. However, Su Lang, who had a proficient in language and writing, immediately heard that Phoenix was disgusting himself. He said that those pills that are usually not even looked at will be reluctantly eaten during special periods. I'm noisy. You spit it out now. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched, holding the phoenix egg and shaking vigorously. Tweeted. Fengming's sound came again, and he even said that he will pay back by pulling Shang, and that his Shang is much better than these pills. Su Lang almost sprayed after listening. Forget it, when your nirvana is over, I don't want a few bird feathers too much, right? Su Lang paused, touching his chin and said. Tweeted. Phoenix said no, his hair would not be given to anyone. I wouldn't save you if I knew it, what a tsunere. Su Lang rolled his eyes and threw the phoenix egg directly into the magical universe. It was a life universe with a fire attribute. Maybe a phoenix would be more suitable. It's not right, should Tai Sui universe suit him better? After all, he still needs vitality very much now. But even if you are so arrogant, I am afraid you will drain my Tai Sui universe. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched, and he no longer cared about Phoenix, but put his gaze into the storage space. The harvest this time is 4 or 5 times more than the last time. The quasi-beginners alone killed more than 200. The materials obtained can completely refine countless pills and upgrade countless weapons. The most important thing is the system function. System, save me the money first. Su Lang thought, and gave instructions. Ding, the storage is complete, and the balance is 53.32 million, the superior Emperor source. Hey, with so many high-quality Emperor sources, you can upgrade system functions again. Su Lang clicked the corner of his mouth. System, first upgrade me the 1 key martial arts function. Ding, consuming 10 million superior Emperor sources, the 1-click martial arts function has been upgraded to level 47, and the training speed has been increased to 187.7 trillion times the speed of the basic training without lack of qualification. Suddenly, the speed of martial arts has doubled. Beautiful. Su Lang smiled excitedly. Continue to upgrade me the clone dispatch, 1 key treasure hunt, 1 key enhancement, and 1 key empowerment functions. Ding. Consuming 10 million superior Emperor sources, the clone dispatch function is upgraded to level 46, the number of clones is +1, the current number of clones is 46, the number of clones is 46, and the number of twins is 46. Ding. Consumes 10 million superior Emperor sources, 1-click treasure hunting function. The number of treasure hunting flying gliders is 187.7 trillion. Ding. Consumption of 10 million superior Emperor sources, 1-click enhancement function. The enhancement limit is +1, and the current enhancement can be 7 times. Ding. Consumption of 10 million superior Emperor sources, the 1-key empowerment function has been increased to 25, the current empowerment efficiency is 100%, and the number of daily empowerments has been increased to 50. Ding. Congratulations on upgrading the 1-key empowerment function to the top level. You have obtained the new bonus function, education but no class, daily empowerment times 10, current daily empowerment times 500 times. Chapter 1873, bonus functions are taught or not. System prompts appeared one after another. System functions are upgraded one by one. The smile outlined at the corner of Su Lang's mouth became more and more brilliant. When the last system prompt appeared, the corners of the mouth were grinning to the base of the ears. A 1-key empowerment system that has risen to the top. A bright light burst into Su Lang's eyes. There are 500 initiations every day. 500 initiations, including cultivation base initiation, exercise initiation, rule initiation, and avenue initiation. Once you use them all, you can create more godless classes immediately. This feature is really awesome. It deserves to be a 1-key empowerment to the top-level gift function. Su Lang rubbed his hands with excitement, and immediately called out Chu Xiaobei and others. After finishing preaching at Baiyu Emperor Palace last time, the various times of 1-key empowerment have been refreshed. Su Lang, what's wrong, brother Su Lang? Chu Xiaobei and the others all knew that Su Lang was busy now, and knew that something was going to happen if he called himself out. Hee, call you to come out and have children. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched, revealing a playful smile. This statement came out. Chu Xiaobei, Ji Rushui and Mirong Shenxian immediately blushed. Yuqing, Su Linger, and Xin and other women also had crimson complexions and blinking eyes. Su Lang, although we have that kind of medicine. Chu Xiaobei bit her lip and said, but didn't you say that we can't be with you if we reach the godless level, that? Yes, so now I just want to help you upgrade to godless level. Su Lang raised his eyebrows, laughed, and pulled Chu Xiaobei straight in front of him. What? Raise directly to the godless level? Su Lang, when did you work out an unreasonable secret technique again? Chu Xiaobei looked at Su Lang dumbfounded, her little hand covered her red lips and exclaimed in a low voice. The other women also exclaimed for a while, their gazes at Su Lang were brilliant. Just now, come on, I will instill the Tao in you first, and then I will instill in you the exercises and cultivation bases after the installation. Su Lang patted Chu Xiaobei on the shoulder, making him sit cross-legged in front of him. Get ready, I'm going to start. Su Lang reminded him softly, and immediately pressed his hand to Chu Xiaobei's forehead, even if he activated the one-key empowerment function. Suddenly, 500 avenues were poured into Chu Xiaobei's body one after another, making her power of attainment immediately reach the level of godless level. And most of these avenues do not coincide with the rules that have been instilled before. In other words, at this time, Chu Xiaobei not only mastered the 500 avenues, but also mastered the power of 160 avenues and hundreds of rules that had been instilled before. The total number of avenues he controls is close to 700, plus the rules, it exceeds the number of 1000. This amount is completely enough to lay a solid foundation of godless level. Next, we will instill the exercises. Su Lang reminded Chu Xiaobei, who was shocked and dull, and immediately chose a series of exercises to instill. These exercises are carefully selected by Su Lang, especially suitable for Chu Xiaobei's exercises. In a blink of an eye, after the 6 exercises have been instilled, all of them are godless. This directly allowed Chu Xiaobei's masterless godless skills to surpass most godless skills and reach the level of quasi-primordial beginning. Under the influence of these exercises, Chu Xiaobei's body was immediately sublimated passively. Although it is passive, the degree of sublimation is amazing. In a blink of an eye, Chu Xiaobei's soul body and soul began to merge automatically. Start the cultivation base initiation. Su Lang did not drag his feet, and immediately activated the system functions. Suddenly, to Su Lang, it's not worth mentioning, but to Chu Xiaobei, the cultivation base that can burst his body is surging down. Rumble, the torrential cultivation level poured into Chu Xiaobei's body, causing her to let out a low cry. Quickly run the exercises. Seeing that Chu Xiaobei was a little dazed, Su Lang reminded him again. Oh, Chu. Xiaobei nodded suddenly and immediately agreed, and began to run the exercises that Su Lang had instilled in her. A lot of exercises are running together. In Chu Xiaobei's body, the soul body and the soul universe accelerated their fusion, and the degree of fusion reached 100% almost instantly. Chapter 1874, Chu Xiaobei was promoted to quasi-taichuan. In its cubic area, a soul body cell began to merge with the soul. With the support of Su Lang's cultivation base, the first soul body cell was condensed in an instant. The aura on Chu Xiaobei's body suddenly changed drastically, and he immediately jumped from the quasi-no-god level to the non-god level. The bottleneck that countless creatures in the universe cannot overcome in their lifetime. In front of the cultivation base that Su Lang instilled was too fragile. Chu Xiaobei actually achieved the achievements of other warriors who have worked hard for hundreds of millions of years in just a few breaths. And at this time its cultivation base is still skyrocketing. Countless soul body cells and soul yu have been fused to form crystal wall cells. In a blink of an eye, Chu Xiaobei's cultivation level has been elevated from the first passing godless level to the quasi-primary beginning level. Although she has little power to master the Tao, she was relatively weak in her class at the beginning. But in any case, it is the quasi-primary level. Almost all of Chu Xiaobei's soul body cells merged with the soul to form crystal wall cells. Next, she only needs to continue to understand more avenues, and she can gradually reach the level of the old quasi-primary. In this time, Chu Xiaobei also noticed that his cultivation level had changed drastically and reached a new realm, and he was completely shocked once again. It's not just Chu Xiaobei. People like Ji Rushui were also shocked. Among them, Yu Qing, and Xin, Xiaoning, Bai Yilin and other warriors who have reached the godless level are most shocked. They are too aware of how difficult the godless level is. And now, Chu Xiaobei jumped from the godless level to the quasi-prime primacy, which is too exaggerated. Can only say, Su Lang is worthy of being an ancestor, and the methods are really terrifying, it's unreasonable. Okay, next, I will impose a restriction on you, and familiarize yourself with the power. Su Lang chuckled, otherwise you get excited, afraid that you are going to destroy a small star field. You are so bad. Chu Xiaobei gave Su Lang angrily. Yu Qing and the others also recovered from the shock, their eyes shyly dodged, and they clearly understood that Su Lang meant something. Brother Su Lang, is it my fault next? Ji Rushui didn't seem to understand, She looked at Su Lang expectantly. Okay, it's time to instill rules for you. This time I will promote you to the quasi-emperor. Su Lang nodded seriously, and then began to instill rules in Ji Rushui. When the last preaching, Su Lang instilled a rule in her. Coupled with the rules instilled before the sermon, this time only the rules in the early 200s need to be instilled to give her a perfect martial arts foundation, quickly. More than 200 rules have been instilled. Su Lang instilled suitable wuxian level techniques for her, and then instilled her cultivation base, raising her to the quasi-emperor level. What a powerful force! Ji Rushui felt the power in her body, her face flushed with excitement. But then, she pushed Murong Shenxian in front of Su Lang. Brother Su Lang, come on, it's time for Sister Shenxian. It is good. Su Lang smiled and nodded, and immediately began to instill rules in Murong Shenxian. After using up the number of instilling rules, it happened that Murong Shenxian mastered more than 360. Then, Su Lang also elevated her to the level of a quasi-emperor like Ji Rushui. When the number of Taoist empowerments is refreshed next time, you can choose one of them to be promoted to quasi-taichu. In this time, only the regular and avenue initiations have been used up. The exercises initiation and cultivation base initiation are almost useless, therefore. Su Lang looked at Yuqing and other women again. Su Lang, Yuqing asked a little timidly and suspiciously, what are you, can you instill in us? Su Ling'er and other women also looked at Su Lang with scorching eyes. Of course, but the rules and avenues are exhausted. Now I can only instill cultivation bases and techniques for you. Su Lang clicked the corner of his mouth. Guliang Yuqing, why don't you come first? What? Yuqing immediately shook her head. Let Ling'er, Xiaomei, Yuji and the others first. Chapter 1875. Created more than 100 quasi-prime primaries, no thanks. Anyway, His Majesty Su Lang can instill many times every day. So there is absolutely no difference between who we are first and who is second. Xiaomei, who had an offensive personality, smiled and pushed Yuqing to Su Lang's face. Su Ling'er and others nodded seriously. Okay, thank you all. Yuqing glanced at the women gratefully, and then sat down in front of Su Lang nervously. What you practice is the exercises of the Supreme Nine Qing Palace. I have some exercises that fit it, and the level is higher. Su Lang smiled slightly, then covered Yuqing's smooth forehead with his hands, and activated the power initiation function. Suddenly, the profound meanings of the 6 godless level exercises were imprinted in Yuqing's soul and body, allowing her to grasp these exercises to the founding level at once. This was the first time that Yuqing was indoctrinated by Su Lang. That feeling of incomparable fulfillment swept her body and made her feel extremely fulfilled. She swims in the endless mystery of the exercises, once unable to extricate herself. Next, I will promote you to the quasi-primary level. Su Lang saw that Yuqing was attracted by the profound meaning of a large number of exercises, smiled, and continued to activate the function of cultivation and empowerment. Suddenly, a large amount of cultivation base poured into Yuqing's body. It was originally a Yuqing of Sidu level, and its aura rose layer by layer, and in a blink of an eye it reached the quasi-primary beginning level. Yuji, it's your turn. Su Lang withdrew his hand in satisfaction and looked at Yuji. Ah, why is it me? Yuji pointed to herself in surprise. It should be Ling'er and Xiaomei's turn. Go to Yuji, we don't have enough rules to improve. Su Ling'er and Xiaomei pushed Yuji to Su Lang's face. Oh, I got it. Yuji sat down in front of Su Lang with a little shock and excitement. Seeing Su Lang, who was close at hand, her face suddenly blushed. When Chu Xiaobei and others wrote the novel before, she secretly thought about it at night. What do you think? Su Lang smiled, gently covered Yuji's forehead, and immediately activated the empowerment function. Yuri was originally a senior quasi-no-god level, mastering many great powers and rules, therefore. Su Lang directly instilled her cultivation base and exercises. Because Yuji possesses the blood of a monster clan ghost spider, the exercises suitable for her are rare. But in front of Su Lang, all this is not a problem. There are too many exercises he has now. Moreover, there are currently 5 vacancies for martial arts villains. Even if Su Lang himself does not master the exercises, he can spend a little time to finish the practice on the spot. Now the one-key martial arts function has doubled again, reaching 187.7 trillion times. Practicing the godless level exercises is almost the same as eating and drinking. It's also more difficult to practice two basic exercises. The flick passed for a moment. Yuji had already been promoted to the quasi-primary level by Su Lang. Soon, Su Lang successively instilled cultivation skills and techniques to Angxin, Xiaoning, Yaoqi Yiren, Yaoqi Zhimeng, Bai Yilin and others. Suddenly, everyone immediately reached the quasi-primary level. Ji Rushui Murong Shenxian who hasn't reached the quasi-primary level yet, but it's only 2 days. Finish it all. Su Lang immediately called Zhu Xin, Zhu Lan, Xiao Jing from the Baiyu Emperor clan, the Xinzheng monk, Yan Hingxing, and the Ziming Emperor Si Yuxiao and others. These veteran cadres of the Xinghai domain group also received the techniques and cultivation bases instilled by Su Lang. It was originally a quasi-primary level, which has been improved and supplemented. Those who have not reached the quasi-primordial level all become quasi-primordial level, as time flows. More and more people were sitting cross-legged in front of Su Lang. At the beginning of the quasi-tai, from a few or a dozen or so, it has become 166 now. It was just the result of Su Lang's education in one day. Tisk tut, at my rate of enlightenment, I almost have to catch up with the legendary Hongjun. Su Lang looked at the quasi-prime primaries who were full of admiration in front of him, and a trace of joy rose in his heart. Bring up these quasi-primaries. He didn't spend much time, only less than half an hour. There is no cost, except time, nothing is consumed at all. What, you say cultivation base? Will Su Lang, who can accumulate quasi-primary cultivation base in 5 or 6 seconds, lack this? Even if there were hundreds of quasi-prime primaries, it would be drizzle. Chapter 1876. 3 quasi-primary soldiers after stopping to raise the cultivation realm for everyone. Su Lang didn't drive them away either, letting all the quasi-taichu kneel and sit there respectfully, sorting out the gains they just got. I should continue to organize my harvest too. Su Lang smiled, his trophies have just finished sorting out the source of Shanyuan Emperor. Next, sort out the medicine. To be precise, it is to organize the prescription. Read through all the alchemy classics obtained with divine thought, and record all the alchemy in the heart. Suddenly, Su Lang has mastered hundreds of different kinds of godless pill. Although the effects of these medicines are similar, the formula materials are different. This allowed Su Lang's alchemy materials to be transformed into pill medicine to a greater extent and exert more value. Instead of letting some unusable materials continue to accumulate in the storage space and eat ashes, system. Start refining the pill for me. Su Lang's thoughts moved, and he issued alchemy instructions. Suddenly, in the storage space, countless materials began to disappear, countless elixirs appeared out of thin air. At the same time, Su Lang began to organize the exercises again. Part of the exercises obtained this time came from the Arhat Buddhist army. These Buddhist monks basically practice the same exercises. Therefore, although the number is as high as more than 10,000, they only contributed 7 godless level Buddhism exercises. Except besides, the powerhouses of the fallen Phoenix Great Thousand Territories have contributed a lot of godless level techniques, and they are in their early 5,000 books. Not to mention the Great Emperor level exercises. Hey, more than 5,000 godless techniques, give me synthesis. Su Lang took a deep breath and activated the one-key synthesis function. Suddenly, more than 500 primaries appeared in front of you. It contains a large number of common techniques, some powerful secret techniques, and treasured techniques related to time and space. Plus more than 300 super primary exercises synthesized before. Su Lang already had a total of 863 great elementary exercises. It's a pity that it's hard to understand these primordial techniques now. Just wait until the 4 exercises that are being practiced are finished, and then you can choose the most pleasing exercises from these exercises to practice. With my current practice speed of 187.7 trillion times, I can complete the practice in 3 hours at most. After Su Lang finished his analysis, he rubbed his hands with excitement. 3 hours, almost soon. Next, Su Lang has synthesized tens of thousands of godless level exercises and more great emperor level exercises. Xianxia. These exercises, do you know what to do? Su Lang took out the original exercises that had just been synthesized and faced Xianxia Dao. Subordinates no, please rest assured, the patriarch. Yan Hingxing prostrated and bowed with excitement, catching the exercises that Su Lang handed over. Looking at the original exercises of the godless level, There are even some original exercises at the beginning level. Whether it is xianxia or the other quasi-primary powerhouses around, they are all stunned, unbelievable. Fortunately, in their souls, they have deeply remembered the saying, ancestors cannot use common sense, quickly. They suppress the shock in their hearts. However, the worship of Su Lang has grown deeper. Finished the exercises, Su Lang's eyes finally fell on the weapon. Decompose all captured godless soldiers. Su Lang gave an order, and in the storage space, pieces of Supreme Buddha artifacts and pieces of godless soldiers collapsed and turned into countless raw materials. Suddenly, the materials for the evolution of the Yutian sword, godless dragon Terrace, and xianxia 8 lead shield are once again gathered. System. Su Lang directly issued an order, immediately retain the designated characteristics, evolve the Yutian sword, godless dragon platform, and heavenly 8-edged shield. Ding. Consume godless soul 288888, godless grade material evil emperor devil heart jade 100000, eclectic universe polar stone 100000, blood rain underworld jade 100,000. Yutian sword evolves into the quasi-primary no-god soldier. Ding. Consuming godless soul 156,589. The evolution of the godless dragon platform is quasi. There was no god soldier in the beginning. Ding. Consuming godless soul 156,354. The evolution of the 8-sided shield of heavenly shield will be the beginning of godless soldier. Chapter 1877. The monk of emptiness comes after the 3 system prompts. Su Lang's 3 commonly used weapons suddenly evolved from the Badu level to the quasi-no-god soldier in the beginning. The Yutian sword has been strengthened 6 times, and now has a level of 16 power, which is many times higher than the ordinary quasi-taichu. The godless dragon Terrace and the xianxia 8-edged shield have also been strengthened 4 times. At this time, they are level 14 powers, which are also tens of thousands of times stronger than ordinary quasi-primary weapons. These 3 weapons strike at random. It can easily kill any powerhouse at the quasi-primary level. Weapons of the quasi-primary level can't be held at all. System. Using designated materials, enhance the infinite number of parts. Su Lang did not stop and continued to give orders. System prompts sounded again in an instant. A large number of parts are evolving rapidly, and the overall level of the parts of the boundless number is rising. Only 10,000 parts have been evolved before. At this time, more than 30,000 parts have evolved again. More than 30,000 parts all evolved to a godless level, and immediately continued to upgrade to a higher level. When the evolution is over, more than 40,000 parts have evolved on the body of infinity. Most of them are 1-pass grades, and the higher the grade, the fewer the number of parts. There are only 17 parts of Kidu with the highest grade, but the true combat power of the boundless has also far surpassed the ordinary quasi-primary powerhouse. It has even reached a level comparable to a godless dragon platform. The potential of infinity is simply terrifying. This has only evolved a third of the parts. If all its parts evolve successfully, the storage can reach the early stage. Su Lang looked at the boundless number exuding terrifying power in the storage space, and a satisfied smile was drawn at the corner of his mouth. He planned to show the infinity to everyone. But at this moment, the meteorite phoenix is 1,000 territories, the place where the phoenix fell, the place where the blood-red vortex disappeared. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, endless golden scriptures appeared, circling around, and soon tore a huge golden passage. Immediately, an extremely vast golden Buddha statue flew out of the passage. There is a white beard and bald old man floating inside the head of the Buddha statue, who is the monk of empty wisdom. Not only my Arhat and Buddha army was completely wiped out, but even the formation to suppress the phoenix was destroyed. The formation was destroyed, and the phoenix disappeared. It should have been rescued by those 2 strong men. HMPH, Shanghai Domain Group, don't think that you have too low-level conventional power to be so reckless. I will let you see the power of the real powerhouse. A terrifying killing intent erupted in the eyes of Monk Kongji, and his eyes were angered by the huge golden Buddha statue like a planet outside the body. 2 rays of light, as if it were real, spurted out from the eyes of the Buddha statue. Wherever the light beam passed, time was suddenly slightly distorted, and pictures of the past appeared. For example, the 2 avatars of Su Lang disappeared instantly with the fiery red giant egg transformed by the phoenix. For example, Su Lang used the hands of 2 avatars to throw countless godless pills of perfect quality to help the phoenix nirvana. For example, the two clones of Su Lang instantly killed countless Buddhist monks. The beam of light continued to advance, passing through the vast expanse of space that had become dead. One by one, Su Lang clones the planet into the universe of life. Under the influence of Ningguang 10,000 realms, countless powerful men surrendered to the scene. And the countless treasure-hunting flying gliders also fell into the eyes of Monk Kongji. The two regulars are two junior. Thousands of powerhouses close to the quasi-2 junior. There are hundreds of billions of strange little flying squirrels. Monk Kongji frowned slightly, then stretched out his hand and grabbed it. A large amount of breath emerged out of thin air and entered the golden palm of a mountain-like skill. Soon, Monk Kongji gave another light wave. Those breaths merged with a large number of golden Buddhist scriptures and tadpole texts, and a golden avenue was paved, extending towards the Xinghai area. The fate of the Xinghai domain group is over. Monk Kongji took a step forward, the heavenly feet and supernatural powers were activated, and the golden Buddha statue instantly disappeared from the place. When the giant planet-like Buddha appeared again, it had already reached another star field. Immediately afterwards, Monk Kongji took another step, crossing a star field again. Chapter 1878, Furious Emptiness. Not long. When Monk Kongji arrived in the star field closer to the star sea, he immediately found a large number of treasure-hunting flying gliders. Humph! Monk Kongji had no mercy, and with a wave of his hand, countless treasure-hunting flying ashes disappeared. Are you here? It's so fast. Unfortunately, no matter how fast you are, you won't be able to arrive before the transition of the Xinghai domain group. Su Lang looked at Monk Kongji from the perspective of the treasure-hunting flying, and a sneer was drawn at the corner of his mouth. Just then, rumble, violent time and space fluctuations came from outside the formation barrier. The countless turbulence of time and space has become more and more violent, like a terror tsunami. Time and space fluctuations. Could it be that the Xinghai domain group is making a leap? Monk Kongji's complexion changed drastically, and he hurried towards the Xinghai domain. However, the speed of the turbulence of time and space is too fast. In just a few breaths, it reached the critical point of the transition. Goodbye, Meteor Phoenix Great Thousand Territories. Monk Kongji, next time we meet, it will be your death date. Su Lang looked at the outside of the large area of the Star Sea, staring at each other with Monk Kongji. Next moment, there was a twisting and flickering in the place where the Xinghai domain group was. Immediately after, the entire domain disappeared directly, leaving only countless violent spatial turbulence. Vertical, even to jump at this time. Monk Kongji instantly opened his eyes and gritted his teeth. The Arhat Buddhist army is one of the strongest Buddhist troops under his command, and he has only 3 such subordinate forces. At this time, all the groups in the Xinghai domain were destroyed. And even let the other party run away, it's like stealing the chicken and losing the rice. As the abbot of the Sky Temple, the monk of Kongji, a disciple of Buddha Mi Ling, and a 2 junior powerhouse, he has never suffered such a big loss. This is simply a shame. Don't think you can escape. Your destination is nothing more than the heavenly misty continent. As everyone knows, my Tianmi continent has already opened up the passage to the Tianmen continent. It's just that the main target of Tianmi continent is the Tianshuan continent. If you can't make a move, you don't have to deal with Tianmen. But now, the heavenly Jade continent has fallen, and our heavenly Mi continent will immediately attack the heavenly misty continent, the Star Sea region group. You will definitely perish. Monk Kongji roared in rage, and horrible energy fluctuations erupted from his body, rushing wildly around. Suddenly, hundreds of light years around the space shattered. After venting his anger, Monk Kongji suppressed his anger and used Tianzutong again to start returning to Tianmi continent. And in Tianmi continent, Master Wei Ju and Monk Shiyu looked at each other. Their faces were very ugly. The Xinghai domain group resisted their attack for the second time, and wiped out all the forces they sent. This is simply hitting them in the face. The terrifying killing intent spread from the two, even the sky sank. At the same time, Tianmeno outside the mainland, in the vast void, rumble, a horrible time-space fluctuation suddenly spread, sweeping across a range of hundreds of billions of light years. Suddenly, countless experts on the Tianmen continent were alarmed, and they all looked up at the void outside the realm. Time and space fluctuations. What exactly is going on? How come there are such terrifying time and space fluctuations? Could it be that Tianmi continent came to attack our Tianmen? Continent. This is impossible, the battle on the Tianshuan continent is still going on. Just probe it. Quote. A strong figure was surprised and guessed, and even the strong figure in the beginning began to deduct it immediately. Quickly, a powerful person who is too junior has discovered a strange area shrouded by the turbulence of time and space. The turbulence of time and space is very violent. Even the eyes of those who are too junior are blocked, unable to see the scene inside. What is this? A big world shrouded by the turbulence of time and space. No, that's not right. This should be the large area group of the star sea suddenly wrapped in the turbulence of time and space. Quote. One by one the primordial powerhouse looked in the distance, watching the time and space turbulence that envelops the large area of the star sea gradually began to collapse. Chapter 1879. Arrived in Tianmen continent at the same time. The interior of the Xinghai domain group. The turbulence of time and space is beginning to collapse. Senior Zhaoyu left behind. After all, it is completely consumed. The Xinghai domain has completely lost the protection of the turbulence of time and space and needs to rely entirely on itself. Su Lang looked far away and looked at the outside of the Xinghai Wanyu array. The space-time turbulence was over-consuming due to this last transition and could not be maintained, and began to collapse in large numbers. Go with. Explore what exactly is here. With a thought, Su Lang immediately dispatched the 8 disguised clones. The reason why only 8 avatars were dispatched was because they considered that this place was the heavenly misty continent. Although the situation of Tianmen continent was pretty good in intelligence, it was also corroded by Tianmi Buddhism. So everything is still careful. After the avatars were dispatched, they flashed and teleported continuously, and they moved madly in all directions. In this scene, it also fell into the eyes of those 2 junior powerhouses on the Tianmen continent. These are 8 quasi-primordial powerhouses. Even though I have made a disguise, I can see that the appearance is the same, the aura is almost the same, it should be the clone of the strong from the beginning. They are making space jumps at extremely fast speeds, and they should be detecting the surrounding environment. Look, the turbulence of time and space has completely disappeared, and the inner star field has appeared. 72 domains, it really is the Xinghai domain group. I didn't expect them to escape here. Quote. The 2 junior powerhouses who had gathered together looked at each other and talked a lot. They saw through the details of Su Lang's avatars. But I didn't feel much surprised, because they were more than 8 quasi-prime avatars. In the long years, everyone has created various clones, about 15 or 6. The only thing that surprised all the early powers. It is probably because of these clones that the Xinghai large area group has 2 low-level powerhouses. The large star field group of stars is the barren star field on the remotest edge of the boundless universe. Under normal circumstances, it is difficult for even the Supreme Emperor to appear in a star field. But now, the emergence of 2 junior powerhouses is really shocking. At the same time, a clone of Su Lang gradually approached the Tianmen continent. The 2 low-level powerhouses of Tianmen continent did not stop them, just watched quietly. The other side, through the vision of the clone, Su Lang finally saw the Tianmen continent. To be precise, it is the periphery of the Tianmen continent. The hollow sphere, which was thousands of times more vast than the star sea domains combined, was quietly suspended in the lonely universe. Inside it is an endless supercontinent. Compared with this continent, the Land of Exile continent is simply a small mountain bag contrasting Mount Everest. This is the Tianmen continent, right? I feel it, familiar breath. It's very similar to Blue Star, Mars and other planets. However, this kind of breath is very weak, and it can't keep up with the 1% of the Blue Star, Mars and other planets. Well, this is reasonable. After all, my 10 life universes contain core fragments of the boundless world. A trace of excitement rose in Su Lang's eyes, and he finally saw the legendary boundless world. Although it is one of the 4 continents of the infinite realm that has been broken for more than 4 billion years, it is not a complete infinite realm. But Su Lang was still very excited. He was very curious, and wanted to know if there were those gods in the ancient Chinese mythology on the heavenly misty continent. But, at this time, Su Lang could only roughly see the huge continent surrounded by the hollow sphere. It was impossible to see carefully. These small continents that make up a hollow sphere are also scattered across the boundless land. Su Lang's gaze turned to the small broken continents. They have 100,000 small continents. These small continents are big and small like the Blue Star, and big like the blue star. They are formed by the collapse of the boundless land, not by the collapse of ordinary life planets. Therefore, the rules on these small continents are not flawed, but rather perfect and possess the will of the world. Chapter 1880. 100,000 heavenly stars. They form a spherical shape like an atmosphere, enclosing the celestial continent. The world consciousness is also condensed into a whole, dominating all the small continents. Go and see, Su Lang thought, and the clone broke into a small continent. The world consciousness did not produce any changes, as if nothing had happened. In the heavenly continent, the highest summit of a giant peak, several figures stood, looking at the stars of the sea. The clone from the beginning has entered the 100,000 heavens misty stars, said an old man with shiny black hair and wearing a blue robes. There is no change in world consciousness. A gray-robed man with an ordinary face said, sure enough, they are blood left over from the infinite realm, and they are human blood. Ha ha ha, human blood, and there are 2 low-level powerhouses, which is really good. If you give us some time, these human bloodlines will play a huge role. A middle-aged man wearing a loose robe and Confucian attire, with a mighty spirit and holding a folding fan laughed. Okay, I just don't know if it is too late to cultivate the human race. Although the battle of the heavenly jade continent is still going on, it will end soon. At that time the war will spread to our heavenly misty continent. Although there will be other hidden early powers who will help. An old woman with her hands on her back and a rickety body, as short as a dwarf, smiled, but the more the number, the better. It's always a good thing to have one more powerful person. Yes, we are too crowded, I'm afraid that even Emperor Yuan Mingzhou can kill him. Another wrinkled, wicked old man smiled. You are good at having fun in hardship. The ordinary-faced middle-aged man glanced at the old man. What he said also makes sense. A lot of ants can kill an elephant, right? Quote. The others also looked at me and I looked at you, and laughed. Smile a bit bitterly. The appearance of Terran was originally a big surprise. Because the human blood will be recognized by any world consciousness, and its mixed blood will also be recognized. This is a kind of terrifying cohesive power, which can gather the power of other races in the boundless universe onto the broken continent of boundary. But now, time is probably too late. Even if everyone is in control of the time rules, it is too late. At the same time, Su Lang's clone has already set foot on the land of that small continent. This continent is about the same size as the blue star, and there are buildings engraved with arrays everywhere. It seems that the entire continent has become a formation. But, although this continent is small and looks like an array, there are still people living on it. Great Emperor-level powerhouses live here, and they are an organized army of warriors, led by a quasi-no-god level and no-god level. There are dozens of godless grades in a small continent. Quasi-no-god level and Great Emperor level more. Su Lang raised his eyebrows, a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes, as the strength of the heavenly continent so powerful. But, he quickly understood why there are so many powerful warriors here. After Quasi-Taichu's clone disguised, he made some inquiries, and Su Lang got the information he wanted. The atmosphere, to which this small continent belongs, is the first layer of defense of the celestial continent, called the 100,000 heavens miscellaneous stars. The group of 100,000 celestial misty stars has become a powerful grand elementary formation, guarding the heavenly misty continent. A large number of powerful warriors are stationed on each small continent. And the 100,000 celestial misty stars belong to the 4 major forces in the Heaven Misty Alliance. Among these 4 forces, among them, the 2 major forces are local forces on the Tianmen continent, namely the Heoran school of heavenly Confucianism and the way of returning chaos to truth. The other 2 forces, one is a family of divine beasts that escaped from the Tianting continent, known as the Tianyu demon court. One is the warriors who escaped from the heavenly jade continent, forming the heavenly jade army. In addition to the 100,000 heavenly misty stars, the heavenly misty continent is also divided by the 4 major forces. The Heoran school of heavenly Confucianism and the Taoist chaos return to truth occupy 70% of the land. Tianyu demon court occupies 20% of the land. The heavenly jade army was formed not long ago, occupying only 10% of the land. Chapter 1881. Context of the Infinity War to the present. But even if it is the weakest Xianxuan army, there are 5 2 junior strong. Tianyu Demon Ting has 11 2 junior powerhouses. The Haoran school of heavenly Confucianism and chaos returning to the truth have 15 powerhouses and 16 powerhouses, respectively. There are 46 masters from the early days on the face of Tianmen continent. But this amount seems considerable, but it is the number of old antiques and rookies that have remained from the battle of the boundless world to the present. It was also after the split of the boundless world, the only remaining powerhouses on the 3 major continents were 2 elementary. The reason why there are so many powerful warriors on the small continent where the clone is located is also the result of years of accumulation by various forces. In fact, in addition to the 4 continents of the boundless world, the Great Thousand Domain Ring and the Small Thousand Domain Ring add up definitely a large number of quasi-Taichu and Supreme Emperors. However, the 4 continents of the boundless world are world-conscious. It's like the landslide on this day. Only the outermost 100,000 celestial cluster cannot be entered by outsiders. Therefore, the strong of the Great Thousand Domain Ring and the Small Thousand Domain Ring can hardly form support for the 4 continents. Before the war of the boundless world, the human race is just a relatively weak and intelligent race in the vast world of the boundless world. In the battle of the boundless world, the boundless world was defeated, the Western **** system was completely annihilated, and the Eastern cultivation civilization suffered heavy losses. At that time, the leader of the boundless world saw the advantage of the human blood. So he wanted to help the human race to multiply and grow, and even expand toward the Great Thousand Domain Ring. As long as it is a human race, can be accepted by any world consciousness of the boundless universe. At that time, the power of the entire infinite universe will be truly integrated. But these plans are all destroyed. Emperor Yuanmingzhou also realized the power of the human blood and formulated countermeasures. Then, Tianmi continent turned back halfway, and almost annihilated 99% of the human race. The only remaining human races have also suffered persecution and have fallen in large numbers. At that time, even the strong in the early days were constantly falling, and the strong without God was even more vulnerable. Even if the human race hides in the life universe of the strong, it cannot escape the end of death. The situation in infinity is getting worse. At that time, the leader of the boundless world was also defeated and dying in the battle with Emperor Yuanmingzhou. That is, the boundless world is broken. The leader of the boundless world knows that he is powerless. Therefore, the remaining human races are used as a backhand, and at the expense of their own time and space avenue, life and universe, together with the core of the boundless world, they cast time and space alien exile. This alien world of time and space is the universe where the solar system will be afterwards. The core fragments of the endless universe have become the many planets of the solar system. And the life universe planet of the strong leader collapsed and became other bright galaxies in that universe. The leader of the boundless world fell behind. Emperor Yuanmingzhou killed a large number of early powers, and even stopped and did more important things. The remaining strong men from the early days fled one after another, spying on the 4 boundless continents in secret. More than 4 billion years, Emperor Yuanmingzhou never appeared again. As a result, some of the power of the boundless world began to recover and re-established a cultivation civilization to fight against the Tianmi continent left by Emperor Yuanmingzhou. However, in recent years, Emperor Yuanmingzhou's activities have begun to become frequent, and he has even reached the Tianshuan continent from Tianmi continent. Buddhism in Tianmi continent also expanded everywhere. Now that the Tianshuan continent is about to fall, it is the turn of the heavenly Jade continent. At the same time, after billions of years, the space-time alien world where the solar system is located has become increasingly fragile. In the end, at the edge of the boundless universe, it was discovered by the small Fengaling tribe on Kanglan Star. So far, Su Lang could see the development of the infinite realm war to the present more clearly. That is, the battle between the boundless world and the Emperor Mingzhou, failed and broken. Emperor Yuanmingzhou has been silent for billions of years, and has only started frequent activities in recent years. And he moved, probably heralded the boundless realm, and even the real moment of destruction of the boundless universe was approaching. Chapter 1882, Receiving the Star Sea Group into the Heavenly Miao Continent, Emperor Yuanmingzhou. You achieved the goal of invading the infinite universe. Are you going to destroy the infinite universe yourself? You have been active during this period of time. Do you know that the time and space where the solar system is located has become weak? Do you know about my existence? Su Lang squinted his eyes, and a deep sense of urgency emerged in his heart. He didn't know how strong Emperor Yuanmingzhou was. But he knew that he was definitely not the opponent of Emperor Yuanmingzhou. It must be upgraded as soon as possible. Now, in accordance with the predetermined plan, contact the heavenly continent. All the strong people above the godless level gather. Su Lang issued an order to gather the powerhouses above the godless level. Knock to the patriarch. Under the leadership of Xianxia and others, everyone saluted respectfully. Compared with the title of human ancestor, the title of patriarch is closer. So Su Lang told them not to call themselves ancestors. Of course, those warriors whose cultivation bases are too weak, even if Su Lang let them do this, they are not embarrassed and feel that they are not qualified. The entire Xinghai domain group has almost formed a consensus. That is, only by becoming the Supreme Emperor can you call Su Lang the Patriarch, otherwise you have to call him the Ancestor. It is their glory to be able to call Su Lang the Patriarch. Everyone is free. Next, we are going to the heavenly misty continent. It's just that our planet has its own world consciousness and cannot integrate into the heavenly continent. But it is impossible to abandon the tens of thousands of planets in the Xinghai domain group. So I decided to put these planets into my pupil of 10,000 worlds. Su Lang looked around at everyone with a solemn expression. Now, go down and tell everyone about this, and prepare for the price. Yes, Patriarch. Yan Hingxing and others quickly took the order and communicated the order. Suddenly, the creatures of the entire Xinghai domain group are boiling. The heavenly continent. We have arrived at Tianmen continent. The Tianmen continent is one of the 4 continents formed by the center of the universe, the infinity realm. Our human race is said to be the creatures of the boundless world. Now we are returning to our homeland. Quote. Countless creatures are excited to talk loudly. After 3 billion years of Big Bang development, through reproduction and other mysterious means. At this time, all the intelligent races in the Xinghai large area group have the blood of the human race, which can be regarded as a branch of the human race. Returning to the boundless land where the human race originated is really like a wandering home who has been wandering for countless years. Therefore, everyone is very excited. And a few pure blood tribes. People like Yangxingxing, Xiaoning, and Xin, and others, all have bright eyes and become more excited. Quickly, thousands of planets are ready for the 72 domains of the entire Xinghai domain group. It's my turn to do it. Su Lang appeared next to a planet, unleashing the power of Space Avenue and Incense Aspirations, condensing the space barriers like the life universe. Immediately after, use the pupil of the 10,000 worlds to bring it into the pupil. Because I was worried that the level of this technique of the Eye of 10,000 worlds was not high enough. So Su Lang deliberately strengthened it to the godless level. Time is like a snap. A few hours later, Su Lang finally collected all the planets of the large star sea into the pupil of 10,000 worlds, just like those life universes before. And through the profound meaning of the pupil of 10,000 worlds, that is strengthened to the godless level. The planets of these large areas of the star sea can perfectly sustain themselves in the artificial space barrier of Su Lang. In addition to being unable to borrow the power of the world, it cannot be used as an engine to condense the power of distortion. It was almost the same as the Shifang life universe in Su Lang's body. In fact, Su Lang could also put these planets into the life universe of the clones. However, he was worried that the clone would fall and the planet would suffer when the war later fought, so he denied this idea. And after thinking of this, he also immediately collected all the planets in the Avatar universe into the pupil of 10,000 realms, such as the planet of the meteorite Phoenix Great Thousand Realms. At this moment, Su Lang's Eye of 10,000 worlds immediately added more than 100,000 man-made life universes. Each of these life universes is equivalent to a godless life universe. The rest are weaker and smaller, and the universe of life captured from the enemy is as many as 10 million. Finish it all. Su Lang flew straight towards the 100,000 heavenly misty stars. Chapter 1883. Meet the 8 Great Taichu, the leader of Xinghai domain is here. He actually put away all the planets in the Xinghai domain group. This method is very good. Hey, something is wrong. You see, this person is only at the quasi-primary level. It's weird, the Xinghai domain group is not too junior, but those clones. Let's go, I'll see this person later. Quote. Standing on the top of the Tianmen continent and talking about the people, after seeing Su Lang's realm clearly, they were suddenly surprised. Su Lang is not the primordial power they expected, but a quasi-primary primacy. Although quasi-taichu and taichu are only a word difference, but in their eyes, quasi-taichu is not much different from other godless classes. It was too early to describe it. The quasi-prime period can only be described in mere words, said the old man with shiny black hair and wearing a blue robes. The man in a gray robe with an ordinary face. A middle-aged man wearing a broad robe and Confucian attire with a mighty spirit and holding a folding fan. With her hands on her back, her rickety body, an old woman who was as short as a dwarf. The old man with wrinkled face and wicked brows. There are 3 other 2 low-level figures, one after another, stepping forward, crossing countless distances in an instant, and reaching the 100,000-day misty stars. It was the small continent where Su Lang was about to settle. Here, Su Lang also flew into the 100,000 heavens misty star group very smoothly, and was preparing to settle down on the nearest small continent. And at this moment, his mind unfolds, actually saw the unfathomable figure of 8 Dao Aura. They were in a pavilion on the edge of a giant mountain cliff, and no one was sitting on a futon. They are 2 junior strong. A total of 8 powerful men from the beginning. Why are they here? Could it be that I knew I was coming, so I waited for me here? Su Lang raised his eyebrows, then opened everyone's attribute panel and looked at them one by one. These 8 people are indeed 2 junior. In the attribute panel, the words from the beginning are extremely dazzling. And at this time, only then did Su Lang know that 2 junior powerhouses were originally divided into 10 small levels. It is not the same as the Supreme Emperor's level using cross to distinguish levels. Those who are 2 junior use yan. Among the 8 super primary powerhouses in Su Lang's spiritual mind, their strength is basically around wuyan. Yan, what does this mean? Su Lang's eyes showed the color of thinking. And at this moment, little friend found us. Ha ha ha, little friends, come sit down. We have been waiting for the little friends for a long time, come. And sit down. Quote. The voices of those who were 2 junior and strong rang in Su Lang's ears. The voice was soft and amiable, obviously treating Su Lang as a lovely junior. It's really embarrassing. Su Lang twitched his mouth, then smiled and shook his head, and flew towards the pavilion on the edge of the cliff, quickly. Su Lang entered the pavilion. 8 people were sitting on the benches surrounded by the pavilion, with a vacant futon in the middle, which was obviously prepared for Su Lang. Sit down, little friend. It's really not easy for you to escape here with the Xinghai domain group. Yes, if you change to me, it is really difficult to achieve this only with the quasi-primary cultivation base. Quote. The powerhouses in the early days looked at Su Lang, showing appreciation. Your elders have praised. The juniors come to the heavenly misty continent, and they are planning to meet with you seniors. Su Lang calmly sat on the futon in the middle. I wonder if the younger generation can enter the Tianmin continent and fight against the Tianmi continent and Yuanmingzhou emperor. This statement came out. All the strong from the beginning suddenly smiled. Of course can. Even if the little friend is not willing, I will leave you behind. Ha 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 ha. Quote. The first strong people said. The smiles on their faces became even worse. That would be great. If the Mi continent is extremely rampant today, I will definitely lead the Xinghai domain group to resist. Su Lang solemnly promised to a group of early powers, but at the beginning, all the people looked at each other, thinking in their eyes. Chapter 1884. You are a little madman. Little friend, the destiny of the Tianmin continent is controlled by the powers of the 2 junior. If those of us who are 2 elementary fail, other forces will have no effect at all. You are only at the quasi-primary level now, and the human blood cherishes it. It is the hope of the boundless realm and the entire boundless universe. So, we don't want you to take risks with the human blood of the Xinghai domain group. You should keep it as a backhand. Quote. After each of the early powerhouses looked at each other, they persuaded Su Lang one after another. In fact, what they said was reasonable. The real decisive force in the battle of the boundary realm is the 2 junior powerhouse. The rest of the warriors are nothing but cannon fodder. Human blood can condense the power of the boundless universe, but time is too late. Therefore, the plan of the early powerhouses is to let the blood of the race continue to lie down. However, although Su Lang knew this, he knew better that his current weakness was temporary. It doesn't take long for him to immediately become a strong one at the beginning and cultivate more strong ones at the beginning. It should be known that there are only more than 40 Taichu statues in the entire Tianmin continent. And once Su Lang grows up to the primordial level, he will be able to cultivate 500 primordial powers that day. And so, seniors, I know this is your deliberate plan, and it makes perfect sense. Su Lang looked at the 8 powers from the beginning and said, however, I still want to lead the human race to participate in this battle. The reason? The middle-aged man with an ordinary face asked briefly. This person is named Miao Ming Yuan, the strongest present, Lu Yan Taichu. The other 2 junior experts did not speak, but they all stared at Su Lang closely. Su Lang was not as humble as they expected, and bowed his head to them. Instead, he was calm and even dared to refute. This is unexpected, so they all wanted to see what was the name of this quasi-primary powerhouse, who had the confidence to say such things. There are 2 reasons. In the last Infinity War, the human race survived as a backhand. And this war must be the last one, and there is almost no possibility that the human race will continue to survive. After Emperor Yuanmingzhou succeeds in his goal, he will surely destroy the entire infinite universe. At the end of the day, all his backhands are empty. So I don't want the human race as a backhand, continue to linger, and eventually shrink and perish in the corner. Su Lang looked around at the crowd, his voice was clear, his speech was clear, without the slightest fear. This, it is true. But the current strength of the human race cannot play any role in the war. Your human race is participating in the war, only to perish yourself. It's better to hide and fight for the glimmer of hope. The middle-aged man wearing a generous Confucian robe and holding a folding fan slowly shook his head, scornful of Su Lang's statement. The rest are basically the same. In their opinion, Su Lang gave up that glimmer of hope and took the human race to participate in the war, which is simply killing himself. Although courage is commendable, it is done by a reckless man, not desirable. Haha, this involves the second reason. Su Lang didn't feel apprehensive because of the dissatisfaction of the early bosses, and laughed. The second reason, the wicked old man smiled and asked, how else can you toss? Toss, haha, soon, I will be able to toss out 502 junior powerhouses in one day. Su Lang smiled, I know you seniors don't believe it, but this is a fact. This statement came out, everyone suddenly looked stiff. The expression on his face immediately solidified. What the hell, toss out 502 junior powerhouses in one day, this is simply a fantasy. They dare not do it in their dreams. Little friend, your words are unbelievable. You know that we have accumulated strength for so long, and now there are only 40 or 50 statues in the beginning. A quasi-prime primacy wants to break through to the primal primacy level, it's all luck, 1/1,000,000 of a millionth of luck. The rules of time are not something you can comprehend by working hard. You make 500 taichu in one day, you are not a little friend, you are a little madman. Chapter 1885. This son has been stunned. Quote. All the junior experts looked at Su Lang in astonishment, some still patiently persuaded them, some looked gloomy and kept shaking their heads. Some are even a little angry. Quasily the beginning, thinking that if you can command a star field group, do you dominate? Can you do whatever you want? The old woman with a short stature like a dwarf stared at Su Lang in disgust. You are so ridiculous, but I am still happy because the human race returned. This person's name is Ma Shan, who is jokingly called Ma Shan Taipo. Yes, extremely ridiculous. You make 500 taichu in one day, why don't you say that you can press the Death Origin Emperor Mingzhou with a single finger? The thief-eyed old man also glanced at Su Lang, his face full of impatience. This person's name is Shu Da, who is jokingly called Shu Da. Although the others behaved better. But they are almost the same. They think that Su Lang is simply too arrogant, and he is not afraid of getting his tongue out of the wind when speaking big. I have already said, I know you seniors don't believe it, but I will prove this with facts. Su Lang smiled and stood up. Now, please ask seniors to arrange a place to stay for human race. Where to stay? My life is the safest in the universe. The black-haired old man wearing a cyan robe said coldly, I won't allow you to take the human race to death. This person is Qin Song, who is chaotic and anti-truth. Wu Yan is 2 elementary power. Not bad, little friend, hand over the human race. And you, as a human genius, we won't let you die in vain. The middle-aged man wearing a toga-robed Confucian uniform, with a mighty spirit and holding a folding fan smiled, as if he had taken Su Lang. This person was named Zhang Wenzheng, and he was a powerful person in the Wuyan Taichu of the Tianru Heoran school. Hurry up, kid, Leave the human blood to us for safekeeping, you can't take them to death. Quote. The rest of the early powerhouses nodded and persuaded them. Seniors, it is impossible for me to hand over the human race. In addition, what I said is true. I can really cultivate 500 strong men from the beginning in one day. Su Lang said with a serious look, although it is only the beginning of Yiyan, but it can definitely play a huge role in the battle. Hi, don't blow, the heavenly misty continent has been blown away by you. The thief-eyed old man waved his hand impatiently. Hurry up, hand over the human blood creatures to us, and those life planets, we know that you have put away the Xinghai domain. Not bad, the gloomy old woman said coldly, little friend, we are not joking with you. No way, I will never promise you. Su Lang smiled bitterly and shook his head, give me one day, I promise you will see the facts. It's a pity, this child has been stunned. The green-robed, black-haired old man sighed and stopped looking at Su Lang. You are still stunned, the wicked old man threatened, be careful, I knock you out and put a sack. Don't. Su Lang waved his hands again and again, but could not persuade everyone. He felt bitter, he had known that he would not tell these seniors, at this time. Rumble, a burst of terrifying time and space fluctuations suddenly came. This kind of temporal and spatial fluctuation is even dozens of times stronger than the time when the Xinghai domain group transitions. Not good, someone is breaking through the time and space we set. Damn it, such a terrifying movement must be the offensive gang of dogs in Tianmi continent. How can it be so fast? It should be a few years before it is supposed to be right. Do not know. Quote. The expressions of the strong from the beginning changed wildly, even showing some fright. Quickly, gather the strong from the beginning to make up for the time and space. If the time and space sky mode is destroyed, the army of Tianmi continent will formally invade the Tianmen continent. Be careful of traitors and undercover agents. Tianmi continent has eroded us for many years. Chapter 1886. This is about to enter the battlefield. Quote. After everyone was horrified, they immediately began to gather strength to resist. What about this little guy? Shu Da's eyes fell on Su Lang's body. Grandma Mashan immediately scolded. Aren't you going to put the sacks? Quickly install. Good. Pretend now. Shu Da grinned and looked at Su Lang coldly, don't resist. When he finished speaking, he waved his hand, his sleeve turned into a sack, and he wanted to take Su Lang into it. It's strange if you don't resist. Su Lang's mouth twitched, he didn't want to be put into his sleeve by Shu Da. In an instant, Su Lang drew out the Yutian sword and the godless dragon Terrace, and the eight-sided shield of the sky came out. Boom! The incomparably vast and distorting power burst out immediately. It must be known that the Yutian sword has reached the level of the 16th level godless level, which is more than half of the ordinary quasi-taichu. Godless dragon Terrace and Tianzhao 8-led shield are not vegetarian either, they are both at level 14. At this time, all came out, and the condensed twisting power was simply appalling. Anyway, the 8 primordial powerhouses present have never seen this kind of quasi-primary power. In a flash, Su Lang's twisting power collided with Shu Da's supernatural power. There was a boom. Shu Da was shocked. Of course, he didn't actually make a full shot, and he didn't use 1,000th of his power. Because he was still more worried about hurting the human genius like Su Lang. But even so, Shu Da was still stunned in shock. The rest of the early powerhouses were also extremely shocked. What kind of weapon are you? This quasi-primordial weapon is so terrifying. This is a powerful weapon between Yu Zhuntaichu and Yi Yintaichu Emperor soldiers. Who can refine such a weapon is incredible. There are so many weapons like this that it can almost fight against Yi Yintaichu. Quote. For people like Zhang Wenzheng, Qin Song, etc., it is almost hard to fluctuate their xinxing. But at this time, stormy waves have risen one after another. Ahem, Su Lang gave a light cough and laughed, this is actually a weapon I made by myself. It's a shame, you refined it yourself. It turns out that you are still a craftsman close to the beginning level, grab him, don't let him die. Hurry up, this is a big baby. Will he be talking big again? Follow him, catch it first. Quote. Everyone stared, and immediately they were about to catch Su Lang again. Seniors, you should go to the sky at that time. Su Lang hurriedly waved his hand, I promise, I will never run around, I will stay here. No way, you can't be here. The heavenly misty continent is not absolutely safe. Since you don't want to get into Shu Da's sleeve, just join us. Qin Song looked serious, and grabbed Su Lang's arm, but don't be dead, don't leave me within a mile. Yes, and never let the human blood out. You have to cover up your breath yourself. Walk around, go to the time and space, Zhang Baoyu and the others have passed. Quote. There was a lot of discussion among the strong in the early days, leading Su Lang to leapfrog the space and move forward. I have just settled in the Tianmen continent for less than 10 minutes. Su Lang's mouth twitched, and he was planning to take a day off, and he was about to go to the battlefield. Although I just went to sea and be a war reporter, I was also on the battlefield. He is only at the quasi-primary level now, so he is still afraid of it. But now the attention of all the primordial lords has all fallen on the space-time sky moat. The huge vibration from the sky through the time and space. Everyone knows that Tianmi continent is definitely here for real. The war of too early level is really about to start. I don't know how many creatures will die this time. The powerhouses of the primordial age looked solemn, and constantly shuttled through the space. After more than a dozen breaths, I finally arrived at a moat composed of time and space turbulence. At the beginning level, everyone is satisfied with the other road rules. At this time, the competition is the rule of time. There are only time rules that can stop the two junior strong. Chapter 1887. It's not because of him. Rumble. The vast expanse of estimation void. Countless turbulence in time and space has formed an endless moat. Countless turbulence in time and space roared turbulently. This is much more terrifying than the turbulence of time and space around the large area of Shanghai. This is the space-time and sky grass created by the great powers of the past dynasties of Tianmen continent. There are even a few powerful people who cannot survive voluntarily sitting in them. With its own space-time avenue and life universe, it creates more space-time turbulence in vast space, opening up the distance between the heavenly continent and other continents. In the time and space sky, it's like the Great Wall of China that lies between the Central Plains and the Zhongnu. Day after day, year after year, it guards the Tianmen continent. Compared with the 100,000 sky constellation, the space-time sky grab is the first line of defense in the true sense. Today, it has almost changed from a man-made line of defense to a natural cosmic dangerous place. At this time, in the turbulence of time and space, it can be seen that a powerful existence is constantly using the rules of time to smooth it out into a road. In fact, if you want to sneak into the Tianmen continent, some are too junior and strong can do it. But if the sky and the sky were not destroyed at this time, the early powerhouses who sneaked into the sky and the continent would have almost no way out. Moreover, the goal of everyone is not only to occupy the heavenly misty continent, but also to open up the passage between the two. Instead of venturing into the heavenly continent to fight, and after victory, you can open up the space-time and heaven. It's better to open up this road when the war starts, so you can advance or retreat, and support faster. And so, the powerhouse of Tianmi continent chose to start and destroy the time and space sky trench. At this moment, dozens of powerful and junior experts in Tianmi continent are constantly calming the turbulence of time and space. On the Tianmen continent, Qin Song, Zhang Wenzheng and others have already joined Zhang Baoyu and others in their mouths. All 46 super junior powerhouses are gathered. Apart from anything else, he also moves towards the time and space and creates more time and space turbulence. The other party doesn't seem to have many people. Qin Song looked into the space-time Tianmo in the distance, with a trace of doubt in his eyes. Perhaps because the war on the heavenly Jade continent has not completely ended. Zhang Wenzheng thought for a while and said, so they didn't gather all of their two junior powerhouses. It should be like this. Miao Mingyuan said, now that these people want to break through the time and space, it is not a temptation. The others also nodded one after another, and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. The other party did not swarm up, giving them some time to prepare for the Tianmen continent. And prepare. In fact, they gave the order when they set off. But the people below can't keep up with the beginner's pace, so it takes time. Everyone sighed slightly. There was also an extra 47th person who had been noticed by the early powerhouse, Su Lang. What? Why is there one more person? Isn't the young man quasi-beginner? What is the excitement of coming here at the time and the sky? I don't understand the rules of time. That's right, Qin Song, what are you doing? Quote. The early powerhouses who had never seen Su Lang suddenly became interested and kept looking at Su Lang. You can't tell by yourself. Qin Song glanced at Zheng Baoyu and others and smiled faintly. Okay, this person, is it a human race? Yes, didn't the Shanghai domain group jump over before? I didn't go to see if something happened. I didn't expect Qin Song to take this child by his side, and he takes it seriously. Of course we must pay attention, the human blood is the hope of the boundless universe. If the human blood had spread, our situation will definitely not be so difficult at this time. Quote. At the beginning, the audience looked at Su Lang's eyes shining, and they kept talking, quite excited. But human blood is so important, this son should be better protected. Zheng Baoyu looked at Qin Song and asked strangely, why do you want to stay by your side? This is a place where you can come only when you are too junior. This statement came out. The rest of the early powers also looked at Qin Song curiously. Humph, not because of him. Qin Song snorted and waved his hand. If you want to know more detailed reasons, ask him yourself. Then, the eyes of more than 30 powerful people from the beginning have shifted to Su Lang's body. Chapter 1888. He really dared to say it again. This is if other people are being stared at by so many early powers. I've been panicking a lot. After all, these early powerhouses existed at the top of the entire Tianmen continent. Even in the entire infinite universe, it is also a top powerhouse. But Su Lang is absolutely worth it. Junior Su Lang, I have met all of you seniors. Su Lang looked at Zheng Baoyu and the others, smiled and bowed to them. Old man Qin said you are stubborn. Zheng Baoyu looked at Su Lang curiously, what's the matter? Hurry up, I have never heard of anyone who dares to slap in front of old man Qin, and then there are good fruits to eat. Yes, that old man has always been so bad, he is very careful. Quote. The rest of the primordial powerhouse also looked at Su Lang with interest, and they were still joking Qin Song. They are really curious. What did this quasi-primary young human race say to old man Qin and them? It's actually not a big deal. Su Lang looked at everyone and smiled. It's Senior Qin and they forbid me to participate in this day's battle of the continent. They want me to continue to lead the human race. Oh, then you are young and unwilling. You have to participate in this day's battle of the Miao continent. Zheng Baoyu smiled dumbly, you're already stubborn. The rest of the early powerhouses also nodded one after another, saying that Su Lang should lead the human race to continue. The disaster of extinction is coming. Where does the human race have a chance to continue lurking? What's more, with me, the human race doesn't need to continue lurking at all. Su Lang looked around the crowd and smiled faintly, because of me, I can create 500 powerhouses in the early days. This statement came out. All the early powerhouses in the audience almost forgot to instill the power of time and space into the space-time sky trench. Not only Zheng Baoyu and more than 30 powerful people from the beginning were stunned as if they were struck by lightning. Even Qin Song and others, who have experienced it once, couldn't help holding their foreheads with their hands, with a face full of helplessness, as if they were saying, look, he dared to say it again. What did you say? You can make 500 primaries in one day. Oh my god, you can really blow, not only the heavenly continent, but the entire infinite universe will blow it up for you. Little friend Su, are you experiencing a mental problem? Little friend, my pill, which is too elementary, was finally refined, try. Quote. Zheng Baoyu and other early powerhouses recovered from the shock, and you talked about each other. Everyone looked at Su Lang's eyes with something wrong. Seniors, I know you all don't believe it. Su Lang laughed, but wait, you will soon be able to see a master who is too junior. Crazy, it's a pity, what a good young man. Old Qin, who of you is good at alchemy, show me Su Xiaoyu. Who said before that he had a pill of the beginning, take it out soon. Quote. Zheng Baoyu and the others looked at each other, and immediately the urge to hold their foreheads with their hands rose in their hearts. Humph. Qin Song glanced at Su Lang, after this battle, I will treat this little guy immediately. He decides, after resisting the temptation of Tianmi continent this time, just summon the trustworthy powerhouse to pack Su Lang and the human blood together, and continue to go on as a backhand. You just don't want to listen to the younger generation. Su Lang, like all the early powers, helplessly lifted his forehead with his hands. You kid, at the beginning, the strong men could not help rolling their eyes when they saw this scene. They have lived for so long, and they have been serious and self-disciplined one by one. They have seen Su Lang's temperament there. But they did not know. In fact, Su Lang's character is not detached, and sometimes even worse than them. And all the big talk he is talking about now is just the big truth. It's just that this is indeed a bit scary, a bit exaggerated. Never mind. After waiting for a while, after refreshing the number of 1 key empowerments, they will be able to show them unexpected scenes. Su Lang touched his chin, a slight smile was drawn at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 1889, Quasi-Primary Rumble. In time and space, a powerful figure is constantly opening up a smooth path in the turbulence of time and space. Qin Song and others are constantly adding time and space power to the time and space sky moat to prevent the invasion of the Tianmi continent powerhouse. Time passed slowly. Su Lang watched Qin Song and other 46 primordial elders struggle hard from the side, but he himself was a little bored. It is too boring. His eyes fell on his life universe. At this time, Su Lang's universe of life is very vast. Among 10 life universes, the planet formed by the core fragments of the boundless world is covered by countless treasures, and every inch of the entire planet is a coveted treasure. And in the pupil of 10,000 worlds, the avatars of Su Lang's free time continue to use the 9 lands of Taoism to convert a large number of ordinary lands into treasure lands. More than 100 quasi-2 junior powerhouses worked together, and the effect was really leveraged. Often a treasure can be created in a short time. Of course, these treasures are only the most inferior, and they need to be continuously improved. Construct Moon Mother Nest, Su Lang thought, his consciousness sank into the Tai Sui world, calling out. The lower servant knocks on the Lord. The moon moth immediately bowed down and looked extremely grateful and excited. She has always guarded the Tai Sui world and helped Su Lang manage the civilization development of this world. And Su Lang has not been in contact with her for a long time. Even if she was upgraded, she would directly issue instructions to let the system evolve her, therefore. Su Lang personally called out, which made her extremely excited. The Lord's missing did not forget the servant. Yu Mo thought so in her heart, determined in her heart that she must make achievements for Su Lang. Just then, Su Lang's task was given. Moon Moth, the Tai Sui world is basically on the right track. Now I plan to develop the other 9 universes at the same time. Of these 9 universes, 8 worlds are almost blank. They, like Tai Sui universe, have infinite potential. Su Lang stared at the mother's nest of the moon. Can you develop 8 universes at the same time? The servant can do it. The moon moth immediately replied excitedly. Su Lang took out a universe for her to supervise and develop. She was very satisfied. At this time, she took out a whole 8 brand new universes for her to supervise the development. What kind of trust is this? While developing 8 universes at the same time. If she was the previous one, she definitely couldn't do it. But now the moon constructing mother's nest has not only been evolved to Kidu godless level by Su Lang. And it also swallowed a large number of soul fragments of godless and great emperor level experts, and I don't know how many spores can be produced. Just do it, Su Lang asked with a smile. Then what do you plan to do specifically? The body of the servant can be divided into 8 sub-body. Yu Mo replied respectfully. These 8 descendants are completely under the control of their servants and can supervise the 8 universes at the same time. It is good. In order for you to better develop the 8 universes, I decided to strengthen your evolution to the quasi-primary level. Su Lang nodded slightly, and immediately issued a system command in the moon moth's stunned expression. In a flash, system prompts came one after another. The mother's nest of the moon was first evolved to the Badu level. Soon it was strengthened twice by enhanced functions, reaching the quasi-primary level. The moon moth thanked you Lord Longan. The inspiration of the device of the mother's nest of the moon burst into tears, and he immediately bowed to Su Lang's 5 bodies. Get up, now separate the sub-body. Su Lang smiled faintly and ordered. Yes, the moon moth took its command and immediately used its methods. She suddenly separated 8 sub-bodies of approximately the same size on her body, taking advantage of Su Lang's presence. Go with. Su Lang's thoughts moved, and these 8 sub-bodies suddenly appeared in other life universes. In fact, life adapted to the environment has already appeared on the life planets in these universes. But it is too early for the emergence of intelligent creatures. If it is natural development, it will take hundreds of millions of years. Chapter 1890. Develop life, universe and wisdom creatures at this moment. The 8 daughters of the mother's nest appeared on the 8 life planets. Immediately start producing evolution spores. As soon as these spores appeared, they developed many times faster, and quickly evolved into countless creatures, opening the era of the Big Bang. Just like the original Tai Sui universe, the planets in the universe of life, such as the Enchanting universe, the Morning Star universe, and the Kimming universe, have all begun to develop rapidly. The main body of the mother's nest is in the Tai Sui universe. Because the 10 universes are connected to each other, she can easily control the 8 children. As for the 10th universe, the moon moth didn't even dare to think about it, and didn't dare to transcend anything at all. Good development. The ability to control the speed of spore evolution is even more terrifying. These spores evolve tens of thousands of times faster than before, and they have developed a large number of creatures in just a few breaths. Wisdom creatures have also begun to appear, and will soon be the protagonists of the times, ruling the entire planet. And they will also provide me with countless incense aspirations and humanity. Su Lang watched his life universe from the perspective of God, and nodded with satisfaction. The development of the universe of life is very troublesome. With the mother's nest, I don't know how much more convenient it is. I am afraid that other 2 junior powerhouses will be envious when they see it. The other 9 universes are gradually on the right track. The most basic and important Dantian universe also needs development. Blue Star is the most cherished core fragment of Infinity Realm. As Su Lang thought, he looked at Blue Star. At this time, the Blue Star was still empty, with only the White Jade Emperor Palace and a few creatures. It's time to migrate the human race to this place. Su Lang's thoughts moved, and in the pupils of the 10,000 realms, the planets that originally belonged to the Xinghai domain group suddenly remembered his voice. A creature of the blood of all races. The warriors who meet the standard next will be moved to Blue Star soon. This statement came out. Countless creatures are boiling. Oh my God, Blue Star, can we enter Blue Star cultivation? It is said that the rules of that place are manifested, and they can easily become holy and even become emperors. Blue Star, the legendary second place of origin of the human race, I must go in. Just don't know what is the standard among the people's ancestors. Quote. Under a certain statue of Su Lang on a planet, a lot of warriors talked a lot, and the whole square was like a boiling pan. In such a scene, there are countless on one planet. And there are more than 10,000 planets in the Xinghai domain group. It can be seen how terrifying the number of creatures cheering for him. At the same time, Xianxia also received Su Lang's order to select the most loyal people and enter the life of Blue Star. Correct, mainly loyalty. Qualifications are secondary. Then, Yan Engxing immediately contacted Su Lang's other old men of the human race and took this matter as a top priority. They personally spread the human race to the large area of the Star Sea, and they know every star area and even the planet. It is not suitable for Xianxia and others to do this thing. Here, take advantage of Xianxia to select the human blood creatures that meet the requirements. Su Lang began his second expansion of the universe of life. But before that, he has to do another thing first. System. Give me enhanced chaos and dark eclipse. With a thought, Su Lang gave instructions to the system. Ding. Consumption. Chaos and dark eclipse. Enhancement +1. Suddenly, this high-level exercise was once again elevated. It has directly reached the top level among the godless level exercises. You can start. Su Lang clicked the corner of his mouth and immediately began to operate the Chaos and Dark Eclipse technique. Suddenly, 10 life universes have changed at the same time. Outside the crystal wall of every living universe, the infinite chaos began to melt away continuously. Pieces of blank areas appeared. These are the areas where the universe of life can expand. Next moment, the crystal walls of the universe of life began to expand, taking these expanded blank areas as their own. Chapter 1891. On the importance of laying the foundation the last time Su Lang used Chaos and Dark Eclipse. Each of the 10 living universes has only increased by 1/10 of its area. Although it is not small. After all, the 10 regions of expansion of the universe are added together, which is equivalent to an extra life universe. But this time the expansion is bigger. The volume of each living universe has expanded by a full half on the previous basis. It is the sum of the expansion of the universe. Su Lang is equivalent to 5 more life universes directly. Lying down. Awesome. With these newly added areas, my cells that have not yet merged with the soul can continue to merge and become crystal wall cells. Su Lang's eyes were bright and excited. although his current realm has reached the quasi-primary level. But it is different from other quasi-taichu. Su Lang's body cells are too numerous. Even if he has 10 life universes, he can't integrate into all the soul cells. In other words, Su Lang's ceiling is too high. The previous breakthrough was considered an incomplete breakthrough, and it did not allow him to reach his own quasi-primary peak state. If you are promoted to the primordial level at this level, it is not perfect. System. Su Lang suppressed the excitement in his heart and asked, "Can I consume the cultivation base to merge the soul body and soul?" Ding. The host can use the cultivation base to fuse the soul body cell in the soul space. The system prompted Su Lang to breathe a sigh of relief. Immediately, if you can't use the cultivation base for fusion, he can only run the exercises by himself, which will consume a lot of time. And now, just consume the repair base. It's so beautiful. System, I really love you so much. Su Lang smiled, and immediately ordered, quickly, consume the cultivation base to integrate the remaining soul body cells into the soul. Ding. The fusion begins, accompanied by the appearance of system prompts. Countless cultivation bases suddenly poured into Su Lang's body from the sea of cultivation bases. Immediately after, 10 lives around the universe. Those soul body cells that have not yet merged with the soul begin to merge immediately. Each cell merged with the soul and became a crystal wall cell, containing a majestic space, almost like a small world. As time flows, 1 cell, 10 million cells, 100 billion cells. Countless cells became crystal wall cells. Gradually, 82 Gai cells melted into the soul. That is, the number of fused cells is about the same as when breaking through the quasi-primary level. So far, all the ordinary soul body cells in Su Lang's body have all been integrated into the soul. The soul body and the soul universe are completely integrated. A feeling of incomparable perfection and completeness came to life. My combat power directly soared to twice what it was before. Even if I don't use weapons at this time, I can blast the ordinary quasi-primary powerhouse. Su Lang felt the majestic twisting force in his body, and an excited smile appeared at the corner of his mouth again. The higher the level is now, the more he tasted the sweetness of laying a solid foundation. Although the cultivation process is a bit harder, the gains are simply terrifying. And Su Lang could predict it. With his solid foundation, he can definitely exert greater power in a higher realm. On the importance of laying the foundation, Su Lang chuckled, and then he was about to run the red underworld purple chi to store the twisting power. But at this moment, rumble, in time and space, the offensive on the Tianmi continent suddenly strengthened. Extremely terrifying time and space fluctuations came from it, making Xianxia and other early powerhouses look wild in an instant. This kind of fluctuation, there are more early powers on the Tianmi continent. Damn it, an attack of this intensity must not be performed by 100 powerful masters working together. They can have so many early powers. What exactly is going on? Qin Song, Zhang Wenzheng, Zheng Baoyu and others all looked gloomy and their pupils shrank suddenly. A sense of crisis came, making them tense and standing upside down. I fork, what's wrong? Why did the opponent's attack suddenly become so much stronger? Su Lang was also surprised, looking at the turbulent flow of the sky. Chapter 1892. Something happened to the Tianmen mainland. However, in the turbulence of time and space, dozens of extremely large figures are faintly visible. The size of these figures is so terrifying that they are comparable to planets. It's a family of divine beasts. Suddenly someone shouted loudly and furiously. They actually mobilized the beasts of the Tianning continent. Hateful, are the sacred beasts of the Tianning continent finally surrendered? I originally thought it was only the strong stars around the Tianning continent who had surrendered. I didn't expect that the 2 low-level sacred beasts in the Tianning continent would also help them to abuse. Damn it, Tianmi continent has these sacred beasts to help. It is enough to open the path of time, space and sky under our resistance. Yes, although the time is longer, it is impossible for us to stop it. It's over, our heavenly misty continent is over. Although I knew that heavenly misty continent would not be able to withstand the steps of Emperor Yuanmingzhou after all, I didn't expect it to come so fast. Qin Song and others all showed bitterness and despair. And just when everyone was in despair, greater blows followed. Rumble, waves of terror came from the heavenly misty continent. That turned out to be the power of the beginning level. Not good, something happened to the Tianmen mainland. It must be the undercover Tianmi continent that has eroded in. Can the backhand we leave behind can withstand it? Our backhands have already suffered. They have sneaked into 28 Buddhist monasteries. This was premeditated, and other latent resistance forces are too late to support us. They killed it, it's over, it's over. Quote. All the junior powerhouses looked back at the Tianmen continent, with even more despair in their eyes. There are only 46 of them. And the other party just sneaked in. There were 28 figures, more than half of them. Coupled with the turbulence of time and space, the Tianmi continent Buddhism powerhouse and the Tianting continent divine beast clan. The opponent's two junior powerhouse at least exceeds 100. Such a terrifying number. They can't stop it at all. Just then, streams of light flew from the direction of the heavenly misty continent. It was those 28 powerful men who had eroded the heavenly continent secretly. They formed a huge elementary formation, rushing towards Su Lang with a sneer on their faces. Lying down. This is the rhythm of conquering the Tianmen continent in one fell swoop. Su Lang looked at the space-time sky moat behind him, and at the 28 powerful men from the beginning. The corners of his mouth twitched. Ha 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 ha. Donor Qin Song, Donor Zhang Wenzheng, don't resist. With us dragging you, the time and space will be opened up, and the Tianmen continent will eventually fall into our hands. Quote. 28 Supreme Elementary Buddhist monks held an extremely powerful Supreme Elementary formation and laughed confidently. Each of them was wearing apricot and yellow robes and red robes, but their faces were hideous, full of murderous intent and sneers. You guys. How did you hide in the Tianmen continent for so long? Qin Song asked in disbelief while using the power of time and space on the time and space. Ha ha. This is to ask your Lumming Dao friends. Among the 28 Buddhist monks, one with a dark scalp, two junior, looked in a certain direction and sneered even more. Su Lang glanced at this person, named Zhang Bizu, whose breath was much weaker than that of the Kongji monk. But this Zhang Bizu is already the strongest among the 28 powerful men. As for Qin Song's team, all the strong from the beginning turned to look at a strong young man, obviously. This person is too elementary and powerful in the eyes of those Buddhist monks. Dog-balled donkey, don't sow discord there. Lu Ming saw everyone staring at him in amazement, his face suddenly sank, and he yelled. Humph, Lu Ming Dao fellow can't be yours. Qin Song's eyes flickered, and he snapped. Oh, so, what about fellow Taoist Qiwang? That Zhang Bizu turned his head and looked at the other person. Humph, stop talking there, the two junior powerhouse named Qiwang sneered. So, Zhang Bizu also sneered and spoke again. Shut up, Zhang Bizu. A voice came, and Zhang Bizu's eyes instantly stared. Chapter 1893. The Three Stages of the Time Rule. Who is calling my real name? I have obviously been lurking for a billion years. Except for the primordial powerhouse lurking next to me, how could anyone know my real name? It's this kid is just a quasi-prime. How did he know my real name? Quote. All kinds of horrified thoughts arose in Zhang Bizu's heart, and then he looked at it. However, he saw a young quasi-beginner man looking at him with a sneer on his face. Seeing Zhang Bizu's horror, the others stared at each other with wide-eyed eyes. They also know, Zhang Bizu's real name is only known by a few people on his side. In this time, on the Tianmen continent, there was a person who broke the real name of his own member. Could it be, we have a traitor? Thinking of this, the primordial powerhouse suddenly looked gloomy, exchanged eyes, and his eyes were full of vigilance. Even, the distance between everyone is widened. And Qin Song's primordial powerhouse also looked at Su Lang with surprise. This little guy actually broke the other party's real name. What exactly is going on? Ha 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 ha, don't guess, you did have a traitor, and more than one. Now, your plan has been leaked, and we have already set a trap for you. Su Lang suddenly laughed. He saw Zhang Bizu and others' mutual suspicion, so he pushed the boat along the river, adding fuel to the fire because of the wind and fire. This statement came out, whether Zhang Bizu and others believe it or not. The suspicion in their hearts immediately expanded a lot. Then, Zhang Bizu and others quietly opened the distance. The ridiculous Zhang Bizu wanted to sow discord on Su Feng's side. But Su Feng was short of words to treat his body with his own way. Awesome, really amazing. Qin Song and others secretly glanced at Su Feng, and they all praised. The other side, humph, don't babble there can be no traitors among us. But there are several traitors among you, do you want to guess who it is? A Sanyan Taichu who was beside Zhang Bizu said with a sneer. Oh, really, Wu Yuquan? Su Feng looked at that Sanyan Taichu, and the corner of his mouth twitched. As soon as the three words Wu Yuquan came out, the corners of Sanyan Taichu's mouth twitched, and his eyes shrank. Because this is his real name. What's the situation? This son unexpectedly called out his real name again. Is there really a traitor among us? Quote. The early powerhouses on Zhang Bizu's side couldn't help muttering in their hearts, and then once again distanced themselves from the people around them. Just then, don't talk about you two. I know all of you over 20 people. Su Feng continued to look around the crowd, pointing to a man with a rickety figure and said, you are Mu Yiji. You have mastered the Qingxiao Wu Ku Qi Qigong, the sheik cloth sword technique and so on. When Na Mu Yiji heard this, he was shocked and his face was shocked. What, you can even call my name, and you even know the martial arts I practiced when I was a kid. You, who are you? Are you a Tenyan Taichu who tracing back the past? Quote. Mu Yiji pointed at Su Feng in disbelief, his arms trembling. When the rest of the people heard this statement, their whole body was chilled instantly. The primordial level is divided into levels according to the degree to which the rules of time merge into the primordial body. The more you master the rules of time and the more you blend into the body of the beginning, the higher the level of the early warrior. In the mastery of time rules, it is roughly divided into 3 stages. The first stage is now. The second stage is the future, which can be seen as going down the river of time and deducing the future. The third stage is the past, which can be seen as going upstream in the long river of time, tracing back to the source. Among them, the third stage is the most difficult. Only the strongest in the beginning level can do it. That's not it, I'm just a quasi-beginner. Su Feng looked at Mu Yiji with a hint of playfulness on his face. Chapter 1894. You have the ability to stand up, but Mu Yiji was even more shocked when he heard it. In his mind, he had already made up an extremely terrifying powerhouse from the beginning, standing behind Su Lang, overlooking the 24 of them. Don't play mystery there. In any case, you are all going to die today. Don't listen to his nonsense, let's go and hold them. Zhang Bizu roared and rushed forward. Damn it, why is this guy so reckless? What if there are traitors among us who destroy the formation? Quote. Among the 28 primordial primaries, many people have such thoughts in their hearts. However, they still followed Zhang Bizu's back and slammed towards Su Lang with the formation. However, they just flew out for a millisecond. Wow, the 2 elementary formation they were holding was really, as they were worried, suddenly broken. There are traitors, and a lot of people. Quickly get out of it. Quote. Suddenly, a few powerful people from the beginning screamed, and they dispersed in shock. 28 people were separated in a blink of an eye. Their formation was broken in an instant, and they couldn't hold Qin Song and others. In this scene, everyone was stunned immediately. What the hell? That extremely powerful 2 elementary formation was suddenly broken. OMG, you must know that even if dozens of early powerhouses are blasting against that formation, it will take a long time to break it. Is it really due to internal reasons? Among the 28 people on Zhang Bizu's side, there are really traitors. Only this is a reasonable explanation. Even Qin Song and others think so, especially among Zhang Bizu and others. The formation we have worked so hard to build is so broken. Without the formation, it is difficult for the 28 of us to drag out the 46 of the other side. We have a traitor, it. Quote. Zhang Bizu and others looked at the others in shock. If they were shot from behind by the traitors, maybe they would lose their lives. No one knew that the formation was turned off by Su Lang's control. Don't be horrified, some of you are definitely going to die, now quickly eat a bowl of decapitated rice. Su Lang looked at Zhang Bizu and the others faintly, as if these people were all getting fish. Who is a traitor? Stand up. If you have the ability to be a traitor, you have the ability to stand up. Zhang Bizu looked at the people around with red eyes, and let out a rant. However, no one responded to him. Because this guy who jumped the most is also very likely to be a traitor. Our people won't act rashly. Only when you really fight, you will know who they are. Su Lang looked at Zhang Bizu and the others faintly, and the sneer outlined at the corner of his mouth grew stronger. Asshole, you scumbag must be too early, I will kill you. Zhang Bizu cursed incoherently. But it is impossible for him to do it. Originally, their number was relatively small. Now there is no two elementary formation. The key is that a traitor may appear in your team. And behind the other party, there is a great possibility that there is a 10-yan taichu. In such a situation, if you dare to do it, you are looking for death. Their only role is to stay there, slowly waiting for reinforcements in the time and space to open up a path. But they don't do it. It doesn't mean that Qin Song and others don't do it. Great, there really is a traitor among them. As long as we cooperate with the undercover, we can get rid of this group of people immediately. At that time, the puppies of Tianmi continent have opened up the space-time and sky grass, and we will be better at dealing with it here. A trace of excitement appeared in Qin Song's eyes, and he was about to greet him immediately. However, Senior Qin Song, don't do it. Su Lang's voice sounded in Qin Song's mind, and this was a way of communicating through divine consciousness. What? For such a good opportunity, why not do it? Qin Song's heart was stagnant, and immediately returned with divine thoughts. Chapter 1895. Su Lang was stunned, because there are no traitors among them. I'm just talking nonsense. Their real names are what I used in the method to see. I used a special method to destroy that formation. If we do it, they will definitely attack us together, and then my lie will be broken. And you will be temporarily restrained, unable to exert the power of time and space on the time and space sky. This will allow the people of Tianmi continent to break the space-time and sky trench faster. Su Lang smiled and replied with divine thoughts, telling Qin Song the reason. What? They didn't make a traitor. Then the elementary formation was destroyed by you. How is this possible? You are only quasi-primary, how can you destroy the primary formation? Qin Song's surface was as usual, but his heart was full of incredible and stormy waves. Because what Su Lang said is too fantastic. Senior Qin Song, you don't believe many things I said. Su Lang continued to use his spiritual thoughts to transmit his voice, but now, as long as you buy me some time, I can let you see the facts. Gu, Qin Song swallowed, but if you fail, what if I never showed up? Su Lang asked with a smile, I have never appeared before, what kind of situation will you face? Qin Song was suddenly speechless. If Su Lang never showed up, according to the original plan, they will also come here to exert the power of time and space for the time and space sky. Then the rear of Tianmen mainland was stolen. 28 primordial powerhouses stared at the primordial formation to fight them, dragging them. Immediately after the Tianmi continent experts in the space-time sky trench, they will soon enter the space-time sky trench. At last, they are going to die. In this time, Su Lang relied on a special method to destroy the formation of Zhang Bizu and others. And sow discords, making them afraid of each other. At this time, Zhang Bizu and the others, standing next to them were like air. Such a situation, it's so much better already. It is good. Little friend Su Lang, although your words are really incredible, I believe you. Qin Song nodded solemnly, and immediately ventilated with Zhang Wensheng. Soon, the two passed on the order, but did not say why. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing why they had to give up this great opportunity, but they also obeyed the order. Immediately after, Qin Song's 46 ancestors at the beginning of the time instilled the power of time and space into the time and space, far away. Zhang Bizu and the others, who retreated and were jealous of each other, were originally worried that Qin Song would make a move. They even joined up with people they trusted to prepare for a battle, but Qin Song and others did not do anything. They gave up this great opportunity. They can obviously annihilate us, even if they pay a certain price. They can better face the army of warriors on the Tianmi continent in the future. What the asterisk is this? Quote. While Zhang Bizu, Mu Yiji and the others were relieved, they were also deeply puzzled. Could it be that the reason they don't do anything is that they have reinforcements? They are waiting for reinforcements to annihilate us at a lower cost. Wu Yuquan shook his whole body severely, and spoke to Zhang Bizu and the others in shock. And this judgment came out. Immediately make Zhang Bizu and others stand upside down, like falling into an ice cave. They remembered what Su Lang said before. They have stepped into the trap. And this time, isn't that the other side's attitude that is not in a hurry? Goo, damn, we really stepped into a trap. How about we withdraw? But Emperor Yuan Mingzhou is there. Doesn't care about him. From beginning to end, have you seen Emperor Yuan Mingzhou? Quote. Zhang Bizu and others talked about it, their eyes flickered, and they turned and ran. For a moment, 8 of the 28 strong men from the beginning ran away. The remaining 20, seeing their changes, tightened all over, and then fled one after another. Such a scene, not to mention Qin Song, even Su Lang was stunned. Chapter 1896. I ran away, lying down. It's gone. What are they thinking? Su Lang's mouth twitched, and he didn't expect Zhang Bizu and the others to run away. And just now, in time and space, the huge figures of mythical beasts suddenly receded. Those strong in Tianmi continent also retreated. In a blink of an eye, the passage they had opened up in the time and space chasm began to heal slowly. This scene is even more stunned, and the eyes are about to fall. What the hell? Zhang Bizu and the others ran away, as did the army in the time and space moat. I fork, everything ran away, I haven't had time to pretend to be forced. Su Lang held his forehead with one hand, and he estimated that he would be able to practice the Taichu exercises in about an hour or two and then make breakthroughs. At that time, he will have more than 100 Taichu, and then he can use the Taichu formation that he has just learned. Come this way. Zhang Bizu and others don't even want to run. Then kill Zhang Bizu and others, and he immediately has more resources to upgrade system functions, evolve weapons, and establish formations. More than 100 primordial clones can still use the power of time and space to stop the army of Tianmi continent. In this way, more time will be spent. But now, Zhang Bizu and the others were so scared. Oh my day, but no matter if they ran away, I'm sure there is nothing wrong. Anyway, I need resources and I will ask Qin Song if they want it. Thought of this, Su Lang's mood suddenly improved, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Qin Song and the others were even more relieved. The expected death battle was silly and unfinished, and they didn't have to go desperately. Don't work hard, I can stay alive for a few days to see if I can wait for a turnaround. Thinking of the word transfer, the eyes of Qin Song and others fell on Su Lang. Before, Su Lang was a little quasi-prime primacy in their eyes, and the word genius could be added, but no matter. Quasi-primary is quasi-primary. If it hadn't been for Su Lang to be the leader of the human race, they would have slapped Su Lang and didn't know where to shoot Su Lang. But now, they can avoid deadly battles. All thanks to Su Lang. From this incident, they had already seen the tip of Su Lang's iceberg, and they never dared to underestimate it. Shuda and Grandma Ma Shan, who had a bad attitude towards Su Lang before, were even hotter on their faces, and they wanted to slap themselves again. They kept saying that they wanted to catch Su Lang and hide him for protection. At this time, he was protected by Su Lang. Ahem, they ran away. Su Lang pointed to the time and space and said with a smile, thanks to the seniors. How dare you? I have no merit in waiting, I dare not take it. It's all your credit, little friend Su Lang, we all depend on you. Yes, if we didn't have you, we are afraid that someone would fall soon. Quote. Everyone, you said and I said, one after another put the credit on Su Lang. Ha ha ha, everyone, don't laugh, without the seniors standing behind me, Zhang Bizu's group had arrested me and killed me long ago. Su Lang also humbled a bit, to save face for you seniors. Everyone laughed. Correct, Zhang Bizu's group of dogs did bad things on the heavenly continent. Su Lang suddenly exclaimed, let's go back and have a look. Correct, go back to a few people and see if the situation is serious. Zhang Wenzheng, you take people back, and I will lead people here to continue filling the power of time and space. Quote. After everyone discussed it, it was decided that Zhang Wenzheng would return to the Tianmen continent with 22 junior powerhouses. Qin Song and others kept the power to continue filling time and space. Su Lang was among the crowd returning to the Tianmen continent. The wind is raging, the tide is raging. Zhang Wen was chanting high in his mouth, and a terrifying aura emerged from all over his body, engulfing everyone and flying towards the heavenly misty continent. At the same time, the other side of the space-time Tianmo, a divine beast with dimmed eyes flew fast in the void. It looks like they have been forcibly controlled. Chapter 1897. It shows how much they hate Su Lang in addition. A super junior powerhouse gathered on the huge body of a dragon, with an extremely ugly face. Most of these people wore apricot and yellow robes and robes of various colors. It is the Buddhist master of Tianmi continent. In addition, there are also strong people in the early days who dress differently. Outside of Buddhism, they also took refuge in Emperor Yuanmingzhou. But these people rarely have the right to speak, and basically sit on the periphery without saying a word. Speaker. It is those Buddhist monks. Among them, Monk Shiu, Master Weiju, and Monk Kongji are impressively listed. The front foot was ran away by Su Lang from Metiophonics Dakianyu. The hind feet hurriedly participated in this invasion plan to the heavenly continent. It shows how much they hate Su Lang. Damn it, our plan was unexpectedly understood by them in advance, and the traps were laid out, so we could only give up halfway. Zhang Bizu's rubbish, no one knows when people instigate them. Damn, their gang is almost useless, try to get them back. Well, get them all back and see who the undercover is. On the back of the forcibly controlled dragon, the Buddhist monks were filled with grievances. If it weren't for the lack of hair, they would have been angry. Among them, the Kongji monk and others are the most unwilling. They all think about it. After invading the Tianmen continent, he must catch Su Lang and kill him severely. But finally caught up with this invasion, but did not expect to fall short. I'm so angry, and this time the undercover invading has been exposed and lost its effectiveness. The next time there is only a strong attack. According to the intelligence that was probed this time, the opponent's strength is definitely not as weak as it seems. It is very likely that those forces that are lurking in the dark and resisting Emperor Yuanmingzhou have already connected with the Tianmen continent and united. In this way, I don't know how much power I have to accumulate in the next storm. It would be great if Emperor Yuanmingzhou's old man made a move. HMPH, His Majesty Yuan Mingzhou has more important things to do, how can these little things trouble him? Everyone sighed and talked, and gradually moved away from the time and space. The anticlimactic raid came to an end, but a brand new battle has already begun. At the same time, in the heavenly continent, an extremely tragic scene appeared in front of Su Lang, Zhang Wenzheng and others. However, there was a huge gap in the 100,000 heavenly misty star cluster that wrapped the heavenly misty continent. At least 1/5 was destroyed. 1/5, that is 20,000 small broken continents comparable to planets. I don't know how many strong men stationed above have died. Zhang Bizu, this shit. One day, I will thwart you. A huge wound has also appeared on the Tianmen continent. It is where the Tianshuan army is located. The Heavenly Jade Army, the compatriots who finally escaped from the Heavenly Jade continent. Zhang Wenzheng and the others watched the tragic scene in front of them, their eyes were red. Perhaps, I can save some people. Our Xinghai domain group has developed a peculiar spell, which may be able to be resurrected by some powerful people who died in battle. Su Lang looked around, he seemed to hear the wailing of the dead soul. Really save it? Zhang Wenzheng and the others looked at Su Lang incredulously. The means to come back from the dead, they actually have some, but most of them are for their own use. And he has been alive to this day, almost consumed. People who want to resurrect the dead in battle on a large scale are simply impossible. Some can be saved. My secret technique is called Corpse Earth Origin Soul Reincarnation Technique. Using the soil formed by the corpses of the strong as raw materials, summon the remnants of souls that have not yet dissipated, and revive them. It involves many unspeakable meanings, so I won't go into details. While it's still early, you seniors quickly gather the corpses of the strong ones you can find. In addition, give me a lot of natural materials and earth treasures to use to revive them. Su Lang said with a serious expression, I will also teach you the exercises to seniors. I think you should learn quickly. It is good. Zhang Wenzheng and the others' eyes brightened and nodded immediately. Chapter 1898, The Secret Method of Reincarnation immediately after. Zhang Wenzheng and others provided all the materials Su Lang needed, even give a lot of benefits. It is estimated to be a reward. After giving the materials, all the early strong men immediately went to the battlefield to gather the corpses of those strong men. As expected to be 2 junior boss. Give me so many materials in one breath, more than the one who destroyed hundreds of quasi-primary powers before. Su Lang looked at the countless extra materials in the storage space and couldn't help but express his joy. These materials are more than enough to resurrect the dead who died in battle. It can also be used to complete other important plans. Of course, Zhang Wenzheng's original intention to give these materials was to revive the strong. So Su Lang naturally took this as his first task. To resurrect the godless powerhouse on a large scale. It is estimated that some of the current, dead Earth origin soul reincarnation technique, is not enough. Even if it can be resurrected, it needs to be divided into multiple times, which takes time and effort. Su Lang's eyes flashed with thoughtful light. So, I still have to strengthen this technique. After making up your mind, Su Lang immediately issued instructions to the system to start strengthening the Soul Origin Soul Reincarnation technique. Ding. Consume. Zone Earth Origin Soul Reincarnation Art, Enhancement +1. Ding. Consume. Zone Earth Origin Soul Reincarnation Art, Enhancement +1. Ding. Consume. After 3 times of strengthening, the reincarnation technique of the origin of the dead soul has changed from a low-level godless level to a level close to the beginning of the exercises. But, to ensure that a larger number of dead can be resurrected at once, Su Lang decided to continue to strengthen. It was not stopped until it was strengthened into a real 2 primary secret technique. Then, the system prompt sounded again. The 4th, 5th, and 6th strengthening ends one after another. Soul Origin Soul Reincarnation technique finally entered the primordial level from the godless level. In fact, Su Lang knew this exercise can be strengthened to the primordial level. It is entirely because it is just a secret technique with a single function. It is absolutely impossible to reach the primordial beginning level by changing to other godless level exercises and strengthening 6 times. At most it is close to the early stage, no matter what. Now, Soul Origin Soul Reincarnation technique has reached the early stage. More profound meanings about the resurrection of the dead are imprinted in Su Lang's mind and soul, so that he can completely grasp it. Such a mysterious meaning. Perhaps I can resurrect even the 2 junior strong. However, if you want to resurrect the powerhouse at the beginning level, you don't know how many geniuses and treasures you need to consume. Thinking about the profound meanings of the newly acquired exercises in his mind, a smile was drawn at the corner of Su Lang's mouth. Immediately after, his eyes fell into the storage space again. The materials given by Zhang Wenzheng and others are so much. Even if the Soul Earth Origin Soul Reincarnation technique is enhanced to the primordial level, it only consumes about 1/10. These materials can be used to evolve my various weapons. But forget it, everything has to wait until Zhang Wenzheng and the others have collected the dead body soil and resurrected. Su Lang thought so. Anyway, Zhang Wenzheng and the others couldn't run away right there, just ask them later. These strong people from the beginning. It's almost a cash machine. Next, Su Lang began to wait for Zhang Wenzheng and others to return. In this process, no time was wasted. He dispatched a large number of treasure-hunting flying gliders to pursue Zhang Bizu and other early powers. The death-free level of these treasure-hunting flying gliders has reached the godless level. Only those who are 2 junior can kill them before you find Zhang Bizu and others, unless you encounter other 2 low-level enemies. Otherwise, there will be absolutely no loss. Time flies. It's worthy of being the 21 primordial masters who personally shot. Zhang Wenzheng did not let Su Lang wait for long. Just half an hour. Come back with all the dead bodies that can be found. Little friend Su Lang, these are all the dead bodies that can be found. I want to ask one more question. Do those strong men who have been dead for a long time still hope to be resurrected? Zhang Wenzheng took a storage ring to Su Lang, and asked with a hint of hope in his eyes. Chapter 1899. Resurrect a Million Supreme Emperor, the long-dead strong man. This, regardless of time, it just depends on whether their remnants still exist. Also, for some powerful people who have been resurrected with other secret techniques, I cannot guarantee that this secret technique will have an effect on them. Su Lang took the storage ring and said in a deep voice. He is very clear. Zhang Wenzheng and the others are afraid that they want to resurrect those 2 low-level powerhouses who died. If it can be done, the Tianmen continent does not know how much more combat power it can produce. But Su Lang really couldn't guarantee that he meant to try. In that case, then let's resurrect these found dead. Miao Ming Yuan, with an ordinary face, arched his hands at Su Lang. I'm going to trouble little friend Su Lang. You are welcome. Time is running out. Let's start now. Su Lang nodded faintly, and then flew to the 100,000 Sky Star Cluster, the nearest broken continent to the battlefield. There are a large number of powerhouses stationed in the Sky Cluster. Almost all those who fell were godless and quasi-primary strong. Moreover, this place belongs to the near-field void, and the remnants of the dead are more likely to dissipate, and need to be resurrected first. Standing on this small continent, Su Lang started the reincarnation ceremony of the dead under the gaze of Zhang Wenzheng and others. Although Soul Origin Soul Reincarnation Technique, has been promoted to the early stage. But the reincarnation ceremony remained basically the same. First, equip each corpse with enough natural treasures. Immediately buried in the soil, tombstones made of special materials were erected. Strange formations are engraved on the tombstone. This is ready, because Su Lang not only mastered the one-key refining function, but also the one-key refining function. It is not too easy to make a reincarnation tombstone. Let the system refine it directly, and it will be completed in no time. The work of burying the corpse soil also has a total of 21 primordial powers to do it for you. 10 minutes passed. On a huge plain, millions of peculiar tombstones are lined up neatly. These ones, it is the warriors who have fallen to the 100,000 Sky Star group. Looking at the huge cemetery plain below, Su Lang couldn't help feeling sighed. In this world, the strong can do whatever they want, but the life of the weak is like a grass. Weakness is the original sin. Me at this time, it is also an ant in the eyes of Emperor Yuanmingzhou. Taking a slight breath, Su Lang immediately began to perform the secret method. The Origin Soul Calling Spirit Secret Technique. Su Lang closed his eyes, and the countless innate qi in his body revolved in a special week. In a blink of an eye, a large amount of aura spilled out, gradually forming a huge and terrifying clock. This clock is almost like a giant peak standing on top of the earth, even. It is already so big that it penetrates the sky and reaches into the void outside the small continent. Calling Ling, Su Lang's heart moved, and he used the secret method again. Boom. The big bell suddenly roared horribly. The peculiar bell that trembles the soul immediately spread. The chime of the bell can't even stop the emptiness, and the hole in the 100,000 Sky Star cluster is instantly covered. Immediately after, remnant souls emerged one after another, were summoned, and flew towards the big clock. Because there are too many deaths, the remnant souls almost formed a torrent, constantly pouring into the great soul calling spirit bell. It even formed a strange vortex around it. Fortunately Zhang Bizu and the others did not obliterate these remnants. It is estimated that they are also destined to start with these dead warriors. If they were more frenzied, and wiped out the remnants of these dead souls, there would be no way to resurrect the Soul Origin Soul Reincarnation Technique. But even so, there are still a large number of dead souls completely dissipated. Many of the corpses made this time will be rendered useless. Su Lang watched the death constantly pouring into the big bell, thinking silently in his heart. In a blink of an eye, the remnants that can be summoned have all poured into the source soul summoning spirit clock. They lost the black mist in the great bell of Origin Soul Calling Spirit and turned into translucent souls. The last step, seeing this scene, Su Lang immediately used the secret method. The special twisting power condensed by the profound meaning of the corpse soil source soul reincarnation technique is integrated into the source soul calling the spirit clock. Chapter 1900. Truly set foot on the heavenly continent, the huge Origin Soul Summoning Bell crashed. Soon, the collapsed fragments of the Origin Soul Summoning Bell and countless twisting powers engulfed the transparent dead souls. It was like a red Milky Way pouring down from above the 9 heavens, forming countless small red streams, pouring into the gravestones. The lines on the tombstone were gradually immersed in red, rushing towards the bottom of the grave, but there are still 1/3 of the tombstones that do not have this strange energy infusion mixed with the dead. Because the dead souls corresponding to their buried corpses have been completely erased. Shortly after, the graves began to tremble. A hand just like a normal person stretched out from the grave. One by one, the warriors pushed away the tombstone and walked out of the tomb. They looked around blankly. When they saw Su Lang and Zhang Wenzheng in the sky, they knelt down on the spot. Everybody knows. I was resurrected. They are back from the dead. Endless joy appeared in everyone's hearts. Remember, it is your senior Su Lang who has the grace of rebuilding for you. Zhang Wen was looking down at the crowd, and his voice with awe-inspiring aura spread throughout the small continent. Junior, thank you Senior Su Lang. Thanks to Senior Su Lang for his resurrection. Senior Su Lang gave me a second life, and I will always worship you. Quote. Nearly 1 million godless powerhouses bowed down to Su Lang, grateful. You will be the best reward if you continue to guard the last pure land of the boundless world. Su Lang smiled slightly and turned to look at Zhang Wenzheng. We have to take a trip to the garrison of the Heavenly Jade Army, let's go. It is good, it's not too late, we will start now. Zhang Wenzheng nodded, grabbed Su Lang with one hand, and flew toward the heavenly misty continent. The rest of the primordial powerhouse also followed closely. In a blink of an eye, Su Lang was led by Zhang Wenzheng to the top of the heavenly misty continent. This is the first time he has truly stepped on the land of the boundless world. Here, it is one of the 4 continents after the fragmentation of the boundless world, the heavenly continent. Boundless world. Su Lang unfolded his spiritual thoughts, probed the surrounding environment, and saw that the concentration of aura around him was extremely rich. Low-level natural treasures are everywhere, just like ordinary plants and trees. Lying down. It's violent. Treasure hunting flying glider. Go and pick it for me. Su Lang's eyes burst out with bright light, and immediately dispatched the treasure hunt flying gliders to pick those treasures of heaven and earth. These Chinese cabbage are as good as heaven and earth. Others look down upon him, but Su Lang is always here. After all, he not only has a key synthesis function, but also enhanced functions. Ding. You get Feihua Tongli 1. Ding. You get the Constellation Spirit Branch 1. Ding. You got the Earth Shack Sand 1. Ding. Accompanied by the treasure hunt, the flying gliders collected all the treasures of heaven and earth. System prompts also kept ringing, almost forming a noisy noise. Su Lang was so cool and annoying to block the system prompt. Immediately after, under the leadership of Zhang Wenzheng, the Tianquan army station arrived. This was originally the place where the strong who escaped from the heavenly Jade continent lived and practiced. But now it has suffered a devastating blow. The area of the entire Tianquan army station is estimated to be as large as the Kanglan Star's southern and northern continents combined. But now, it has become a huge pit. The warriors who escaped from the Tianquan continent, except for a few lucky ones who traveled far away, all were killed. Damn, Zhang Bizu this group of chores. Among the strong in the early days, an old man in the early days had blood-red eyes, and his name was Bai Tongguang. Bai Tongguang was one of the first to escape from the Tianquan continent. He brought a large part of the warriors who formed the heavenly Jade army. Bai Tongguang knows well, these warriors are firm opponents of Yuan Mingzhou Emperor. Among them, there are a large number of the proud of heaven, and there are even a few who are hopeful of being promoted to the level of the beginning. But at this time, they were all killed by Zhang Bizu's group. Fortunately, with Su Lang, many people can still be saved. Bai Tongguang looked at Su Lang with gratitude in his eyes. I'm going to start. Su Lang looked around at the crowd, and immediately took the storage ring with the corpse soil, and came to the endless deep pit. Chapter 1901, Breakthrough, the first stage. The situation here is even worse. It is estimated that less than 1/10,000th can be recovered. Countless warriors are directly gasified. Su Lang sighed in his heart, and then began to prepare for the reincarnation ceremony of the corpse soil. Configure the corpse soil, refining tombstones, engraving array text, use the secret method and reincarnation technique of origin soul calling spirit, all in one go. In a short time, a large number of dead souls were recalled, merged into the gravestones and graves, and returned as resurrected ones. We are resurrected. My God, I didn't expect I could live again. Countless warriors looked at the surrounding environment with excitement. Some people even wonder if this is a dream. Zhang Wenzheng, Bai Tongguang and others showed excitement and wanted to announce that Su Lang had resurrected them. Suddenly, lying down, I can finally break through. Su Lang's surprised voice came. Everyone was shocked and looked at Su Lang in horror. No one knew. Su Lang's ears were ringing system prompts. Ding. Moment of eternity has reached the founding level. Ding. Jia Heart Sutra has reached the founding level. Ding. Hengsha Blessed World Record has reached the founding level. Ding. Future Good Fortune Mystery has reached the founding level. Accompanied by the appearance of system prompts, 4 surging warm currents appeared in Su Lang's body out of thin air. Soon, these warm currents continuously merged into Su Lang's crystal wall cells. There are even more profound meanings of exercises imprinted in Su Lang's soul. Make them realize that each Tao can only understand the unspeakable supreme meaning. In this one, there is a lot of content about time rules. Time rules, I can finally understand it. Su Lang's eyes showed endless excitement and excitement. I don't know how long ago. He is looking for a way to understand the rules of time. Until now, I finally practiced 3 time attribute exercises, and has the qualification to understand the rules of time. System, use the bonus function Tao Fa World. Give me the time rules. Su Lang didn't care about anything else, and immediately issued the order. Ding. Time rules are beginning to comprehend. Ding. Getting started with the time rules. After breaking through, you can use the cultivation base to continue improving. Ding. The sea of repair is full. Do you break through? 3 consecutive system prompts sounded. An incomparably mysterious rule was imprinted in Su Lang's soul. It is the rule of time. Break immediately. After listening to the system prompt, Su Lang gave the instruction again. Ding. Start breaking through. The system prompts the voice to fall. In the sea of cultivation bases, countless cultivation bases suddenly poured into Su Lang's body. After these cultivation bases entered Su Lang's body, they mixed with that hint of time and gradually merged into the Dantian universe. Soon, incorporated into the first crystal wall cell through the Dantian universe. It's just a trifle, but it makes the entire Dantian universe extraordinarily different. The strange power of time was controlled by Su Lang. He noticed, I use the majestic innate force to activate this rule of time, which can make the nearby time stagnate for an instant. Don't look at it for just a moment. In the battle of the strong, even the time of a thought can continue to be subdivided into 36 parts. One moment is enough for a powerful warrior to do a lot of things. Of course, Su Lang knew, in the early days, the match between levels was the time rule. Whoever comprehends the stronger time rules will have the stronger combat power. Fight each other for control of time during the battle. Whoever has more control will be able to take the initiative. At this moment, after the first crystal wall cell is integrated into the time rule, the breakthrough is not over. Under the influence of the cubic universe, the nearby crystal wall cells were successively infiltrated, possessing the power of time. When the time of fusion of the crystal wall cells is regular, the breakthrough is officially over. Finally, I broke through to the beginning level. Su Lang slowly opened his eyes, an astonishing light burst like lightning, and then slowly dissipated. Immediately after, he immediately opened his property panel. Chapter 1902, Aryan Taichu Battle Power. Properties Panel. Name, Su Lang Race. Human Qualification Level. Turbidity Realm Level. Yiyan Taichu Attack Level. Second Yan Taichu Plus Defensive Level. Aryan Taichu Plus Shenfa Level. Second Yan Taichu Endurance Level. Second Yan Taichu Plus Spirit Level. Realm of Broken Nirvana Plus Mastering the Exercises. Infinite Heart Sutra. 10,000 Laws into 1. Infinite Profound Meaning. 2 Elementary, Founding Activated System Functions. 1 Key Practice Function Level 47. 1 Key Martial Arts Function Level 47. Clone Dispatch Function Level 46. 1 Key Treasure Hunt Function Level 46. 1 Key Alchemy Function Level 15. 1 Key Mixer Function Level 15. 1 Key Refinement Function Level 15. 1 Key Synthesis Function Level 15. 1 Key Empowerment Function Level 25. 1 Key Enhancement Function Level 7. 1 Key Decomposition Function No grade. Just after breaking through, the combat power has reached the beginning of the second Yan. Hey, the 4 original skills of the founding proficiency are awesome. My 10,000 fascinating methods have finally reached the primordial level. And then, I can use 9 martial arts villains to practice one exercise together, and the practice speed is absolutely fast. Quote. Various excitement thoughts arose in Su Lang's heart. Soon, he looked at the 4 exercises he had just mastered. Future Good Fortune Mystery, Sleeping Heart Sutra, Moment of Eternity, and xianxia Blessed World Record. At the beginning level, the control of time rules is divided into 3 major stages: present, future and past. Both Silent Heart Sutra and Moment of Eternity belong to the practice of the now stage. And Future Good Fortune Mystery is a practice that belongs to the future stage. The meaning of it, Su Lang has understood everything. It's just that the current realm is too low, and the understanding of the time rules is not thorough enough, and it is necessary to use the cultivation base to continue to improve. Therefore, although he understood those profound meanings, it was difficult to display them smoothly. Probably the skill is there, but the power is not enough. Su Lang realized that he can only affect the now stage. The result is that time is still. Time acceleration involves the future phase, and time deceleration involves the past phase. It's not something Su Lang can touch now. Of course, time stillness is also a form of time turbulence. Senior Zhao Yuhu left the place of exile. The control of time has definitely reached the point of perfection. Even at the beginning level, only the rules of time are mastered, not the Tao, and Senior Jiaoyu may be involved in the Time Tao. The avenue of time, based on the information given by the 4 primordial exercises currently mastered, that is the characteristic of the eternal realm. By controlling the rules of time to the extreme, and condensing the avenue of time, you can completely complement your universe and advance to the realm of eternity. Su Lang thought in his heart, admiring Senior Jiaoyu who left the place of exile. After all, he is a strong man who can wrestle with Emperor Yuanmingzhou. Refers to the realm of eternity. Su Lang guessed that Emperor Yuanmingzhou was probably a powerhouse in the realm of eternity, mastering the terrifying existence of the great Tao of time. It's too strong. Although I have broken through to the early beginning level, there is still a long way to go. It must be improved as soon as possible. While thinking about it, Su Lang looked at the mysterious black space. However, the cultivator who had overflowed his original cultivation base has turned white again. Only a fraction of them remained golden. Hiss. Is the cultivation base required for the breakthrough in the early stage so terrifying? I have saved at least tens of thousands of quasi-primary cultivation bases before. Su Lang looked at the white cultivator and couldn't help taking a breath. But then I thought about it. Su Lang suddenly understood why he needed so much cultivation. Because he has more cells. The power of the primordial level is divided according to the number of crystal wall cells in the rule of fusion time. In general, those who are strong at the beginning have similar body cells. Therefore, the recognized realm division can be applied to them. But Su Lang is different. He has too many cells, a full 164. Probably more than half of the ordinary 2 junior strong. It is probably because of this. Su Lang touched his chin and analyzed, I can have the combat power of the 2nd generation. Immediately after, his gaze fell on the boundless world record of xianxia. Chapter 1903, Constant Sand is Boundless. Before the completion of the practice of xianxia boundless world record, Su Lang speculated that this is a multi-universe exercise method. At this time, practice it to the founding level and observe its profound meaning, as expected. Constant Sand is Boundless. The aim is to gradually develop the crystal wall cells in the body into a life-like existence in the universe. In the primordial realm, in the early days, warriors needed to comprehend the rules of time and integrate into the crystal wall cells. This process, in fact, it is somewhat similar when it merges with the soul body, or when the soul body and the soul universe merge with each other. The soul-body fusion process of the Great Emperor level requires the fusion of the soul in every cell of the body. If the organism has fewer cells, well, although the strength of this organism will be relatively low, but they can complete a certain proportion of soul-body fusion faster, reaching a higher level. Often 1/10 of the degree of integration can break through a small realm. The fewer the total number of cells in the organism, the fewer the number of cells contained in this 10th. There are not many cells, so the difficulty of soul-body fusion is naturally greatly reduced. In the primordial realm, the same principle applies. It's just that the object is replaced with crystal wall cells and time rules. Therefore, in order to reach a higher state quickly, most warriors in the primordial realm would choose to fuse crystal wall cells with each other. This increases the quality of crystal wall cells and reduces the total number of cells. When the rules of time fuse crystal wall cells, they can reach a certain proportion faster and advance to a higher level. This approach is almost mainstream. Therefore, many exercises at the primordial level were created for this purpose. E.g., the universal normalization picture, synthesized by Su Lang himself, belongs to this type. Its practice purpose: aim to fuse all crystal wall cells into one. In this way, this only crystal wall cell will reach a very powerful level. And the time rules are integrated into it, which is 100% integration. Now, the future and the past can be mastered. The xianxia blessed boundary record is exactly the opposite. This exercise belongs to a very small number of schools. The purpose of practice is to grow all the crystal wall cells of the practitioner at the same time. For example, Su Lang now has 162 Gai cells. Well, these 162 Gai crystal wall cells will be promoted at the same time. Every crystal wall cell will become a terrifying existence in the life universe. When all the crystal wall cells reach this level, then the combat power of the warrior will be unimaginable. Of course, the difficulty of practicing this method is also extremely scary. After all, it is too difficult to take care of every cell. and it is related to advanced issues. If there are too many cells, it is difficult to improve the realm level. Between combat power and the realm of cultivation, the vast majority would choose the realm of cultivation at the beginning. After all, reaching a higher level of cultivation is enough to immediately gain a stronger level of power. But for Su Lang, naturally, the technique of the boundless world of xianxia is better. In his opinion, the method of universal normalization is almost equivalent to cutting the foundation. Although in the end, a very terrifying crystal wall universe can be obtained. But how about more than 10,000 crystal wall universes? How about a billion crystal wall universe? What about one guy? How about 100 guy? There is absolutely no way to compare. Even the crystal wall universe created by xianxia boundless boundary record alone cannot compare to the fusion crystal wall universe. But there are too many. Together, the combat power provided can definitely defeat the latter. And to Su Lang, he doesn't need to work hard by himself to practice the exercises. Just wait slowly for the martial arts function to practice the exercises to the founding level. Realm aspect, it just needs more cultivation. This can also be solved by the one key practice function, under these circumstances. Naturally, choose the best exercises to practice. At this moment, xianxia boundless world record reached the founding level. Su Lang can use the profound meaning of the exercises to improve his crystal wall cells. Try it first. There was a glimmer of expectation in Su Lang's heart. Zan even sat down in the air in front of Zhang Wenzheng and the others, and began to operate the profound meaning of the exercises. Chapter 1904, Condensed Crystal Wall System Life Universe and Zhang Wenzheng and others. On the one hand, he was extremely surprised, and on the other hand, he was extremely shocked. They even witnessed the birth of a newborn in the beginning. This is undoubtedly great news for Tianmen continent. The key is, Su Lang even said that a breakthrough means a breakthrough. Just after finishing work, I stood there and broke through. Other quasi-primary powers, which are not meditation retreats for tens of thousands of years, have gradually leapt to the primordial level. It's incredible. Little friend Su Lang actually broke through like this. There is no retreat in the best place of practice, no auxiliary formation, no auxiliary pill, just such a simple breakthrough. Is it as simple as drinking water for Su Lang to break through to the early stage? Little friend Su Lang said that he could make a 500 primordial powerhouse with just one hand. I am a little bit convinced now. Yes, this little friend Su Lang is really an eternal wizard. Quote. Zhang Wenzheng, Bai Tongguang and other two junior powerhouses were surprised, and once again looked at Su Lang with admiration. At this time, Su Lang had already started to use the boundless boundary of eternal sand to enhance the crystal wall cells. Mastered the exercises, but the exercises are not passive. Instead, Su Lang needs to run the exercises himself and take the initiative to improve. It's like using drunken dreams and other exercises to improve the soul. The constant sand is boundless. Vow to create a world of immeasurable constant sand, a world as comparable to a universe of life. Su Lang's mind reverberated with the profound meanings of the boundless world of xianxia. In its body, the innate quality that has been horribly sublimated runs wildly in one go, continuously integrating into the crystal wall cells. Because the time rule is currently integrated into the crystal wall cells near the Dantian universe, therefore, the target that Su Lang chose was also the crystal wall cells near the Dantian universe. Accompanied by the infinite innate chi and immeasurable influx of constant sand. The first crystal wall cell grew rapidly. However, the appearance and volume of this crystal wall cell remained unchanged. However, the cell walls have become stronger. The various cell structures and tissues contained in the original cells have all been integrated into the crystal wall and merged into one. The most important thing is its internal space capacity, which is constantly expanding with a tenfold progress. In a blink of an eye, its internal space has become nearly 10,000 times as much as before. This kind of volume, although infinitely not comparable to Su Lang's very primary life universe at this time. But it is comparable to the great life universe. It is more than enough to breed a planet of life in it. After the first crystal wall cell ascended, the second, the third, a large number of crystal wall cells have been promoted, and the final number is 9,000. The main reason is that Su Lang's energy cannot make ends meet. Even with the sun as an energy source, the energy in the body is exhausted at this time. You must rest for a while, restore energy before continuing to improve. Supreme bites the sun. Dari Haoshan. Su Lang's thoughts moved, all kinds of secret methods were unfolded, and he began to frantically extract the energy of the cosmic sun from his dantian. Endless energy is pumped out. If it weren't for this sun was transformed by the real sun fragments of the infinite realm. It is absolutely impossible to support this level of consumption. After the energy is restored, Su Lang used xianxia boundless boundary record, again to give priority to upgrading those crystal wall cells that had been integrated with time rules. In a blink of an eye, more and more crystal wall cells were promoted by Su Lang. Its internal space has reached the capacity of the Emperor-level life universe. The microcosmic barrier as a crystal wall has the same strength as that of the Solong Dantian universe. In other words, the strength of these crystal wall cells is actually the same as Su Lang's Shifang universe, but the space capacity is much smaller. But now it's only the first round, improve. After the second and third promotion, these numbers are terrifying, and the crystal wall cells like constant sand will become as powerful as Su Lang's life universe. By the time, Su Lang can have as many as 160 Gai of life universe of crystal wall system. These life universes will be centered on the real life universe containing the core fragments of the boundless realm in the 10 directions. Chapter 1905. The sun is so dim they themselves can be put into the planet of life. Countless creatures can be bred on the planet of life. These creatures can be used as countless energy reserves, and can also provide terrifying incense power. And they have always retained the ability to produce twisting power. Can produce endless twisting power in a short time. Of course, Su Lang now consumes all energy at once. It only raised less than 10,000 crystal wall cells once. It must be known that the number of his crystal wall cells has reached a full 160 Gai. If you want to improve it all, you don't know how much time, energy it will take. At this moment, Su Lang continued to consume energy to strengthen those crystal wall cells. Time passed slowly. The ascended crystal wall cells reached 100,000, 1 million, and 10 million. So far, even the sun in the cubic universe has become dim. Lying down, the sun has dimmed me. Never mind, let the sun recover for a while and continue pumping. Su Lang smiled blankly, and then stopped ascending the crystal wall universe. At this time, the number of crystal wall cells that had undergone ascension reached exactly 10 million. This number seems terrifying, but compared to Su Lang's crystal wall cells that had been fused with time rules, it was hardly a hair. I hold a grass. The sun has been drawn like this to complete this point. I don't know when it will all become the crystal wall universe. Why do I suddenly feel that this road is a bit too exaggerated? Forget it, I will finish the road I chose on my knees. Su Lang only felt that he had created a difficult task for himself, and the corners of his mouth twitched. But those 10 million ascending crystal wall cells are really fragrant. After being greatly promoted, the quantity and quality of the twisting power that these crystal wall cells can condense have been greatly improved. And these cells can now be put into the planet of life. Beautiful. Put it into the planet of life, and you can use it as a weakened universe of life. Su Lang rubbed his hands in excitement, and immediately selected life planets from the pupils of 10,000 worlds and transferred them to the crystal wall cells. The first criterion for selecting the best is the life planet that still has intelligent life alive. The second criterion is the level of the planet of life. The higher the level of the planet of life, the stronger the planet, the more aura and the more intelligent life there are, the better. The number of life planets stored in Su Lang's Eye of Myriad Realms reached tens of millions. More than 20,000 of them are natural life planets, mainly from the Xinghai domain group and Meteophonics domain. Except besides, it is the planet of life captured from the enemy. Contains more than 200 quasi-primary life planets, tens of thousands of godless life planets, and more great Emperor-class life universes. Those great Emperor-level life planets were basically the army that was wiped out by Su Lang's finger during the first battle of the Gale Star region. As for Emperor Wu's life planet, I won't talk about it. Because the planet of life is too crude and too fragile, Su Lang didn't want to put it in his crystal wall cells at all. He intends to smash it, and make the clone use the Dao Li Tiandi to turn it into a treasure, and place it on other life planets. Just do it. Su Lang immediately turned the clones into nearly 10,000 clones and entered the pupil of 10,000 realms. Then all the creatures on the Woody level life planets were migrated away, and the crude life planets were smashed into pieces. Finally, Use Taoist heaven and earth to gradually transform it into a treasure. The clones are busy. Su Lang himself was not idle. He is now putting life planets into his crystal wall cells. In the cell of the crystal wall closest to the Dantian universe, a large amount of spatial force emerged, and a huge black hole expanded in the internal space of the cell. Immediately after, a vast planet of life was thrown in. This planet is the planet of life left by the quasi-primary strong. Its volume is much larger than ordinary natural life planets. After this planet appeared, the internal space of the crystal wall cells is occupied almost on the spot. Chapter 1906. Void Dragon Vein 7 Treasure Tree. In this way, the gap formed between the crystal wall and the earth becomes the air, and the cell wall becomes the sky of this life planet. Probably the creatures on this planet of life will be curious about the world of outside the sky, then try to cross the crystal wall and travel to other worlds. If they really mastered such skills, they will find that the world is endless. They will not be able to travel 1/1 of a trillion of the world for the rest of their lives. Go. This will be your home from now on. Su Lang clicked the corner of his mouth and moved a large number of creatures to this world. Because the quasi-primary world is as perfect as the natural life planet, and there is no world consciousness, therefore, these creatures are not in a state of disobedience or rejection by world consciousness. Every creature can find a suitable land for it to thrive. That's it. One of my cells has truly become a world. From now on, this kind of crystal wall cell containing the planet can be called the crystal wall world. Su Lang looked at the vibrant scene in the crystal wall world, with a hint of joy in his eyes. Immediately after, he continued to move the planet and move the creatures. In fact, this is very simple for Su Lang. Basically it can be done in a single thought. Because the pupil of the 10,000 worlds and the cell of the crystal wall are perfectly controlled by Su Lang, the left hand is inverted, it is simply too simple. In a blink of an eye, there are more life planets in the 300,000 crystal wall cells, which becomes the crystal wall world. Although Su Lang still has a large number of life planets, but he didn't like it very much, and all treated them as woody-level life planets and smashed them as raw materials for transforming treasures. Simultaneously, these 300,000 crystal wall worlds have provided Su Lang with a lot of incense power in a short time. So much incense willingness. Perhaps, it's because of a huge change. Those and other gods are probably also for incense faith, so that their people are in disaster. Oh, if you are not careful, it will be the truth. Su Lang felt the majestic incense and wish power poured into the virtual spirit universe, and various thoughts surfaced in his mind. At this time, boom, Su Lang suddenly felt two heart-like beating sounds in his virtual spirit universe. This is the movement of the void dragon pulse. Su Lang's expression was delighted, and his thoughts moved, and the void spirit universe suddenly appeared. But I saw the virtual spirit universe in front of him like a picture scroll. The incense aspiration generated by the creatures in the crystal wall world, and even the scattered emotions and thoughts, are swarming toward it. And above the picture scroll, a vivid colorful tree exudes a faint colorful light. It is the 7 treasure tree. The Qibao Miaoshu at this time has completely completed its aggregation. 7 treasure tree. According to the powerful treasures in myths and legends, they are transformed into the world of void dragon veins. Its power is to seize the enemy's items, and the enemy cannot resist. Ha ha ha, I have another special weapon that doesn't make sense. Su Lang looked at the 7 treasure tree in the picture scroll, laughed, and stretched his hand into the picture scroll. Suddenly, a real 7 treasure tree was taken out. This is Su Lang's first incense weapon, and its rank is a godless soldier. An indescribable and strange wave radiated from the 7 treasure tree. The incense aspiration power has an omnipotent effect, but it is still a conventional power, which is not as good as the twisting power. However, the 7 treasure tree at this time was a physical weapon made by all the forces in the world of the void dragon vein heaven realm. Its essence has got rid of the level of incense. It belongs to a higher level of strange energy condensed and sublimated by incense, which is comparable to the power of distortion. And this weapon can be activated with various energy sources. For example, Su Lang's congenital qi, and even the power of twisting, is not the force of incense and desired to stimulate. Check the Qibao Miaoshu carefully. The tree is colorful, exquisite and transparent, with countless light spots shining between the branches. Those are the souls who originally existed in the emptiness dragon vein heaven. Chapter 1907. 2 Elementary Void Dragon Vein, 7 treasure trees have been condensed. These souls can continue to provide specific incense aspirations in their inner space for the growth of the 7 treasure tree. This is a treasure that can grow on its own. However, this is too slow. Su Lang smiled slightly and immediately gave instructions to the system. Start the weapon evolution function and evolve the Qibao tree. The order has just arrived. Ding. The designated object is a special weapon. It needs to consume a specific incense willingness crystal to evolve. The system prompt resounded through my mind. Su Lang was taken aback for one, and immediately appeared dazed. Yes, this 7 treasure tree is a weapon in another system. It doesn't even have the spirit or even aura. Normal Tiansai Debao cannot evolve it, it is normal. And the incense aspiration power needed for its evolution is probably the incense aspiration power that I guided those souls to produce. Hey, I have a virtual spirit universe, and I can completely separate various aspirations. It is easy to condense this kind of aspiration. However, the amount of demand is very likely to be very large. It is still necessary to condense a void dragon vein heaven and guide each soul to generate aspiration. Well, the souls in the space of these 7 treasure trees can also be transferred to the new void dragon vein heaven realm. But before that, the system, start one-click enhancement. A faint smile is drawn at the corner of Su Lang's mouth. The weapon evolution function cannot be used. Isn't it possible to strengthen the function? Notice, one-click enhancement is the 11th feature. Its power unreasonable degree far exceeds the evolutionary function of weapons. Ding. Strengthening is successful. Qibao Miaoshu +1. Ding. Strengthening is successful. Qibao Miaoshu +1. Ding. Su Lang directly strengthened the 7 treasure trees 7 times, reaching the level of the 8 crossing godless soldiers. In fact, there are materials. That is, the current upper limit of the 1 key enhancement function is 7 times. So it cannot continue to strengthen. Although it cannot continue to strengthen. But the 7 treasure trees of the 8 duo level are also awesome. Relying on its characteristics, if I urge it, it is completely possible to make the weapons of the warriors of the same level temporarily lose control. Also, isn't this yet to evolve? When I condense the void dragon vein celestial realm, I will be able to condense the incense and desire power needed for evolution. Thoughts flashed in Su Lang's mind, and a smile was drawn at the corner of his mouth, but considering that the secret skill level of Netherworld Dragon Vessel is too low, Su Lang decided to strengthen it first. System, strengthen, Netherworld Dragon Vein Celestial Realm, for me. With the thought of Su Lang, he activated the system function and began to strengthen, Netherworld Dragon Vessel Heaven. Ding. Successfully strengthened, Netherworld Dragon Vein Heaven, +1. Ding. Successfully strengthened, Netherworld Dragon Vein Heaven, +1. Ding. The system prompt keeps ringing. This secret method was immediately elevated from the Great Emperor level to the Godless level. When the 6 enhancements were over, this secret method had been elevated to the Primordial level. The same single function secret method as Soul Origin Soul Reincarnation Art can be strengthened to a level 2. Su Lang squinted his eyes and watched the more curious secrets appearing in his mind. A smile was drawn at the corner of his mouth. Netherworld Dragon Vein Heaven reaches the primordial level. The effectiveness of the exercises has not changed, and the weapons are still condensed with incense. However, the efficiency of guiding the creation of incense aspirations is greatly improved. And the initial level of the condensed treasure has become higher. Now it is possible to condense the emptiness Dragon Vein Heaven. A glimmer of expectation flashed in Su Lang's eyes, and immediately began to run the exercises. His movements are extremely skilled. The first is to condense a semi-illusory orb with the avenues of nothingness in space. Immediately, a lot of rules and energy were paid attention to, forming a trace of colorful dragon-shaped patterns. Immediately after, these colorful lines spread in all directions from the orb, covering the surrounding void. At last, these colorful lines began to form a spherical shape. A strange world has been born within it. This is the Netherworld Dragon Vein Heaven realm. Immediately after, Su Lang threw the soul in the space of the 7 treasure tree into this brand new, more advanced world of void dragon veins. Chapter 1908. The second incense weapon through the hard lock. The incense aspiration I have now is too terrifying. Just supplying a 7 treasure tree is completely useless. It's better to condense a void dragon vein heaven again. In this way, the useless incense aspiration power in the first void dragon vein heaven can be transferred to this second one to condense the second incense weapon. This thought flashed in Su Lang's mind, his eyes lit up, and he immediately made up his mind. Just do it, let me think about it, what weapon should I condense? Su Lang touched his chin in thought. The attack weapon has the Yutian sword, the defense aspect has the xianxia 8-sided shield, and the group attack weapon has the godless dragon platform. There is still a lack of treatment and control. To heal, just raise the bright sword. There is no suitable weapon for control to be enhanced by evolution. In that case, just use the void dragon vein heaven realm to get a heart-piercing lock. The thoughts in Su Lang's mind kept flickering, and the name of the magic weapon flashed through like thunderous ears, and finally froze on the heart-piercing lock. The piercing lock seems not well known, but it is a very terrifying kind of trapped enemy in the prehistoric myth. It is said that this object is the supreme treasure owned by the Lord Tongtian in the ancient mythology. It is a pendant shaped like a long life lock. There are 3 white jade chains under the piercing lock. Once sacrificed, the 3 white jade chains immediately release the 9 black jade chains. This black jade chain can not only penetrate the enemy's body, block the 4 poles and 5 internal organs, but also penetrate the 3 souls and 7 souls. Recruiters are often miserable, unable to survive or die, and are left at the discretion of the recruiter. It can not only seal the body, but also the soul. During the sealing process, life can be worse than death. Su Lang touched his chin and nodded, this heart-piercing lock is awesome. Just do it. Su Lang immediately began to analyze the various characteristics of the lock. For example, having the tyrannical blockade ability can target not only the body but also the soul. Moreover, the heart-piercing lock itself is not only capable of blocking. It is also lethal. If the enemy is too weak, 9 black jade chains can directly kill him to death, and so. Only when the enemy resists the attack and is not dead will it enter the banned state. The characteristics of this heart-piercing lock are much more complicated than the Qibao Miaoshu. 7 treasure trees are just snatching, and the enemy cannot resist these 2 characteristics. And the characteristics of the heart-piercing lock involve the characteristics of body, soul, killing, and ban. But now the void dragon vein heaven realm has been upgraded to the primordial level by me, which is more efficient, and I have much more souls available than before. Thinking of this, Su Lang's mouth suddenly sketched out a slight smile. If the void dragon vein celestial realm is still at the emperor level, then it is really tough to condense the heart-piercing lock. But it's not so difficult for the nihilistic dragon vein heaven that is too basic. Let's start. Su Lang thought, all kinds of great power emerged. Based on the rules of the avenue of space, avenue of nothingness, and incense, a space gem is condensed. The same as the void dragon veins gathered just now. A large number of dragon veins spread out from the orb, and immediately formed a spherical shape with each other. The second void dragon vein heaven is completed like this. Next, is to invest in the soul. Then guide the soul to form a special incense aspiration force, condense the lock of heart. By the way, the emptiness of the dragon vein heaven just now can also put a brand new soul into it to speed up the cohesion of the incense willingness crystal. Anyway, the souls of these captured warriors are useless now, they should be used long ago. While thinking about it, Su Lang took a lot of souls out of the storage space. Most of these souls are also contributed by those Lian Star Territory warriors. Tens of millions of powerful people above the martial saint realm were wiped out by Su Lang. Their souls were also collected by perfect plunder and put into storage space. At this moment, Su Lang thought, suddenly a large number of souls such as the soul of martial saint and the soul of martial immortal were put into the first void dragon vein. Chapter 1909. 1 second of practice is equal to 50 million years because this emptiness dragon vein heaven originally has a large number of old fritters that have been brainwashed. These old fritters will quickly assimilate the new people just put in. In this way, the incense wishing power crystals needed by the Qibao Miaoshu can be condensed faster. Immediately after, Su Lang put the remaining soul into the second void dragon vein heaven. These souls are from wuxia to quasi taichu, all there. Both the quantity and the quality are more and higher than the souls in the first void dragon vein heaven. And under the effect of perfect plunder, these souls have all been wiped out of consciousness, leaving only a few fragmentary memories at most. Therefore, their intelligence is almost blank, which is very good, brainwashing. Now, but I saw the second world of void dragon veins. An extremely huge dragon vein hub occupies the middle like a planet. Countless dragon veins spread from the hub center, extending into the void in all directions. These dragon veins are endless, and in this majestic world, they are like endless continents. Countless souls fell into the dragon veins. They walked blankly on the continent formed by the dragon veins. At this time, endless colorful energy appears in the air out of thin air. In an instant, the entire world of emptiness dragon veins was enveloped and covered. These ones. It was the useless incense power that Su Lang extracted from the first void dragon vein world. These incense aspirations are not drawn randomly. Su Lang not only opened up the void spirit universe now, he also mastered the 13 corpses technique, and his control of incense aspirations reached the extreme. He can separate various aspirations from the messy incense aspirations. At this time, the incense aspiration power drawn by Su Lang is suitable for the type of cohesion through the heart lock. After the colorful incense aspiration power appeared in the world of void dragon veins, immediately began to infiltrate those almost blank martial arts souls. What? Do not. I don't want it. Don't. Quote. Some souls were eroded by the incense aspiration power, and suddenly began to reject them instinctively, screaming silently. But they couldn't stop their changes even if they broke their bodies. Quickly. All souls have absorbed the incense aspiration power and possess a very strange consciousness. This is what Su Lang wanted. Of course, this is not enough. They need Su Lang to send them a life mentor. Come on, class is over. Su Lang chuckled, and immediately drew some clones and put them into this void dragon vein world. These clones use buying clones to become more clones. Zan even walked on the dragon vein continent and became a life instructor, with endless knowledge. Begin to teach the souls various knowledge. For example, this world is transformed by the heart-piercing lock. What does the piercing lock look like? People have the ability to pierce the heart lock, which can display 9 black jade chains, causing damage to the enemy and blocking effects. For these souls in the world of void dragon veins, the clones controlled by Su Lang are simply the most noble and great existences in the world. They have countless knowledge. Then, it is not even necessary for Su Lang to let the clone take the initiative to conduct thoughts. Those souls will automatically come to study. Gradually, countless souls are going deeper and deeper on the road Su Lang wants. Ahem. Why do you feel like engaging in MLM? Ahem. Su Lang looked at the scenes in the void dragon vein, and couldn't help showing a weird smile. Soon, seeing this emptiness dragon vein heaven has gradually been on the right track. Su Lang looked away from it. As for those clones who acted as life mentors, they were temporarily left behind. Because countless souls full of knowledge need them, the matter of the void dragon vein heaven realm is temporarily put aside. Su Lang's eyes fell on the wushu villain in the mysterious space. It's time for the 9 martial arts villains to be motionless. 9 martial arts villains practice together. The speed of martial arts will be increased 9 times from the current speed. The current rate is 187.7 trillion times, an increase of 9 times, which is 1689 trillion times. Worry, practicing the exercises for 1 second is equal to how long others have been practicing, Tusk, more than 50 million years. 10 seconds is equivalent to 500 million years of others practicing the exercises. Su Lang made some calculations, and his eyes suddenly brightened like a searchlight. Chapter 1910. Congratulations from countless people. Although 2 basic exercises are extremely difficult. But in the early days, the big guys could still reach consummation after more than 1 or 2 billion years. Of course, Su Lang needs to practice the exercises to the founding level, and the difficulty goes to a higher level. But no matter how difficult it is, it may take 5 minutes to not believe it. It's so cool. From now on, I will be able to practice the exercises from the beginning. All the exercises that looked pleasing to the eye before, are all practiced. Su Lang chuckled. Zan even started to choose exercises. Currently, Su Lang left 818 copies of the basic exercises. After some selection, Su Lang selected a copy of Trace to the Origin of Eternity. The exercise was originally a round miniature picture. There are circles of concentric circles drawn on it, as if the source could be traced back. It's you, owning the primordial practice of the past time. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched, and he rubbed his hands in excitement. Zan Shi put that exercise on the wushu villain. Immediately after, the 9 hearts into 1 function is activated. The 9 martial arts villains suddenly moved, sitting cross-legged one after another, floating in the air, with 5 hearts in full swing. A strange stream of light appeared beside them. It seemed to be transformed into a strange and colorful river. There are worlds ups and downs in the long river, and from time to time there will be some powerful existences like the world. But no matter it is the world, it is still a powerful creature. All eventually disappeared in the river. Is this the long river of time? Although it is an illusory exercise, it gives people a very real feeling. Su Lang showed a pensive look, and then withdrew his attention. His eyes finally fell on Zhang Wenzheng. But I saw Zhang Wenzheng waiting for the strong from the beginning. And countless warriors resurrected below. They all looked at him with horror, admiration, awe, and disbelief. Although Su Lang was a breakthrough again, he condensed the crystal wall world and the void dragon veins. But time really didn't pass for a few minutes. Zhang Wenzheng and others, who were shocked to eclipse, still had a lot of emotions left behind. Senior Zhang Wenzheng, Senior Bai Tongguang, Seniors. Su Lang smiled slightly and saluted all the elders from the beginning. Little Su Lang, fellow Taoist, congratulations. Dao fellow Su Lang, you are so talented. At the very beginning, you can break through when you break through. Haha, congratulations. Yes, fellow Su Lang, your aptitude is really the strongest among all the people I have seen in these 4 billion years. Congratulations, friend Su Lang, congratulations on your breakthrough to the primordial beginning realm. Congratulations to fellow Su Lang, breaking through the primordial realm. Quote. The powerhouses from the early days gathered around and bowed their hands to Su Lang with joy. The edge of time and space. Qin Song and others have already received news from Zhang Wenzheng. It was also unbelievable and pleasantly surprised, and they stopped temporarily to congratulate Su Lang's promotion. The previous name for Su Lang's, little friend, has also been changed to Daoyu. This is a gift for everyone. Congratulations to Senior Su Lang, congratulations to Senior Su Lang. Suddenly a loud shout came from the crowd below. Immediately after, countless warriors shouted, congratulations to Su Lang for breaking through to the primal beginning realm. The sound was shocking beyond imagination. Not only did it go straight into the sky, it even spread to the 100,000 sky constellation, and was known by more quasi-primary and godless powerhouses. Senior Su Lang has broken through to the elementary level. It's Senior Su Lang who helped us resurrect countless comrades in arms. Ha 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 ha, the juniors congratulate Senior Su Lang. Toast, congratulate Senior Su Lang. Quote. More powerhouses were so excited, they continued to salute and congratulate Su Lang in the direction. There was even a large amount of incense aspirations condensed, rushing to Su Lang, and being absorbed by the virtual spirit universe. This moment. It is as if the entire Tianmen continent is cheering for Su Lang. Ha ha, thank you all. Su Lang laughed loudly and bowed his hand to Zhang Wenzheng, who was waiting for the early powerhouse. Immediately, he arched his hands in the direction of the time and space, the resurrection place of the Tianxuan army, and the 100,000 sky constellation. Chapter 1911. Taoist Su Lang, please accept it, friend Su Lang. You just broke through now, I'm afraid you still need to consolidate. Why don't we go to my heavenly Confucian Heoran school to retreat and consolidate? Zhang Wenzheng smiled, inviting to Su Lang. Exactly. This can't be sloppy, it needs to be consolidated. Quote. Bai Tongguang and others also nodded immediately with solemn faces. Consolidate, this is not necessary, just now I have consolidated. Look, do I look like I just broke through? Su Lang smiled slightly before letting out all the momentum on his body. Suddenly, an aura close to the level of Sanyan Prime beginning spread. What? This is the aura close to the Sanyan primordial realm. That fellow Taoist Su Lang had such a combat power as soon as he broke through. The first stage of the first generation has the strength close to that of the first stage of the 3 generations. Fellow Taoist Su Lang, we still underestimate your talent. Yeah, let alone our current dying heavenly misty continent, even if it is the original intact boundless world, there are few that can compare with the qualifications of Taoist Su Lang. Awesome, Taoist Su Lang is too amazing. Quote. Everyone was shocked by Su Lang's breath one after another, and immediately rejoiced, and the eyes looking at Su Lang were bright. Actually, I am not very qualified. Being able to have the current combat power is mainly due to the many methods of practice and the solid foundation. Su Lang smiled slightly, His aptitude is not even good, it's just a muddy aptitude, anyway. So far, Su Lang has not seen other turbid body qualifications. He doubted whether this muddy body qualification was unique to him. Maybe it is. Taoist Su Lang is really too humble. Zhang Wenzheng smiled. Since the Taoist is not going to consolidate, what will the Taoist do next? Next, I plan to repair and perfect the 100,000 sky constellation. If you fellow Taoists have classics related to alchemy and formation, you can also learn it from me. My talent in these areas is pretty good. In addition, this, Dead Earth Origin Soul Reincarnation technique, is given to you. Before you fellow Taoists can grasp it, you can also bring the corpse and soul of the dead to come to me. Su Lang spoke lightly and said his thoughts. After reaching the Taichu level and mastering certain time rules, he also wanted to give it a try to see if he could resurrect the powerhouse of the primordial level with soul reincarnation technique. Taoist Su Lang is still very good at formation and alchemy. Able to repair the 100,000 sky constellation, Taoist Su Lang's formation skills are absolutely powerful. Friend Su Lang, here are the formation classics I have collected, see if it works. I also have alchemy classics and alchemy classics. By the way, I am afraid that I will trouble Taoist Su Lang to help revive a person. While Zhang Wenzheng, Bai Tongguang and others were astonished, they took out the classics Su Lang needed, and did not hide them privately. Suddenly, a large number of classics entered the storage space of Su Lang. When he was handling it, he swept it with divine thoughts and learned it straight away. These classics are the great primary alchemy classics that have been circulating in the boundless world for countless years, and no matter how bad they are of no **** level. Su Lang looked all over. Suddenly mastered 49 two primary formations, 99,000 godless formations, 31 kind of 2 elementary pill, and more godless pill, just. Su Lang just strengthened the exercises in the 7 treasure tree many times. The materials in the storage space are almost consumed. If you want to refine the formation in medicine, you have to reach out to Zhang Wenzheng and the others. Friend Zhang Wenzheng, fellow Taoists, I need a lot of materials to repair the formation and refine the pill. It's better to have some more superior sources of energy. When he stretched out his hand, Su Lang said calmly, completely fine. I haven't given a gift to Taoist Su Lang. Taoist Su Lang, please accept it. These treasures of heaven and earth are useless in my hands. Only in the hands of Taoist Su Lang can they shine. Zhang Wenzheng and other 2 junior powerhouses have given out a large number of natural treasures to Su Lang, and a large number of superior emperor sources. Chapter 1912. I can do it alone in a blink of an eye. Su Lang's storage space is full of countless materials. Alchemy equipment is enough. Wait for me to refine the pill. Just take a part to give feedback to this group of old Taoists. Su Lang thought in his heart, and continued to greet Zhang Wenzheng and others. In a blink of an eye, 21 two junior powerhouses bleed heavily and sponsored a wave of Su Lang. The resurrected supreme emperors below actually wanted to offer thanks to Su Lang. But they died once, and even the universe of life was reshaped, and the original inventory was long gone. So he could only give up, thinking that there would be a chance to repay Su Lang well in the future. Here, thank you fellow Taoists, now I'm going to repair the formation of the 100,000 heavenly misty stars. If you fellow Taoists want to be resurrected, you can prepare now. Su Lang had finished collecting the treasures of heaven, material and earth, his expression was straight, and he said seriously to all the early powers, it is good. I am going to prepare the things needed for the resurrection ceremony. I'm going to call the array master to fight for fellow Su Lang. I will lead the way for fellow Su Lang. Zhang Wenzheng and others talked a lot, and immediately took action, and many more. Su Lang suddenly spoke, everyone was taken aback for a moment, stopped and looked at Su Lang in surprise. Friend Su Lang, is there something else? Zhang Wen asked with a smile. Yes, you, fellow Taoists don't need to find a formation mage to fight. Su Lang smiled slightly, I alone can restore and perfect the formation of the 100,000 sky star cluster in a short period of time. This statement came out, the scene suddenly fell silent. One person, in a short time, repair and perfect the formation of the 100,000 sky constellation. This is too exaggerated. The formation of the 100,000 sky constellation is a united formation at the beginning level. It was accumulated over billions of years by the powerful in the early dynasties. Now that Su Lang has to rely on one person to perfect it in a short time, it is simply too exaggerated. If it hadn't been for Su Lang to show all sorts of weirdness and create all sorts of miracles, everyone would think that Su Lang was crazy. But even know that Su Lang is very extraordinary. They still couldn't believe it, because it was beyond their billions of years of knowledge. Friends of Taoism, I, Su Lang, never speak big words. Su Lang smiled and shook his head, and stretched out his hand. Hearing is false, seeing is believing, please. It is good, let's once again witness the miracle created by Taoist Su Lang. Haha, Taoist Su Lang is so confident, we have to change the first person of the heavenly misty continental formation. Don't you think there are many Zug formations? Quote. Zhang Wenzheng and the others nodded repeatedly, and smiled at one of the tall and sturdy old men with white cloak and meticulous hair. This old man is Zug Junduo. In fact, he was not originally called Zug Junduo. It's just that there are a lot of formations, so everyone is used to it. When everyone gave Su Lang's texts to Su Lang before, he didn't hesitate to give all the texts to Su Lang. Ha 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 ha, blue is better than blue, and ice is born in water and cold in water. This is what the old man is most happy to say. Zug Junduo had never cared about the name of the first person in the Tianmen continental formation. Knowing that Su Lang had a high level of formation, his first reaction was joy. Because there are many strong people in Tianmen mainland, but everybody lives under the heavy pressure exerted by the enemy such as Tianmi continent every day, and they want to increase their combat power like this. There are really not many who are willing to learn the formation. Among these people who study formations, it is even more difficult for a real genius to appear. Therefore, Zug Zhen was really overjoyed to see Su Lang more. Friend Zug, and fellow Taoists, you unconditionally hand over the formation books to me, I will not insult them. Su Lang arched his hands at Zug Zhen, I will carry them forward soon. Ha ha, good, good, quote. Everyone immediately clapped their hands and applauded, and immediately flew towards the heavenly stars surrounded by Su Lang. Chapter 1913. So strong, what kind of secret is this in a blink of an eye? Su Lang, Zhang Wenzheng and the others appeared in front of the 100,000 sky misty star group. The huge gap in the formation like a black hole still hangs in the void, like a huge mouth opened by a monster. It was this huge mouth that swallowed a lot of the lives of the Supreme Emperor. Damn Zhang Bizu, next time I meet them, I will definitely break them into pieces. When Zhang Wenzheng and the others saw this void, they suddenly remembered the warriors who died tragically, and couldn't help but curse again. Do not worry, fellow Taoists. I have used special means to track Zhang Bizu and others. Unless they continue to run to extreme distances from the beginning, they will never escape my tracking. Su Lang smiled at Zhang Wenzheng and the others, his eyes full of confidence. Hear this. There was another shock in Zhang Wenzheng and the others. Friend Su Lang, I didn't expect you to track Zhang Bizu's group accurately. They have infiltrated this heavenly continent for an unknown number of years. We have also searched and arrested them on a large scale, but we can never find them. Yes, their concealment methods are very powerful, it is difficult for us to find them. Taoist Su Lang also made great achievements in pursuit, which is really amazing. Quote. Everyone looked at each other, and they looked at Su Lang in surprise, somewhat believing in their hearts. After all, Su Lang's man is a man who creates miracles one after another. Do not worry, they all have to die. Su Lang sneered coldly, and immediately looked at the void of the formation of the 100,000 heavenly stars. How big is this hole? Almost the size of a star field. I don't know how many fragments of the continent were shattered. The range of the 100,000 sky constellation is vast. I need to understand it thoroughly before fixing it. While talking, Su Lang dispatched 4 clones and sent them in 4 directions. These 4 clones came out. The emotions that Zhang Wenzheng and others had just calmed down suddenly became extremely shocked again. Yes, they were shocked again, because the 4 clones of Su Lang also reached the primordial level. Friend Su Lang, this is your clone. A clone of the beginning level. So strong, what secret technique is this? I have lived for so long, and this is the first time I have seen 4 Taichu clones. I have seen at most one senior possessing a Yi and Taichu clone. Ha ha ha, Taoist Su Lang has 4 primordial avatars, one person is equivalent to 5 primordial combat power, great. Yes, in this way, we are equivalent to an instantaneous increase of 5 primordial combat power. Taoist Su Lang is really a treasure, and it will surprise us from time to time. Quote. Stormy waves rose in the hearts of Zhang Wenzheng and others, and immediately the whole person was enveloped in surprise. They even feel that they are very lucky to meet a treasure genius like Su Lang. Haha, that is indeed my clone. I asked them to investigate the situation of the formation, please fellow Taoists, so that the strong garrison do not have to panic. Su Lang smiled faintly, where there are only 6 clones. Counting the 40 clones that have not yet been condensed, he has a full 138 super junior clones. If you use buying avatar, that's 13,800, although the combat power will drop to the elementary level, but it is too low level combat power. One can sling countless supreme emperors. The key is that these avatars, Su Lang, can still be dispatched at will, and the mobility is so strong. That's it. Zhang Wenzheng nodded suddenly, we have passed the news down. Okay, Su Lang nodded with a smile. Through the perceptive vision of the clones, he also saw the Supreme Emperor powerhouse kneeling and worshipping. These powerful men also knew of Su Lang's existence. More clearly, Su Lang resurrected countless comrades in arms. Tianmen continent is always facing terrible wars, and people are likely to die at any time. Although stationed on the 100,000 celestial group, most of the warriors are enlightened. But when I really think of death, I will definitely be instinctively afraid. Chapter 1914, Origin of the Universe. But now, with Su Lang, a powerful presence that can resurrect a warrior on a large scale. It was like they had lost another life out of thin air, and they had strong confidence and courage in an instant. Su Lang naturally became the object of their worship. Time passed slowly. Su Lang's 4 avatars were continuously dispatched, and his spirit swept through the formations one by one. These formations were not only learned by Su Lang immediately, but he could also directly gain control of the formations. The formation is between birth and death, all in his thoughts. Just when the 4 avatars gradually included the entire 100,000 sky constellation formation, Su Lang took this opportunity to organize various resources given by Zhang Wenzheng and others. First is Diwan. At the primordial level, the commonly used spiritual energy crystal is the superior source of Emperor. The lower Emperor source can barely be used, but the effect is not very good. The warrior almost never used it in the early days. System. Su Lang immediately issued an order, give me all the Emperor sources into the balance. Ding. The storage is complete, and the balance is 293.33 million, the superior Emperor Yuan. I fork. It has reached more than 200 million. As expected to be 2 junior big guy, on average, each person gave me more than 10 million superior Emperor sources. This is a superior source of Emperor, equivalent to more than 100 billion lower source of Emperor. This is not the entire net worth, but everyone takes a part of it from his pocket and gives it to me. Tisk tusk, I can only say that I am too rich. Su Lang was so excited that he almost wanted to rub his hands. At this time, another system prompt sounded. Ding. The current unit is too large and has been replaced with the universe origin. 100 million superior Emperor origin equals 1 universe origin. The system prompt surprised Su Lang. The origin of the universe. 100 million superior Emperor sources can exchange for 1 universe origin. Lie noisy, this is the energy of Rush, so awesome. Su Lang was taken aback by this terrifying exchange rate. Soon, with a hint of expectation, Su Lang began to improve the system's functions. This time he chose the 1 key practice function and the clone dispatch function. No matter how fast the cultivation speed is, therefore, the 1 key practice function can be upgraded in 1 wave. And the speed of 1 key martial arts is assisted by the 9 hearts into 1 function, which can be temporarily slowed down. As the strongest combat system function, clone dispatch has naturally become the first choice. System. Upgrade me the 1 key practice function and the clone dispatch function. Accompanied by Su Lang's order, the system prompt sounded immediately. Ding. Consumes 1 universe origin. The 1 key training function is upgraded to level 48, and the training speed is increased to 37,540 trillion times the speed of the basic training without lack of qualification. Ding. Consumes 1 universe origin. The clone dispatch function is upgraded to level 47. The number of clones is +1. The current number of clones is 47. the number of clones is 47, and the number of twins is 47. Suddenly, Su Lang found that his balance had become 0.9333. Lying down. No one. I've never been so poor. Su Lang couldn't help the corners of his mouth twitching, and the corners of his eyes twitched. But these two cosmic origins are worthwhile. The speed of the one-key practice function has reached more than 30,000 trillion times. The speed of the cultivation villain's accumulation of cultivation base has become twice as fast. In addition, the mental power is constantly growing, and the speed is so fast. Su Lang reached the early stage. The soul can finally enter a new spiritual realm, the realm of pure nirvana. At the current rate of mental power growth, just a few minutes and 10 minutes to enter a new level. And after that, if you want to be promoted to a small realm, you need the soul cultivation to reach the standard, of course. For Su Lang, the improvement of mental strength is simply too simple. There is no need to improve their mental power like other primordial martial artists. Look at the clone dispatch function. There is one more avatar, and twin avatar. The total number of clones reached 141. After using buying avatar, it will reach 14,100. Cool. Su Lang couldn't help cheering in his heart. Soon his gaze fell on the heaven, material and earth treasures in the storage space. Zhang Wenzheng waited for the old predecessors of Taichu to give a large number of superior emperor sources. But Tiansai Dabao gives more. Chapter 1915. 4 Early Weapons. Hey, with these natural treasures, I can evolve or strengthen Yudian sword and other weapons. Su Lang looked at the large number of primordial treasures in the storage space, and couldn't help rubbing his hands in excitement. These are the treasures Zhang Wenzheng has kept for billions of years. Su Lang only needs to create the soul of the Supreme Emperor by himself, and the materials for evolving the Yudian sword and other weapons are all complete. As for the soul of the Supreme Emperor, Su Lang had previously decomposed tens of thousands of godless soldiers, which was completely enough. Ahem. System, keep me the designated characteristics and evolve the Yudian sword. Su Lang took a deep breath and immediately issued instructions to the system. Ding. Consume Godless Soul 100000, 2 primary material. Ningtianming Xin 10, Haoxing Meteor World Core 20, Godless Grade material. Evil Emperor Devil Heart Jade 100000, Shadow Eclectic Polar Stone 100000, Blood Rain Underworld Jade 100000. The Yudian sword has evolved into a weapon from the beginning. Countless materials disappeared from the storage space. Only the Supreme Emperor's materials are the disappearance of millions, which is terrifying. Of course, this also illustrates the gap between the weapons of the early primaries and the weapons of the quasi-primaries. Taichu can completely crush the quasi-Taichu. At this moment, a strong gloom flashed from the top of Yudian sword. The Yudian sword suddenly soared, and immediately evolved from the quasi-primary beginning level to the primal beginning level. In addition, Yudian sword has been strengthened 6 times. At this time, as soon as he evolved to be 2 elementary, he had a level equivalent to that of Su Lang. Awesomely approaching the Sanyan Prime beginning level. Tisk tut, it's so cool. Other powerful people who are too junior take hundreds of millions of years and spend countless energy, and they may not necessarily come up with an early weapon. In the blink of an eye, I got a weapon of Taichu, and it's still close to Sanyan Taichu. Su Lang was so excited, Xiao Yu was so excited, he almost jumped out and hung on Su Lang on the spot. But considering that so many people are watching after all, in order to avoid shocking the world, Su Lang covered the breath of Yudian sword with his own aura. Then he calmed down the extremely excited Xiao Yu who wanted to poo-poo ch. Xiao Yu, don't worry, when there is no one, cough. Su Lang laughed loudly in his heart, and soon cast his gaze on the other weapons. Godless Dragon platform must be upgraded. Tianjia's 8-sided shield also needs to be upgraded. There is also the Bright Sword, this auxiliary healing weapon will also be upgraded. System. Retain the characteristics, evolve the Godless Dragon Terrace and the Heavenly 8-lead shield. After Su Lang comforted Xiao Yu, he immediately issued instructions. Ding. Consuming Godless Soul 556,589. The Godless Dragon platform has evolved into a weapon of the beginning. Ding. Consuming Godless Soul 556,354. The 8-sided shield of Tianjia evolved into a weapon of the beginning. 2 system prompts sounded. The Godless Dragon platform and the 8-sided shield of Tianjia both evolved to the early stage. The same is because it has been strengthened 4 times. Their power far surpasses Yiantai's primary weapons. Although it is not as powerful as Yudian's sword, it has also entered the threshold of Aryan Taichu. Cross the level to reach the Taichu level. Aobing and Ajia were also extremely excited, and wanted to run out on the spot and bow down. But he was still stopped by Su Lang. Otherwise, 2 weapon spirits with 2 low-level weapons suddenly appeared and bowed down. Zhang Wenzheng and the others must not be scared to tear off their beards. Cool, single assault, group attack and defense weapons are available. Su Lang smiled and gave another command, System, upgrade the bright sword to the primordial level for me. Ding. Consume no god level materials, no ****** soul 998, light lotus tree heart 590, light feather forbidden jade 509. The bright sword evolved into the Wudu Supreme Emperor Soldier. Ding. Consume the soul of the Supreme Emperor 426,898. The bright sword has evolved into a weapon of the primordial beginning. It has evolved 7 times. The bright sword suddenly evolved from the Sidhu godless weapon to the Yian Taichu weapon. Noisy, it's really arrogant once. Su Lang listened to the system prompts of bright sword's continuous promotion, and suddenly couldn't help but admire. In the storage space, the bright sword has become more and more brilliant and gorgeous. Asafar was also directly surprised to the sluggishness, and immediately grateful to Su Lang. Chapter 1916. So happy to fly at this time. 4 early weapons evolved, but this is not over yet. No, there are enhanced functions that are useless. System, give me the Yudian sword, the bright sword, the godless dragon platform, and the heavenly 8-edged shield are all strengthened to +7. Su Lang licked the corner of his mouth excitedly, and gave instructions. Ding. Strengthened successfully, Yudian sword +1. Ding. Strengthening success, no ****** dragon platform +3. Ding. Successfully strengthened, xianxia 8-sided shield +3. Ding. Strengthened success, bright sword +7. Instant time, the storage space is like a black hole. Countless treasures of heaven and earth disappeared out of thin air. There are also those seized finished medicines, because they contain impurities. Su Lang completely looks down on them, and they are all consumed as raw materials. This wave is over. The power of Yudian sword has officially reached the Sanyan Taichu level. Its characteristics of breaking defenses and death are getting stronger. Even if the elementary power is injured, they will die on the spot. And its blade is getting stronger. Its indestructible characteristics make it tougher than the higher Xian Taichu weapon. The terrifying increase in its ability to slash the gods, and being able to slash a mental attack alone can completely replace Shinju Wufeng sword. The key is, Yudian sword can cut through most of the time attack methods, such as time freezing, time acceleration and deceleration, etc. Besides, there is no ****** dragon platform. After strengthening up to 7 times, its power has also been terribly increased. However, because the Yudian sword was inherently incapable of riding this abnormal weapon, its power stopped at the peak of Aryan Taichu. Even so, it is incredibly tough. Its group attack capability has increased to an unimaginable level. Once broke out with full force, its firepower can cover dozens of star fields. An extremely vast natural life planet is as fragile as a pill of mud in front of it. Except besides, Godless Dragon Terrace also possesses the power to break time. It's just not as good as Yudian sword. After strengthening the 8-sided shield of Tianzhao, Wei Neng is similar to Godless Dragon. Platform, surprisingly reached the pinnacle of Aryan Taichu. Its defensive ability is extremely strong, and the attack below Sanyan Taichu cannot shake a single trace. Even Sanyan's attacks above the beginning can be resisted many times. Moreover, the 8-sided shield of Tianzhao was very powerful against time. Have his bodyguard. The general time method is not effective for Su Lang. Unless the gap between the 2 sides is too terrifying, it is absolutely impossible to directly break the defense of the 8-sided shield. The bright sword evolved to the primordial level, and after 7 more enhancements, has also reached the top level of Aryan Taichu. The healing power it possesses is terrifying. Unless the gods are destroyed, they can be saved even if they die. The key operation is very simple. Just swing everything and people live. The corpse soil source soul reincarnation technique also requires troublesome steps such as making corpse soil. Of course, the bright sword is not omnipotent. Even if it can save the dead, there are many restrictions. For Su Lang, The main function of the bright sword is to help oneself restore the energy in the body. With his current energy reserves, basically, 1/10 can be recovered with one cut. It should be known that Su Lang's energy reserves are many times that of other fighters of the same level. Su Lang reserves 1/10 of his energy, which is more than others in heyday. Except besides, the Sword of Light also has the function of resolving time attacks. Of course, its capability is not comparable to the other 3 early weapons. This can be seen. The bright sword is really powerful. After all, it is the result of the continuous evolution and strengthening of the system. This is comparable to the ordinary weapon refining master, who has spent a lot of fortunes. The East and the West, the original weapons that were piled up are much stronger. Beautiful, beautiful. Next, wait for the hard lock. Su Lang chuckled, so happy that he was about to fly. At this time, a system prompt rang. Ding. Trace to the world has reached the founding level. All videos have ads disabled. YouTube doesn't pay me enough to cover electricity costs. If you are well off, please consider donating via PayPal or becoming a member of this YouTube channel. Thank you.